Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Shinigami World. Urahara Store, there is a huge training ground underground. The main character, Kurosaki Ichigo, is thrown into a deep pit and his hands are tightly bound by Byakuya's 99 prisons. According to the plot in the original book, this is Urahara Kisuke helping Ichigo activate the power of Shinigami. Ichigo was stabbed into the body by Rukia with Zanpakuto and took away Rukia's Shinigami power and became a Shinigami. But after Renji Byakuya appeared, Byakuya instantly killed Ichigo, and abolished the power of Shinigami that Ichigo had obtained from Rukia, and turned back to human. Ichigo is not purely human, in fact he has the power of Shinigami himself. Urahara Kisuke and others are helping him activate at this time. In the pit. At this time, Ichigo was screaming in pain, and white substances belonging to Hollow had emerged from the eyes, nose, and other places, covering half of his body. If he can't awaken his Shinigami power to escape from the pit within a certain period of time, then he will completely become hollow. With strong willpower, Ichigo successfully entered the inner world, where he saw the so-called Uncle Zagetsu. Time is running out, but Ichigo has been unable to awaken the power of Shinigami, and a touch of despair rose in his heart. At this moment, a mechanical and emotionless voice sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host thinks he is incompetent, hopeless, and helpless, and the accelerated growth system is activated. Accelerated growth begins, you become a Shinigami, your physical fitness improves in all aspects, and you get a double sword Zangetsu. Ryutsu accelerates growth, you get Super Ryutsu. You have comprehended Zanpakuto skills, Crescent Moon Sky Rush, Crescent Moon Cross Rush. Your Zanpakuto is always in Shikai state, and you with strong Ryutsu can maintain Zanpakuto Shikai state forever without any influence. The basic panel of the double knife period is loading, and it is expected to take 7 days. After loading successfully, you will have the basic panel strength of the double knife period. Double Swords Bankai Tensa Zangetsu is also growing rapidly at the same time, it is expected to take 10 days. After loading successfully, you will learn Zanpakuto Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. A series of voices rang through Ichigo's head, which made him a little overwhelmed. At this time, he was still in the inner world, only vaguely saw Uncle Zangetsu and a white self suddenly turned into 2 Zanpakuto, one long and one short, and Ichigo instinctively held the 2 Zanpakuto in his hands. In an instant, in the training ground below the Urahara store, a storm of Ryutsu that was so powerful that it changed color emerged from Ichigo's body. The Ryutsu storm is like an unstoppable hurricane, raging in all directions. The deep pit where Ichigo was originally in was immediately leveled out, and the entire training ground was filled with sand and rocks, making it turbid. Urahara Kisuke, Tessai, and 2 children named Jinda and Xiao who were watching Ichigo's changes were shocked. Jinda and Xiao couldn't bear Ichigo's inexplicable Ryutsu storm, and they were all blown away. This guy, how can he have such a strong Ryutsu? The red-haired Jinda was blown away and embedded in the soil with an expression of disbelief. The Shinigami power Ichigo obtained from Rukia before was abolished by Byakuya Kuchiki. Ichigo, whose Shinigami power was abolished, has no difference in physical fitness and combat power from an ordinary person. Jinda can bully Ichigo casually. But today's Ichigo has suddenly gained powerful power, and the Ryutsu storm generated by just gaining power is hard to resist. Did you make it? A burly, large kid with a pair of dark glasses and long grip Tessai's eyes were fixed on the front, where Ichigo had been. Urahara also looked solemn, his eyes narrowed. After the storm and smoke cleared, Ichigo's figure finally reappeared in front of everyone. It's just that Ichigo's appearance surprised Urahara and the others. I saw Ichigo at this time, wearing a deadly costume, holding 2 Zanpakuto with black blades, one long and one short in his hand, but his face was wearing a false mask. With Ichigo like this, people don't know whether it is Shinigami or virtual. Tessai crossed his arms, ready to fight, and if Ichigo really became hollow, he planned to bind Ichigo again with the 99 of Bakud. After all, both he and Urahara knew that the strength of the hollow in Ichigo's body was no joke. Moreover, the powerful Ryotsu storm just now is likely to be emanating from the virtual. If it is a Shinigami who has just awakened his power, even if his aptitude is as strong as Ichigo, he may not be able to make such a big commotion. So they think that the training to help Ichigo awaken the power of Shinigami seems to have failed, and the Ichigo in front of him, who is wearing a deadly costume but wearing a mask, is probably a ghost. Urahara took a deep breath, looked straight at Ichigo, and asked, "Your Excellency is?" Before Urahara finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ichigo's actions. I saw that Ichigo raised the shorter Zanpakuto and poked the white mask on his face directly with the handle of the knife. The plaster-like mask shattered and fell to the ground. Ichigo revealed his sunny and handsome face. "It's so dangerous, it's almost going to be empty." Now Ichigo's experience and mentality are relatively average. At this time, he still has lingering fears. If he failed to activate the power of Shinigami in time, he might really degenerate into a void. However, he looked at the Siba outfit on his body and the two Zanpakuto in his hands, and felt the majestic power contained in his body, so he couldn't help but feel puzzled. 2. Zanpakuto. Chapter 2. At this point, Urahara and others breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of becoming hollow, Ichigo successfully activated the Shinigami power in his body and became a Shinigami again. Otherwise, if Ichigo really becomes Su and Subai occupies his body, even if Urahara and Tessai join forces, it will be difficult to deal with. While Urahara and the others felt a little relieved, their faces were also full of surprise. Because the Ryotsu aura that Ichigo exuded just now as Shinigami was too strong. It was as strong as a storm, and even the entire underground training ground was leveled and turned into a desert. There were even some cracks in the space, and the entire Urahara store shook several times, almost unsteady. It is conceivable how powerful the Ryotsu storm emitted by Ichigo just now is. Having such a Ryotsu just after activating the power of Shinigami, is amazing. Even Tessai, who is usually relatively taciturn, couldn't help but admire Ichigo's talent. Urahara's eyes fell on the two double swords in Ichigo's hand, one long and one short. With a surprised face, he murmured, "It turned out to be double swords, which is too rare. There are thousands of Shinigami in the Soul Society, but the vast majority of Shinigami have only one Zanpakuto, and Shinigami with two swords are extremely rare." As far as Urahara knows, the current Zanpakuto in Soul Society seems to have two swords, Kaiten Kaikotsu of Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, and the double fish carp of Jaishur Yucatake, the captain of the 13th Division. Moreover, whether Kaiten Kaikotsu and Chuanjioli are real dual swords, or dual swords formed by special reasons is still somewhat uncertain. But after Ichigo awakened the power of Shinigami, he immediately became a double sword. Really powerful and rare. Urahara is so clever that he guessed the reason. Kurosaki has multiple powers in his body, inheriting the power of Shinigami from his father, the power of Quincy from his mother, and the power of Void. Maybe this is the reason for the formation of dual swords. Urahara knows everything about Ichigo very well, and knows why Ichigo's Zanpakuto is a double sword. However, Urahara did not expect that Ichigo would have such a strong Ryotsu as soon as he awakened the power of Shinigami, and even the two double swords in his hands seemed to contain extremely powerful power. Sure enough, Ichigo's qualifications are too high. Congratulations on becoming a Shinigami again, Kurosaki-kun. Urahara shook the fan in his hand, and then explained to the puzzled Ichigo, "Some Shinigami have two Zanpakuto, but it's rare. Your dual swords are very powerful, so use them with confidence." So there really were two Zanpakuto, I thought it was an accident. Ichigo himself breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Shinigami he had seen all along, the Zanpakuto he owned was one, and when he awakened, he had two. And when he was in the inner world just now, he heard some strange voices in his mind. It was only after hearing these strange voices that he successfully awakened the power of Shinigami and possessed 2 swords. Ichigo fell into deep thought, and began to recall the strange voice he had just heard in his inner world. Growth acceleration system? What is this? Ichigo vaguely remembered that he seemed to be bound to this growth acceleration system, and then he became a Shinigami, gained powerful Ryutsu and double swords, and also comprehended Zanpakuto skills such as Crescent Sky Chong. It all feels dreamy. If it wasn't for the clear feeling of the powerful Ryutsu in his body and the 2 double swords in his hands, Ichigo would feel like he was dreaming. After all, no one becomes so strong as soon as he becomes a Shinigami. Growth acceleration system, is it to speed up my growth? It saves most of the time and process, making me stronger quickly. Ichigo is not stupid either, guessing the function of the system from the literal meaning and actual effect of the system. It is something that accelerates his growth and becomes stronger at a very fast speed. Just now I seem to have heard 2 sentences. The basic panel of the double knife period is loading, and it is expected to take 7 days. After the loading is successful, you will have the basic strength of the double knife period. Double Swords Bankai Tensa Zangetsu is growing rapidly, it is expected to take 10 days. After loading successfully, you will learn Zanpakuto Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo savored the 2 sentences just now of the system carefully, which means that he will have the basic strength of the double sword period in 7 days, and he will learn the double sword Bankai Tensa Zangetsu in 10 days. The period of double swords? Ichigo was a little confused. He didn't know when the period of dual swords was, and what kind of combat power he had at that time. However, Ichigo is now dual knife awakened, Ryutsu is also very strong, and the power of the crescent sky is amazing. If you unlock the basic panel strength of the dual knife period and learn Bankai Tensa Zangetsu, the power will definitely skyrocket. Call. Ichigo took a deep breath, gripping the twin swords in his hands tightly. He desires power. Before Renji and Byakuya came to hunt Rukia in this world, Ichigo came out to stop him. Although he defeated Renji, he was so weak that he couldn't even see Byakuya's movements, so Byakuya gave him a second and watched Rukia being taken away. This feeling of being weak, helpless, and hopeless is not pleasant at all. Ichigo also doesn't want to experience it again. Ichigo swore to his own soul and his heart, Rukia, just wait, I will definitely rescue you. Even if I defeat Byakuya Kuchiki, or even challenge the order of the entire Soul Society, I will rescue you. Chapter 3. Today's Ichigo, although he has not unlocked the strength panel of the double sword period, nor has he learned Bankai Tensa Zangetsu, but his strength is already very strong. With his powerful Ryutsu and dual swords, not everyone can bear a crescent moon shot. And relying on Urahara's previous statement, according to the Soul Society's law, there are still about 20 days left for Rukia's execution. It takes about 20 days, and it only takes 7 days for him to awaken the panel of the double sword period, and it only takes 10 days to comprehend the double sword Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. There is still time. Ichigo was originally a stunned youth. In the original book, even if he just awakened Shinigami's power, he was struggling to fight as a vice-captain, and he still desperately went to the Soul Society to save people, not to mention that he now has great power and is about to get more. He is strong, and he is bound to rescue Rukia. At this moment, the cold reminder sounded in Ichigo's mind again. Reminder, the function of this system is also effective for other members of the protagonist group, and can accelerate the growth of other members of the protagonist group. The acceleration method only requires the host to touch the hands of the protagonist group members, and then silently say speed up in his heart. The sudden voice stunned Ichigo. The protagonist group? What is this? Ichigo didn't know that he was the protagonist in the original book, nor did he know what the protagonist group was, but he seemed to understand. His system works for some people too. He only needs to touch the hands of the members of the protagonist group, and silently say speed up in his heart to speed up the growth of others. With this ability, other members of the protagonist group can also become stronger at a very high speed like him. Protagonist members include Ishida Uryu, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, Soul, Rukia Kuchiki, Abarai Renji. What are you thinking about? Could it be that your brain was burned out because of too much force? Jinda, the red-haired boy who was blown away by the Ryotsu emanating from Ichigo just now, managed to pull himself out of the soil embedded in the clod, looked at Ichigo who was thinking, and cursed angrily. Ichigo came back to his senses and temporarily stopped thinking about the acceleration system. He looked at the embarrassed Jinda, then looked around, scratching his head in embarrassment. I caused this scene. In the underground training ground of the Urahara store, there were originally many clods and stones here, and Ichigo was also thrown into a deep pit just now, but now all of these are gone and razed to the ground by Ichigo's Ryotsu. Even with Ichigo's eyesight and perception of Ryotsu at this time, he knows that the space here is a little unstable at this time, and it is very likely to collapse. Ichigo was a little embarrassed about this. After all, Urahara and the others kindly helped him restore Shinigami power, and the Ryotsu storm that he inadvertently released after restoring Shinigami power nearly destroyed the underground training ground. I'm so sorry, Mr. Urahara. Ichigo bowed to apologize. He did not expect that after awakening the power of Shinigami, Ryotsu would be so strong, beyond his own and everyone's expectations. Although Urahara was surprised and distressed, he still waved his hands. Oh, don't worry, Tessai has already gone to fix it. Next, let's carry out the last test. Tessai has gone to mend and reinforce the training ground, while Urahara presents Ichigo with one final test. What's the last test? Ichigo asked. Urahara picked up what looked like a small crutch in her hand, her face sank because of her seriousness, and she was no longer smiling like usual. The last test is actual combat. If you can knock off the hat on my head, you will pass. If you can't even do this, then you are not qualified to go to the Soul Society, because even if you go, you will die. Urahara wanted to train Ichigo to fight. Although Ichigo has now awakened the power of Shinigami and Ryotsu is also very strong, but at this time Ichigo is like a reckless man with no strength, lacks actual combat experience, and may not even have the courage to draw a sword against the strong. If you want to go to the Soul Society to save people like this, you can't do it. Ichigo froze for a moment, seeing Urahara's serious expression. He wasn't joking with him at all. Although Ichigo has never seen Urahara make a move, he must know that the guy in clogs and cylinder hat in front of him is definitely not simple. At this moment, Urahara gave him a sense of oppression, no less than the Byakuya Kuchiki he met before. I saw the small crutch in Urahara's hand suddenly spread out, and inside was a slightly smaller Zanpakuto. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Zanpakuto. This guy is really a Shinigami. This is the first time Ichigo has seen Urahara's Zanpakuto, and having a Zanpakuto means that Urahara is also a Shinigami. Urahara didn't want to beep with Ichigo, so he shot directly. Tweet, Hungji. Urahara waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, and a red light flew directly towards Ichigo. Ichigo was startled instinctively, and quickly dodged. Urahara followed behind. What? Kurosaki-kun, do you just run away? Running away won't save you, and it won't protect anyone. Urahara gave Ichigo verbal provocation while chasing him. After all, Ichigo was still too young at this time, and lacked all kinds of experience. Facing Urahara's fierce attack, he did not fight back, but fled instinctively. But I can't blame Ichigo entirely. After all, Urahara's strength is also very strong. At this time, even Shikai was used. It is normal for Ichigo, who has just obtained the power of Shinigami and is still relatively immature, to be afraid. Urahara's attack was very fierce, and the red rays of light followed one after another. Did you forget? The power you have? Ichigo was taken aback suddenly, and stopped his fleeing figure. There seems to be a voice in his heart telling him that cowardice and blind avoidance will only lead to death in the end, and he must go forward bravely to protect the person he wants to protect. Ichigo took a deep breath, his eyes changed. From the panic just now, it became firm and sharp. He raised the left hand holding the shorter Zanpakuto, and then swiped it sideways in the air. Crescent, Tianchong. I saw a black and red crescent slash, sweeping towards Urahara. When colliding with Urahara's two red slashes, Urahara's two red slashes were cut off instantly by Ichigo's crescent sky rush. In an instant, the crescent came to Urahara's head, and cut the long hat on Urahara's head in half. The entire training ground was suddenly silent. Chapter 4. Urahara was taken aback. He just fought against Ichigo, although he didn't use his full strength, and Shikai Hongji was only a part of his strength. But even so, Hongji's power is not bad. But it was instantly destroyed by Ichigo's crescent sky rush. The cylinder cap on his head was also cut in half. Crescent, very good skill. Urahara admired earnestly. What he didn't expect was that Ichigo not only awakened the power of Shinigami, gained dual swords and powerful Ryutsu, but also learned the skills of Zanpakuto. Generally speaking, Zanpakuto have skills and abilities only after they are liberated. This means that the double swords in Ichigo's hands are already in Shikai state. Some Zanpakuto are like this, the normal is Shikai, which can directly release skills, and Ichigo's double sword is like this. Everyone else understands this too. Ichigo, who has just awakened the power of Shinigami, Zanpakuto is directly in the Shikai state, and he can use skills directly. What is it if it is not a talent? Jinda, the red-haired boy who had been watching the match from the sidelines and the substitute for the King of Spirits, widened his eyes and stuttered a bit. No, isn't it? This guy destroyed the store manager's attack with one knife. Jinda was very surprised. The store manager's strength was unfathomable, but the attack of the store manager Hongji in front of Ichigo's crescent sky, it was like two silk threads were cut by a sharp machete. It made Jinda dumbfounded. Tessai, who was repairing and strengthening the space in the distance, also stopped the work at hand in shock, watching this scene in disbelief. At the same time, after Ichigo's Uiat Yenchong cut Urahara's hat horizontally, Yu Yaishin impacted on the space barrier of the training ground and swept out a hole in the barrier. It is conceivable how amazing the power of Ichigo's crescent moon is. Even Ichigo himself was surprised. It turns out, his strength is so strong. With dual swords awakened and powerful Ryutsu, Ichigo is of course strong. In the original book, the twin swords were only awakened in the middle and late stages of the Millennium Blood War. The power of Shinigami and the power of Quincy awakened almost at the same time. Coupled with the powerful Ryutsu, Ichigo's power is not a joke even if it is just a crescent moon. The weak-looking little girl Xiao Yu walked up to the store manager and picked up the half-cylinder hat that had been cut off by Ichigo and fell to the ground. Master, do you still want your hat? Urahara took off half of the hat on his head and shook his head. It's already broken, it's too late, let's replace it with a new one later. Mr. Urahara, have I passed the test? Ichigo looked at Urahara and asked. The rule of Urahara's test just now is very simple, it is to ask Ichigo to knock off his hat. Just now, Ichigo's crescent moon directly cut off half of Urahara's hat, so he naturally passed Urahara's assessment, and he still passed the quota. Urahara shrugged and said, "Congratulations Mr. Kurosaki, you have successfully passed the test, and now you are eligible to go to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia Kuchiki." In the original book, Ichigo, who has just awakened the power of Shinigami, can save Rukia, and now Ichigo with two swords naturally has no problem. Even, Urahara judged from the strength of Ryutsu radiated from Ichigo just now, and the power of Crescent Sky Chong, that Ichigo's strength should reach the captain level at this time. As soon as he awakens the power of Shinigami, he has the strength of the captain level. This kind of thing is unheard of even if you look at the history of Soul Society Shinigami for thousands of years. Captain-level Shinigami are rare in Soul Society. Which captain-level Shinigami didn't become the captain by relying on strong talent and hard work? But Ichigo is an exception. After awakening the power of Shinigami, you will directly get the powerful Ryutsu, Shikai double knife form, crescent sky, and direct captain-level combat power. It's outrageous. Sure enough, in Shinigami, in terms of talent, Ichigo said the second and no one dared to say the first. Call. Seeing Urahara nodding, Ichigo recognized his strength, and his heart relaxed a little. If he doesn't get Urahara's approval, then he doesn't know how to go to Soul Society to save Rukia. After all, Ichigo at this time will not open the portal and can't go to Soul Society. The rescue plan is tentatively scheduled for 7 days. After 7 days, I will assist you to go to Soul Society. Urahara added, however, before that, you have to strengthen your training and improve your combat experience and strength as much as possible. Urahara plans to send Ichigo and others to the Soul Society in 7 days. After all, there are still nearly 20 days before Rukia's execution date. Before going to the Soul Society, Ichigo is also asked to improve his strength as much as possible. Rukia's possible. Several of your classmates, Ishida Uryu, Inu Orium, and Sato Yasutora are also working hard to practice at this time, and they also want to go to the Soul Society with you to save people. Urahara tells Ichigo the news anyway. This made Ichigo open his mouth wide, surprised and feeling, Ishida, Inu, and the others. These classmates of his also want to go to the Soul Society with him to save people. And at this time, he is also working hard to improve his strength. To save Rukia at all costs, this friendship is really sincere and precious. At the same time, an idea popped into Ichigo's mind. Rain Dragon, Orium Sato, are they members of the protagonist group? If so, then he with the accelerated growth system can directly help them improve their strength. Chapter 5. Although Ichigo doesn't quite understand the meaning of the protagonist group that the system refers to, he really hopes to improve the strength of Uryu Orium and other friends. Meanwhile, the other side. Yulong, Orium, and Sato are training under the leadership of a black cat, and they are gradually improving their strength. Ishida Uryu is a Quincy master with very good aptitude, while Orium and Sato awakened their abilities inexplicably some time ago. A pair of 6-petal hairpins worn by Orium can use the ability of Instant Shield and 6 flowers. Of course, she has only initially learned the 2-day return shield, and has certain healing and defense capabilities. Sato's arm can become a giant right hand, which can blast a powerful blow. Under the training of the Black Cat Uryuaki, just now Sato blasted a big hole in a concrete wall with a punch, which is amazing. Yulong is also undergoing special training under the arrangement of Uryuaki. At this time, Yulong was under a waterfall. Standing in the stream, he kept pulling the Quincy's exclusive weapon, the Sacred Arrow, the Arc Sparrow, and fired bows and arrows towards the waterfall time and time again. Even if his right hand was cut due to pulling too much bowstring, the blood still kept flowing. I'm going to become stronger than any Shinigami. Yulong's heart is filled with the obsession to become stronger. It is obsession that supports him to practice hard. A few days ago, when Renji and Byakuya came to the world to hunt down Rukia, Yulong passed by and saw it, so he fought Renji. But the result can be described as miserable. He was always a little arrogant, and he was given a second by Renji, and he fell to the ground with serious injuries. So he is training hard and trying to improve his strength. On a stone next to it, the black cat Uryuaki admired the hard-working Yulong Mulu, but he still persuaded. Today's practice is almost enough, stop, or your hands won't be able to bear it. Practice, or many things pay attention to the combination of work and rest, blindly practicing hard is likely to hurt the body. Yulong also felt the pain in his right hand from drawing the bow. He gritted his teeth and decided not to hold on anymore. Today's training is here for the time being. Hi, Ishida-san. On the shore, Orium and Sato appear. Orium is also holding a bamboo basket, which contains some food she made herself, although the appearance is very poor. Senior Urahara, Ishida-san has worked hard, come and eat something. Orium waved the basket in his hand and shouted at Ishida and Urahara with a smile. When Urahara saw the strange-looking food in Orium's basket, his face turned dark. Are these things really edible? Meow, idiot. I'm a cat, I don't like to eat those things. Perhaps Urahara couldn't whet his appetite, called himself a cat, and didn't like the food made by Orium, and then jumped directly into the waterfall. With a scratch of the cat's paw, he caught a big fish. When Yulong came to the shore, he took the food from Orium with some trepidation, looked at it for a long time, and finally took a bite as if he was going all out. The taste was contrary to the appearance, and the taste was actually quite good. I don't know what's going on with Kisuke. That Ichigo guy has become a Shinigami again. After a short rest, Urahara led them back to the Urahara shop. After all, they are also more worried about Ichigo's state. Urahara store. Although Ichigo knocked off Urahara's hat and passed Urahara's test, Urahara agreed to send him to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia. But Urahara feels that although Ichigo is strong, he lacks combat experience, and his skills in Shunpo and Kendo are basically zero. So he proposed to continue to teach Ichigo in the coming days, and improve Ichigo's combat experience, Shunpo and Kendo attainments. Ichigo's talent is extremely high, and his comprehension is amazing, and because Ichigo's Ryutsu is also very strong, he can do anything with half the effort. In just a few hours, Shunpo and Kendo have easily entered the door, and the combat experience is also low. Short gets promoted. While Ichigo and Urahara are training, the entrance to the underground training ground opens, and Urahara enters with Urahara, Orium, and Sato. At a glance, they saw Ichigo, who was training with Urahara, wearing a deadly costume and holding 2 knives. They were all surprised, and then they were overjoyed. Kurosaka-san, he really succeeded. That's great, Kurosaka-san. Orium was jumping for joy. During this period of time, she has been very worried about Ichigo's situation, worried that Ichigo will be devastated, and also worried that Ichigo will appear when he awakens the power of Shinigami. She has a special feeling for Ichigo, and she doesn't want anything to happen to Ichigo. Now that Ichigo is like this, he has regained the power of Shinigami, and his breath is much stronger than before, which finally relieves Orium's heart that has been hanging these days. Ichigo, he made it. Sato also gave a rare smile. These days, Sato trains hard while worrying about Ichigo just like Orium. Ichigo did not disappoint them, and reactivated the power of Shinigami to cheer up. Good, strong. Yulong was even more surprised. Because he can see from the Ryutsu that Ichigo and Urahara radiated during training not far away, Ichigo's Ryutsu is much stronger than before. And the 2 Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand, even made Urahara feel cold and extremely sharp. Needless to say, Ichigo's 2 new Zanpakuto must be very powerful. Urahara in the form of a black cat licked his paws, and the cat smiled and said, Ichigo, who was lifeless before, is so energetic now. Zanpakuto also has 2 swords, which is really rare. He can even fight Urahara. It has come and gone, great progress. Urahara is praising Ichigo. At this time, Ichigo is in good condition, with 2 swords and strong strength, and Urahara will feel that he was just worrying. Seeing Urahara and others coming, Ichigo and Urahara also stopped training. Ichigo teleported over with a move called Shunpo, and looked at the people in front of him. Inu, Ishida, Sato, you, have also become stronger. Ichigo can feel that Yulong and others have improved their strength after these days of hard training. Being praised by Ichigo, Urahara's face seemed a little uncomfortable and slightly embarrassed. They have become stronger, but compared to Ichigo's changes, it's so insignificant. Although they don't know how strong Ichigo is today. Yulong hurriedly coughed dryly, ahem, we are fine, but Kurosaki, you have changed so much and improved so fast. Some proud and arrogant Urahara had to admit that Ichigo's strength had improved too much, far surpassing them. Ichigo looked at the friends Jian, a few classmates in front of him, and said with a serious face, "Thank you, everyone." Ichigo originally wanted to go to the Soul Society to save Rukia by himself, but he did not expect Orium and Sato to have the same goal as him. They did not hesitate to take risks to save Rukia, which made Ichigo very moved and grateful. At this time, Ichigo suddenly thought of the accelerated growth system that he suddenly appeared, which can improve the strength of the members of the protagonist team. Inu, give me your hand. Ichigo spoke to Orium seriously. Ah! This made Orium startled for a moment, his whole face quickly turned like a red apple, and he lowered his head shyly. The black cat glanced at Ichigo with a strange look in his eyes. What are you kid trying to do to this girl Inu? Others were also puzzled, not knowing what Ichigo was trying to do. It's okay Inu, give me your hand. Ichigo continued to speak seriously. Orium's face turned even redder, but she trusted Ichigo so much that she held out her white hand. I saw Ichigo's right hand inserting long Zagetsu on the ground, 3 points into the ground, and the vacated right hand grabbed Orium's hand. I said silently in my heart, accelerate. Chapter 6. The acceleration system obtained by Ichigo can not only accelerate his own growth, but also accelerate the growth of the members of the protagonist group. Accelerate. According to the method given to him by the system, Ichigo held Orium's hand and read silently. In an instant, when no one knew what was going on, Orium suddenly heard a series of voices in his head. Ding! Start accelerating! Inu Orium, Ryutsu has been strengthened successfully, and the panels and abilities of the bloody battle period have been loaded successfully. You are Grand Master, the Shuangtian returned shield. Your Grand Master has formed a shield for 3 days. You are the Grand Master Lonely Sky Zandun. You Grand Master resisted the shield for 4 days. A series of voices sounded, and waves of knowledge and power seeped into Orium's body and soul. Orium's body exudes a Ryutsu that is several times stronger than before, and has completely Grand Mastered the power of the instant shield Liu Hua. The current Orium, its Ryutsu and abilities are the same as in the original book during the Millennium Blood War. The healing ability and defense ability have been improved several levels compared to before. Perhaps Orium's own ability to improve is not as outrageous as Ichigo's. Orium's growth is instantly full, skipping all kinds of experience in the original book, and the panel and level have grown to the full-level nurse in the later stage of the bloody battle. What's wrong? Orium's face was dull, his eyes were dull and lifeless. Apparently, the rapid improvement of her panel and abilities made the innocent girl not come back to her senses, and she was a little at a loss. And the other people next to them, feeling the Ryutsu emanating from Orium's body that was several times stronger than before, all opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. Even the well-informed Urahara Kisuke was completely dumbfounded at the moment. All they saw was Ichigo holding Orium's hand, and then Orium got stronger? What exactly is going on? How could such a thing happen in this world? Really? Hey! Urahara swallowed, trying to stay calm. Kurosaki, what did you do to Inu? Why did her Ryutsu become stronger all of a sudden? Yulong only felt that at this time Inu's Ryutsu was several times stronger than before, even stronger than his Ryutsu. He can't even compare to Anani's Ryutsu. And what happened to all this? The others were also breathing unsteadily, and all looked at Ichigo. Ichigo withdrew Orium's hand, and seeing that the system was really useful, a sunny smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's great that this works. Both Urahara and Yuaki are at a loss. Is Orium's sudden change really related to Ichigo? Through some method, Ichigo instantly increased Orium's strength and ability several times? Reason told them that this kind of thing was outrageous and impossible. Inu, what the hell happened just now? Inu! Inu! The black cat Urahara's cry brought Orium back to his senses. They all want to know what happened to Orium. Orium was stunned, and couldn't help but blush when thinking of Ichigo holding her hand just now. She cared more about Ichigo holding her hand than her own improvement in strength. Inu! Tell me, what is going on with your change? What happened? Orium thought for a while, scratched his head and smirked, with a naive and ignorant look. I just remember that after Kurosaki-san held my hand, there seemed to be a voice, saying that my Ryutsu had been promoted, and I had learned to return to Grandmaster for 3 days shield and other abilities. I did learn it, that's all. Orium explained what happened to her just now. But obviously, judging from the expressions of the other people beside him, it seemed that they didn't believe and didn't understand. Yulong pushed his eyes and twitched the corners of his mouth. Inu, why are these things you said so metaphysical? It sounds so unreliable. Seido nodded, I think so too. Urahara glanced at Ichigo, what the hell did this kid do to Inu? Or it was just a handshake, and when Inu was so excited, he suddenly became stronger. Urahara's eyes were full of suspicion. For her old and hot, it is natural to see Orium's thoughts on Ichigo. Urahara was thinking about what Orium said just now, but still had no clue about Orium's sudden increase in strength. Ichigo took a deep breath. He didn't intend to explain anything, but called Seido first. Seido, you try it too, hold out your hand. Ichigo wants to give Seido a try to see if he can activate and accelerate Seido's power. Ichigo, this. Seido wanted to say something, but not being very good at words, he finally trusted Ichigo completely and held out his strong arm. Ichigo held Seido's hand, repeated the same trick, and muttered in his heart. Accelerate. In an instant, Seido froze, his eyes widened, and he felt a majestic force being stimulated from his body. Ding! Seido Yasutora Ryutsu succeeds, owns Ryutsu from the bloody battle period. Panel accelerated successfully, with the strength of the panel during the bloody battle. Successful ability acceleration, and the Grandmaster ability Devil's Left Hand has been acquired. Seido's accelerated growth is also the same as Orium's, and it is directly in place in one step, strengthening to the level of the original Millennium Bloody Battle. At this moment, Seido, the Ryutsu exuding from his body is very strong, and has reached the level of a captain. In the original book, Seido was able to defeat the eliminated Espada in the Arrancar chapter, and after a lot of training during the bloody battle, Ryutsu and the panel can reach the level of ordinary captains. Moreover, Seido's hands couldn't help changing. The Devil's Left Hand appears, and the Giant's right hand also Grandmaster. Today's Seido is much stronger than before. Probably from the level of the Chief Officer level, directly crossed the Vice Captain level, and became a Captain level combat power. It's just a step up to the sky. Chapter 7. Urahara, Urahara, Urayu, and others all looked at the transformed Seido in surprise. They can all feel the powerful Ryutsu emanating from Seido's body, and there are 2 arms. The giant's right hand has become bigger, and there are more patterns on it, as if it has evolved. The left hand turned into a white devil's left hand, surrounded by explosive power, making people daunting. Seido himself only felt that the power in his body was surging like a tide, and he couldn't help roaring, and the demon's left hand punched out. A shockwave formed by Ryutsu suddenly flew out from the left hand like a fired cannonball. Boom! The wall of the underground training ground of the Urahara store was blasted into a large pit of tens of meters. The violent explosion sound and tremor made the entire training ground shake a few times. Fortunately, Tessai strengthened and repaired the training ground just now. Otherwise, this punch, plus the damage caused to the training ground by Ichigo Ryutsu before, the entire training ground may collapse. The little boy Jinda and the little girl Xiaohu all stared wide-eyed, and Jinda's jaw was even wider, obviously frightened. The power of Sato's punch is so amazing. Jinda was surprised for a moment, and tried her best not to lose her composure, regained her composure, then jumped up and scolded Sato, "You big man, you are trying to scare me to death. What if you hit me with this punch? This kind of power is not a joke, hey. I missed the person, but we still have to repair the big hole you made. You are so disgusting." After Sato threw a punch, he seemed to be able to control the power of his body proficiently. His demeanor and breathing calmed down, and he slightly bowed his head and apologized to Jinda and said, "Sorry, I will help with repairs." Seeing Sato who suddenly became stronger, and seeing Sato's powerful blow, Urahara, Yuaki, and Yulong felt a storm in their hearts. It was Orium just now, and now it is Sato. After shaking hands with Ichigo, all of them have undergone earth-shaking changes. The strength has been greatly improved across several levels. This is unbelievable. Isn't it all about hard training and personal comprehension to improve your strength? Why did he suddenly become stronger after shaking hands with Ichigo? Too outrageous. Yulong twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to doubt his life. His personality has always been relatively calm, and he can analyze things calmly in most situations, but how can he analyze the current situation? If it was before, he, Orium, and Sato, among the three, his strength is undoubtedly the strongest. But now, Orium's Ryutsu is stronger than him, and Sato's fist with the left hand of the demon just now made him tremble with fear. Yulong suddenly became the weakest. I want to cry but have no tears. It feels so unreal, like a dream. Ishida, come on, give me your hand too. Ichigo held out his hand to Uryu and shouted with a smile. Yulong woke up from the surprised thoughts, pointed to himself, is it my turn? Give me your hand. Ichigo smiled warmly. Faced with Ichigo's invitation, the arrogant Uryu couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, but thinking that shaking hands with Ichigo might make him stronger, he obediently held out his hand. Yulong coughed dryly, "Ahem, I hope I can become stronger too." Although Uryu doesn't know why Orium and Sato will change dramatically after shaking hands with Ichigo, but he also wants to become stronger. Also expect Ichigo to make him stronger too. The others were also raptly watching Ichigo and Uryu. Ichigo shook his hand, grasped Yulong's palm, and said in his heart, "Speed up." Yulong is naturally also a member of the protagonist group, and Ichigo's accelerated growth system has naturally produced an effect. A series of voices followed in Yulong's mind. Ishida Uryu, start the growth acceleration. The weapon Arc Sparrow evolves into the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow, and the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow evolves into a Bloody Battle Spirit Bow. Ryutsu's strength increased to the early stage of the Bloody Battle. You have comprehended the static blood outfit and the moving blood outfit. The basic strength panel of the Bloody Battle period is loading, it is expected to take 7 days. Holy Text A is completely reversed and loaded, it is expected to take 10 days. Yulong has also undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. The sacred destroying arrow he originally used was the most basic Arc Sparrow, which looked like an ordinary bow and arrow. It could only be shot once at a time, and it was very weak. It evolved into the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow in the Arrancar period. The bow body of the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow is composed of intersecting long and short cross shapes and octagonal shapes. The maximum number of consecutive shots is 1,200 rounds, which is much stronger than the Silver Sparrow. Not only that, but the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow will change again. It became the sacred destroying arrow used by Yulong after the Millennium Bloody Battle in the original book. This is Uryu's ultimate weapon in the original book, a bit similar to Ichigo's double swords, and it is also Uryu's strongest sacred arrow. This spirit bow has a pure white long bow body. When Yulong uses this bow to attack, the bow body will glow with the light of spirit particles, which is very powerful. In addition to the weapon change, Yulong's Ryutsu is directly upgraded to the early stage of the bloody battle. It is also a proper captain level Ryutsu. Moreover, Yulong has also comprehended the offensive and defensive mysteries of the Quincy division, the blood-moving outfit and the blood-quiet outfit. With the blood-activated outfit, the Quincy master injects spirit seeds into the blood vessels, greatly increasing the destructive power of the flesh. Static blood equipment is defense, and the two should not be used at the same time. Yulong, who has learned the moving blood outfit and the static blood outfit, has improved his strength to a higher level. However, unlike Orium Sato's 1 Step 2, Yulong has other data being loaded. The panel of the Millennium Blood War period is being loaded, and it takes 7 days. The complete reverse of the Holy Text A is also loading, and it takes 10 days. Similar to Ichigo. It should be that Ichigo and Yulong are very strong in the late stage, and it takes time to accelerate certain abilities, unlike Orium and Sato, which can be fully utilized directly. This. Yulong was muttering in his mouth at this time. He was in a state of bewilderment, his face full of disbelief. From a weak chicken to a powerful Quincy master, it really prevented him from recovering immediately. After all, Yulong was still arrogant, and when he regained his senses after gaining great power, his expression of joy immediately overflowed. I have also become stronger, this power, so strong. Kurosaki, I really have you, thank you. The improvement this time is better than my years of hard training. Ha ha ha, if I meet that red-haired guy wearing a magic mirror next time, I'll beat him down. Yulong felt that even if he practiced hard for several years, he didn't make much progress from shaking hands with Ichigo once. The progress of penance these days is not worth mentioning. After becoming stronger, Urahara is also confident that if he meets Renji or even Byakuya next time, he will be able to fight. However, carefully, he recalled the last 2 sentences he heard just now. What is the panel during the bloody battle? What is the complete reverse of the Holy Text A? Although I don't know what it is, it sounds very strong. And I'll know in 7 days and 10 days. It takes 7 days for Yulong to accelerate to the panel of the bloody battle period, and it takes 10 days to load the Holy Text A. It will not take long for Yulong to become a full-level number. The change of Rain Dragon is bigger than that of Orium and Sato. Urahara and Urahara were completely dumbfounded. The Black Cat Urahara looked at Orium, Sato, and Urahara who had been greatly promoted. Although it felt ridiculous, an idea inevitably arose. Her teacher seemed to be for nothing. These days, she has been busy training Orium Sato Rain Dragon. Although she has also helped them improve their strength, compared to now, this improvement can be said to be very small. The false teacher Kuroniko Ichigo, the real mentor Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 8. Urahara put his cat's claws on his forehead, sighed helplessly, and laughed at himself. Ichigo, this boy, is really shocking. It's no wonder that Urahara laughed at herself helplessly. She carefully guided Yulong and others to train for several days. Although she also made progress, the difference was too great in comparison. It was the first time Urahara had seen such an unbelievable thing. In fact, what Urahara and others don't know is that the change of Rain Dragon is not just as simple as Ryutsu and weapons. The panel during the bloody battle is being loaded, and the Holy Text A is also being loaded. During the bloody battle period, Yulong, who awakened the Holy Word A, will have a qualitative leap in strength. He is strong enough to fight against Har's Ward back and forth. This is the strength that Yulong should have. As for the bloody battle panel and Holy Text A, Yulong just thought about it alone, he didn't say anything. After all, he himself still doesn't know what the Holy Text is and what power it has, or everyone has some little secrets of their own, especially those related to their own strength and whole cards, so naturally they can't all be exposed. After 10 days, he will know what the Holy Text is after the Holy Text is successfully loaded. Great, Ishida, Inu, Sato, you've all become stronger, so we'll be more confident in rescuing Rukia. Ichigo pulled out the double swords that had been inserted into the ground just now, and put them away. In the past, both Ichigo and Urahara were pitifully weak, but now it's different, everyone's strength has achieved a qualitative leap. Ichigo and Uriu's bloodbath panel, Bankai, or holy script is still loading, it's not what it used to be. The plan to rescue Rukia from the Soul Society has a good chance of success. But at this time, Urahara and Yoryuki, and everyone looked at Ichigo, and Urahara asked a question that everyone was puzzled by. Kurosaki-kun, can you tell me, what's going on here? Ichigo scratched his head. In fact, he himself was a little confused, so he said truthfully, I don't know too well, but just now I seem to have acquired an ability that can accelerate the improvement of other people's strength. This ability can be achieved by shaking hands, as you have just seen. Ichigo told the truth that when he awakened the power of Shinigami just now, he not only got a great improvement himself, but also let the members of the protagonist group improve by shaking hands. It is such an ability. Hearing Ichigo's own words, the others were in disbelief. Ichigo actually has this ability to make others stronger. This is a bit, no, it is very outrageous. Urahara narrowed her eyes slightly, and exhaled lightly, it really is, it's really a magical and powerful ability. Urahara seems to have guessed all this. Just now after Ichigo shook hands with Orium, Sato, and Uriu, the strength of these three people has been greatly improved. Urahara is aware of all this, and guesses that after Ichigo awakened the power of Shinigami just now, he also awakened another ability, which seems to be the ability to activate or share power with a handshake. Just like Orium and Sato were just two ordinary people originally, but because they have a close relationship with Ichigo, perhaps because Ichigo has this special power, then Orium and Sato awakened special power. Now not only activate, but also increase strength, Ichigo actually has such a magical ability. Urahara thinks this matter can be understood in this way, and it makes sense. However, according to the original Aizen, the reason why Orium and Sato can awaken their power is because their inner desire to become stronger is influenced by Hogyoku in Rukia's body. Hogyoku's real ability is to realize people's ideal wishes, provided people have such potential. Of course, everyone didn't worry too much. Improving strength is a great thing. In short, it is right to regard Ichigo as a powerful person with the power to enhance the strength of others. Increase strength. The little boy Jinda's eyes suddenly burst into light. Yellow hair, ahem, brother Kurosaki. Help me improve too. Jinda ran over with a smile and hugged Ichigo's arm, and couldn't wait to let Ichigo shake hands with him to improve his strength. Ichigo smiled, didn't mind it, and shook Jinda's hand. He said silently in his heart, accelerate. Only, this time Jinda didn't change anything. Like water off a duck's back. Brother Kurosaki, hurry up and start. Jinda urged anxiously. I tried it, but my ability has no effect on you. Ichigo withdrew his hand, slightly apologetic. Ichigo has a good heart and hopes to help the little boy Jinda improve his strength, but his ability does not work for Jinda. Ichigo can only improve the strength of the protagonist group members, but not others. Ah! My God, why are you doing this to me? Ah! Disappointed and distressed, Jinda's mentality exploded, and she rolled on the ground, wailing endlessly. He also wants to become stronger, but Ichigo's ability doesn't work for him, it's too uncomfortable. Then, Ichigo and other people tried again, Urahara, Tessai, Yoryuki, Xiao all tried, but without exception, it didn't work. Urahara speculated about this again, it seems that Mr. Kurosaki's ability to help people improve their strength has certain limitations. Inu and Sato are awakened by the influence of Kurosaki. Kurosaki's ability can improve their strength. Ishida's Quincy has also had a lot of contact with Kurosaki-kun, so he may have been influenced by Kurosaki-kun's ability. Could it be someone close to Kurosaki-kun that this ability can take effect? Urahara turned his clever brain to make various assumptions, and probably guessed that some Ichigo's ability had some kind of limitation. Ichigo can only help the members of the protagonist group to accelerate their strength. Mr. Urahara, Senior Urahara, let's go back first. Shortly after, Ichigo and others left the Urahara store. After all, after a day of training, they were a little tired, and they had to adapt themselves to gain new and stronger strength. Ichigo, Urahara, and Sato went back to their respective homes. After the three of Ichigo left, the black cat turned into a human in the Urahara store. Ichigo, this kid, is beyond our expectations. He actually possesses such incredible power. Urahara said while putting on his clothes. Urahara turned his head sideways, and then answered, "Ah, it's a surprise. Kurosaki-kun's talent is the scariest I've ever seen, several times higher than Captain Kuchiki." Urahara and Urahara knew about Ichigo's life experience. They knew from the beginning that Ichigo must be very talented, but the talent Ichigo showed today, the power of awakening Shinigami Ryutsu is extremely strong. Zanpakuto has 2 swords, and the crescent sky is strong. And the ability to boost the strength of others, all of which amazed Urahara and Urahara. Even Urahara is modestly now, and Ichigo's talent is several times higher than that of Byakuya Kuchiki, one of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Byakuya's cold face, Urahara couldn't help laughing. Byakuya isn't cute at all now, he always has a stinky face, and he was cuter when he was impatient when he was a child. Urahara's words paused, and he continued to smile and said, "I don't know what kind of expression that boy Byakuya will have when he sees the current Ichigo." Chapter 9. Before, when Byakuya met Ichigo, he didn't even look at Ichigo directly, and Ichigo couldn't even see Byakuya's actions clearly before being instantly killed and fell to the ground. And now Ichigo has reawakened the power of Shinigami and has become even stronger. Urahara thinks that Ichigo may have the capital to compete with Byakuya at this time. When Byakuya sees Ichigo, what kind of expression will he have? Can you still keep calm? Urahara raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky, but his face inevitably became serious. In fact, he was hiding one thing from Ichigo etl. On the surface, Rukia was arrested for imparting the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, but Urahara knew that all of this was Aizen's conspiracy. He put the semi-finished Hogyoku he researched into Rukia's skeleton, and merged with Rukia's soul. This matter was known by Aizen, and Aizen was behind the scenes to hunt down Rukia and other things. On the surface, he and Urahara are helping Ichigo and others to train and improve Ichigo's strength to rescue Rukia. But in fact, this is not a contest between Urahara and Aizen. The essence of the matter, for Aizen and Urahara, is the struggle for Hogyoku. As for Rukia, that's only secondary. But Ichigo and others don't know about this, and Ichigo and the others only care about Rukia, not the so-called Hogyoku. "Miss Urahara, you say, can we win?" Urahara's eyes were deep, and his tone was rarely serious. Looking at his childhood friend Urahara, Urahara stopped joking and said seriously, "It might not have been possible before, but now, there is a chance." Urahara and Urahara were wanted by the Soul Society because they were framed by Aizen 100 years ago. Under normal circumstances, they cannot go directly to the Soul Society to deal with Aizen, so the greater hope for saving Rukia and preventing Aizen from getting Hogyoku lies with Ichigo. Group of young people. Ichigo's group of young people is indeed talented and has certain strengths, but it is still unrealistic to deal with Godi 13 and Aizen, and the hope is slim. But now it's different. Today, Ichigo awakened the power of Shinigami and gained great strength, and also improved the strength of Orium, Sato, and Urahara, each of whom is at the captain level. Ichigo and the others have made a qualitative leap in strength, much stronger than before, so this is very promising. So Urahara has confidence in Ichigo and the others, believing that they may rescue Rukia later. The other side. Orium returned home, her cheeks were a little rosy, because her mind was full of thinking about the fact that she was held by Ichigo in the palm just now, feeling that the palm still had the residual warmth of Ichigo. The more Orium thought about it, the more shy she became, and also, happiness. As for the fact that she became stronger and the board was full because of this, she didn't care at all. Then he quickly shook his head to wake himself up. Inu-san, you can't do this, Kurosaki-san, he must be working hard to become stronger now, to rescue Kuchiki-san. Orium clenched his small fists and looked serious. I also want to work as hard as everyone else, and I don't want to lose classmate Kuchiki. However, suddenly there was a gurgling sound in his stomach. Orium smiled awkwardly, and went to the kitchen to make food. Going to make some more food and send some to Ichigo and others tomorrow. Inu, come on. Try to do it. Let's make people look more appetizing. Although Orium cheered himself up like this, the food he made looked so dark that it was really hard to describe. On the other side, Yulong returned to the big hospital run by his family. Uriu's father is Ishidariaxian, known as the last and most talented Quincy master. Longxian runs a large hospital. In other words, despite Yulong's appearance, he is a veritable rich second generation. Many nurses in the hospital like to make jokes about Yulong, and even want to hook up with Yulong and become the future wife of the dean. Ryugu may have different educational concepts. He doesn't want Uriu to be involved in the unnecessary battles of Shinigami, he doesn't want Uriu to be in danger, or it may be because of other reasons, so he doesn't want Uriu to have too much relationship with Ichigo and the others. Intersection of. In Yulong's impression, Longxian seemed rather cold, as if he didn't care about his son. At this time, the door of the hospital director's office was pushed open, and Yulong walked in. Longxian's gaze narrowed slightly. Because usually Yulong would not come to him, and the relationship between father and son is relatively stiff. More importantly, Longxian clearly felt that Yulong had undergone great changes. At least, Ryutsu is much stronger than before. What's up? Longxian didn't show his surprise, but pretended nothing happened, and asked calmly. Father, I will go to the Soul Society sometime. Didn't I warn you not to hang out with Shinigami? It won't do you any good. Longxian directly interrupted Yulong's words. Because he really didn't want Yulong to be in danger. But Yulong shook his head, not intending to obey his words. No, I'm going to the Soul Society to practice, and I've become stronger now, and I have the right to decide what I want to do. As Yulong said, he also raised his hand to condense his sacred destroying arrow, spiritual bow, that had evolved into a bloody battle period. As soon as the spirit bow was released, the spirit seeds in the whole room seemed to be absorbed, and even the well-informed Longxian's eyes widened slightly. Because the aura emanating from Yulong's spirit bow is much stronger than the previous Arc Sparrow. To use a reference object, it is the difference between Ichigo's original basic Zanpakuto and the double sword. In the past, Yulong's spiritual bow was like a slingshot for hunting birds, but now this one is like Hoyi's bow and arrow for shooting the sun. How different! Longxian was shocked, and even felt that Yulong's spiritual bow was not inferior to his own sacred arrow, and even stronger. When did his own son become so strong? Suddenly awakened to power? Although Longxian was shocked and puzzled, he didn't show the slightest sign on the surface. He continued to pretend to be calm, and even criticized Yulong. Your strength has improved, but this cannot be your proud capital. You are still too weak now. Longxian may be worried that Yulong will be complacent and criticize. Yulong had already gotten used to his father being so mean and didn't care, but asked a question instead. Father, what is the Holy Script? Yulong still has 10 days to awaken the Holy Text A, but he doesn't understand what the Holy Text is. And Longxian, known as the last and most talented Quincy master, probably knows a thing or two. But even Longxian himself didn't know what the Holy Text was. After all, the Quincy master thousands of years ago did not awaken the Holy Word and develop the Holy Body. As a traditional Quincy master, Longxian has not had any contact with the Invisible Empire for so many years, and he does not know much about the Holy Word. Matter. The complete Eucharist was developed by the Quincy masters of the Invisible Empire in the past 200 years. According to the original book, Exlgibalo of the Guards was the first Quincy master who endowed the holy word in Uhabak, and his comrade in battle thousands of years ago. Jabalo did not participate in the battle. If Uhabak had omniscience and omnipotence, he would not be able to lose to Godi I-13. In the thousand-year bloody battle, Shinigami seemed to have seen the Quincy use the power of holy text for the first time, so the extermination 1,000 years ago quest should have no holy text. I don't know what holy text is, and I'm not interested, because it doesn't make money. Long Xian bluntly said that he didn't know about the holy text, nor was he interested in it. He didn't want to ask about these things, and he just wanted to make money to live with peace of mind. In fact, Long Xian originally wanted to say his classic words, "I am not interested, but you are not talented." But now I can't say it, because Yulong has become so strong, and Yulong's aptitude seems to be higher than him. All right. Facing this answer, Yulong was not disappointed either. It's just that he became more and more curious about the sacred text, and he knew it after 10 days. Sato did not go home, but went to the outskirts of Karakura town to find an open place for training. Although he has gained powerful strength, these powers are too powerful, and he has to strengthen his training in order to better adapt and use them. Of course, Sato didn't dare to throw out his fists with all his strength. If he punches with all his strength at the captain's level, it will definitely cause great damage and movement around him, which is not very good. Sato trained for hours on end, into the night, and then just lay down and rested. It is said that after Ichigo regained the power of Shinigami, his complexion and spirit were much better than before. He was no longer listless, and his whole body was full of vitality, and he became a spiritual boy again. When Ichigo came home, his younger sister Yuzou prepared dinner. "Brother, you are back." Yuzou saw that Ichigo came back, and saw that Ichigo was completely different from the depression of the previous 2 days, so he jumped up happily. "Brother, are you out of the shadow of broken love? Congratulations to brother Ichigo." Yuzou's words caused Ichigo to stumble directly. When did I lose love? What nonsense is Yuzou talking about? Who taught you these words?" Chapter 10. Ichigo has been depressed for a few days since his Shinigami power was dethroned by Byakuya Kuchiki. His 2 younger sisters naturally saw it. However, Yuzou thought Ichigo was lost in love because Xiaoli told her. "Sister Xiaoli told me that," she said, "that an adolescent boy was depressed all day long, probably because he lost his love in school." Yuzou said to Ichigo seriously. Ichigo really wanted to cry but had no tears. His 2 younger sisters, Yuzou, were cute and serious at first, but it seems that under the influence of Xiaoli, there are more questions in her mind that she shouldn't think about in her grade. Ichigo sighed, knowing that his depression was affecting both sisters these days. Ichigo showed a bright smile and patted Yuzou's head. "It's okay, brother is fine now." Yuzou also feels that Ichigo has really cheered up at this moment, and he is happy from the bottom of his heart. "By the way, where's Dad? Where did that guy go?" Ichigo remembered that he didn't seem to see his father these days. "The old guy is often missing. Maybe he went to other places to see a doctor, or maybe he went to hook up somewhere, who knows?" Xiaoli, who was sitting on the sofa watching the football game, looked indifferent. It is not surprising that Kurosaki Ishin often disappears. They didn't bother to worry, because they thought it was impossible for their father, who was not serious at all, to have anything to do. Ichigo nodded, entered the door and sat down, eating a lot of delicacies made by Yuzou. Yuzou is very virtuous, usually well-behaved and sensible, and the food he cooks is very good in appearance and taste. After eating, Ichigo greeted his 2 younger sisters and returned to his room. As soon as he got back to his room, he looked at the doll on the table that Yuzou had dressed up in the shape of a doll, soul. It seems that the soul has been tortured in Yuzou's hands. Seeing Ichigo's return, Soul cried out excitedly, "Ichigo, you are finally back." As Hun spoke, he tore off the doll decorations on himself and returned to the appearance of a puppet bear. In fact, he could just take off the costumes he doesn't like, but he has been pretending to be a normal puppet at home, not wanting to make Juzou suspicious and sad, so he waited until Ichigo came back before taking off the costumes and pretending to be a puppet in front of Ichigo. A pitiful look. "Ichigo, where is big sister? Will big sister come back? Woohoo, my big sister, I seem to be trampled by you under your feet, my big sister, come back soon." The big sister that Soul said was Rukia. Rukia was arrested, except for Ichigo and other special people. Everyone else has no memory, and the soul is a reformed soul, so the memory naturally still exists. Seeing the soul like this, Ichigo didn't stop it, and let it scream in a low voice. Walking to the window and opening the curtains to look at the night sky, Ichigo became more determined. "Rukia, no matter what, I will rescue you. Even if the soul society is in danger, even if it is going up the mountain of swords and going down into the sea of fire, Ichigo, a single-minded guy, will desperately save Rukia." After all, Ichigo still foolishly believes that everything happened because of him, that Rukia taught him the power of Shinigami, which led to Rukia's punishment. In fact, the root cause is not the case. "No. Ichigo." Soul jumped on Ichigo's head and yelled, I'm going to save big sister too. Ichigo, take me with you, and I will go too. Without big sister, there would be no me, I can't lose big sister." Rukia can be said to be Hun's savior. Hun likes Rukia very much, and often says that he has dedicated his body and mind to Rukia, although the purpose is to rush to Rukia. Soul. Ichigo was a little moved when he saw Soul like this. Hun is also very affectionate and righteous. "Ichigo, I'm going to save big sister too, I can't live without big sister." Oni's head tugged at Ichigo's hair and kept yelling. As soon as Ichigo raised his hand, he firmly grasped the soul. Ichigo's current strength, even with a light grasp, is like an iron pincer, making Soul unable to struggle at all. "Ah, Ichigo, you are trying to crush me to death, it hurts, take it easy." Soul let out a shrill cry. Ichigo quickly covered Soul's mouth with the other hand, while controlling the force to the lightest. "UBD, don't shout so loudly, it's not good to be heard by Juzou Natsurai." At this time, Ichigo suddenly thought of something, and said accelerate silently in his heart. The soul captured by Ichigo immediately changed. Ding, Hun, start to speed up. Ryutsu's strengthening success. Foot strength strengthened successfully. Muscle strengthening is successful, you can change the shape of the muscle, and the strength will be doubled. Soul is also regarded as a member of the protagonist group. Ichigo successfully accelerated the growth of Soul. The acceleration of the Soul is naturally the same as that of Orium and Sato, all in one step. Soul's Ryutsu has become stronger, and the kicking power he is good at is stronger. He can also become the muscular form Soul transformed by Kurotsuka Mayuri of the Technology Development Bureau during the bloody battle, full of strength. Ichigo let go of his hand, and saw that except for the head, Soul's body expanded rapidly, gaining exaggerated muscles and full of strength. Ah! How did I become like this? Why do I feel that my Ryutsu is stronger, and all the powers are also stronger? What's going on? Hun looked left and right to see his muscular figure, with a dazed look on his face. Ichigo didn't intend to explain anything to Soul, but just said casually, "Okay, anyway, you have become stronger now, do you really want to come with us to save Rukia?" Ichigo asked Soul again. Soul feels his body that has been strengthened n times, and he feels full of strength. He jumped up with his hands on his hips, and immediately shouted, "Of course I'm going. How many times have I told you, Ichigo, I, Lord Soul, can't lose eldest sister. I'm going to rescue eldest sister too." Ichigo nodded, "Okay." Ichigo agrees to let Soul go with Soul Society to rescue Rukia. After all, this is the strong request of the Soul, and it seems that multiple people have a higher success rate in rescuing Rukia at the same time. As for the real world, you can ask Urahara for an obedient Yuhun pill, and use Ichigo's body to go to school and live normally. This is even better than the Soul, otherwise if the Soul uses Ichigo's body to mess around, Ichigo will be ruined in all kinds of ways. What Ichigo doesn't know is that Soul wants to go to Soul Society for other reasons besides saving Rukia. Hun is now fantasizing, in the Soul Society, besides the eldest sister, there must be many beautiful big girls, it is simply the gentle town of my Lord Soul, the gentle town, here I come. Of course, because Rukia's execution date is nearly 20 days away. Urahara's plan is to let Ichigo and others practice hard for 7 days to improve some combat experience and strength, and then send Ichigo and the others to the Soul Society. In the following time, Soul also joined the training team. Ichigo, Uryu, Orium, Sato, and Ono trained for 7 days. The basic combat skills and experience have been greatly improved. And after the end of the 7th day, the loading of Ichigo's double knife panel and the basic panel of Yulong's Millennium Blood War period is completed. Chapter 11. 7 days have passed, Ichigo loaded the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period. Ding! The basic panel of the Bloody Battle period has been successfully loaded, and you have obtained the power of the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period. At this moment, Ichigo only felt a vast ocean-like force gushing out of his body. Ichigo was very surprised. Originally, when awakening Shinigami's power, he obtained dual swords and super Ryutsu, and his strength is already very powerful. But after loading the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period, earth-shaking changes have taken place. His spiritual power Ryutsu seems to be endless, even his hands and feet are filled with extremely powerful power. Even, Ichigo feels that his current strength is much stronger than before. It's as if it has risen to another dimension, which is different from the previous cloud and mud. It was inevitable that Ichigo would feel this way. In the original book, Ichigo ventured into the Soul Society, experienced Zaraki Kenpachi, Byakuya Kuchiki, and went through the Arrancar chapter, learned Hollow and defeated Grimmjow and Ulquiorra, and later fought with Aizen, and then defeated Yinchinj in the end of the Magic chapter, a bloody battle of 1,000 years after several fierce battles. Only then did the double knife panel of the Ichigo Bloody Battle period come into being. It's like a full-level attribute panel. The strength of Ichigo with the full-level panel is very terrifying. Even Yhwach would not dare to take Ichigo's slash without omniscience. So at this time, Ichigo felt that his power seemed to have risen to one or even several dimensions. Ichigo was amazed and shocked by the changes in himself. It took a long time to calm down. He closed his eyes, recalling the scene when he met Renji and Byakuya and was instantly killed by Byakuya. At that time, Ichigo was so weak that he couldn't even see Byakuya's movements clearly, so the sword was broken by Byakuya with his bare hands, and his Shinigami power was abolished. But when Ichigo recalls it now, the scene in his mind seems to have slowed down countless times. How Byakuya made a move at that time, Ichigo can see clearly now. Not only did Ichigo see Byakuya's movement clearly, but Byakuya's movement was so slow in Ichigo's eyes at this time. Byakuya, whose strength was high before and far surpassed Ichigo, now seems to be nothing more than that. It's not even worth mentioning. Ichigo's strength has changed, completely changed. There is even an incomparable feeling. Now Ichigo, no longer weak and pitiful, has the qualifications to challenge the entire Soul Society. Ichigo took a deep breath, and his gaze was firm. Rukia, I will definitely rescue you, even if I am facing the entire Soul Society. Ichigo is determined to rescue Rukia. He believes that he can do it now that he has such a powerful force, and no one can stop him. That powerless situation will never happen again. Ichigo loaded the panel of the Bloody Battle period. After the panel value is full, his Ryutsu is already so powerful that it is indescribable. Ichigo only feels that if he doesn't restrain his own Ryutsu, if ordinary people get close to him, they will explode instantly because they can't bear his powerful Ryutsu. So he has to restrain his Ryutsu all the time, otherwise others can't bear it. At the same time, his perception of the spiritual power Ryutsu is also exceptionally keen. Even, he can clearly perceive the people with spiritual power in the whole Karakura town. Ichigo closed his eyes, and his consciousness scanned the entire Karakura town. He felt Orium, Sato, Ryutsu of Urahara, and also swept Urahara store and felt Urahara, Uruaki, Tessai. In addition, there are many people with spiritual power in Karakura town. For example, in the underground of an abandoned warehouse, Ichigo felt a number of Ryutsu who looked like Shinigami and virtual. And the full realization technique Jinjo Kyujo and the others. Ichigo sensed it all. And those who were perceived by Ichigo's consciousness, some of them instinctively felt that someone was spying on them. Urahara store. What's wrong Kisuke? What's the matter? Looking at Urahara Kisuke who suddenly frowned, Uruaki asked with some doubts. Urahara Kisuke scratched his head, and his expression returned to normal. Maybe I was worrying too much, just now I felt as if something was watching me. Swept by Ichigo's divine sense, Urahara felt a sense of disobedience being stared at. Uruaki also nodded, you said that, I seemed to have the same feeling just now. However, maybe it's an illusion. Although Uruaki also felt this way, she felt that it might be an illusion. After all, she and Urahara were also worried and busy because of Rukia's affairs during this period, and they were somewhat exhausted physically and mentally. Hashu. In the basement of an abandoned factory, Hirako Shinji yawned with his dead fish eyes. Why do I feel weird? It feels like our location has been discovered. What's the matter with this feeling? Maguruma Kensei folded his hands on his chest, and said coldly, you think too much Shinji, we have been hiding here for dozens or hundreds of years, how could anyone else know that we are here? Saragaki Hiri punched Hirako with two sharp teeth, baldy Shinji. You guys say such things for no reason. You want to scare us, so get punched. Hirako was hit flying by Hiri, screaming that he was wronged. Perfection, Skyushin Club. Jinjo Kyujo and Tsukishima also had a strange feeling, but they checked around the club and found nothing unusual, so they gradually felt relieved. Ichigo opened his eyes, and said to himself, I am now, so strong. Even Ichigo himself felt that he was very strong. Not only is it strong, Ichigo, whose basic panel is full now, is simply too strong. Ding! Double Swords Bankai Tensa Zangetsu is continuing to load, it is expected to take 3 days. Ding! The power of the void is loading, and the 3 powers are perfectly fused. It is expected to take 10 days. After the loading is successful, you will be able to use the virtual power proficiently. You will be able to change into a posture holding 2 knives, pale skin, and growing a horn. At that time, the 3 powers in your body will be perfectly integrated. The power is even higher, and it can release Wangsu Crescent Sky Chong. Another reminder sounded in Ichigo's mind. In 7 days, he loaded the basic panel of the Blood War period, and the double sword Bankai Tensa Zangetsu still needs 3 days to load successfully. Now that Ichigo is so powerful, if he learns Bankai, wouldn't he be invincible? Moreover, in fact, Ichigo's panel is not really full yet. The Ichigo of the double knife panel, in fact, mainly uses the power of Shinigami and the power of the Quincy, and the power of the virtual has not yet been fully integrated. The Ichigo with the perfect fusion of the 3 powers is the strongest Ichigo. In the original book, Ichigo, the double knife, can also use virtual power to turn into a form with a white body and a horn on his forehead. This form is stronger than the ordinary double sword form. It can also release the Crescent Sky Chong, which is fused with Wang Siro's light, and it is even stronger. And to load this form, it only takes another 10 days. Chapter 12. Yulong and Ichigo are somewhat similar, because both of them have very high aptitude and huge room for improvement, so it takes a certain amount of time for the accelerated growth system to load their strength, and they cannot be completed in one step. At this time, Yulong, like Ichigo, has already loaded the bloody battle panel. A voice appeared in Yulong's mind. Ding! The basic panel of the bloody battle is successfully loaded. You have obtained the basic panel strength of the bloody battle period. Holy text A is fully reversed and loading, it is expected to take another 3 days. What followed was an extremely powerful force. Yulong has acquired the power of the basic panel during the Millennium Bloody Battle in the original book. The Rain Dragon during the Millennium Blood War is no simple character. Before that, Yulong went through the life and death battle between Soul Society and Kurotsuka Mayuri, the experience of Hueco Mundo in the Arrancar chapter, and the completion of the Manifestation chapter, drinking the blood of Yhwach in the 1000-year bloody battle, which greatly increased his strength. Now that the bloody battle panel is loaded, Yulong is not what it used to be. He is no longer the Quincy master who can only draw a bow and shoot in the air. His strength has been greatly improved. If the holy text A is added to completely reverse it, then Yulong can fight back and forth with Hasward, at least at the level of Yhwach's personal guards. This is my power, it's too strong. Feeling the boundless and powerful spiritual power in his body, Yulong looked a little unbelievable, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. After all, this change is really too big. Compared with him 7 days ago, the current him is a world of difference. Yulong was short of breath, and murmured, "Father, you always said that I have no talent, but the fact proves that you are wrong. I have talent, my talent is very high, even higher than you." The growth acceleration system obtained by Ichigo only accelerates the strength that the protagonist group could have achieved. Uraya's talent and strength are among the best in the Quincy division. No talent. Thank you, Kurosaki. Uraya at this moment is also very grateful to Ichigo. When he first met Ichigo not long ago, the two had been opponents because of their identities, but later, he was impressed by Ichigo's charisma, regardless of Shinigami's identity, and recognized Ichigo as a friend. And Ichigo helped him improve his strength again, turning him from a weak Quincy who struggled to fight an ordinary Suitu to a strong player who relied on system acceleration to fill the base panel. It's all very dreamy, and Uraya is also grateful to Ichigo. This trip to the Soul Society, I will protect you and everyone. Yulong pushed his glasses with a serious face. He felt that he had gained great power, and if he went to the Soul Society, he should protect Ichigo and the others, and try his best to help Ichigo rescue Rukia. Also today, it was the day we agreed to start Soul Society. Ichigo, Soul, Uraya, Orium, and Sato agreed to meet at the Urahara store. However, before Kazuko goes out, Ichigo meets his seemingly unreliable dad, Kurosaki Ishin, who has disappeared for days. Ichigo, wait, I have something for you. Kurosaki Ishin called out to Ichigo, and handed something like an amulet to Ichigo. At this time, Kurosaki Ishin lost the power of Shinigami for some reason. He also knew that his son was going to the Soul Society, so he found an amulet from somewhere and gave it to Ichigo. Although he also heard from Urahara Kisuke that Ichigo has awakened the power of Shinigami, and that Ryutsu is very strong, but as a father and former captain of the 10th Division, he knows that breaking into the Soul Society is not a joke, it is abnormal dangerous. Don't worry, Dad, I'll take the things. Ichigo was a little moved, and took the amulet from his father without thinking too much, and put it on his body. Although with Ichigo's current strength, this amulet is basically useless, but after all, it is Kurosaki Ishin's father's wish, and Ichigo naturally accepted it. Of course, Ichigo still doesn't know anything about his father, or about his own parentage. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Ichigo's leaving back, somehow, felt that this child seemed to have grown up. Not long after, Ichigo went to the Urahara store. Uraya, Orium, and Sato are already waiting here. Kurosaka-san. Orium greeted Ichigo with a smile and waved warmly. Sato stood aside, with a strong body and an uncle-like face, giving people a very calm feeling. Orium and Sato have been accelerated by Ichigo's system, the panel has been fully loaded, and after 7 days of hard training, they are already able to use their own strength proficiently. As for Yulong, let alone, the panel of the Millennium Bloody Battle is even stronger. At this time, Yulong changed into a pure white Quincy costume, which belonged to their Quincy battle costume, just like Shinigami's Shiba costume. The appearance of Ichigo surprised Urahara, Urahara, and others. Because they didn't get a hint of Ryutsu from Ichigo. I could feel it before. Ichigo, where's your Ryutsu? Why can't I feel it? Did you hide it? Black Cat Urahara stared wide-eyed, jumped on Ichigo's head and asked. In this regard, Ichigo smiled and said, that's right, because my Ryutsu is relatively strong, I think it's better to hide it normally. The Ichigo Ryutsu of the double knife panel during the bloody battle is too strong, it is better to be restrained at ordinary times, otherwise ordinary people will not be able to stand it wherever they go. Urahara licked his cat's paw, and gave Ichigo a white look, well, you kid seems to be stronger again, your talent is amazing. Urahara felt that Ichigo was stronger, and marveled at Ichigo's talent, which was simply invincible. Even she was a little envious. Instead, Urahara said seriously, however, your experience is still too little, don't mess around after you go to the Soul Society, and follow my command. Do you understand? Hey? Senior Urahara, you're going too. Ichigo and Urahara were stunned, but they didn't expect Urahara to go with them too. You idiots, can I not go to you little brats? Idiots. Facing Sora's powerful but fledgling Ichigo and others, Urahara and Urahara are naturally not at ease. In the original book, Urahara also led Ichigo and the others to the Soul Society. Of course, another reason is that the essence of this contest is the duel between Urahara and Aizen. At this time, the puppet soul got out from Ichigo's clothes. Ah, I'm almost suffocating. Ichigo, UBD, don't let me out sooner. The appearance of Hun made everyone else stunned, Yulong and Sato even had black lines on their faces. No, isn't it? Is this guy going too? Yulong twitched the corner of his mouth and pointed at Hun. Ichigo scratched his head, there's no way, this guy wants to follow, so let him come with him. Seeing that he seemed to be despised, Hun immediately jumped up and scolded Yulong, what do you mean, you four-eyed boy? Do you despise me? FKU, Mr. Hun is different now. I'm afraid it will hurt you if I punch you. It can smash you flat. Humph. Oni stood on Ichigo's shoulders with his hands on his hips with a smug expression on his face. At the same time, he was full of fantasies, he didn't know what to think of, and he said foolishly, Sister, I'll come to rescue you soon. And soul societies. No matter how you look at it, it is unreliable. Urahara and Sato shrugged, and Urahara felt very helpless, but the soul wanted to follow, so he let it go. Then, after Urahara said some precautions, he and Tessai opened the portal to Soul Society. Ichigo, Urahara, Orium, Sato, and Ongamai jumped into the gate with a black cat. Let's go, Soul Society! Chapter 13. After Ichigo and the others entered the portal, Urahara stood where he was, with a solemn expression on his face. Hope they can really stop Aizen. Or, it would be nice to save Miss Kuchiki, so my conscience will feel better. Urahara murmured. This action, on the surface, is Ichigo going to the Soul Society to save Rukia. The conflict between Ichigo and the Soul Society is actually a contest between Aizen and Urahara. Urahara put the Hogyoku he had researched into Rukia before. It can be said that he harmed Rukia, and he felt somewhat guilty. I hope Ichigo and the others save Rukia. After entering the gate, Ichigo and the others came to a dim place called Boundary. Boundary, connecting the present world and the Soul Society, is a rather peculiar place. Black Cat Urahara is in front, and Ichigo and others keep running forward behind. While running, Urahara did not forget to instruct Ichigo and others behind him earnestly. Ichigo, remember, whenever you meet a captain of Godi 13, there is only one thing you have to do, and that is, escape. Escape. Ichigo and Urahara were taken aback by Urahara's words, their eyes were strange and they didn't understand. Urahara added, the Shinigami who came to this world to hunt down Rukia is called Byakuya Kuchiki, and he is the captain of the 6th division. You have seen Ichigo and Urahara before. Although your aptitude and strength are good, your combat power is not as good as these. The captain still has a certain distance. So listen to me, if you want to survive, run away if you meet him. Urahara's move is also for the good of Ichigo and the others. In the original book, Ichigo and the others are indeed told that if they meet a captain-level Shinigami, they should run as fast and as far as possible. However, things are a little different now. Ichigo put the 2 knives on his back, and while running, he thought of Byakuya, who was so cold and so powerful that Ichigo couldn't see his movements clearly. But in the eyes of Ichigo, who has obtained the combat power panel of the bloody battle period, Byakuya, or the general Shinigami captain, does not seem to be that powerful. Does he really need to escape? It seems not necessarily. Yulong is always calm, but at this time he doesn't agree with Urahara's suggestion. Senior Urahara, although you are doing it for our own good, I still think that if we really meet Captain Shinigami, we can try to fight, and if we really can't fight, we can evacuate. Ishida is right. Those so-called Soul Society Godi 13 captains don't seem to be that strong. Ichigo agrees with Urahara very much. Sato also nodded and clenched his fists, I think I can try it too. Soul, who had been lying on Ichigo's shoulder, also clamored, Captain Shinigami, as long as you dare to stop my Lord Soul from saving elder sister, I will punch you one by one to make them look good. Orium looked serious, determined, I will protect everyone too. Urahara, who was leading the way, trembled with 6 whiskers, his cat face twitched, and turned his head to scold a few people, you brats, what do you think of my words, you didn't listen to them at all, did you? Everyone doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, but he is the captain, and the talent penultimate has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. How can you brats deal with it now? If you want to survive, keep my words in mind. People at the level of the chief officer or the captain can still compete, but if you meet the captain of Shinigami, run away immediately. Do you understand? From Urahara's point of view, her words are fine, telling Ichigo and the others not to fight head-on with Captain Shinigami is entirely to keep Ichigo and the others from dying in vain. Facing Urahara's strong request, Ichigo and Yulong had no choice but to agree verbally. Yes. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The walls on both sides of the boundary passage kept sliding down, like a mudslide, chasing Ichigo and the others. These things like mudslides are called Julyu. Because of the large area of Julyu and the speed is very fast, Yulong was accidentally entangled. However, Yulong is very calm. Directly transformed into a sacred destroying arrow, the arrows condensed, and with just one shot, all the obstacles like mudslides disappeared under this arrow. Everything returned to calm. Yulong patted his sacred Quincy costume, removed the dirty cloak, pushed his glasses and said calmly, this so-called restraint is not difficult to deal with. When Kuryu appeared just now, Black Cat Urahara and Orium Sato were startled. Especially Urahara. Urahara knows that things like Kuryu will entangle the spirit body, and generally cannot be dealt with by Zanpakuto or ordinary moves. But Yulong just shot a bow and arrow, and solved the arrest. Isn't this too unexpected? When did this brat become so strong? Urahara didn't have a good way to deal with Kuryu, but Urahara easily solved it. Urahara didn't expect that Yulong's strength was so strong, even stronger than when he was activated by Ichigo a few days ago. Phew, I really surprised Uncle Hun. I didn't expect that you, a guy with glasses, can do anything. Soul wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said forcibly calmly. But everyone did not get out of danger because of this. Ichigo and the others were very unlucky. Not only did they encounter a mudslide-like stream, but at this time a bright light shone from behind, and at the same time they heard the sound of a train running. The moment he heard the voice, the black cat Urahara's face changed drastically. No, it's Juzou. Juzou will appear in the boundary once every 7 days. Because the boundary is a zone that connects reality and soul society, it is not allowed to stay for too long, so Juzou is formed. The appearance of Juzou is like a train, but its function is like a scavenger, cleaning everything that stays in the boundary exist. And Kutou is harder to deal with than Kuryu. The Kutou is a strange being that doesn't exist without Ryutsu, and even Godi I-13's Shinigami are pretty much helpless against it. In the original book, the only one who directly solves Kukou is Aizen, who is fused with Hogyoku. Juzou will clean up everything in the boundary. Run away. Urahara yelled for everyone to run away. Ichigo learned from Urahara, Shunpo is more proficient, Yulong's Quincy is also very fast, but Sato and Orium are more of a human being, and their moving speed is slower, and the speed cannot match the speed of the train. Orium was about to be caught up. Orium hurriedly prepared to use the Sotenkyo shield barrier to stop Juzou, but Ichigo also stopped. He looked at the approaching Juzou without any fear in his eyes, and picked up the longer Zanpakuto behind him with his right hand. Inu, get out of the way. Crescent sky rushes. In an instant, Ichigo was swept away by a golden crescent sky. Ichigo's crescent moon is no longer blue or black and red, but golden. Idiot, Ichigo, I told you Kutou is impossible to deal with. Urahara anxiously scolded Ichigo for being an idiot. She said just now that Kutou is the scavenger of the boundary, and even Shinigami can't do anything about it, let alone Ichigo. However, a scene that surprised Urahara and everyone appeared. I saw that Ichigo's golden crescent moon directly split Juzou into 2 halves. The Juzou, which was split in half, exploded with a bang. Orium hastened to deploy the Shuangtiangui shield, and used the shield to block the aftermath of the explosion. Ichigo lightly resolved the Kukou that seemed impossible to any Shinigami to deal with. Urahara's cat face was completely stunned, his hair was standing on end, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. Kutou was destroyed by Ichigo. Chapter 14. This can scare the cat silly. Originally, she thought that Ichigo was doing something stupid, because Kutou is a special kind of existence, and even the Shinigami of the Soul Society have been helpless for thousands of years, but Ichigo killed Kutou for killing him. A golden crescent moon shot directly destroys Juzou. What Kutou is a boundary scavenger, Shinigami's moves are useless, these are all fake. As long as the attack is strong enough, it can still destroy Juzou. The vast majority of Shinigami can't do anything about Kutou, it's just that they are not strong enough. Therefore, it is conceivable how powerful the Crescent Sky Chong released by Ichigo just now is. The others were also stunned and shocked. Kurosaka's move is so strong. Not to mention Orium Sato, even Urahara, who loaded the Millennium Bloody Battle panel, felt that Ichigo's Crescent Moon was amazingly powerful, much stronger than the arrow he just shot. Inu, are you okay? Ichigo looked at Orium with some concern and asked. Compared to destroying Juzou, he cares more about the comfort of his companions. Ah! Orium blushed, quickly waved his hands and said, I'm fine, Kurosaka-san, I'm really fine, ha ha ha. Then he lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, thank you, Kurosaka-san. In front of Ichigo, Orium is like a shy little girl. At the same time, she is also very grateful to Ichigo for saving her, otherwise if she is caught up suddenly, the consequences will not be good. Orium's current panel is also full. The Shuangtian return shield she used just now, the orange protective cover completely blocked the aftermath of the sudden explosion. Miss Orium, you are awesome. Soul makes a look of adoration, then wants to jump to Orium, to feel the warmth. But Hun couldn't hide this little thought from Ichigo at all, and was directly dragged back by Ichigo. Then Ichigo asked the Black Cat, Senior Urahara, there shouldn't be any other danger here in the broken world, right? Hearing Ichigo's question, Urahara's cat face twitched, and his whiskers twitched several times. Immediately, he rolled his eyes at Ichigo. You, the boundary scavenger, have been dealt with by you, so what's the danger? Kuta was destroyed by Ichigo, and naturally there is no other danger in the broken world. Or for Ichigo and the others, the situation of danger did not exist at the beginning of the break. By the way, how did you do it? You can even kill Juzou. Ichigo's strength is beyond Urahara's expectation. In Urahara's impression, Ichigo is still the same Ichigo who awakened Shinigami power 7 days ago, and Ryutsu is very strong. As everyone knows, Ichigo has already loaded the basic panel of the bloody battle period, which is 1 or 2 dimensions stronger than before. Aizen, which has not broken through the limit of Shinigami when fused with Hogyoku, can instantly kill Kuta, and Ichigo with a double blade panel can also do it, and it is easier. This is the general strength of Ichigo today. Incredibly strong. However, instead of being complacent, Ichigo shrugged and said seriously, I just thought Anu was in danger, and then I shot. I didn't expect to really stop Kuta, and this Kuta doesn't seem to be as difficult to deal with as Urahara-senpai said. Ichigo is telling the truth. He had heard Urahara say that there was nothing Shinigami could do about Kuta, and he believed Urahara's words, but Orium was about to be caught up by Kuta, so he had to make a move. Unexpectedly, his golden crescent moon shot directly destroyed Juzou. All right. Urahara sighed, I don't know whether it's joy or gratitude that Ichigo has solved Kuta, I can't see that you are so strong. Let's go, the Soul Society is ahead, don't mess around then. At this time, everyone saw the bright exit in front of the boundary, and when they walked out there, the Soul Society was outside. Although I saw the exit, there was still a distance. Because Ichigo solved Kuta, Urahara and others were also shocked, and the group walked slowly towards the exit. After walking for a while, I walked out of the broken boundary and entered the periphery of Soul Society, Rukonga. Soul Society is mainly composed of Rukonga and Seireitei. The outside is Rukonga, where the souls of refugees live, and the inside is Seireitei. Those who can live in Seireitei are either members of the nobles, or students of Shinigami or Spiritual Arts Academy. It can be described as distinct levels. At this time, the Technology Development Bureau of the Special Department of the 12th Division. There was such a big commotion in the boundary just now, and they monitored the situation there. Jin, the Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau, had a look of horror on his face. How is this possible? Juzou in the broken world, is, gone. Jin saw that on the monitoring and boundary measuring instrument of the Technology Development Bureau, the sharp point that originally represented suddenly appeared, and then disappeared suddenly. This is something the Soul Society has never seen in hundreds of years. Juzou appears once every 7 days, and it has become a regular pattern. When Juzou appears, Shinigami are not allowed to enter and leave the boundary to prevent accidents. But today's Juzou was very strange, he appeared on time, but disappeared very quickly. Could it be, someone destroyed Juzou? An idea popped up in Jin's mind. But he himself quickly shook his head, it is impossible to destroy Juzou, almost no one can do it. But at this moment, the Technology Development Bureau sounded an alarm. This alarm is automatically issued after an outsider breaks into the Soul Society. Jin and everyone in the Technology Development Bureau were shocked, there is a brigade invading the Soul Society. Lock the alarm location immediately. Ajin and others looked at the equipment, locked on the location of Ichigo and the others, and saw Ichigo and his party. A black cat, a yellow-haired Shinigami Ichigo, a bespectacled Quincy, a burly Sato, a harmless Orium, and Soul Sama with his hands on his hips. These people are travel disasters. At this time, the absurd idea just now appeared in Ajin's mind. Could it be that Juzou was really wiped out by these travel disasters? The sudden disappearance of Juzou and the invasion of Ichigo and others happened almost at the same time. It is impossible to say that there is no connection between the two. If this is the case, how strong is the Lvao power that can destroy Juzou? Tell Captain Nai the news. There is also a first level alert that immediately raises the alert to the highest level. Hurry up! The staff of the Technology Development Bureau reported the news of the disappearance of Kusuo and the invasion of Brigade to the captain of the 12th Division, Kurosuke Mayuri, and at the same time set the alarm to the highest level. In an instant, Wang Ming's deafening sirens sounded everywhere in Seireitei. For a time, the whole Seireitei panicked. P.S. Thank you Zhang for the monthly pass, thank you very much. Chapter 15. Kurosuke Mayuri is doing some kind of research in the research room. A staff member of the Technology Development Bureau came in to report tremblingly. Nirvana, Master Kurosuke Mayuri. What is it? Kurosuke Mayuri turned his head impatiently. The staff member was very frightened, and hurriedly said, Master Kurosuke Mayuri, there are travel disasters invading, A&D. Deputy Director Ajin said that these travel disasters are not trivial, and it is very likely that they will destroy all the border crossings. Nani? This time, even Kurosuke Mayuri was stunned. Destroyed Juzou? How is this possible? Even with my research methods, I can't do anything about Juzou for the time being, although I have no interest in that thing. There are few things that can surprise scientist Kurosuke Mayuri, but someone who can destroy Juzou must be counted as one. After all, even Kurosuke Mayuri himself seems to be unable to do it. Master Kurosuke Mayuri, here is the information about those travel accidents. The reporting staff member presented some information in his hand. Kurosuke Mayuri took it, and saw the picture of Ichigo and his party in Rukonga. A black cat, 2 Shinigami imps carrying Zanpakuto, 2 humans, a puppet, A&D. The Quincy. GGG. Kurosuke Mayuri stared at the figure of Urahara in the picture, his expression immediately became excited, and his eyes showed excitement and interest. It's been a long time since I studied Quincy. Kurosuke Mayuri really wanted to capture Urahara for research, and he didn't care whether Ichigo and the others really destroyed Juzou. In the face of research, such little things are not important at all. As the highest level of warning sounded, the Shinigami of Seireitei were all informed of the brigade's invasion. Seireitei has been quiet for tens of hundreds of years. The last time people were panicked was the disappearance of souls 100 years ago. Now the invasion of travel disasters also makes most Shinigami panic. In particular, the Technology Development Bureau activated the highest level of alarm. It is conceivable that the strength of this invasion is absolutely extraordinary. One of the 4 great nobles, the residents of the Kuchiki family. Byakuya looked at the portrait of his late parents, and then at the portrait of his wife Kuchiki Hinma, revealing a rare complexion. The order and glory of the Kuchiki family on one side and his sister Rukia on the other make it difficult for Byakuya to choose. Also at this time, Byakuya received news of the brigade's invasion. Travel disaster. For some reason, Byakuya suddenly thought of the yellow-haired kid who was killed by him in Karakura town a few days ago and deactivated Shinigami's power. Could it be, it's him? To Byakuya, Ichigo is nothing more than an insignificant imp. If Rukia hadn't pleaded with Ichigo before, I'm afraid Byakuya had already killed Ichigo. After all, Byakuya is still a sister-in-law at heart, and it is because Rukia passed the power of Shinigami to Ichigo who is a human being that Rukia was executed, at least on the surface. Byakuya's face quickly returned to ice cold. Whether it's Ichigo or not, Byakuya doesn't care. Because, in his opinion, with Ichigo's three-legged feet, even if he came to the Soul Society, he would just die in vain. He didn't even want to give a courageous evaluation, and even thought Ichigo and the others were stupid. Wouldn't it be nice to live a normal life in Karakura town? Do you want to come to Soul Society to die? Or, is Ichigo naive enough to think that he can beat Byakuya Kuchiki, the entire Seireitei? It's a fantasy. Byakuya didn't have any interest in this, and didn't even bother to deal with the travel disaster himself. In his opinion, Ichigo's level may not even reach the level of the chief executive. And he is the head of the Kuchiki family, the captain of the 6th team. The residents of the Jushiro family. Jushiro and Kiraku are drinking tea, originally talking about Rukia's execution. They all felt that Rukia's execution was too abnormal. It is a felony for Rukia to transfer the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, but the 46 room actually sentenced Rukia to death. Moreover, the execution is still carried out with bipolar. The use of bipolar punishment is the treatment that a person with a heinous crime should have. Although Rukia committed a felony, it is not a heinous crime. Kiraku and Jushiro are inevitably perverse and skeptical about this. Travel disaster. The blaring of the highest level of brigade invasion sirens all over Seireitei brought Jushiro and Kiraku's thoughts back to reality. Jing Li raised her head, supported the bamboo hat, took a sip of tea and said in a leisurely voice, "Travel disaster invasion, there has been no such thing for hundreds of years, these things seem to be getting more and more abnormal. There was Rukia's strange execution before, and now it's rare to see a brigade invasion in 100 years. With the minds of Jingle and Jushiro, they immediately thought that these two things should be related. It's still the highest level of alarm. Are those travel accidents really dangerous? Jushiro, the good old man, was a little puzzled by this. At this time, the deputy captain of the 8th squad, Ise Nanao, walked over with a grumpy face, wishing to scold Jingle, who was never serious, but this is Jushiro's house after all, and it's not easy to get angry, so I still have to give her save some face for this dishonest captain. Xiao Kigzu, why are you here too? Come, sit down and drink tea. After seeing Nanao, Jingle invited Nanao to sit down and drink tea together. Chi Su's cheeks twitched. What time was it? He, the captain, was still in the mood for tea. Cough cough. Nanao coughed lightly, and then said to Jingle and Jushiro seriously, the leader of the Jingle band, the leader of Jushiro, this trip accident, is very dangerous. Hearing Nanao's words, Kiraku and Jushiro were a little surprised. They are veteran captains second only to Captain Yamamoto and Captain Unokina, and they have seen most of the world, but at this time, Nanao actually said that this trip accident is very dangerous. What's going on? Nanao continued, according to the guys from the Technology Development Bureau, the Juzou in the boundary has disappeared, and it should have been destroyed by the travel disaster. Nanao's words made both Jushiro and Kiraku's pupils shrink. As veteran captains, they naturally know the special existence of Kutu in the broken world. Shinigami has yet to effectively deal with the control of Kutu, let alone destroy it. However, it was this Kutu who made Shinigami almost helpless, and was killed by Ichigo with a single knife. Kiraku and Jushiro's expressions turned serious. It's no wonder that the Technology Development Bureau raised the alert to the highest level. The strength of these travel accidents is really strong. In Seireitei at this time, sirens sounded everywhere, and everyone was on alert. Rukia, who was imprisoned in the Palace of Confessions, naturally heard the movement outside. Traveling invasion? Is it Ichigo and the others? Rukia's expression changed, and she thought it might be Ichigo who came to rescue her. She also knew that with Ichigo's temperament, it was very likely that he would come to save her. Rukia was very moved, and 2 crystal tears flowed down her cheeks. What a fool! Ichigo, why are you so stupid? This is the Soul Society. You, why are you so stupid? Rukia was both moved and very worried. Ichigo is desperate to save her, she is very touched, but she doesn't want Ichigo to come. Because Soul Society is too dangerous here. With Ichigo's strength, it's no different from sending him to death. Rukia can only keep praying to Ichigo from the bottom of her heart, hoping that Ichigo and the others will be safe. As for whether she could save herself, she never expected. I hope Ichigo and the others are all right. 5th Team Building. The winner of the Oscar, Aizen Suk, captain of the 5th Division, looks gentle and gentle. At this time, his glasses reflect light from the lens, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. However, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Are you here, Kurosaki Ichigo? Everything is as I expected, I have asked Yin to wait in advance. Aizen had expected that Urahara would send Ichigo and they would come to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia, and even calculated the time when Ichigo and the others would come and the place to enter the Soul Society. Already asked Ichimaru Gin to wait in advance. Being in the 5th team, but strategizing thousands of miles away, everything seems to be in Aizen's calculations. Chapter 16. Actually, Aizen has been watching Ichigo all along. It can be said that the birth of Ichigo was brought together by Aizen. Ichigo has 3 powers of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy in his body, and he is also the experiment that Aizen cares most about. So far, and many things after the original work, Aizen has arranged for Ichigo alone. Aizen had already figured out that Ichigo and the others would come to Soul Society to save Rukia, and even figured out where to stay, and asked Ichimaru Gin to wait in advance to say hello. Aizen thinks he's planning a strategy, but he doesn't know that Ichigo is completely different now. At this time, Ichimaru Gin, captain of the 3rd Division, was near the west gate of Seireitei. He walked around with a smile as if aimlessly, thinking in his heart, speaking of which, time flies, that kid is already in his teens, and he has already become a Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo, what a poor child, pitifully immature. Ichimaru Gin seemed to feel sorry for Ichigo. From its birth to the present, it has been operated and monitored by Aizen, and may even be an experimental product of Aizen forever. In a sense, Ichigo is indeed a bit poor. But this kid is really brave. He even dared to break into such a dangerous place as Soul Society. Is he young and fearless, or is he serious about love and righteousness? As the first real meeting, let's say hello to that child later. Ichimaru Gin squinted his eyes and smiled. This kind of smile looked very sinister and cunning, and at the same time his words were somewhat unpredictable and hard to figure out. Outside the west gate of Seireitei, this is the foothold of Ichigo and the others, and they came here after coming out of the boundary. It's just that Ichigo, who came to Soul Society for the first time, were all surprised by the sight in front of them. The Soul Society has a vast territory, with Seireitei at its center, and Rukia in 4 regions, east, west, north, south, and north, on the periphery of Seireitei. Each Rukia has 80 districts. The farther away Rukia is, the worse the public security is and the worse the living conditions are. Rukia is like a slum in some areas of human beings, and Seireitei is also similar to a rich area. Black Cat Urahara explains to Ichigo them all about Seireitei and Rukia. There are many wandering souls living in Rukia, but what puzzled Ichigo and the others was that they did not see the Rukia residents here, or in other words, these residents all hid because they were afraid of them. Lord Hun frantically looked around, but he didn't find anyone. He was downcast, extremely disappointed, and heartbroken. Ah, why is it different from what I imagined? I thought this would be a paradise, there are many beautiful and warm big girls, ah, how could it be like this, no one can be seen. The soul is rolling, Rukia is not the gentle place he imagined. Yulong leaned over and complained in a contemptuous voice, didn't you come to save your eldest sister? Why doesn't it seem to be the same thing? Hun hurriedly stood up, coughed dryly and said seriously, who said that? I'm here to save eldest sister, you wait for me, brave Hun. Hun is not afraid of difficulties, Hun will come to save you right away. Ichigo ignored Soul's yelling and looked forward. Senior Urahara, Seireitei is right in front of you, Rukia should be inside, right? Seireitei is in front and Rukia is behind, as can be seen from the architectural style at a glance. Ichigo didn't wait for Urahara to respond, and just teleport there with Shunpo. Urahara yelled anxiously, "Stop Ichigo!" When Ichigo was about to enter Seireitei, a tall and solid city wall suddenly landed in the sky, stopping Ichigo and the entire periphery of Seireitei, preventing Ichigo and the others from entering. When the wall fell, the sound was deafening, the ground trembled, and countless dust was kicked up. Really, don't be so impulsive, Ichigo. Urahara rested his cat's paw on his forehead, and explained, in order to prevent people from invading Seireitei, or to prevent the refugees from Rukia from sneaking into Seireitei, the outer periphery of Seireitei is blocked by these high walls, as you can see now. Then let's climb up the wall and cross over, wouldn't it be good? Yulong roughly calculated the height of the city walls. The height of these city walls is not high, and Yulong can easily cross it with flying sickle feet. Don't be so naive. Urahara rolled Yulong's eyes. In addition to the city wall, Seireitei also has a layer of protection called the Soul Shield. Even if ordinary people want to enter Seireitei from the air, they will be blocked by the Soul Shield. Soul Occulting Membrane. Ichigo looked at the sky above Seireitei, and indeed felt a little Ryotsu fluctuation above, and could vaguely see a huge transparent Ryotsu net, which should be the soul occulting membrane Urahara mentioned. However, in Ichigo's eyes, this soul cloaking membrane seems a little fragile, as if he could break it with a single blow. It seems that getting into Seireitei is really not an easy task. Orium clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and sighed nervously. Seireitei's periphery is not only blocked by tall city walls, but also has a soul shield in the air to defend against invasion, so it is really not an easy task for ordinary people to enter Seireitei. The honest man Sato was silent for a moment, and clenched his right fist, I punched this wall. Sato's strength has been fully pulled out, and the current strength can reach the captain level of Shinigami. Whether it is a blow from the giant's right hand or the demon's left hand, the power is very powerful. Sato feels that he can punch the city wall in front of them. Blast a big hole. Don't. This is not good, and there will be a lot of trouble. Urahara vetoes Sato's suggestion. The guards at the gate of Seireitei can also be defeated, let's defeat the guards. Urahara suggested to enter Seireitei by defeating the gate guards, so that there will be less noise and make it easier for Ichigo and the others to move in Seireitei later. However, Urahara didn't know that people in Seireitei were already in panic, and everyone knew that a powerful disaster had invaded the Soul Society. The moment Urahara's words fell, a piece of the city wall was lifted by a giant. Ichigo and the others looked at it, and saw that the giant was holding two axes in both hands. It should be the guard of the Seireitei West Gate that Urahara said. The guard with the double axes is called Seiden Fong, and Ichigo and the others also encountered it in the original book. As long as you defeat this guy, you can enter, right? Ichigo pulled out Zanpakuto behind him and said casually. In fact, with Ichigo's current strength, Zanpakuto is not needed at all to defeat Seiden Fong. Others also looked at the Seiden Fong that appeared, and felt that this person seemed to have no special features except for his large size. It doesn't look very strong. That's it. Even Hun felt that the Si Danfang seemed very weak. After observing and looking carefully, he suddenly jumped in front of Ichigo, with his hands on his hips. Ichigo, watch carefully, let Lord Soul deal with this guy. Hun even proposed that he should defeat Si Danfang. I don't know if it's for the sake of prestige, or to prove that he really wants to save Rukia, or he thinks that Seiden Fong is a soft persimmon, used to bully. The soul has also been strengthened by Ichigo, not only Ryotsu has become stronger, but also has a muscular form, and its strength is also very strong. Nani? You little one want to challenge me? Seidenfang is huge in size, as if looking down at the soul on the ground, the soul is like a small dot. That's right, it's your grandpa Hun. Hun shouted loudly, transform, macho Hun. In an instant, except for the head, the muscles of Hun's whole body swelled and became extremely strong, as if his whole body was full of explosive power. Then he jumped up and punched Seidenfang with a punch. Seidenfang also roared loudly, and the two axes in his hands slashed towards the soul. But, an unexpected scene happened. The seemingly huge and oppressive guard of Seidenfang was punched by a muscular soul, and sent flying. Soul easily defeated the guards. This makes Ichigo and others feel a little incredible. The soul, who has always been very unreliable, unexpectedly has some strength. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. How about it, little Ichigo, little rain dragon, I am not very good, Mr. Hun. Ha. Let's not talk about a small guard, even if the captain of Shinigami is here, Mr. Hun can't let him go around. Ha ha. The muscular soul put his hands on his hips, laughed triumphantly, and uttered nonsense in his mouth. Ichigo and the others twitched the corners of their mouths, feeling that soul hadn't changed at all, he was still the same. After flying the Seidenfang, Ichigo and others can enter Seireitei from the west gate. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the west gate. I saw this person with short silver hair, a smiling face, a broken knife hanging from his waist, and the Captain Hayori, which is exclusive to Godi 13, with a big 3 written on the back of the Hayori. Ichigo and the others were shocked, and Urahara's face changed drastically. Captain of the 3rd Division Ichimaru Gin. Chapter 17. 3. The Captain of the 3rd Squad. Hearing Urahara's words and seeing the smiling lion majesty-like guy in front of him, Soul, who was still triumphant just now, was immediately frightened, and quickly retreated to hide behind Ichigo and the others, returning to his normal form. The person who appeared in front of him was Ichimaru Gin, the captain of the 3rd Division. This is the first captain-level Shinigami that Ichigo and the others have encountered since they came to Soul Society. And Urahara also told them before that Seireitei's Godi 13 has 13 captains. These captains represent the highest combat power of the Soul Society, and each one is extremely powerful. Even Urahara thinks that the current Ichigo and the others are not enough to fight the Shinigami captains who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years like old foxes, and let Ichigo and the others run away immediately if they meet the Shinigami captains. Running away doesn't quite fit Ichigo's style, though. Ichigo and Urahara didn't run away immediately, but looked at the smiling guy ahead. This guy looks dangerous. This is Urahara's evaluation of Ichimaru Gin. From the looks alone, Ichimaru Gin, who smiles like a lion majesty, always gives people a dangerous feeling. And Ichimaru Jin's identity is there, he is the captain of the 3rd team, the highest fighting power of the Soul Society. Can it be dangerous? Urahara stared at Ichimaru Gin warily, it turned out to be this guy. 100 years ago, Urahara was framed by Aizen, and Urahara rescued Urahara and the Masquerade Corps. Naturally, Ichimaru Gin and Aizen were in the same group. The appearance of Ichimaru Gin at this time made Urahara feel a thorn in his back. After all, Ichimaru Gin is very difficult to deal with. Ichimaru Gin is a genius among geniuses. It took only 1 year to graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy, a record that no one seems to have broken so far. As soon as he graduated as Shinigami and entered the 5th team, Ichimaru Gin instantly killed the 3rd seat of the 5th team at that time, showing super high strength. In terms of qualifications and combat power, I am afraid that he is even better than Byakuya. Such a dangerous guy appeared in front of Ichigo and the others right now. It was because he looked at Ichigo with a smile, and said casually, "You are Kurosaki Ichigo, right?" Ichigo was taken aback. At this time, Although Ichigo has a strong panel, his experience and cognition are still relatively young. He doesn't understand how Ichimaru Gin knows his name. You know me? Instead of answering Ichigo's question, Ichimaru Gin smiled and pulled out his zanpakut, which was slightly longer than a dagger. Why did he take out this broken knife? Can it cut someone? Yulong and the others are also a little puzzled. Ichimaru Jin's zanpakut is very short. Can this zanpakut be used for fighting? Short sword? No, my zanpakut is not short. Ichimaru Jin smiled and raised the zanpakut in his hand. I'm sorry, but I can't let you pass through here. After saying this, Ichimaru Jin suddenly showed a weird smile, pointed the knife forward, posed in a handsome pose, and said Zanpakut's liberation language. Shoot it, shins. In an instant, the dagger-like Zanpakut in Ichimaru Jin's hand lit up with a dazzling white light, and the blade suddenly extended at an incredible speed, stabbing straight at Ichigo. Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakut is not short, on the contrary, liberation is almost arguably the longest and fastest Zanpakut in Soul Society. Ichimaru Jin Shikai's blow, he didn't use his full strength, in one word it was let the sea go. He doesn't want to let Ichigo and the others enter Seireitei now, nor will he kill Ichigo. The purpose is just to push Ichigo and the others away, just like in the original book. What Ichimaru Jin and Aizen didn't expect was that the current Ichigo is not the Ichigo they imagined. In the eyes of others, Shin seems to be extremely fast and unstoppable, but in the eyes of Ichigo today, this speed is a bit slow. Bang! I saw Ichigo casually raised the shorter Zangetsu in his hand, and easily blocked Ichimaru Jin Shikai's shins. The point of Shin's knife was right in the middle of Zangetsu, and he couldn't move any further, being blocked firmly by Ichigo. Moreover, Ichigo's figure did not move at all, and his breath was never disturbed. This means that blocking Ichimaru Jin's blow is easy for Ichigo. At this scene, Ichimaru Jin almost opened his eyes, and a surprised expression appeared on his face for the first time. He didn't expect that the fledgling Ichigo could take his Shikai's blow steadily, although his Shikai released water. He underestimated Ichigo. Ichigo is much stronger than he expected. Ichigo was a little surprised at this time. Because he felt that Ichimaru Jin's attack power was too weak, and the captain-level Shinigami was said to be strong? It doesn't seem to be as strong as Urahara said, even a little, but that's it. As the captain of Shinigami, that's not all you can do, is it? Ichigo flicked off Ichimaru Jin's shins and stared at Ichimaru Jin with two swords in hand. Ichigo's strength and aura made Ichimaru Jin feel a little surprised. However, I also think that the current Ichigo is a bit immature. It was commendable to block his Shikai blow, but it was far from enough to be a source of pride for Ichigo. Ichimaru Jin was far from exerting his full strength, and even this Shikai was letting go. What an unlovable child! Ichimaru Jin shrugged, still smiling. Although he doesn't know why the other party knows his name, Ichigo doesn't want to get too entangled with Ichimaru Jin. He came to Soul Society to save people. Call. Ichigo took a deep breath, looked at Seireitei in front of him, his eyes became more serious and sharp, and he said to Orium, the rain dragon behind him, everyone stand a little farther away. Ichigo seemed to want to make a move, and told the others to stand far away so as not to be affected. Thinking that Ichigo had destroyed the Juzou in the broken boundary just now when Ichigo sent the crescent sky rush, Yulong and the others hurriedly retreated a certain distance as Ichigo said. Urahara looked helpless. In fact, she didn't want Ichigo to fight against captain-level characters so soon, because she thought that Ichigo was not the opponent of Captain Shinigami before he learned Bankai. After all, Bankai is the ultimate secret of Zanpakut. There is a huge difference between knowing Bankai and not knowing Bankai. The captain of Godi 13 almost always uses Bankai. But she can't stop the situation in front of her, so she can only let Ichigo go. If Ichigo is in danger, she'll do it again. I saw Ichigo, who was holding two swords, combined the two swords into one. Put the short zangetsu inside the long zangetsu with the cutout in the middle, 2 zanpakuto and 1. Ichigo's double swords can still do this. What happened next made everyone's eyes widen. Even Ichimaru Gin uncommonly opened his turquoise eyes like lion majesty. After the 2 knives merged into one, Ichigo held Zagetsu's hilt with both hands, and a golden ryutsu that was so powerful that it shocked everyone, distorted the space, and changed the color of the world. How is this possible? Ichimaru Jin's blue eyes widened, his face full of shock. The current him doesn't have the smiling expression before. Too scary. The whole person is numb. Can't laugh at all. Ichigo's ryutsu is stronger than the captain level Shinigami. Even, Ichimaru Gin feels that Ichigo's ryutsu is stronger than Shinigami. Aizen's ryutsu. You know that Aizen is the representative of ryutsu in Shinigami. But as strong as Aizen, ryutsu doesn't seem to be as strong as Ichigo. Ichigo, who obtained the double knife panel during the bloody battle, can compete with Yhwach who devoured the Soul King. It can be said that the panel strength has surpassed the scope of Shinigami, and ryutsu is naturally stronger than the current Aizen. Ryutsu who is stronger than Aizen, Ichigo like this is so fledgling and immature. It's a monster at all. Ichimaru Gin was completely dumbfounded. And Ichigo who held the 2-in-1 zangetsu with both hands shouted. Crescent, Tian Chong. The huge golden crescent shot out with a power that would destroy the world, and slashed towards Ichimaru Gin and Seireitei in front. Chapter 18. The ryutsu that erupted from Ichigo was too powerful, like a huge wind and waves, filling the entire Soul Society, because it was too strong, so that all the Shinigami in Seireitei could feel it. Before this, no one thought that Ichigo's ryutsu could be so terrifying. It was so powerful that it changed people's minds, and it was extremely shocking. Although you are a bit strange, you know my name for some reason, and I can't tell whether you are a good person or a bad person. But you stand in front of me and stop me from saving people, then I have to let you get out of the way. After Ichigo said this, the huge golden crescent sky shovel condensed with almost all his strength suddenly slashed forward. He wants to defeat Ichimaru Gin with this blow, and at the same time announce to all the Shinigami in Seireitei, let Rukia know, he, Ichigo, comes to save people. The golden crescent sky that Ichigo threw was huge, several times higher than the walls of Seireitei. Crescent Sky Chong contains an extremely terrifying power that seems to be able to destroy everything. Ichimaru Gin, the captain of the 3rd Division, opened his blue eyes rarely, and his face was also full of horror. He really didn't expect that Ichigo would have such terrifying power. This power was so powerful that it made him feel terrified. No solution anymore. The speed of the golden crescent sky rush is too fast and the range is too large. Ichimaru Gin has no time to avoid it, so he can only block it. I saw a powerful ryutsu erupting from Ichimaru Gin as well. Captain level ryutsu, and Ichimaru Gin is among the captains of Godi 13, and his strength can be ranked in the upper middle. Naturally, ryutsu is also very strong. However, it is still far from Ichigo's shocking ryutsu. Ichigo's ryutsu is so strong it doesn't make sense. Ichimaru Gin exhausted all his strength, his body took a step back slightly to form a strong support, and his hands were holding Zanpakuto shins in front of him, trying to resist Ichigo's golden crescent with all his strength. In an instant, the huge golden crescent had come in front of Ichimaru Gin and bumped into his Zanpakuto shins. Ichimaru Gin tried his best to block it, but it didn't work at all. Destroyed, Ichimaru Gin was directly blasted back by the huge power of the golden crescent, and even his Zanpakuto shins was broken in two. Ichigo's golden crescent is like a fast-moving train, and ordinary people can't resist it. Ichimaru Gin was directly blown away, his body was like a kite that had dropped its string. He fell heavily into a building, vomited blood and passed out from serious injuries. After knocking Ichimaru Gin into the air, Ichigo's golden crescent still didn't stop at all. Seireitei's tall city walls, even the occult membrane, are like paper in front of Ichigo's golden crescent. One hit and break. The city wall was split open, and the soul cloaking membrane was also shattered. Seireitei's protective measures are useless in front of Ichigo. It's not over yet, the powerful golden crescent continues to sweep forward. Bang bang bang! Countless buildings in Seireitei were split apart, houses collapsed, and a ravine with a depth of tens of meters was formed on the ground, with broken walls everywhere. When the golden crescent stopped dissipating, it formed an unbelievable scene. At this time, Seireitei was almost split in half like a watermelon. Ichigo accomplished a feat that made everyone unbelievable with just one knife. Split Seireitei with one knife, almost splitting it in half. Sorry, it seems that I have used too much force. Ichigo put away the Zangetsu, separated the two Zanpakuto, and put them back on his back. And the teammates behind him were all stunned, they were all stunned. Time seems to stand still. The black cat Urahara opened his cat's mouth wide, his cat's eyes were as big as a bell, and his hair stood on end from being too frightened. After a long time, it was difficult to speak. Ichigo. Urahara couldn't believe that Ichigo had such power. Defeated the mighty Ichimaru Gin, the captain of the 3rd Division, with one sword, and easily destroyed the Seireitei's city wall and the occult mantle. At a glance, Ichigo's crescent sky has left a deep gully on the ground of Seireitei, which can't be seen at a glance. Ichigo's knife almost split the entire Seireitei in half. What a terrifying power this is! For a long time, Ichigo has never shown his true strength in front of Urahara and Urahara, and his bloody battle panel was only loaded today. Poor Urahara always thought that Ichigo was not as powerful as the captain of Godi 13, and had told Ichigo that if they met Captain Shinigami, they would run away without hesitation in order to save their lives. Urahara is too shocking. She never thought that Ichigo's power would be so terrifying. Ichigo is just a child who has just awakened his Shinigami power for 7 or 8 days. Compared with Captain Shinigami of the Soul Society who have lived for dozens of centuries, or even thousands of years, the age difference is too big, the qualifications are also far behind, and perhaps the strength is not as good. But now, in Godi 13, Ichimaru Gin, the captain who is relatively strong, was defeated by Ichigo. Ichigo is not as strong as the captain of Godi 13, he simply crushed most of the captains. No wonder this kid was able to instantly kill Juzou, he destroyed it alive with his powerful strength. Urahara thought it was because Ichigo was special and had a variety of powers in his body, why Ichigo was able to destroy the Kutsu that made Shinigami helpless when he broke the boundary before. But now I know that Ichigo's instant killing of Juzou relies on strength, pure strength. Also defeated Ichimaru Gin by sheer force of terror, splitting Seireitei. Sato was horrified as he looked at the long, impregnated gully that Ichigo had carved out in front of him. Sato is a type that is good at strength, whether it is a giant's right hand or a demon's left hand, he can hit a powerful blow. Just now Sato proposed to smash the walls of Seireitei with one punch. Sato's punch might actually shatter the walls of Seireitei, but not the Oculus. But Ichigo has accomplished many things such as defeating the Shinigami captain, breaking the city wall and the soul mask with just one knife. Although Sato's strength is also very strong, it is still far behind Ichigo, who is hanging on the wall of the blood battle panel. Orium's face was dull at this moment, and his yellow hair was disheveled in the air. Kurosaki-san, that's so amazing. Orium blushed slightly, adored and admired Ichigo even more. She put her palms together on her chest, thinking to herself, such a powerful Kurosaki-san, he must be able to rescue Kuchiki-san. Qiangru Yulong couldn't help rolling his throat just now, and swallowed a few times. Originally, he thought that he was strong enough with the blood battle panel, but judging from the strength shown by Ryutsuo and Ichigo just now, Ichigo is stronger than the big wall. It's so strong that it doesn't make sense. And at this time, Ichigo hasn't learned Bankai yet. If Bankai is loaded with double swords after 3 days, it will be even stronger. Strong enough to shock the world. Although it is shocking enough for now. Soul burst into tears with excitement, jumped over and hugged Ichigo's trousers. One Chi-gu. Soul Society is too dangerous, I will follow you Ichigo. Before, Hun easily defeated Seidenfang with a smug look on his face, but when Ichimaru Gin appeared, he was scared and hid behind everyone in fear. Now seeing Ichigo defeating Ichimaru Gin with ease, showing extremely powerful strength, he hurried over and hugged Ichigo's thigh. Hun felt that as long as he followed Ichigo, he would be safe and sound, even if he met Captain Shinigami, he didn't have to be afraid, and he could pretend to be a tiger do whatever you want. But Ichigo turned a blind eye to Soul who hugged his trousers, lifted it up and threw it aside. Chapter 19. At this moment, Ichigo scratched his head, turned around and said something. The captain of Godi I-13 doesn't seem to be as strong as expected. Ichigo's words made Yulong and the others almost fall down. Kurosaki, can you tell us to prepare a bit more next time you're going to make a move? You really scared us just now, understand? Yulong hurriedly complained to Ichigo. Just now, the scene where Ichigo showed Ryutsu and released Crescent Sky Chong really scared Urahara and the others. Fortunately, Ichigo told them to retreat a certain distance in advance, a little mentally prepared, otherwise they would be caught off guard. Ichigo, on the other hand, acted innocent, and said helplessly, from what Senior Urahara said, I really thought Captain Shinigami was very strong. One very important reason why Ichigo almost showed his full strength just now is that Urahara kept saying that Captain Shinigami is very strong, and Ichigo and their strength cannot deal with them. In order to defeat Ichimaru Gin as soon as possible, Ichigo naturally shot without reservation. However, the result was different from what he had imagined. Ichimaru Gin was directly hit by him. Everyone also looked at Urahara the black cat. Urahara's cat face is a little bit awkward. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm right. Captain Shinigami is Seireitei's highest combat power, but I just didn't expect Ichigo to be so scary. It's not my problem, it's Ichigo, this kid Ichigo is too outrageous. Urahara hurriedly explained what he had said earlier. It's not that her remarks were wrong, Captain Shinigami is indeed very strong, but she misjudged Ichigo's strength. I didn't expect that Ichigo, who just became a Shinigami not long ago, is so outrageous. I really don't blame her, it's really Ichigo who is too outrageous. Ichigo defeated Ichimaru Gin with a single crescent moon, and indirectly announced his arrival to all Shinigami. Just now all the Shinigami in Seireitei felt Ichigo's extremely powerful Ryutsu. All saw that huge golden crescent nearly piercing Seireitei. Everyone in Seireitei was horrified and shocked. Byakuya was originally in Kuchiki's mansion, but after Ichigo burst out the extremely powerful Ryutsu, the strength of this Ryutsu made Byakuya's eyes shrink instantly. Then he walked out of the mansion, and saw the golden crescent sweeping towards the west of Seireitei, which was about to split Seireitei. Rao also looked sideways at him because of his calmness in the ancient well. What the hell happened? Byakuya was amazed. He didn't know who the person who exuded the powerful Ryutsu was, and he didn't quite know what was going on with the golden crescent. Although he also guessed that the travel disaster was Ichigo and the others before, his reason told him that Ichigo's three-legged cat Kung Fu could not even see his movements clearly. Possibly a blow that could slice through Seireitei. This is absolutely impossible. At least Byakuya thinks so now. Since the Technology Development Bureau sounded the highest level brigade invasion alarm, the 2nd Division of the Secret Mobile Team, the 10th Division of the Patrol Team, and the 11th Division in charge of combat have all taken action. Team 2 Captain Suifeng and Vice Captain Omida were closer to Seireitei West Gate, and they felt the pressure from Ichigo Ryutsu even more. They looked horrified at this time, and cold sweat broke out on their heads. This Ryutsu, how can it be so powerful? Suifeng was terrified in his heart. Judging from Ryutsu alone, Ichigo's Ryutsu is much stronger than her, the captain of the second team. It can even be said that they are not on the same level at all, it is simply a world of difference. Omada's face was also covered with cold sweat, and the snacks in his hands fell silently to the ground, his eyes widened, and his face was blank. Seireitei, someone, split it open. Omada was completely taken aback. Because he saw the golden crescent with his own eyes, sweeping forward with an invincible posture, almost splitting the entire Seireitei. The gully split by the golden crescent is less than 100 meters away from where Omada and Suifeng meet. Fortunately, the golden crescent did not hit Omada and Suifeng, otherwise, with such a powerful attack, if they were hit, it would be a disaster. Juban Captain Hitsugaya Chware and Vice Captain Matsumoto Renjiku are on the other side. Chware was also intimidated by Ichigo's Ryutsu and Crescent Moon. What made him think hard was that the one who caused all this was actually his captain's son. Apart from being horrified, Renjiku also had a face full of anxiety. Because she felt Ichimaru Gin's Ryutsu disappeared. In the face of such a powerful travel disaster, and Ichimaru Jin's Ryutsu disappears, it must be a disaster. Silver. Renjiku frantically ran to Seireitei Simon to rescue Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin is very powerful, and Ichigo's attack did not have killing intent. At this time, Ichimaru Jin was only seriously injured and unconscious, and his life was not in danger. Slow down Matsumoto. Well. Chware was worried, and followed closely. 11 Team. They were originally wandering around Seireitei, led by Captain Zaraki Kenpachi and Vice Captain Kuzujishi Yachiru, looking for travel disasters. But now, all of them have stopped. No other, because they just felt Ichigo's horrible Ryutsu, and saw the golden crescent that split Seireitei. The members of the 11th team were almost dumbfounded. Team 11, which was supposed to be the most powerful team among the 13 teams, all the experienced members showed panic, some of them had almost lost their concentration, and even their bodies were trembling. This Ryutsu, although it is far away, it is almost overwhelming me. What kind of monster is that? That's what the Technology Development Bureau said, the brigade that destroyed Juzou? It's terrible. Seireitei was split, is this something a human can do? The fighting members of the 11th team were shocked. Even Madarame Ikeko with the 3rd seat and Ayasukawa Yumichika with the 5th seat were all surprised. Because they have a feeling. The Ryutsu shown by Ichigo just now seems to be more terrifying than the Ryutsu of their captain who is famous for Ryutsu Zaraki Kenpachi. That travel disaster seems to be a monster even worse than Zaraki Kenpachi. For a long time, Ikeko and Yumi have believed that Kenpachi is a very strong Shinigami, and his combat power is second to none in Godei 13, almost second only to the captain of Yamamoto. They all thought so, and they all felt that their captain was an unbelievably powerful monster. But now, in terms of Ryutsu alone, the Ryutsu released by Ichigo just now is so powerful that it is heaven-defying. Even Kenpachi is not as good. More monster than Kenpachi. It's amazing, this kind of guy, does it really exist? The corner of the bald head gasped, looking at Seireitei who had been split into a mess, and asked himself in a deep voice. Gongkin blinked her beautiful eyelashes, with a dignified look, although I don't really believe that there is a guy stronger than Captain Ryutsu, but what we saw with our own eyes and felt with our own eyes can't be false, that accident. Very powerful. Ichigo just showed the unparalleled Ryutsu and unleashed a crescent sky rush, which made all the Shinigami terrified and set off a storm in their hearts. However, Zaraki Kenpachi grinned upwards, and his face became agitated, looking ferocious and ferocious. Ha ha ha! Such a powerful guy couldn't be better. I haven't met a strong guy for a long time, come on, let's fight happily. Kenpachi laughed wildly, every cell in his body seemed to be boiling. As a fighting madman, he is too eager to meet a strong opponent, too eager to fight. Yakian Liu, which direction is that guy? Kenpachi turned his head slightly and asked the cute little red-haired girl on his shoulder. Baekhyun Liu giggled, raised his hand and pointed casually, Aizen, over there. Kenpachi immediately ran away. A corner behind him and Gongqin exchanged glances. Captain Zaraki went wrong, the accident is in the west, don't listen to Vice Captain Kalu and run to the east. The rest of the 11th team also twitched their mouths. Any normal person knows that Ryotsuo and Golden Crescent just came from the west, while Yachiru and Kenpachi ran to the east. Is this a lack of normal notion of direction? Chapter 20. The residents of the Jushiro family. The two veteran captains, Jingle and Jushiro, opened their mouths wide and looked at each other in astonishment. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. The power of this Golden Crescent is so amazing. A few drops of cold sweat hung on Jushiro's weak body. Even though he is powerful, experienced, and well-informed, he has never seen such a spectacle. They just witnessed Seireitei being almost split by that Golden Crescent. Let them be terrified and unforgettable for a lifetime. Jing Le pressed down on the bamboo hat, her gaze was deep, and she murmured in a deep voice, "Is the Golden Crescent Moon a move of Bankai? For the Shinigami, the Bankai is the most powerful attack." But Jingle shook his head again, "Even Bankai, I'm afraid it won't be able to cause this kind of destructive power. Or is it the work of the Quincy?" According to some information provided by the Technology Development Bureau, there is a Shinigami wearing a death suit, a Quincy master, 2 humans, a puppet bear and a black cat in the brigade. Kiraku's main focus is on Ichigo and Urahara. But he thinks, even Shinigami's Bankai, it's almost impossible to split Seireitei with one knife, right? For example, as strong as Meguru Makensei, the powerful Zanpakuto, Bankai is an iron fist that breaks the wind, and a pair of fists are infinitely powerful. Kensei may be able to smash Seireitei's city wall and soul shield with 2 punches, but it is simply impossible to blast through the entire Seireitei Night Tails. Jingle also thinks that even he and the captains of other teams don't have the attack power of Golden Crescent. Even if Captain Yamamoto wants to slash Seireitei with a single knife, there may be a little suspense. So Jingle couldn't help guessing that the Golden Crescent Moon might be some kind of special move, or it might be a powerful method of the Quincy Master. How could Jingle, who was thinking carefully, think at this time that the Golden Crescent that split Seireitei was not Bankai at all, nor was it a powerful method of Quincy? It was just released by Ichigo in the form of Zagetsu and Shikai. It's just a crescent moon rushing to the sky. Just one hit from Shikai. Not Bankai. Ichigo's Bankai with double swords, even the Spirit King Ha would feel dangerous and dare not take it hard. If Ichigo Bankai released the crescent moon with all his strength, the degree of damage to Seireitei would not be as simple as it is now. Technology Development Agency. Kurotsuka Mayuri witnessed the whole process of Ichigo's shot and Ichimaru Gin's defeat and serious injury through monitoring equipment. Frankenstein Kurotsuka Mayuri was also struck by Ichigo's near unparalleled strength. At the same time, he also snorted coldly, "I told those guys that the power of travel disaster is no small matter, and everyone didn't take it seriously, do you know now?" After Ichigo and the others entered the Soul Society, the Technology Development Bureau immediately sounded the highest level of alarm, and emphasized that the strength of the travel disaster is very powerful, and it must be handled with care. It's just that many Shinigami of the Soul Society, especially some vice-captains and captains, simply didn't take the reminder of Kurotsuka Mayuri Technology Development Bureau to heart. I even think that it's just a mere travel accident, which is not worth mentioning. Ichimaru Gin followed Aizen, and knew that Ichigo had just awakened his Shinigami power not long ago. In theory, Ichigo was still immature, so he went to greeting to Ichigo confidently. But who would have thought that Ichigo's power is so outrageous, even stronger than Ichimaru Gin, and he was instantly defeated. Seireitei was also split in half. Only then did all the Shinigami realize the seriousness of the matter, the power of the travel disaster. The power of this yellow-haired kid is really terrifying, I really want to study him. Kurotsuka Mayuri became interested in Ichigo and wanted to capture Ichigo to study. After rolling his eyes twice, Kurotsuka Mayuri gave up his unrealistic thinking, forget it, let's study the Quincy wearing glasses in travel disaster. Ichigo is too dangerous, and Kurotsuka Mayuri still thinks it is better to study Rain Dragon. GGG. Kurotsuka Mayuri laughed strangely, left the Technology Development Bureau, and disappeared. 5th Team Building. Aizen was practicing calligraphy just now. This is also one of the few hobbies of Aizen. Captain Aizen, who is good at calligraphy, makes people look more gentle and charming. The Vice-Captain Hinamori Momo on the side was fascinated. But after feeling Ichigo's powerful and amazing Ryutsu, the brush in Aizen's hand trembled, and the calligraphy he copied was crooked. Aizen looked up to the west. The smile on his face had disappeared. Kurosaki, Ichigo. Ichigo is his experimental material with the highest hopes, and he knows that the extremely powerful Ryutsu just now belongs to Ichigo. But how could Ichigo's Ryutsu be so powerful? Wasn't Ichigo killed by Byakuya Kuchiki 10 days and 8 days ago? Shouldn't the current Ichigo have only awakened the power of Shinigami for a few days? How could he have such a powerful Ryutsu that even Aizen was a little scared? What on earth is it? Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were a little sharp. For the first time in hundreds of years, something exceeded his expectations. He used to think that everything was planned and everything was under his plan and control. But now, Ichigo's power far exceeds his expectations. Even if he thought about it for a while, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Captain Aizen, what's wrong with you? There is a brigade invasion, I will definitely protect you, Captain Aizen. Hinamori Momo, on the side, clenched the Zanpakuto in her hand, her eyes firmly set to protect Captain Aizen, whom she adored. Aizen put down the brush in his hand, stood up, and restored the usual gentle smile on his face. He touched Hinamori's head. Hinamori didn't hide, his cheeks were flushed, enjoying Captain Aizen's affection. Thank you, Peach. Hearing Aizen say thank you, Hinamori's cheeks turned redder, but his heart was very warm and happy. Unbeknownst to Hinamori, who lowered his head, Aizen looked out of the window and saw the trace left by Ichigo's golden crescent. The corners of Aizen's mouth suddenly turned upwards, and he said in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo, your growth has really exceeded my expectations. This is the best, and it is indeed the experimental material I have the most high hopes for. Seeing the powerful Ryutsu and destructive power shown by Ichigo, Aizen did not panic too much, but admired Ichigo instead. As if such Ichigo, he is more interested. However, if Aizen stands in front of Ichigo, I don't know if he can say this sentence calmly. Chapter 21. Palace of Confessions. This is where the Soul Society used to hold some prisoners. The direction of Bipolar Hill can only be seen through one window, allowing prisoners to repent alone at the last moment of life, so it is called the Palace of Confession. Rukia was imprisoned here after being captured and returned. At this time, Rukia was wearing a white prison uniform, and Renji was standing next to him. Renji came to the Palace of Penance to tell about the invasion of Brigade. In fact, even if Renji didn't come to tell Rukia, the sirens all over Seireitei had already let Rukia know that something was happening outside. And the powerful Ryutsu shown by Ichigo just now made all the Shinigami in Seireitei throb, and Rukia naturally felt it too. It's Ichigo. Rukia's eyes widened in disbelief. She has been with Ichigo for some time, so she can naturally distinguish Ichigo's Ryutsu. The inexplicably powerful Ryutsu just now belongs to Ichigo. Apart from being too powerful, there is no doubt that it is Ichigo's Ryutsu. Nani? Renji on the side also widened his eyes in disbelief. Ichigo? That yellow-haired brat in this world? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Renji couldn't believe it anyway, the intrusion was caused by Ichigo and the others. After all, the Ryutsu that Ichigo showed just now was too amazing. 10 days ago, Ichigo was a trainee Shinigami. It is absolutely impossible to have such a powerful Ryutsu. Although in reality, Renji was defeated by Ichigo. But because the captain and vice-captain of Shinigami went to the present world, in order not to bring too much harm and influence to the present world, their strength was sealed, only 1/3 of the normal situation. So if it's Renji at full strength, Renji doesn't think Ichigo can beat him. Not to mention being able to have this powerful Ryutsu that brings oppression to the entire Seireitei. It can't be that guy. Rukia, didn't you hear that just now? The Seireitei has already been split by that travel disaster, almost split in half. Ichimaru Gin Ryutsu, the captain of the 3rd Division who stopped the accident there, disappeared. I'm afraid it's more ominous. Renji yelled, the words made Rukia's eyes shrink. Because there is only one window in the penance palace, Rukia only heard a loud noise and felt like a vibration just now. It turned out that it was because the attack of the travel disaster split the Seireitei. It was the first time anyone had heard of splitting, and Rukia was equally astonished. Moreover, even Ichimaru Jin, the lion majesty-like man whom Rukia hated more, the captain of the 3rd Division, seemed to be defeated by the travel disaster. Rukia's heart was shaken by Renji's words. Leaving aside the unimaginable thing of splitting Seireitei, let's talk about Ichimaru Jin being defeated by Brigade. Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya are geniuses at about the same time, and Ichimaru Jin's strength is not weaker than Byakuya's. And Rukia thought that when Ichigo was in the present world 10 days ago, facing Byakuya who was only 1/3 of his strength, he couldn't even see Byakuya's movements clearly, and was instantly killed and fell to the ground. Ichigo's strength is nothing compared to Byakuya's. How could such an Ichigo defeat Ichimaru Jin, who is the captain like Byakuya, 10 days later? Reason tells Rukia that this is absolutely impossible. But, then Ryutsu is obviously Ichigo's. For a moment, Rukia couldn't figure it out. That powerful and familiar Ryutsu belongs to Ichigo, but the truth is too far-fetched to be believed. Rukia held her head, thought and struggled for a while, then suddenly looked firm and her tone was determined. No, that's Ichigo's Ryutsu, and the travel disaster must be Ichigo and the others. The familiar Ryutsu convinced Rukia that the accident was Ichigo and the others, and Ichigo came to save her. This moved Rukia very much. 2 lines of crystal tears were shed. However, Rukia's heart is also complicated. Although it was touching that Ichigo and the others came to rescue her, she actually didn't want Ichigo to come to Soul Society, because Soul Society was too dangerous, and she didn't want friends like Ichigo, Urahara, and Orium to take risks for her. Ichigo, you must be safe and sound. Rukia prays to Ichigo that they are safe. With the current strength of Ichigo and the others, it seems that it is not so easy to get things done. Renji looked at Rukia like this, feeling very distressed. He took a deep breath, and swore to his soul, Rukia, I will not lose to that guy, no matter what, I must save you, even if it means death. Renji's affection for Rukia is very deep. This time, even at the cost of his life, he will save Rukia. Subsequently, Renji left the Palace of Confessions. I'm going to learn Bankai before my execution, I hope it's still too late. Renji needs to learn Bankai so that he can defeat Byakuya and save Rukia. 4th Team. The gentle and kind Captain Anohana rarely changed his face. The power of this brigade was beyond everyone's expectations. Most of the Seireitei have been split open, this kind of power is not only strong, it is terrifying. Anohana thinks that even if Godai 13 fought against the Quincy led by Yhwach 1,000 years ago, there seems to be no attack that can cause such amazing damage, right? What kind of person can possess such terrifying power? However, the 4th team is a treatment team, and the battles generally have nothing to do with them. Anohana closed her eyes and opened them slowly, and told the vice-captain Katetsu Aizen next to her, Yuyin. Ah, yes. Yang Yin recovered from his surprise, and responded quickly. You and I are going to the Seireitei West Gate, where there has been fighting, and there may have been casualties. And our duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. Yes, Captain Anohana. Anohana and Yuyan rushed to the direction of Seireitei's West Gate for rescue. A team. Captain Yamamoto opened his old and dignified eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be flames burning in his pupils. The crutch in his hand hit the ground heavily. Notice, all the captains and vice-captains of the squadron, let me do my best to catch the brigade. To protect the safety of Seireitei. Kneeling on one knee, Kojiro, the vice-captain, took the order, and immediately used Kid to spread the word in Seireitei. Let all the Shinigami captains and vice-captains of the team go and arrest Ichigo and others. And, Captain Yamamoto also went there in person. All the powerful combat power of Godei 13 are all running in the direction of Ichigo and the others. Chapter 22. Captain Yamamoto was furious, and ordered all the captains and vice-captains to go to Seireitei West Gate to arrest Brigade. Even he came in person. Because the power displayed by Brigade Calamity was too terrifying, even Seireitei was almost split in two, which was unprecedented in Seireitei since its establishment. We have to pay attention and let all Godei 13 members go out. Godei 13 all dispatched, such a big battle, the last time was thousands of years ago. At this time, the Black Cat Urahara also recovered from the shock, realized that the current situation was critical, and his expression changed. Not good. Although Ichigo broke through the soul shield and defeated Ichimaru Gin, but the commotion was too great, the other teams of Godei 13 will come over soon. Urahara could clearly feel the powerful riotso coming from all directions, presumably the captain and vice-captain of Godei 13. Urahara's original plan was to let Ichigo and the others slip into Seireitei quietly and save people secretly. Unless it is a last resort, I don't want to start a confrontation at all. Even though Ichigo is now showing unparalleled strength, Urahara doesn't think that Ichigo alone can compete with Godei 13, who has dominated the Soul Society for thousands of years. Everyone has also sensed riotso coming from all directions. Shinigami from Godei 13 is coming towards us. The situation is urgent, everyone listen to me, separate and escape. Urahara is also the backbone of the team, and he has always emphasized before joining Soul Society that he should listen to her command when encountering things. Even though Ichigo and Urahara are strong in battle, they are still not as good as Urahara in terms of experience. Ichigo also doesn't want to confront Godei 13 head-on. The bigger the incident, the worse it will be for saving lives. Ichigo thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed with Urahara's suggestion. Although he is very strong now, there are still 3 days before he can learn Bankai. To be safe, he should withdraw first, and not to face Godei 13 unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, the purpose of their trip was to rescue Rukia, not to fight or kill. Put on those Shinigami clothes and run away. Me and Ichigo, Inu, and Urahara, Soul you follow Sato. Quick! Immediately, immediately! Urahara's cat paw pointed to the Shinigami who was stunned by Ichigo's powerful riotsu just now, and asked Urahara and the others to put on those Shinigami's deadly outfits and run away. Ugh! I'm a mighty Quincy, how can I wear Shinigami's clothes? It's a shame. Yulong twitched the corners of his mouth, his cheeks were twitching. But the captains of Godei 13 were coming, time was running out, Urahara had no choice but to recognize it, took off the Shinigami team member's deadly costume that fainted on the ground, and put it on his body. Orium and Sato did the same. Ah! What should I do, Mr. Hun? There is no death-domineering outfit suitable for my Mr. Hun. Hun was so anxious that he was about to cry. He is a puppet, no matter whether it becomes bigger or smaller, there is no deadly costume that suits him. Even if he puts on the deadly domineering outfit, it's useless at all, because the bear-like or lion-like face can be seen through at the first glance. Stop talking nonsense, let's run separately. Urahara urged everyone to split up and run away. Let's split up and be careful. Our goal is to rescue Rukia. If you encounter a strong opponent, don't fight recklessly. Although Ichigo was a little worried about Orium and the others, in the current situation, it is a better choice to split up and hide. Don't worry, Kurosaki, we are strong too. Urahara reassured Ichigo that he, Ishida Urahara, was no longer the weak chicken who was so weak that he could only bend his bow and shoot Zyoksu. Now he is the strength of Urahara during the bloody battle. Seireitei few people can do nothing to get him. Sato grabbed Soul who wanted to hug Ichigo's thigh, and hid it in the clothes on his chest. It's time to go. So, the 6 Ichigo escaped separately. Ichigo and the Black Cat Urahara, and Orium disguised as Shinigami, Sato with the Soul, ran in different directions. Soon tucked away in the wide Seireitei. The Seireitei is huge. As long as it is well hidden, it may not be easy to find a few intruders. Shortly after the departure of Ichigo et.al., a series of figures rushed to the Seireitei West Gate. Sui Feng, Chwer, Byakuya, Anohana, Komamura Seijin, and other captains arrived one after another. Only Kenpachi did not come because he was in the wrong direction. After the captain and vice-captains came here, they saw the broken gate and the gully that was split tens of meters deep and ran through most of Seireitei. There were no casualties here at Zymen, and all Shinigami soldiers lay unconscious on the ground. Silver! Silver! Renjiku rushed to a ruin anxiously, found the seriously injured Ichimaru Gin from the ruins, held Yin in his arms, saw Ichimaru Gin weakly opened his eyes, and Renjiku's heart that had been hanging was finally relieved. After entering Seireitei, Ichimaru Gin has been estranged from him for 100 years, and this is the first time she hugs Ichimaru Gin. Seeing that no one died, Captain Yamamoto's face softened a little. This also proves that Ichigo, who is a travel disaster, did not intend to slaughter Shinigami. After all, Ichigo and Shinigami do not have any deep hatred now. But Levei was able to break through the soul shield and split the seriously injured Captain Ichimaru Gin of Seireitei, which was enough to shock all the captains and vice-captains. Chapter 23. All the Shinigami captains and vice-captains who came here were shocked when they saw the miserable scene of Seireitei Zymen, and took a breath of cold air. Sui Feng has carried out secret maneuver missions for many years, but he has never seen anyone who can cut Seireitei with a knife and seriously injured Captain Shinigami. What kind of guy has this kind of power? Sui Feng's face was dripping with cold sweat, and the deputy captain beside her, Omida, hid behind Sui Feng tremblingly, although Omida was much bigger than Sui Feng. Team, Captain. Omida swallowed in horror, and said tremblingly, could it be that those travel disasters were all monsters? Even Captain Ichimaru lost miserably, it's really terrible. Many Shinigami, such as Omida, have regarded Ichigo as a monster. Only monsters can split Seireitei and seriously injure Captain Shinigami. The captain of the 10th Division, Chwer, saw the destroyed Seireitei, and then looked at the seriously injured Ichimaru Gin lying in Matsumoto's arms, with a dull expression. Although he has never liked Ichimaru Gin very much, and Ichimaru Gin also liked to trick him when he was young, but Chwer knew that Ichimaru Gin, a guy like Lion Majesty, had great strength. But as strong as Ichimaru Gin, he couldn't resist the invasion of Brigade, and ended up with a serious injury. If those travel disasters were more ruthless, Ichimaru Gin might be gone. Chwer frowned, his expression extremely solemn. That travel disaster is very strong. Chwer's jaw would drop if he knew that Ichigo's true identity was the son of his unreliable captain who had been missing for decades. Byakuya was also present at this time. The sight in front of him also made the cold Byakuya's pupils shrink. When he was in the Kuchiki family mansion, Byakuya could only feel Ichigo's powerful Ryutsu from a distance. Because Byakuya only passed one move with Ichigo in Karakura town, and it can even be said that one move was not counted. When Ichigo couldn't see clearly, he broke Ichigo's Zanpakuto and killed Ichigo in seconds. Byakuya didn't even look at Ichigo, and he didn't remember Ichigo's Ryutsu at all. The extremely powerful Ryutsu just now, Byakuya did not believe that it was the Ryutsu of Ichigo who was a poor three-legged cat a few days ago, because it is absolutely impossible. But, now that he came to Ximen, he caught a sense of familiarity from the remaining Ryutsu around him. Byakuya narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be, is it really that guy? While everyone was shocked, they were awakened by a cry. Captain Anohana, please come here quickly, I can't help Captain Ichimaru heal his injury. Sorry. Katetsu Aizen, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, immediately used Kide to treat the seriously injured Ichimaru Gin. But she was shocked to find that Kide, at the level of her vice-captain, couldn't heal Ichimaru Jin's injuries. This is almost the first time I have seen it. Captain Anohana, please, I beg you to save our captain quickly. 3rd Division Deputy Captain Kira Izuru is in a hurry to get Anohana to heal Ichimaru Gin. Everyone's eyes turned immediately. Anohana naturally did not hesitate, and a shunpo came to Matsumoto Renjiku and Kira Izuru, put down Captain Ichimaru. Matsumoto Renjiku gently puts Ichimaru Gin down. At this time, Ichimaru Gin was seriously injured and unconscious. Although he still had a heartbeat and breathing, he had to be treated quickly, otherwise the situation would still be dangerous. Anohana is experienced, and she can see the problem at a glance. Because on Ichimaru Jin's wound, Ichigo's golden Ryutsu remains. Ichigo's Ryutsu is too strong, and even the remaining Ryutsu prevents Vice-Captain Yunnan from healing Ichimaru Gin. The eyes of the other captains were naturally vicious, and they also saw the problem, and their hearts couldn't help being shocked again. Yet, just the remaining Ryutsu can hinder the healing. The Ryutsu of the travel disaster is really too powerful. Team 8 Captain Kirako Shunsui said in a slightly frivolous tone, but her eyes under the bamboo hat were very serious. Captain Anohana's medical skills should be fine. For some reason, Jushiro also said this out of nowhere. It seems that he doesn't particularly believe in Anohana's medical skills. Anohana's hearing is good, and she listened to what Kirako and Jushiro said, and showed a gentle smile with her back turned to the others. Then as soon as he raised his hand to accumulate Ryutsu, a green light appeared and enveloped Ichimaru Gin. After being enveloped by the green light group, Ichimaru Jin's injuries were slowly healed, and he was fine soon. After some rest, Ichimaru Jin's injuries can be fully recovered. As expected of Anohana, her healing ability is second to none in Godi 13. Anoka withdrew her hand, but the kind smile remained on her face. She turned her head, with a kind smile and a soft voice, Captain Jing, Captain Jushiro, don't you two captains really believe in my concubine's medical skills? Anohana's words sent a chill down Kirako's Jushiro's spine. Jushiro quickly waved his hands and responded with an awkward smile, no, Captain Anohana's medical skills are superb, and all Shinigami can learn from them. Even Captain Ichimaru's serious injuries can be treated, Captain Anohana's medical skills have reached the pinnacle of perfection. We really admire it. That's right. Captain Anohana's medical skills and sword, the medical skills are unparalleled in the world. Jingle could only praise it out of conscience. In fact, in their hearts, Jingle and Jushiro believe in her sword skills more than her medical skills. Seeing that Jingle and Jushiro were more interested, Anohana's kind eyes moved away from the two, and Jingle and Jushiro immediately felt relieved. The two of them looked at each other, and they both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Next time we talk about Anoka, we have to be more careful. At this time, all the captains of Godi 13 were present except Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th team. Aizen, the captain of the 5th squad who seems to be a good guy, is also there. Aizen's expression at this time was similar to that of other captains, full of surprise and shock. It's not all fake, it's real. Aizen was surprised once before when he felt Ichigo's powerful Ryutsu in the 5th team building. Now he came to the scene and felt Ichigo's Ryotsu remnants for himself, and saw Ichimaru Gin who was seriously injured. Only then did Aizen realize that he still underestimated Ichigo. Ichigo's strength is even stronger than he estimated just now. Even his currently strongest assistant, Ichimaru Gin, almost looks like he has been killed in seconds. You know, Ichimaru Gin was recognized by Aizen and became Aizen's subordinate because he was too good and took the initiative to approach Aizen. He asked Ichimaru Gin to wait here in advance to let Ichimaru Gin greet with Ichigo and the others, so as to confuse other people's sights and facilitate the next action. But Ichimaru Gin was defeated by Ichigo and seriously injured. This has affected Aizen's next plan. If it is according to the plot in the original book, because Ichimaru Gin let go of Ichigo and the others without authorization, they were questioned at the captain meeting. Chwer heard the conversation between Aizen and Ichimaru Gin, and then Aizen suspended animation. Many people suspected Ichimaru Gin do. But now, because Ichigo defeated Ichimaru Gin, Aizen's original plan naturally didn't work. Ichigo's crescent moon shot not only smashed the gate of Seireitei and shattered the soul mask, split most of Seireitei and seriously injured Ichimaru Gin, and even destroyed Aizen's plan. Chapter 24. Ichimaru Gin was seriously injured, Aizen temporarily lost a capable general, and the follow-up plan was destroyed by Ichigo. We have to change our original plan. Aizen frowned slightly, muttering in his heart. Because of Ichigo, the plan that he thought he had never missed had to be changed. At this time, perhaps by coincidence, Kiraku saw Aizen's slightly frowning expression. It was a change from Aizen's usual gentle smile. Captain Aizen, what's wrong with you? Jing Li asked, did you see any clues? Because Aizen is well disguised, almost no one in Godi 13 suspects Aizen at this time, and they all think that Aizen is a good person. At this time, Jingle also thought that Aizen might have seen something about this matter, so he asked. Aizen's face returned to normal, pretending to be a little worried and dignified. Kide humbly said, King Band Leader, I just feel that the strength of these travel disasters is too strong. Even Captain Ichimaru was injured like this, Seireitei was split open, and the team members were in panic. This situation is really not optimistic. Jushiro nodded, what Captain Aizen said is very true. The strength of those brigades far exceeds our expectations, and they are difficult to deal with. Jingle helped the bamboo hat, and continued to talk to Aizen. What do you think, Captain Aizen, about the purpose of these trips? Aizen looked around at the Shinigami soldiers lying on the ground who were still stunned by Ichigo's Ryotsu, pretended to think for a while, and said seriously, although the power of the travel accident is very strong, it also caused a lot of damage. Sabotage, but they didn't kill Captain Ichimaru and Captain Shinigami. It can be seen that they don't like killing very much, and they don't have a deep hatred with us Godi 13 or Shinigami. Aizen paused, and continued to perform. Their purpose is not revenge or murder, but saving people. In terms of performance, Aizen is definitely an Oscar winner. What he said was well-founded, and all the Shinigami captains and vice-captains next to him looked over. Save people? What do you mean by that? Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division, was a little puzzled and asked in a rough voice. Captain Aizen, please explain clearly. Chwer crossed his arms, unwilling to ink. Aizen looked serious, and said, Captains and vice-captains, wasn't there a Shinigami from the Kuchiki family a few days ago who taught the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, and was sentenced by the 46th chamber? The Shinigami of Godi 13 basically perform their duties. Rukia's affairs have nothing to do with most Shinigami, and it is Rukia's violation of order, so many people may not care. After Aizen said this, everyone immediately remembered. A trip to the Soul Society to save Rukia. What, the purpose of the travel disaster is this? This is too surprising. Sui Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The brigands invaded, and they did not hesitate to break the soul mask to defeat Ichimaru Gin and enter Seireitei. The purpose turned out to be to save a prisoner. This seems unbelievable and unreasonable to Sui Feng, who is the commander-in-chief of the Xing army. Byakuya's face became even colder. First, this matter is related to the dignity and glory of his Kuchiki family. He doesn't like the mistakes committed by Rukia being discussed by so many people on the spot. It was Seireitei who broke in to save Rukia, so, who else but Ichigo? Is it really that guy? Even now, Byakuya still can't believe that it is Ichigo who can make such a big noise and defeat Ichimaru Gin. After all, the Technology Development Bureau only raised the highest level of sirens before. As for the appearance of the travel disaster, most Shinigami still haven't seen it. At this time, Nai Yunmen, the deputy captain of the 12th squad, arrived with a stack of materials. These materials, in other words, are the papers with the images of Ichigo and others engraved on them. Kurotsuka Mayuri asked Nirvana to distribute these materials to all the captains and vice-captains present. Only then did everyone fully see the appearance of the travel disaster on the information. A yellow-haired Shinigami with 2 swords on his back, a Quincy dressed in white, the other 2 seem to be human, and there is a black cat and a puppet that looks like a lion. All the Shinigami were surprised when they saw Ichigo's photo. Kurotsuka Mayuri said sullenly, "This is the travel disaster party. It's the yellow-haired Shinigami with 2 knives who caused such a big commotion, and the one who defeated Captain Ichimaru. I have investigated all of this. This Shinigami is called Kurosaki Ichigo, the kid who was taught the power by the prisoner Rukia Kuchiki in Karakura town. The Quincy master and the 2 humans are also Rukia Kuchiki's classmates in this world. As for the black cat and the puppet, they can be ignored. The moment Ichigo and the others entered the Soul Society, they were discovered by the Technology Development Bureau. At the same time, Kurotsuka Mayuri also quickly found the information of Ichigo and the others. Kurotsuka Mayuri turned his head and looked at Byakuya, who had a cold face full of surprise. "Am I right, Captain Kuchiki? Captain Kuchiki, you should have seen them." At this moment, there was a big wave in Byakuya's mind. Travel misfortune, it's really Ichigo. Ichigo really broke into the Soul Society with a group of people to save Rukia. Byakuya was stunned. But how did Ichigo improve so quickly? Even Ichimaru Gin, who was the captain, was defeated by Ichigo. At the beginning, Byakuya didn't look at Ichigo very much. In his eyes, Ichigo was as weak as an ant. Even, he is disgusted with Ichigo, because Rukia passed the power of Shinigami to Ichigo, and thus suffered. If it wasn't for Rukia's begging, Byakuya would have wanted to kill Ichigo with one blow. Of course, if he didn't kill Ichigo, Byakuya also nullified the Shinigami power that Ichigo got from Rukia. But now why can Ichigo become Shinigami again to gain power? And the power is so amazing. Byakuya was very shocked in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out. However, with a calm mind, he quickly calmed down and closed his eyes. No matter who it is, no one can destroy the order of the Soul Society, and no one is allowed to trample on the dignity of my Kuchiki family. Those who disrupt order should pay the corresponding price. Byakuya is the head of the Kuchiki family, and now he still attaches great importance to the glory of the Kuchiki family. Whether Rukia imparted the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, or Ichigo broke into Seireitei, these all broke the rules set by his Kuchiki family. As the head of the Kuchiki family, Byakuya will severely punish this. But Byakuya, are you sure you can beat Ichigo and bring Ichigo to justice? Chapter 25. Byakuya was silent and did not respond to Kurotsuka Mayuri's question. But obviously many people can see that Byakuya should be the default. He did meet Ichigo when he went to Karakura town to hunt down Rukia. Those accidents were also classmates and friends Rukia met in Karakura town. Knowing the identity and purpose of the travel accident, the captains of the Shinigami were very surprised. Just now Ichigo made such a big noise that it almost split Seireitei in half. Everyone in Shinigami was terrified, thinking that some terrible enemy was coming, and some kind of great war was about to happen. Unexpectedly, such a powerful travel disaster was just to rescue a prisoner. This is too unexpected. These guys are here to save people. Chouir looked at the Ichigo and his party engraved on the material in his hand, and he felt incredible. These people above look very young, just a little older than him. Chouir is actually decades old. Ichigo and the others are high school students. Ichigo and the others are much younger than Chouir. Anoka smiled. It's scary to have such power at such a young age. The power that Ichigo showed just now reminded Anohana of Zaraki Kenpachi when he was young. After all, Zaraki Kenpachi was much stronger when he was young than he is now. It's so touching. Is this the friendship between partners? It's so touching. They're all good kids. Jushiro was so moved that tears came to his eyes. He thinks that Ichigo and others are good boys. They broke into the Soul Society from the present world and rescued Rukia at all costs. This kind of behavior is really touching. Actually, Jushiro didn't want Rukia to be executed either, because Rukia was a member of his squad. And I feel that there are several doubts about Rukia's execution. Jushiro lost Shibukayan because of some stubbornness before, and now he doesn't want Rukia to be executed again. Jingli's expression was also a little strange, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she thought to herself, in this case, it seems that Lu Huo is not an enemy. Both Jingle and Jushiro felt that Rukia's execution was inappropriate in the original book, and they even went against Captain Yamamoto for it. Now knowing the identity and purpose of the trip, Jingle feels that Ichigo, who has the same purpose as them, is not an enemy, and can even cooperate. Humph! Don't be so childish! A cold snort sounded mercilessly, and Sui Feng said with a serious face, "This is Seireitei, we can't tolerate them messing around. Besides, Rukia Kuchiki is already a felony person, so it's impossible for these accidents to happen." Sui Feng is the commander-in-chief of the Hidden Mobile Team. He has been loyal to the Shihaoran family, one of the four nobles, for generations. He is also proud to follow orders and complete tasks. It is almost not impulsive, and naturally no one is allowed to disrupt the order of the Soul Society. That's right. The captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin, who wore a barrel helmet, roared like a beast, "Travel is travel. Destroy Seireitei's travel. Even if this old man dies, he still has to defend justice and guard Seireitei. We can't allow them to mess around." Although the big dog Komamura Seijin stayed a little bit, he is indeed a righteous and loyal person. Captain of Division 9, Tosen Kaname, who is blind, has a serious expression on his face. What Komamura said is absolutely true. Whether it is due to his own righteousness or the needs of being Aizen's subordinates, Tosen needs to say this. Chouir also responded, "Everything we just said was just guesswork. Maybe the purpose of travel disaster is not just to save people. It's better to be careful in everything, not to be careless." When Hinamori is not involved, Chouir behaves relatively calmly. If Kurosaki Ishin was there, he would have stumbled and said, "Thank you so much, Chouir." Jing Le sighed, took off the bamboo hat on her head, and looked very serious. He looked at Captain Yamamoto, who hadn't made much noise since he came here. As one of the two most proud disciples of Captain Yamamoto, Jingle can naturally see that although Captain Yamamoto did not speak at this time, he must be furious inside. After all, Ichigo and the others made such a big commotion that Seireitei was about to be split. Isn't this challenging the majesty of their Godei 13? In this situation, when almost all the captains were present, Jingle, who was under pressure, still chose to speak out. "Old man Shan, don't you think it's strange that Miss Kuchiki was executed?" Captain Yamamoto looked serious, just staring at Jingle, but did not speak. But the more this is the case, the more coercion Captain Yamamoto will give people. Thanks to Jingle's own strength, if it is the other vice-captains, I am afraid that the Captain Yamamoto will look at him like this, and his mind will almost be unsteady. Jingle continued, it is a felony for Ms. Kuchiki to transfer the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, but don't you think this sentence is too abnormal? Those old guys actually want to execute Ms. Kuchiki on the bipolar hill. The bipolar punishment is used to execute the captain-level Shinigami who has committed a heinous crime. Ms. Kuchiki commits serious crimes at any time, but the crime is not limited to this, captains? Is this normal? Jingle's words made the other captains and vice-captains feel that it is really unreasonable for the 46th chamber to use bipolar hill to execute Rukia. Besides, the original execution time has been brought forward one after another. From 30 days to 20 days, and then to 15 days. Rukia's execution date has been advanced one after another. This is of course Aizen's manipulation of room 46. It should be to execute Rukia faster and get the Hogyoku in Rukia's body. Urahara put Hogyoku into Rukia's body and Hogyoku and Rukia's soul became one. Aizen has only two ways to get Hogyoku from the soul. One is to use the bipolar punishment, the bipolar will evaporate the soul of the prisoner, and Hogyoku can be taken out. This is why Aizen controls room 46 and wants to execute Rukia on bipolar hill. The second is the technology that Urahara invented 100 years ago to extract items from the soul. This technology Aizen is also looking for. Mr. Jinaiuzai, what Jingle said is correct. There are many abnormalities in Rukia's execution. Please learn from it. I beg Mr. Yuanyuzai to allow us to go to room 46 to raise objections. Jushiro took a step forward and together with Jingle explained to Captain Yamamoto the strangeness of Rukia's execution, imploring Captain Yamamoto to investigate clearly and allow them to go to room 46 for an audience for reconsideration. Captain Yamamoto is the captain of Godi I-13, and his own strength can be said to be the strongest among Godi I-13. Even though the 46th chamber is the highest authority of the Soul Society, if the captain of Yamamoto agrees with Jingle Jushiro to discuss with the 46th chamber if you want to explain, no matter what happens in the 46th room, you have to give an explanation, not like this, saying that you will be executed if you use bipolar punishment, and the execution date will be shortened one after another, as if you are in a hurry, which is very unreasonable. Aizen also pretended not to know anything at this time, then nodded with a serious face. The leader of the Beijing band and the captain of Jushiro are right. There are indeed several doubts about Rukia Kuchiki. Your Excellency, Captain, don't you think that the people in room 46 gave Rukia Kuchiki a too serious sentence? Aizen showed his actor side, he is not afraid of being seen through the conspiracy, and it is not normal to take the initiative to second Rukia's execution. However, the captain's anger could no longer be suppressed. He loudly scolded Kiraku, Jushiro, and Aizen. Presumptuous! Nonsense! Captain Yamamoto's words made everyone's hearts tense, and they were full of deterrence. Rules are rules, whoever breaks the order will be punished. It is a felony for Rukia Kuchiki to transfer the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization. We should strictly obey and implement the punishment given by room 46 to maintain the order of the Soul Society. Don't talk too much. Yamamoto's expression was serious, his voice was full of majesty, and he scolded the Jingle and the others. In his opinion, Rukia who broke the rules of the Soul Society will be punished, and they Godi I-13 should follow the orders of the 46 room and strictly implement them. Jing Le put the bamboo hat on her head again, and sighed heavily. Jushiro wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Kiraku. Stop talking, Jushiro, you don't know old man Shan's temper. The other captains and vice-captains, although many of them also felt that Rukia's punishment was too severe and some of the crimes were not enough, but the order of the 46 room was like this, and the captain of Yamamoto also angrily reprimanded those who disagreed, and Rukia's matter was not the same as the vast majority of people seemed to have nothing to do with it, and who would dare to stand up and raise objections to the chief and the 46 room. Byakuya's mood became more and more complicated, but in the end he didn't say much. This time, he chose to guard the honor of the Kuchiki family. As for Aizen, who looks like a good old man on the surface, he is already sneering in his heart. Yamamoto Genryanagi, stubbornness is your greatest weakness. It turned out that the reason why Aizen dared to brazenly say that Rukia's execution was abnormal in several places was that apart from the thief shouting "Stop thief!", he also expected that Captain Yamamoto, who strictly abides by the order of the Soul Society, would not be suspicious at all. Even if he had suspicions, orders will also be strictly followed. It's all right. Sure enough, in terms of heart and IQ, Aizen is far better than Captain Yamamoto. Chapter 26. Captain Nai, where is Luca now? Captain Yamamoto looked at Kurotsuka Mayuri sternly, wondering where Ichigo and the others went. From the standpoint of Captain Yamamoto, in order to stabilize the panicked Seireitei, to prevent Ichigo and the others from disrupting Rukia's execution, and doing other things, Ichigo and the others must be arrested immediately. It is his duty as the captain of Yamamoto to arrest the travel disaster, protect Seireitei, and maintain the order of the Soul Society. But Kurotsuka Mayuri shook his head, and said sadly, "Master Chief, the brigades have already run away. As for where they are hiding in Seireitei, I don't know for the time being." "How could this be? Isn't the monitoring equipment of your Technology Development Bureau all over Seireitei? Can't you monitor every move of Seireitei?" Suifeng was a little anxious, and hurriedly asked Kurotsuka Mayuri. Kurotsuka Mayuri snorted softly, and looked at Suifeng with cold eyes. "Captain Suifeng, please pay attention to your tone of voice. Our Technology Development Bureau does have surveillance equipment everywhere in Seireitei, but not everywhere. Moreover, the powerful Ryotsuo and slash that erupted from the brigade just now destroyed or paralyzed all the monitoring instruments in the vicinity and where the slash passed. Now there is no way to monitor where the brigades have gone. The Ryotsuo that Ichigo erupted just now was too amazing, and the crescent sky also caused great damage, destroying many monitoring equipment of the Technology Development Bureau. The Technology Development Bureau did not see where Ichigo and the others are hiding in Seireitei now." Kurotsuka Mayuri glanced at the several Shinigami who had been pulled out of their deadly costumes on the ground, and said coldly, "The only thing that is certain at the moment is that Luca has changed into Shinigami's clothes, which is even more difficult to find. Uryu, Orium, and Sato all put on the deadly costumes, and Ichigo hid separately, which is easy to see. But Seireitei is huge, and it may not be easy to find the hidden Ichigo and the others. At least it takes a lot of time." Captain Yamamoto was not too surprised to hear Kurotsuka Mayuri's answer. He looked at all the Shinigami captains and vice-captains here, and ordered sharply, "Everyone except the 4th Division, 24-hour patrol alert. Once you find traces of the travel accident, report it immediately, and there must be no mistakes. The Palace of Confessions strengthens its defenses, and Captain Kuchiki of the 6th Division will be in charge." Captain Yamamoto issued an order to strengthen the guard of the Shinigami, and at the same time sent Byakuya to guard the Palace of Repentance. Prevent Ichigo and the others from secretly saving people and destroying the execution. Yes. Most of the captains and vice-captains took orders and immediately dispersed, looking for traces of Ichigo and others. Kurotsuka Mayuri showed a weird smile, which made him look even more eerie with his strange face. "Quincy, you can't escape. You are destined to become my research material, GGG." It turns out that the nature of Quincy and Shinigami's Ryotsuo is completely different, and Kurotsuka Mayuri has captured a faint trace left by Yulong by special means. He has always been very interested in the Quincy, and he never forgets about Yulong. As for Rukia's execution, he doesn't take it to heart at all. Kurotsuka Mayuri disappeared into the wall to hunt down the rain dragon. On the other hand, Renji was delayed a lot of time because of visiting Rukia in the Palace of Confessions. As a result, he has not arrived yet after receiving the notice from all the captains and vice-captains to gather at the West Gate. In fact, there is no need to rush there, because they are all scattered over there. Renji also stopped and rushed to the west gate of Seireitei. It wasn't because he had received other notices, and it wasn't because he knew that the captain's meeting at Ximen's side had broken up, but because he was very entangled in his heart. Renji, you are determined to save Rukia at all costs, why do you obey orders? What you urgently need now is to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you defeat Captain Kuchiki and save Rukia. Renji kept admonishing himself in his heart, now he has no time to obey the order of assembly, all he has to do is to become stronger, only then can he save Rukia. They are all determined to conflict with Byakuya and Soul Society, so why gather? Just when Renji was struggling, he saw two figures in the distance. A Shinigami with yellow hair and a black cat in a Shiba outfit. The Shinigami and the black cat were moving quickly. Renji's eyes narrowed immediately, it's that yellow-haired BD. Renji recognized Ichigo and couldn't help gnashing his teeth. He will recognize Ichigo even if he turns to ashes. At this time, Ichigo and Urahara were running quickly, hardly making any sound, and the Ryutsu emitted by them who restrained Ryutsu was also very weak, especially for Ichigo, whose Ryutsu was almost completely restrained, which was not noticeable at all. Phew, it's so dangerous. If it is slower, I'm afraid I will bear the wrath of Captain Yamamoto. Urahara wiped a bead of sweat from his brow as he jumped. No one should have found us, no one chased us. Urahara was glad they escaped quickly, otherwise the captain's anger would not be so easy to bear. Of course, at least she thought so. Ichigo's face did not relax, but worried. Ishida Inu and Sato shouldn't have been discovered either, right? Ichigo is very concerned about his companions, they just escaped in 3 teams in order not to be noticed as much as possible, and hope that Urahara, Sato and the others are not discovered by the Shinigami, otherwise it will be troublesome. Don't worry, it should be fine. They are also very strong. As long as they don't make such a big noise like you, they shouldn't be discovered in a while. Urahara glanced at Ichigo sullenly, and she wanted to complain that Ichigo's outburst of force just now was too much, and it almost scared her, the cat. What's more, Ichigo's crescent moon is too powerful and too noisy, let Ichigo calm down next time in the battle, and strike, lightly. Senior Urahara, where are we going now? Go directly to save Rukia. Ichigo asked. No, Shinigami is not an idiot. He must have guessed our purpose and strengthened the surveillance of Rukia. It is dangerous and inappropriate to go now. Urahara's 2 cat eyes turned, take you to a place, take you to train and practice Bankai. When Ichigo heard this, his expression was a little strange. He really hasn't comprehended Bankai yet. Bankai is the ultimate mystery of Zanpakuto. After learning Bankai, his strength can be greatly improved. Urahara wants to train Ichigo to save Rukia after learning Bankai, which has a higher success rate. After all, there is almost a week left until Rukia's execution. There should be still time. But what Urahara didn't know was that Ichigo's accelerated growth system had loaded Bankai into Ichigo. In 3 more days, Ichigo will be able to comprehend Bankai with 2 swords. Ichigo did not tell Urahara about this, and there is no good place to go now, so he agreed to Urahara's suggestion to go to a certain place to practice first, and then save people. And at this moment, a voice came from behind Ichigo and the others. Wait, take me, I'll go too. Chapter 27. Urahara was startled, turned his head quickly, and saw Renji with a serious face. Urahara's shunpo is highly accomplished and her nerves are very sharp, but her combat power and actions in the form of a black cat are naturally limited in many places, and she did not find Renji following her just now. Ichigo was not much surprised, because he had sensed Renji's Ryutsu breath just now, and knew that Renji was following behind. In order not to cause other disturbances, I also wanted to know what purpose Renji followed, but Ichigo pretended not to find out. Are you Abarai Renji? Seeing that the person behind him was Renji, Urahara rolled his cat eyes around and probably guessed what was going on. Your cat actually recognizes me. This time it was Renji's turn to be surprised. He had seen Ichigo, but he had never seen the talking cat in front of him, and the other party knew his name. With some teasing, Urahara laughed and said, "Who doesn't know the name of Abarai Renji, the vice-captain of the 6th Division?" Ha ha ha. Renji twitched the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "You cat monster, I feel like you're laughing at me." Urahara laughed, "Congratulations, you got it right. Renji, you." "Okay." Ichigo interrupted the two, looking straight at Renji, and asked, "What the hell are you doing with us? How is Rukia? Where is she now?" Ichigo asked two questions in a row. He also wants to know why Renji followed them. With Renji's character, if he meets Ichigo, he should wish to rush up and fight with Ichigo. After all, Renji was defeated by Ichigo in the present world before, although Renji was only 1/3 of his strength at that time, and the execution of Rukia was also caused by Ichigo. With Renji's character, he should wish to kill Ichigo. Ichigo's second question is, where is Rukia? So what? Although Ichigo's perception of Ryutsu is very strong, he also tried to perceive the location of Rukia's Ryutsu after entering Seireitei, but he didn't find it. Renji looked at Ichigo, Janin's face couldn't help showing anger. "UBD, I can't wait to tear you apart. If it can be done." If it was before, Renji really had the idea of wanting to teach Ichigo a lesson, but Ichigo slashed Seireitei with a knife, and seriously injured Ichimaru Gin, which made Renji cower immediately. If you go all out with Ichigo, isn't that courting death? He can't die yet, he has to save Rukia. Renji took a deep breath, sighed. Rukia is now imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance, wearing prison equipment that suppresses Ryutsu and restricts movement. She was very moved when she heard that you came to rescue her. Renji told the truth. Repentance Palace. Ichigo murmured, remembering the place of the Palace of Confessions. In front of the powerful Ichigo, Renji gritted his teeth, lowered his head and said, "Although I hate you, I admit that I can't beat you, and I still want to rescue Rukia." With a look of determination on Renji's face, his voice couldn't help but get louder. "I care about Rukia more than you, I will become stronger and defeat Captain Kuchiki. I swear to my soul." Seeing Renji like this, he said such firm words again. Ichigo was slightly stunned, thinking that this Renji is not a bad person, he has a close relationship with Rukia, and is deeply enlightened, he is a man. Just, what does that care about Rukia more than you mean? The black cat Urahara took over the conversation, and said, "So, our purpose is the same now, are you here to cooperate with us?" Urahara knew Renji from Urahara. Renji was Rukia's childhood companion, and together they entered the Academy of Spirit Art to learn to become Shinigami. The two had a deep relationship. When Renji appeared, Urahara knew what Renji was planning. Renji nodded, "Yes, our goal is to rescue Rukia, so we are not enemies." "Well, you can't stay here for too long, let's go." Urahara runs somewhere with Ichigo and Renji. Soon after, Urahara took Ichigo and Renji to a cave-like place, which was as wide as the underground training ground of the Urahara store. Urahara explained, "This is the place where Urahara and I practiced secretly 100 years ago. Urahara practiced Bankai here. 100 years have passed, and Shinigami has not found this place, and this place still exists. It turns out that this is a training place created by Urahara 100 years ago. Urahara brought Ichigo and Renji here, one is to avoid the pursuit of Shinigami, and the other is to try to let them learn Bankai during this time to increase the success rate of rescuing Rukia." Saying that, Urahara recovered his body and put on his clothes. Almost got Ichigo and Renji nosebleeds. Both Ichigo and Renji were stunned incoherently. You. It turned out to be a woman. Urahara laughed and looked at Ichigo and Renji like fools. "Idiot, Where have you ever seen a cat that can talk? I never said that I am not human. What two idiots! Indeed, the main reason why Urahara presented himself as a black cat before was not to attract attention. After all, Urahara and Urahara are wanted by the Soul Society. Now at this secret training base, naturally there is no need to hide anymore. Hepe? From the Shihoran family. Renji has been in Seireitei for decades, so he has some discernment, and he can tell that the black-skinned Urahara belongs to Shihoran's family. Shihoran Urahara, known as the Flash Goddess. Urahara generously stated his name and identity. It almost made Renji's jaw drop. Flash Goddess Urahara, the previous patriarch of the Shihoran family and the captain of the second team, unexpectedly met today. Okay, there's no need to say anything else, hurry up and train, time is running out. Urahara waved his hand, and out of nowhere, he pulled out something called Turning God Body. Use this thing to practice, and you can practice Bankai faster. Urahara explained to Ichigo and Renji, turning into the God Body can forcibly materialize the Zanpakuto body and summon it to the world where the user is. Defeat the materialized Zanpakuto and learn Bankai. That's how Kisuke learned Bankai. Urahara explained to the two of them, in a word, this God Body is a thing that can make Zanpakuto materialize, and defeating the materialized Zanpakuto can learn Bankai. Ichigo has a strange expression on his face, because he still needs 3 days to load Bankai, and he can learn it even if he doesn't practice. But Ichigo decided to try anyway, training with the materialized Zanpakuto. However, when Urahara wanted to use the Tenshin body to materialize Ichigo's Zanpakuto, it didn't work. No response. Ichigo's Zanpakuto did not materialize. Hey? It didn't work? What's going on? Urahara tried several times, but the transformation didn't work on Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Strange. 100 times. Ichigo thought about it for a while and said, maybe I'm more special. Urahara thinks it might be too, after all, Ichigo is too outrageous, and it seems understandable that the body transformation doesn't work. Then you guys come first. Urahara pointed to Renji. Renji took a deep breath and nodded, okay. Renji needs to practice Bankai faster to improve his strength to have a chance of defeating Byakuya. This is also the purpose of his coming here. With the help of the divine body, the practice of Bankai can be greatly accelerated. Urahara then easily materialized Renji's Zanpakuto Zabimaru using the Tenshin body. The materialized Zabimaru turned out to be 2 people. A white snake that looks like a child, and a hairy woman like an ape. This is the materialization of Zabimaru. Renji was still surprised, but quickly adjusted his mentality, and fought with the materialized Zanpakuto with all his strength. Although Renji tried his best every time he fought, he was defeated again and again. Nothing beats his materialized Zanpakuto Zabimaru. Being abused unilaterally. Renji was almost tortured to the point of doubting his life. It's so difficult to defeat the materialized Zanpakuto school Bankai. Renji was bruised all over, lying on the ground, his eyes were a little dull. He still underestimated the difficulty of learning Bankai. With his current strength, it is still too difficult to learn Bankai within a few days. In the original book, what Renji hastily learned is only an incomplete Bankai. Renji's qualifications are actually very high, and it is not too much to say that he is a genius. But if you want to learn Bankai, even a genius will have to spend years or even decades. In today's entire Godi 13, how many will be Bankai? Those who know Bankai are almost all captains. They are all the highest combat power of Godi 13. How can it be so easy to learn? Urahara also shook his head. With Renji's current state, he wants to learn Bankai within 3 days. It seems that there is not much hope. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Urahara's mind. She turned to Ichigo and shouted, Ichigo, why don't you try that for him? Chapter 28. Of course Ichigo knew that what Urahara asked him to try was his accelerated growth system ability. When Ichigo showed this ability before, both Urahara and Urahara saw it, and both believed that Ichigo had the special natural ability to activate and strengthen others. Now thinking maybe try it on Renji. Otherwise, with Renji's ability, it may be difficult to practice Bankai after a few days of hard work, and the progress will not be too great. What is that? Renji, who was lying on the ground covered in bruises, was puzzled and did not understand the content of the conversation between Urahara and Ichigo. Ichigo thought for a while and said, "This may not work. Ichigo's accelerated growth system is only available to members of the protagonist group. He doesn't know if Renji is what the system calls a member of the protagonist group. Like Urahara and Urahara, Ichigo has no way to speed them up. Look at that poor guy, Ichigo, just give it a try, what if it works? If it doesn't work, there's nothing to lose, is there?" Urahara crossed his arms and suggested. If it was before, Ichigo would also dislike Renji. After all, it was Renji and Byakuya who came to arrest Rukia in this world. But now, after knowing something about Renji and Rukia, Ichigo has a big change in Renji. And Renji is also willing to risk his life to save Rukia. Renji and Ichigo seem to be of the same type. Although Ichigo is powerful, he is still a boy at heart. The corners of Ichigo's mouth were raised with a bit of mischief, and he glanced at Renji, who was tired and fell to the ground quite complacently. "You poor red-haired guy, so I'll try it out." Ichigo's tone was rather generous. Pure heart just wanted to disgust Renji. "Nanny, what are you talking about?" When Renji, who was so tired and lying on the ground, heard Ichigo's words, a bunch of anger symbols immediately appeared on his face. "You are pitying me? You want to fight, don't you?" Renji stood up and glared at Ichigo like he was about to fight. Ichigo couldn't wait for this. He leaned over and said leisurely, "Come on, with your little strength, I don't even need to use Zanpakuto to beat you to the ground." Ichigo is not bragging, he loaded the blood battle panel, not to mention the current Renji, even Byakuya. I am afraid that he can be defeated with bare hands. You, don't go too far." Renji was very ashamed, but his aptitude was inferior to Ichigo's, so he had no choice but to confess. Urahara spread his hands helplessly. "Okay, stop bickering, you two, let's start. Hold out your hand." Ichigo said to Renji reluctantly. "You want me to hold out my hand? What do you mean?" Renji was a little confused, wondering why Ichigo asked him to hold out his hand. "Don't dawdle, hurry up, if you don't see that you are too weak like a poor bug, do you think I am willing to help you? UBD. Kurosaki Ichigo. Do you want to become stronger? Think. Then hurry up, if you miss this village, there will be no store here." "Good." After some bickering, Renji obediently held out his hand in order to become stronger. In fact, Ichigo does not know whether his ability can accelerate Renji to become stronger. Ichigo squeezed Renji's hand, the huge force made Renji's eyes hurt, and his eyes almost popped out. "Are you kidding me?" Renji is thinking that Ichigo and Urahara are playing him together. About to get angry. But I only heard Ichigo say lightly, "Speed up." Immediately, Renji's pupils shrank suddenly, with an expression of disbelief. He heard a series of voices clearly in his mind. Ding! One of the protagonist team members, Abarai Renji, accelerated success. Ryutsu's growth acceleration is successful, and you get the Ryutsu in the early stage of the bloody battle. Zanpakuto ability accelerates success, you comprehend Bankai's Zabimaru. In the late stage of the bloody battle, the return panel of the Lingwang Palace is loading, and it is expected to take 10 days. I saw a powerful Ryutsu erupting from Renji at this time. This Ryutsu also reached the captain level. After all, the acceleration system directly promoted Renji's Ryutsu to the early stage of the Millennium Blood War. In that time period, Renji went through the battle with Byakuya and Aizen in the Soul Society Salvation chapter, the battle with multiple Arankars in the Arankar chapter, and the battle with the full Mansurs in the full Manual chapter after the Arankar chapter. Before the outbreak, he practiced hard again. According to him, at that time, after 1 year and 7 months of hard training, he had reached the level where he could fight Aizen. Renji feels a little better about himself. Not to mention the battle with Aizen, after the Millennium Bloody Battle, Ace Not, F Fear, of the Star-Crossed Knights was helpless. But even so, Renji's Ryutsu has reached the level of the early stage of the Bloody Battle. Although it is far from reaching the realm of competing with Aizen, it is still a proper captain level. Except that Ryutsu gets stronger. Renji also realized Bankai. This Bankai is not the half-finished Bankai Baboon King Zabimaru in the original work, but the complete Bankai S Zabimaru. Straightforward is totally Bankai. The Ryutsu obtained by Renji in the early stage of the bloody battle is much stronger than before, and he is indeed qualified to control S Zabimaru. As for the later stage of the Millennium Blood War, the basic panel after returning from training in the Lingwang Palace needs to be loaded for 10 days. Ichigo also heard the sound of loading, and Urahara saw the change in Renji, his eyes widened in disbelief. Surprisingly, it succeeded. Neither Ichigo nor Urahara thought that they just strengthened Renji with the idea of giving it a try, but it succeeded. Renji turned out to be a member of the protagonist group. Of course, in the original book, Renji is the second male and the third male, so he naturally belongs to the protagonist group, and Ichigo's acceleration system is naturally effective. A powerful Ryutsu erupted from Renji's body, and Bankai's mysteries were comprehended in his brain and body muscles. At this time, his mind was blank, as if he was about to lose his ability to think because of the shock. After a while, he came back to his senses in a daze, looked at his hands full of strength in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Ichigo, what kind of ability do you have? This is too amazing." Renji even changed the name of Ichigo. "I used to call Kurosaki Ichigo all the time, but now I just change my nickname to Ichigo." Ichigo's ability to accelerate growth is indeed too heaven-defying. In the original book, Renji needs to practice for 2.5 years, including many battles of life and death, before Ryutsu can reach the current level. Bankai also needs to go through hard training, and even after going to the Lingwang Palace to practice, he knows his real name, Zanpakut Bankai, and learns Zabimaru the real Bankai. But now it is completely unnecessary. Ichigo helped him realize it ahead of schedule. Surprised and grateful to Ichigo, Renji's eyes lit up. Bankai S Zabimaru. He couldn't wait to use his Bankai. A wave of Ryutsu shot up into the sky, and when it dissipated, Renji appeared in the form of Bankai. I saw Renji from Bankai, his body was covered with some hair, and his right arm was covered by a snake-headed skull. Renji held a knife in his right hand, and Ryutsu was powerful and majestic. This is Renji's real Bankai, S Zabimaru. This kid's Bankai is very strong. Looking at Renji behind Bankai, Urahara felt the powerful Ryutsu and aura emanating from Renji, and couldn't help but admire, Renji's Bankai is very strong. Ichigo also nodded, "Is this Zanpakut's Bankai? I don't know what my Bankai will be." Seeing other people's Bankai, Ichigo also starts to look forward to his Bankai. It took 3 days for his Bankai to load successfully. Is it because it's too strong? Ichigo thinks that Renji's Bankai does not need loading time, but his Bankai needs loading time, maybe his Bankai is too strong, or other reasons. Urahara put away the body, Renji realized Bankai, this thing is useless. Renji felt the powerful force in his body, and seeing his new posture after Bankai, he felt both dreamy and very excited. He couldn't help but squeezed Zanpakut's hand, and said excitedly, "Now I am definitely qualified to fight against Captain Kuchiki. Rukia, I will definitely rescue you. I will definitely." Renji, who suddenly gained great power, now thinks he can fight Byakuya, and even defeat the Byakuya he has always looked up to. Rescuing Rukia is no longer a dream. Chapter 29. All the while, Renji had Byakuya as a goal to try to catch up to. But Byakuya's strength is too strong. Even though Renji has worked hard for decades and became the vice-captain of the 6th team, there is still a huge gap between Byakuya that is difficult to overcome. Even if he swore to his soul in his confession that he would risk his life to save Rukia. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that even if he risked his life, he might not be Byakuya's opponent, and he couldn't save Rukia at all. But now, all this has changed. Renji was inexplicably strengthened by Ichigo. Not only Ryotsuya became stronger, but also Bankai's Zabimaru. Possessing great strength, he feels that he is qualified to compete with Byakuya, and even cross this mountain that was out of reach in the past, and really rescue Rukia. All these changes were brought to him by Ichigo. Excited. Ichigo, how do you guys have such heaven-defying power? It's incredible. Renji was so excited that he rushed over to hug Ichigo, but Ichigo stopped him with a hand on his forehead. Thanks to me, I wouldn't be like this. I'm not interested in you. Hey! Renji smirked. Even though he has gained stronger power, he still looks naive most of the time. Then what should we do now? Go straight to the Palace of Repentance and rescue Rukia. Renji can't wait to save Rukia. But Urahara shook his head. No. Shinigami is heavily guarded outside, rushing in rashly will only confront the entire Godi 13 head-on, this is not a wise move. Also, are you really sure of defeating your captain Kuchiki? Urahara's words made Renji calm down. There are still a few days before Rukia's execution, and the defense outside is so tight now. Even if he gained great strength, he was only at the level of a captain, and there are 13 powerful captains in Godi 13 outside. A frontal conflict is tantamount to hitting a stone with a pebble, which is very dangerous and unwise. At least Urahara thinks so. Moreover, Urahara is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity for Aizen and others to show their feet. Because she is the only one who knows the inside story of Rukia's execution except for Aizen. Let Aizen show his feet, Godi 13 notices, and arrest Aizen together, this is the best plan. Rather than rushing directly to the Palace of Confessions to confront Godi 13 head-on. Ichigo nodded, agreeing with Urahara's statement. It is not easy to save Rukia. Ichigo's strength is much stronger than Renji's, but his combat experience is still a bit worse. There are still 3 days before Bankai can be loaded successfully. To be on the safe side, Ichigo also thinks that it is more appropriate to save people after loading Bankai and learning the Bankai of double swords. So, Ichigo and Renji continued to train in this secret training base to improve their combat experience. What made Renji very skeptical about his life was that he, who acquired a stronger Ryotsuya and learned Zabimaru Bankai, used Bankai, but he couldn't take any advantage in front of the double sword Ichigo, and was completely abused. Ichigo's strength is so terrifying, far superior to him. While Ichigo was training with Renji, on the other side, Urahara and Orium, disguised as Shinigami, slipped to a certain place in Seireitei wearing a Siba costume. Here, they met 7 or 8 Shinigami soldiers talking and laughing. When these Shinigami soldiers saw Urahara and Orium, they greeted them with harmless smiles on their faces. Hey! Hello, you two. I don't think I've seen you before. Which team are you from? We are, the 3rd team. Yulong pushed his glasses, and randomly reported a team. Orium also quickly echoed with a smile, yes, we are in the 3rd team, hello everyone. Because it was a lie, Orium's smile was inevitably a little awkward. The 7 or 8 Shinigami surrounded them with smiles on their faces, and surrounded Urahara and Orium. Are you from the 3rd division? We are from the 12th division. Why did your 3rd division appear in our 12th division? Ha ha ha, of course it doesn't matter, let's get to know each other. By the way, what are your names? These Shinigami members of the 12th squad are talking to each other, but they have already surrounded Urahara and Orium, and they are constantly shrinking the range. Orium was at a loss for a while, but Urahara had a keen sense of danger. These members of the 12th squad gave him a very abnormal feeling. They may well have been found. Inu, use your abilities. Yulong shouted. Sure enough, the next moment, bang bang bang. These 7 or 8 Shinigami soldiers from the 12th division exploded, and these people turned out to be human bombs. The explosion produced powerful destructive power, but Anu used the shield ability of Shuangtiangashi one step ahead of Urahara's reminder, completely defending against the explosion damage of the bomb, leaving Orium and Urahara unscathed. However, this made both Orium and Urahara feel lingering fear. The Shinigami of the 12th division just now looked like real people, or they were the real Shinigami, but they were used as human bombs, and they were killed when they exploded. Thinking about it feels a little creepy. GGG, the reaction is not bad, Quincy. A cold laugh came from the wall next to it, and a strange figure appeared on the wall. This person is the captain of the 12th division Kuratsuka Mayuri. The Shinigami soldiers of the 12th division just now were made into human bombs by him. In order to capture Urahara and Orium, he did not hesitate to detonate these Shinigami soldiers. The lives of Shinigami soldiers are worthless in the eyes of Kuratsuka Mayuri. Or in other words, in order to capture the materials he wants to study, he can do whatever he can without any scruples. What a vile fellow! Urahara stared at Kuratsuka Mayuri, who suddenly appeared, thinking that this person was too mean and insidious. Despicable? Humph! Kuratsuka Mayuri snorted coldly, and sneered at Urahara's evaluation. It's the honor of those useless guys to sacrifice for scientific research. It's me who bestowed this honor on them. Otherwise, they're just a waste of time. Kuratsuka Mayuri has his own rhetoric, thinking that those Shinigami soldiers who he detonated as human bombs just now are honored to sacrifice for science. Naturally, Urahara and Orium cannot understand and agree with this point of view. With Urahara's eyesight, he can see that Kuratsuka Mayuri in front of him is very dangerous, and the Haori on Kuratsuka Mayuri's body also shows his identity, the captain of the 12th division. The captain-level Shinigami are all such despicable people. Because Quincy and Shinigami are hostile, and some other reasons, Urahara doesn't like any Shinigami other than Ichigo, and even has some disgust, especially for Kuratsuka Mayuri at the moment. At this time, a figure came and appeared beside Kuratsuka Mayuri. This is Kuratsuka Mayuri's adjutant, Nirvana. Nirvana stood beside Kuratsuka Mayuri expressionlessly, like a cold robot, just waiting for an order from Kuratsuka Mayuri. Kuratsuka Mayuri laughed excitedly, looking at Urahara and Orium with eyes full of excitement. GGG, a rare Quincy, a human who can use special abilities. I'm so lucky. Come on, be my research material. Kuratsuka Mayuri was originally only interested in Urahara, but after seeing Orium's ability to use special abilities, he also became very interested in Orium, and wanted to capture Urahara and Orium back for research. If it is studied by Kuratsuka Mayuri, the end may be worse than death. Urahara's expression was a bit dignified. This Kuratsuka Mayuri is the captain of Shinigami, and he is mean and weird, so he is not easy to deal with. Inu, I'll deal with them, stand back. As soon as Yulong raised his hand, he condensed a sacred arrow that was almost as tall as a human. He knew that Orium's character was not suitable for fighting, and Orium's combat experience was almost zero, so he told her to back off and be careful, and let him deal with Kuratsuka Mayuri and Nirvana. Ishida-san, are you okay? Orium was worried. Don't worry, I'm not as good as Kurosaki, but I still have some skills. After Yulong saw Ichigo killing the captain and splitting Seireitei, he thought he was not as good as Ichigo, but he also loaded the basic strength panel of the bloody battle period. It's just that there is no holy text yet, and it is also very strong. Orium nodded, and ran back, taking some distance. Kurotsuka Mayuri sneered, raised his hand and threw a bomb-like prop at the running Orium. Mean! Urahara quickly drew his bow, and a blue arrow shot out, piercing the bomb that Kurotsuka Mayuri threw at Orium. The bomb was penetrated by the arrow and also exploded. Fortunately Orium was not hurt. But Yulong is still too young. When he helped Orium stop the bomb thrown by Kurotsuka Mayuri, the adjutant Nyunmen next to Kurotsuka Mayuri suddenly disappeared and came to Yulong with Shunpo in an instant. Open your hands and hug Yulong tightly. What? Hey, what are you doing? Hey! Yulong's eyes widened, and he was a little flustered for a while being tightly hugged by Nyunmen. After all, he is only a teenager. GG, immature brat. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Kurotsuka Mayuri rose into the air and stabbed directly at Otomu. Ah! Nyunmen's body was pierced by Kurotsuka Mayuri with Zanpakuto, but still hugged Rain Dragon with both hands as much as possible. Kurotsuka Mayuri's Zanpakuto, after piercing the body of Nyunmu, proceeds to stab Rain Dragon. The skin of Yulong's abdomen was cut, and it was about to penetrate into the internal organs. Fortunately, Yulong reacted fairly quickly, and immediately used the static blood equipment. The static blood equipment was also activated by Ichigo for him to accelerate. In an instant, blue blood veins emerged from Urahara's whole body, and his body's defense was greatly improved, preventing Kurotsuka Mayuri's Zanpakuto from piercing again. A mighty Ryotsu erupted from Yulong's body, and she pushed away Nyunmen who was hugging her, and broke free from the restraints. Nirvana was pierced by Kurotsuka Mayuri's Zanpakuto, and was thrown away by Yulong's powerful Ryotsu, smashing hard to the ground, where a pool of bloodline appeared. Urahara really didn't expect that Kurotsuka Mayuri's insidiousness far exceeded his expectations. Kurotsuka Mayuri first pretended to attack Orium to attract Urahara's attention, and then let the adjutant Nyonmu hug him tightly to create a chance for Kurotsuka Mayuri to pierce along with Nyonmu Urahara. Even the cautious Urahara fell for Kurotsuka Mayuri's dastardly tricks. After all, Yulong is still a little young, Zhang is still old and hot, and Kurotsuka Mayuri's experience and tricks are very mean and sophisticated. Fortunately, Yulong blocked Kurotsuka Mayuri's attack with the static blood outfit, but suffered some skin trauma. Useless trash, let me let you go. Kurotsuka Mayuri still looked disgusted at this time, blaming Nyunmen for not hugging Yulong tightly, making his plan just now go to waste, and failing to seriously injure Yulong. I'm sorry, Master Kurotsuka Mayuri, but the subordinate is incompetent. Nirvana didn't complain at all, she only blamed herself for being incompetent. She wanted to stand up and continue to perform the task, but she couldn't stand up because her body was pierced by Kurotsuka Mayuri and was seriously injured. Seeing that Nyunmu was seriously injured and hated by Kurotsuka Mayuri, Orium covered his mouth with his hands in surprise. At the same time, he also felt that Nyunmu was an enemy, but he was so pitiful. A look of anger rose on Yulong's face, and he said angrily, "UBD, you use your Shinigami soldiers as human bombs, and let your adjutant make such sacrifices, UBD." As what? Urahara is questioning Kurotsuka Mayuri, because Kurotsuka Mayuri doesn't regard companions as human beings at all. Kurotsuka Mayuri was very disdainful when faced with Urahara's questioning. Companion? She's just an artificial human made by me. Kurotsuka Mayuri snorted coldly, put away your disgusting sense of justice, I think it's my freedom to do anything to her. And, are you okay, are you caring about others? Chapter 30. Now do you still have the heart to care about others? Kurotsuka Mayuri taunts Urahara. Yulong's face changed suddenly, because he suddenly felt a sense of numbness, although the numbness was relatively slight, it was enough to affect his actions. "GGG, it seems that you have also found out. Kuratsuka Mayuri raised the Zanpakuto Juzou in his hand, with a proud and excited face. Even if the poison on my Zanpakuto is only slightly contaminated, even a whale can't move. And you are poisoned. There is poison on Kuratsuka Mayuri's Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto also pierced the skin of the rain dragon's abdomen after piercing the Nirvana dream just now, successfully poisoning the rain dragon. Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at Urahara as if he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, or an outstanding experimental material. It's a pity, if you stab deeper and pour the poison into your internal organs, you probably don't even have the strength to speak now, Quincy Master. Become my research material. If it wasn't for Yulong's quick reaction to defend Kuratsuka Mayuri's Zanpakuto with a static blood outfit, he might have been pierced through the abdomen and poisoned even deeper. Kuratsuka Mayuri, who seemed to have a winning hand, continued his rhetoric. Quincy, the last time I researched it was more than 10 years ago. It's an old man, an old Quincy, and it's not very interesting to study. It seems to be called Ishida Zongxian, just like you. Is it related? Hearing what Kuratsuka Mayuri said, Urahara's eyes narrowed, and his entire face turned cold. Ishida Zongxian is Urahara's grandfather. Judging by your expression, it's very important. Why, is it possible that you still want to kill me? Kuratsuka Mayuri didn't care about the killing intent emanating from Yulong's body at all, and seemed confident in his poison. Back then, the old Quincy was besieged by Su, and he even asked Shinigami for help. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. We Shinigami are hostile to Quincy. And I deliberately delayed the Shinigami's rescue. When the Shinigami's rescue team arrived, the old guy had already been killed. Ha ha ha, I also obtained the spirit body of the Quincy master for research. It's just that that guy is too old, and the various functions of the soul body are aging, and there are not many useful things to research, and the soul body dissipates quickly. What a pity. Kuratsuka Mayuri told the truth of the year. Back then, Urahara's grandfather was besieged by a group of Su and asked Shinigami to rescue him, but the rescue was interfered by Kuratsuka Mayuri, which made it late. Yulong finally understood the truth of his grandfather's death. Although Ishida Zongxian died directly at the hands of Su, but Kuratsuka Mayuri's blocking of the rescue is also an indirect cause, an indirect murderer. BD, unforgivable. In an instant, Urahara's glasses reflected a cold light, and the blue Ryotsu on his body suddenly swelled and shot straight into the sky. Nani? Isn't he poisoned? Kuratsuka Mayuri was startled immediately, and his expression changed. Urahara is clearly affected by his super poison, but still can play such a powerful Ryotsu. In fact, the poison of Kuratsuka Mayuri has been suppressed by Yulong with the static blood suit and the powerful Ryotsu, and now he doesn't feel paralyzed at all. Ishida-san's Ryotsu is really strong. Orium, who was standing in the back, nervously folded his hands and saw Urahara's Ryotsu. Although it is not as good as Ichigo, it is still very strong. Na Yunmen, who was seriously injured and lying in a pool of blood, also showed an inconceivable look. She also didn't expect that the Quincy, who was hugged tightly by her just now, could resist the poison of Kuratsuka Mayuri and possess such a powerful Ryotsu. The strength of this Ryotsu has definitely reached the captain level of Shinigami. Facing the enemy in front of him who indirectly killed his grandfather, Yulong became angry. Humph, brat, you just resisted my poison, don't get too carried away. Kuratsuka Mayuri snorted coldly, threw an explosive object in one hand to cover people's eyes and ears, and then used Shunpo to instantly come behind Urahara, and swung the Juzou in his hand. It's a pity that Yulong saw through Kuratsuka Mayuri's actions and jumped into the air with a flying sickle. Pulling away the sacred arrow in his hand, a spiritual bow was shot out instantly. The current Yulong is loaded with the basic combat power panel of the bloody battle period, and the bows and arrows it shoots are extremely fast and powerful. Kuratsuka Mayuri made a mistake and did not escape. One arm was destroyed by Yulong's arrow. Blood splattered everywhere, and he was in a panic. Damn brat! Kurotsuka Mayuri roared with rage when one arm was destroyed. He didn't expect Yulong to be able to suppress the toxin that killed him, and his own speed and the destructive power of the bow and arrow were so amazing. Among the Quincy masters he had seen before, none was as strong as Yulong. Of course, this also pd off Kurotsuka Mayuri completely. He raised his Zanpakuto with his remaining arm and said angrily, Bankai. Golden Zodiac kills Kasetagarba. Kurotsuka Mayuri unleashes his Bankai. His Zanpakuto swelled instantly and turned into a huge caterpillar. The caterpillar's head was the face of a baby, which looked ferocious and pervasive. Not only that, but the many feet of the golden killing Juzou can be transformed into many sharp blades, and a stronger poisonous gas is spit out from the mouth, and the poisonous gas is all over the sky for a while. I wanted to arrest you intact, but you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. Furious, Kurotsuka Mayuri knew that if he didn't use Bankai, he could hardly take down Rain Dragon. After using Bankai, maybe Yulong will lose arms and legs, and the experimental materials will be incomplete, but now he can't care about so much. Is this Shinigami's Bankai? Yulong's face was also a little dignified. It was the first time he had ever met Shinigami's Bankai. Ichigo's dual swords are Shikai's normal. Ichigo doesn't understand Bankai now. Ichimaru Gin, whom I met in Jinglingting West Gate before, was given by Ichigo before Bankai had time to use it. The golden Juzou in front of him is the first Bankai Yulong saw. Shinigami's Bankai is basically an enhanced version of Shikai. Just like the golden killing Juzou in front of you, compared with Shikai, its attack power has been improved by several levels, and the power of toxin is far beyond Shikai. Yulong took a deep breath. Although a little surprised, there is no fear. Because, he is also very strong now. Go, Golden Zodiac Killer! Kurotsuka Mayuri roared, sharp knives emerged from the caterpillar's 4 feet, screaming and spitting out poisonous gas, and swallowed it towards the Rain Dragon. Kurotsuka Mayuri wants to defeat Urahara with one blow and take Urahara down. Yulong didn't flinch, his eyes were full of determination. Facing the enemy Kurotsuka Mayuri, he also wanted to kill him. Call! Ryotsu burst out from Yulong's whole body, pulled away the sacred arrow, and condensed a powerful arrow. The coercion emanating from this arrow made Nai Yunmen, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, feel terrified. A sense of danger came to mind. No, Master Kurotsuka Mayuri, may die. Nirvana was created by Kurotsuka Mayuri. No matter how Kurotsuka Mayuri is, Nirvana does not want anything to happen to Kurotsuka Mayuri. She stood up desperately, and then jumped in front of Yulong. She will save Kurotsuka Mayuri from Raining Dragon's arrow. Urahara had already aimed at the attacking Golden Juzou, the head of Kurotsuka Mayuri standing behind the Golden Juzou. But just when he was about to let go of the string, the figure of Nyanmen suddenly appeared in front of him. You! Seeing Nyanmen appearing in front of him, Yulong suddenly hesitated. Hateful! The kind-hearted Yulong adjusted the direction of the arrow at the last moment, and the arrow whizzed past Nyanmen's body, but missed Nyanmen. The blue arrow was so powerful that it even pierced through and exploded the menacing golden Kasetagarba. The golden killing Juzou was like a balloon, and his whole body exploded. Not end yet. The speed of the arrow was still extremely fast, and it hit Kurotsuka Mayuri behind the golden hideout. Kurotsuka Mayuri's own hard power is not strong among the captains, and Urahara's arrows are so powerful that Kurotsuka Mayuri has no time to stop and was shot. At this time, half of Kurotsuka Mayuri's body was gone. If Nai Yunmen hadn't jumped out to block at the last moment, Yulong had adjusted his direction and missed the arrow. Yulong's arrow can directly blow the head of Kurotsuka Mayuri. Without an arm, half of his body and a leg, if it was someone else who was so seriously injured, he should have died immediately. But Kurotsuka Mayuri is not dead. Hateful! Kurotsuka Mayuri said these 2 words with the last of his strength, and then his body turned into a puddle of liquid, scattered and ran away. Chapter 31. If Yulong's arrow hit Kurotsuka Mayuri's head just now, then Kurotsuka Mayuri would die immediately. But Yulong couldn't bear to shoot Nai Yunmen, so the angle deviated, only destroying half of Kurotsuka Mayuri's body, and Kurotsuka Mayuri turned into liquid and escaped. Yulong raised the sacred arrow and wanted to pursue it. It's just that his face changed, and half of his face turned black and blue, which is a sign of poisoning. Yulong only felt that his body was numb and his movements were restricted. That guy's poison. Kurotsuka Mayuri's Zanpakut is highly poisonous, especially the golden Zanpakut after Bankai, who breathed out poisonous gas as soon as he was summoned. Although the golden killing Juzou was destroyed by Yulong's arrow, the poisonous gas in his body exploded like a flood. Even if it was as strong as Yulong, it was eroded by toxins, which affected its mobility. Kurotsuka Mayuri, who turned into a liquid, escaped helplessly. Just a little bit. Cough cough, cough. Urahara regrets that he was not able to kill Kurotsuka Mayuri. Orium in the rear saw that Urahara seemed to be injured, so he rushed up. Student Ishida, you are. Orium was taken aback when he saw Urahara with a half-black face. Quickly use the healing ability to heal the rain dragon. But Orium's healing ability is relatively limited for detoxification, it can only suppress the toxin of Kurotsuka Mayuri, but cannot get rid of it. After all, there is still a difference between detoxification and treatment. Yulong underestimated the poison of Kurotsuka Mayuri, but using Ryutsu and static blood equipment, plus Orium's ability to suppress the toxin is not life-threatening, and the toxin can be completely suppressed in 3 to 5 days. But 3 to 5 days is too long, in this dangerous jingling ting, this is very fatal. Thanks. Nai Yunmen, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, looked at Yulong and said thank you. If you want to vent your anger, you can kill me. Although Nai Yunmen was seriously injured, her words were very calm. It was she who interfered with Urahara shooting Kurotsuka Mayuri. Urahara could kill her if she wanted to vent her anger, she would not fight back. Orium was taken aback by Nai Yunmen's words, Miss, please don't say such words, The kind-hearted Orium saw everything just now. Nirvana was created by Kurotsuka Mayuri, and everything obeyed Kurotsuka Mayuri's orders. Even though Kurotsuka Mayuri was harsh on her, Orium actually sympathized with Nirvana. Yulong sat on the ground and sighed. No, you don't hate me. Yulong is not a person who likes to kill randomly, and thinking of being surrounded by Nian men just now, Yulong, who is still a young man, is somewhat uncomfortable and unbearable. As a big man himself, with such a powerful Quincy master, there is no need to argue with Nian men. Nian men stared slightly, in her consciousness, if it was Kurotsuka Mayuri facing the enemy, she would kill without hesitation, but Yulong did not kill Nian men who hindered him, and even cursed no words. This made Nai Yunmen very surprised, and was touched like a human being. Kurotsuka Mayuri-sama's poison, I have the antidote. Nai Yunmen stood up with difficulty, opened the adjutant's sign hanging on her arm, took out the antidote and sighed, and handed it to Yulong. Yulong was slightly taken aback, and took the antidote. Then he chose to believe in Nirvana dream and took the antidote. Sure enough, the toxin on his body quickly dissipated until it was completely gone. Thank you, Miss Yunmen. Orium smiled at Nirvana and thanked Nirvana for the antidote. Human-like emotions emerged again in Yunmen's heart. She was thanked for the first time. Go quickly, if you don't go, someone will come soon. Nai Yunmen reminded suddenly. Urahara and Orium nodded. The battle just now made such a big commotion, other Shinigami will come soon, and they have to leave as soon as possible. The detoxified Yulong took a deep breath, put away the sacred arrow in his hand, glanced at Nianmen, and thanked him. Urahara and Orium are about to run. Nianmen's voice came from behind. By the way, you are going to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, right? She is being held in the Palace of Confessions and guarded by 2 captains. Be careful when you go. In gratitude to Urayu and Orium, Nirvana tells what she knows. It was the first time Urayu and Orium heard about Rukia. Rukia is imprisoned in the Palace of Confessions, guarded by 2 captains. Thank you, Miss Yinmen. Urayu and Orium ran away quickly. Not long after the 2 left, Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, came with people, followed by Hitshuga Ichwir, the captain of the 10th Division. Sui Feng and Chwir looked at the buildings destroyed by the fighting on both sides, and the poisonous gas filled the air, and coughed while covering their mouths. What's going on here? Where's Captain Nirvana? Just now we sensed Captain Nirvana's riots are rushing over, what about the others now? What about the travel disaster? Sui Feng covered his mouth, and asked a series of questions to Nyanmen who fell on the ground. Nyanmen, Captain Nai was defeated by Lu Huan and fled. Lu Huan and the others also left. Nyanmen's words surprised both Sui Feng and Chwir. Although they had some guesses after seeing this scene after they came here, they were still shocked when they heard Nyanmen say that Kurotsuka Mayuri was defeated. Another captain was defeated by brigade. It was Ichimaru Gin before, who was instantly killed by Ichigo, and now Kurotsuka Mayuri was seriously injured by Urayu and escaped. The power of these travel disasters is too strong. Defeated 2 captains in a row. Damn, where did they go? Sui Feng can't wait to bring Lu Mi to justice as soon as possible. I don't know. Nyanmen didn't say which direction Yulong was running to. Sui Feng's eyes are sharp, she has some doubts about Nyanmen. But it is true that Nyanmen's breath is weak and serious injury is true, and Nyanmen has no reason to lie. With a soft snort, Sui Feng left with the 2nd squad and continued to hunt for Luao. Chapter 32. The powerful riotsu that erupted from the battle between Urayu and Kurotsuka Mayuri just now was naturally felt by many Shinigami in Jinglingting. They felt the 2 powerful riotsu breaths, and then heard the news of Kurotsuka Mayuri's defeat, and everyone was shocked again. Another captain has been defeated by brigade. And, judging by riotsu, it's not the same brigade. The strength of this travel disaster is also very strong. Palace of Confessions. Byakuya stands guard nearby, along with Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi was also sent by Captain Yamamoto to guard the Repentance Palace together with Byakuya. The reason why Kenpachi was also sent here is that one more captain is more secure because of the strength of the travel accident, and the second is that the captain of Yamamoto knows Kenpachi's temperament, so in order to prevent Kenpachi from causing other troubles at this juncture, he left Death ordered him to guard here, and he was not allowed to leave the scope of the Confession Palace. Kenpachi is also more willing to take on this job, because compared to him looking for a needle in a haystack with a very poor sense of direction, it is better to wait here at the Palace of Repentance, maybe they will come by themselves. At this time, Byakuya frowned slightly, these travel accidents. Byakuya is not only the captain of the 6th Division, but also the head of the Kuchiki family who is responsible for establishing and maintaining the order of the Soul Society. Ichigo and others came to rescue Rukia. The invasion destroyed the Jingling Court, which is a violation of the rules of the Soul Society. From Byakuya's standpoint, I can't wait to capture Ichigo and the others and bring them to justice. Of course, Byakuya's heart is actually a bit complicated. Ichigo and the others can come to the Soul Society to save Rukia regardless of safety and risk, but as Rukia's elder brother, he can't. He chose to abandon Rukia and maintain the glory of the Kuchiki family. Really, why haven't these travel disasters come yet? Being able to defeat Ichimaru Gin and that BD Nirvana, what a BD. When Kenpachi felt the riotsu of Urayu fighting with Kurotsuka Mayuri just now, his blood boiled and he wanted to rush out. It's just that Urayu and Kurotsuka Mayuri's riotsu disappeared very quickly. After all, Urayu defeated Kurotsuka Mayuri only in a moment. This made Kenpachi very helpless, feeling like his whole body was going to be moldy. I'm bored, Byakuya Kuchiki, how about we fight? I've wanted to fight with you for a long time, come or not. Bored, Kenpachi wants to fight Byakuya. He really deserves to be a reckless man who only thinks about fighting. Not interested in. Byakuya just glanced at Kenpachi coldly, not bothering to pay attention to Kenpachi, a madman who only loves fighting. On the other side, after Urahara and Orium escaped. At a certain corner, I ran into Sato and Soul, who were also avoiding Shinigami's pursuit. Sato, Soul? Why are you here? Ishida, Inu. They met so soon, and the four of them looked at each other for a while. Hey, I was taken aback. Oh, and I stood on Sato's shoulders, put his hands on his stomach, and was relieved to see Urahara and Orium. Just now Soul and Sato escaped together. Originally, Sato had already changed into Shinigami's deadly outfit, which theoretically would not be so easy to detect. But Hun can't wear the Siba costume, and he doesn't want to be stuffed in Sato's pocket and can't breathe. Then, everywhere, a normal person can recognize that Sato and Soul are travel disasters, and the two have been chased and intercepted by Shinigami. Jinglingting is round as a hole, and they are not familiar with the map of Jinglingting, so they collided with Yulong and the others while running. This is also good, saving time to find. Run, there's another Shinigami catching up behind you. Yulong noticed a group of Shinigami chasing from behind, his expression changed, and he ran forward with them. After fleeing for a long time, he finally got rid of the Shinigami who was chasing after him. Urahara, Sato and the others also came to the area of the 8th team. Soon, Urahara, Sato and the others met the 3rd seat of the 8th division and had a conflict. Sato knocked the man flying with one punch. But at this moment, a man who looked like an uncle wearing a bamboo hat and hanabari appeared. This person is naturally the captain of the 8th division, Kurako Shunsui. And beside him was the vice-captain Ise Nanao, who looked disgusted. A few distinguished guests are here, why don't you say hello? When Yulong, Sato and the others saw Jingle, they immediately tensed up, because they felt that this person was very dangerous. Much stronger than the 3rd seat of the 8th team. Not at the same level at all. Even, Urahara thinks Kurako is more dangerous than the Kurosuke Mayuri he met before. He looks frivolous on the outside, but he is actually a very strong and dangerous guy. Soul has already secretly hid behind Sato, poked out his head quietly, and swept his lewd eyes at Nanao Ise next to Jingle. But the next moment, Hun felt greatly disappointed. Flat. Not interested in. Yulong Sato, who was originally tense, almost fell down when he heard Hun's words. Yulong scolded the Soul angrily, "What time is it, what are you pretending to be in your mind?" Sato couldn't help punching Hun, causing a small bump to bulge on Hun's head. Orium has an innocent look on his face. Flat? What does that mean? Seeing Yulong and his party fighting, especially the word flat, deeply hurt Jisu's heart. Kigzu gritted her teeth, furious, and cursed at Jing Le beside her. "Your adjutant has been ridiculed by others, why are you so calm? Quickly take some of these travel disasters." Among Godi I-13, Nanao Ise is probably the only one who can yell at her captain like this. Jingle scratched her head, with a smirk on her face, pretending she didn't know anything. Moreover, Jingle didn't intend to take action against Yulong and the others. After all, thoughtful, he thinks that Yulong and the others are not bad guys or enemies. What kind of villain can someone break into Soul Society to save his comrades? People who share a common goal are not enemies. Therefore, Jingle smiled and extended his hand to the four of Yulong. "Let me introduce myself, Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th team, hello. How about we cooperate?" Chapter 33. Jingling Court, Room 46. This is the highest authority of the Soul Society. But at this time there were only 2 people here, and they were all wearing Captain Haori, with the characters 5 and 9 written on the Haori. The identities of these 2 people are Aizen Suk, captain of the 5th division, and Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th Division. Room 46 was originally a place that Captain Shinigami couldn't easily step into. In other words, Room 46 has been controlled by Aizen and Tosen at this time. All the noble counselors in the 46th room were killed, and they died for more than 10 days, and no one noticed and found out, which is really a bit miraculous. At this time, Aizen's face was not as calm as before, but a trace of sadness was on his face. Kurosaki Ichigo, I didn't expect him to grow to this extent. Aizen also had to pay attention to the Ryutsu and slash shown by Ichigo before, splitting Jinglingting and killing Ichimaru Gin in seconds. It seems that Ichigo is no longer the pitifully immature Ichigo who just became a Shinigami in his impression. Ichigo's Ryutsu made him feel scared. Ichigo's power can't even resist Ichimaru Gin, who is the strongest among the captains. Ichigo's growth rate far exceeded Aizen's expectations. And so is Yulong. In the 46 room, Tosen watched the battle between Urahara and Kurotsuka Mayuri through the instrument. This battle can be described in 2 words, crushing. Urahara crushed Kurotsuka Mayuri all the way, even Kurotsuka Mayuri's Bankai, Urahara crushed it with 1 arrow. The strength of Yulong, the Quincy master, is actually so strong. Tosen vaguely remembers that not long ago, when Urahara and Ichigo in the present Karakura town played against each other, Urahara and Ichigo joined forces, and even Jillian Minos Grande was hard to beat. But now, how come both of them are so strong? Ichigo, in particular, is insanely strong. Master Aizen, then what should we do now? Tosen Kaname on the side spoke respectfully. In fact, Tosen has been under Aizen 100 years ago. One captain turned out to be another captain's subordinate. Many people would find it unbelievable to tell such a thing. But that is the truth. At this moment, Aizen had a premonition. Yes, I think the execution will be prevented. Aizen predicts that Rukia's execution will be prevented. Either by Ichigo them, or by Kurako Shunsui et. Master Aizen, what should we do then? Tosen was a little anxious. The reason why Aizen spent a lot of time manipulating the 46 chambers was to execute Rukia with a double click, completely vaporize Rukia's soul, and take out the Hogyoku in Rukia's body. But now it seems that this execution can be easily prevented. Moreover, before obtaining Hogyoku, Aizen, who had carefully planned for hundreds of years, did not dare to overdo it. Now he is not only afraid of Captain Yamamoto, but also Ichigo. Maybe it will capsize in the ditch. However, Aizen smiled, regaining a confident smile on his face. To take out Hogyoku, there is another way. Another way is the technique of extracting items from the soul invented by Urahara Kisuke. Since Urahara can put things into the soul, he also has the technology to take things out of the soul. This technology, Aizen has now learned, is stored in the materials in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book under room 46. Aizen has to prepare the second method, so that it is foolproof. Not long after, Aizen really found the count of items taken from the soul left by Urahara 100 years ago in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Even Aizen couldn't help but praise the mystery of this technology. Urahara Kisuke, what a talent you are! Urahara's research ability, whether it is the research of Hogyoku or the technique of extracting items from the soul, makes Aizen quite admire. In terms of mind and IQ, Urahara is not inferior to Aizen in some aspects, and even better than Aizen. The execution can almost begin. Aizen's eyes were deep, and he felt that the execution could be carried out in advance. Tosen next to him hesitated, but still asked, Master Aizen, what about Ichimaru Gin? Ichimaru Gin pretended to seek refuge with Aizen. Aizen had asked him to meet and let go of Ichigo at the west gate of Jinglingting, in order to confuse the public. This was Aizen's original plan. But plans can't keep up with changes. Ichimaru Gin was slashed by Ichigo in seconds. Even though he was healed by Anohana and out of danger, his mobility has only recovered a little, and he is still recovering from his injuries in the 4th Division team building. In this way, Ichimaru Gin cannot participate in Aizen's plan. In this regard, Aizen is not concerned. It's okay, yes. I'm very clear about Yin's purpose of approaching me, which is to kill me, and I'm also very curious about when and how he will attack me. If he doesn't come, or if he can't come, then forget it, and it won't have any impact on our plan. Aizen has always known that Yin approached him to kill him. And bringing Ichimaru Gin with him, in addition to letting Ichimaru Gin do some things, the more important thing is to have some interest in Ichimaru Gin, to see how Ichimaru Gin will kill him. Now that Ichimaru Gin is seriously injured, Aizen doesn't care and doesn't affect his plan at all. Early the next morning, a sensational event happened in Jinglingting. Aizen Suk, captain of the 5th Division, was killed. The entity was pierced by a sword and nailed to a tall building. Blood flowed down the wall, staining it red. The appearance of death is very miserable and frightening. It is said that Hinamori, the vice-captain of the 5th Squad, discovered it. Hinamori, who has always admired Aizen, found out that Aizen died, and his mind exploded. In Aizen's room, a letter left by Aizen was found. The letter reads, I came across a conspiracy, the captain of Argoti I-13 colluded with the travel disaster, the purpose is to destroy the entire Jinglingting. Tao, if one day I am gone, the person who killed me must be captain of the Juban, Hitsuga Ichwir. This is Aizen's letter to Hinamori. The letter states that if he is killed, then the murderer is Chwir who colluded with Travel Calamity to destroy Jinglingting. Hinamori went crazy after seeing this letter. She chose to believe Aizen's words completely, and was desperate to kill Chwir who lived with her since she was a child. Others naturally don't believe that Chwir is the murderer, and there is no proof, stopping Hinamori. Almost everyone thinks that the murderer of Aizen was Chwir, who wanted to put the blame on Chwir. But Hinamori, as if obsessed, completely believed in the letter left by Aizen and decided that Chwir was the murderer. This broke Chwir's heart. I have to say that Hinamori is also really good, and he was able to restrain a captain by himself. As for Aizen's corpse, it was naturally transported back to the 4th team by Anohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th team, for an autopsy. Everything in Aizen's corpse is normal, but for some reason Anohana feels a sense of disobedience. But as for what was unusual about the corpse, even she couldn't tell. It just feels weird. Aizen's fake death not only delayed the two captains Chwir and Anohana, but also made Jinglingting point the finger at Ichigo and the others, making everyone except Hinamori think that the accident killed Aizen. So there is a smoother reason to plan for the next step. Then, a shocking news came from room 46. Chapter 34. On the other side, a secret training base. Renji fought Ichigo here all day, and Renji was so tired that he fell to the ground. What makes him even more unbelievable is that Ryutsu, who has been promoted for 2.5 years and has learned Bankai's Zabimaru, is no match for Ichigo at all. Ichigo's double sword Sujetsu is only Shikai, but Bankai's Renji is completely hoisted to fight. Of course, the two also gained some improvement in their fighting experience during this fighting training. Ichigo successfully loaded Bankai, 2 days left. After 2 days, Ichigo will be able to comprehend the double sword Bankai, no matter how powerful it is. Ichigo also felt that learning Bankai before saving Rukia would be safer and more sure. After all, the current Ichigo does not have Byakuya Kuchiki as a target to defeat, and Byakuya has long been insufficient as a target for Ichigo. Ichigo saves Rukia, he's going to challenge the entire Soul Society. Only by comprehending Bankai can we be more confident in rescuing Rukia. After lying down for a while, Renji stood up and stretched his muscles. Ichigo, I have to go back. I'm going to appease Rukia and tell her that I've become stronger so she doesn't have to worry. Renji thought about going to the Penance Palace to visit Rukia. Tell Rukia something about him and Ichigo, don't worry, she will be rescued. I thought you were going to stay here forever and never go back. Speaking of which, when you go back, how are you going to explain that to Byakuya? You've been training here all day. Sitting on a rock, Urahara asked with a slightly teasing tone. Explain. Renji scratched his head, then had an idea. By the way, I just said that I went to hunt down Brigade. Renji has not completely torn face with Byakuya now. Renji is still the vice-captain of the 6th team, and has not really stated that he will fight against Byakuya to rescue Rukia. If Byakuya went back and asked why he didn't come to yesterday's gathering, or why he didn't see him for a day, Renji would justifiably say that he went to hunt down the travel disaster. I can't figure it out, you guys are quite dishonest. Urahara sneered slightly. Renji left the training base. I'm going to go out too. I'm not worried about other people, and I'll take a look at what's going on outside. Urahara also turned into a black cat and went out to check the situation outside. Not long after Renji came out, he heard a shocking news. Captain Aizen of the 5th Division was killed. Captain Aizen was killed. Renji was confused. He and Aizen were fairly familiar. He was still in the 5th team at the beginning, but later the gentle and kind Aizen captain transferred him away and joined the 6th team. It's just that Renji was even more puzzled. Ichigo obviously trained with him all day yesterday. And he also knew that Ichigo was definitely not the kind of cruel and ruthless person, and it was impossible for him to kill people indiscriminately. Yulong and other people are similar. How could the murderer be a travel accident? Could it be Captain Ichigo really did it? Renji also heard a rumor that Aizen left a letter that was seen by the vice-captain Hinamori, and then Hinamori insisted that Chuir was the murderer. The death of Aizen also made the Shinigami members of Godi I-13 hate and fear Ichigo and others even more, and all places are heavily guarded. Not long after, Renji walked near the Palace of Repentance, and saw Byakuya with an indifferent face. Captain Kuchiki. Renji quickly saluted his captain. Byakuya looked at him coldly. Renji, where did you go yesterday? Byakuya pays great attention to the rules and order. Renji didn't see anyone all day yesterday. As the vice-captain of the 6th squad, and it's a tense time of the invasion, it's really not a good thing to leave without authorization. Back to Captain Kuchiki, I'm going to hunt down Brigade. Renji has already thought up a speech, but he is not very fluent in this speech. Captain Kuchiki, yesterday, I saw a black cat. I heard that this black cat was also a member of the accident, so I chased after it. But the black cat was very fast. After chasing for a long time, it stopped. Lost track. Byakuya took a deep look at Renji, who lowered his head, and finally didn't say much, just reminded him. This is not an example. Yes, Captain Kuchiki. Renji raised his head, secretly delighted that Byakuya was really fooled by him. In other words, Byakuya's mood is more complicated now, and he doesn't care about it. Captain, I want to go in and check on Rukia. Renji took a deep breath and looked at Byakuya seriously. A few days ago, Renji and Byakuya would occasionally visit Rukia at the Penance Palace. But things are different now. Now is an extraordinary period, because the purpose of the travel disaster is to rescue Rukia. In order to maintain the so-called Order of the Jingling Court, Captain Yamamoto ordered Byakuya Kenpachi to guard the Palace of Repentance, and no one can easily enter the Palace of Repentance. So, Byakuya still denied Renji's request. No. Renji was taken aback for a moment. Why? Captain. Rukia is going to be in a few days. I want to see Rukia. Renji wants to meet Rukia, tell her something about Ichigo, and reassure Rukia that they will definitely rescue Rukia. But Byakuya was unwilling to let him go because of business. Captain, please, let me in. Renji begged again. Byakuya sighed softly, but still shook his head. No. Renji clenched his fists tightly. It's not that he hates Byakuya's inhumanity, but he hates some so-called Order of Soul Society. At this moment, an astonishing news came out of room 46. Due to the intrusion of the travel disaster, in order to avoid further changes, the 46 room unanimously decided to execute the prisoner Rukia Kuchiki immediately. And by the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 9th Division, Tosen Kaname, and the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi, the 4 captains are responsible for escorting Rukia Kuchiki to Bipolar Hill. And the other captains must rush to Bipolar Hill to ensure the smooth progress of the execution. Hearing the order to execute Rukia immediately, Renji's eyes widened and his mind went blank. All this was too unexpected. Even Byakuya shuddered a bit, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 35. Everyone was taken aback by Room 40's sudden order to execute Rukia immediately. Although Byakuya had made a decision before and chose to stand on the side of the Kuchiki family, but when the execution really came, Rukia would be executed and would be double-clicked to run through her soul. Byakuya's heart was very complicated. Rukia. Byakuya closed his eyes, trying to calm down his complex emotions. Fei Zhen, I'm sorry. Byakuya apologized in heart to his late wife Kuchiki Hinma, who is also Rukia's older sister. He was very reluctant to part with Rukia in his heart, but he swore at the grave of his deceased parents that he would never break the rules of the Kuchiki family and protect the honor of the Kuchiki family, so this time, he really couldn't help himself and had no choice. Renji was struck by lightning. Sentence? Execute Rukia immediately. Just kidding, isn't there still a week before the execution deadline? Why is it going to be executed now? Why is this? Why? Renji's mentality exploded. Rukia's execution time has been reduced again and again. Originally, it was reduced to 20 days a month, and then reduced to 2 weeks. Renji originally wanted to visit Rukia, and told Rukia some news about Ichigo and him, so that Rukia would be happy. Unexpectedly, the change came so suddenly. Those guys in room 46 want to execute Rukia immediately. Why does Rukia have to die? Renji roared angrily. But this roar, in the face of the order of the 46 room, seemed so pale and powerless. 8th Team. Captain Kurako Shunsui hid Urahara, Sato, Orium, and Sol into the fan team yesterday despite the strong opposition of Vice-Captain Nanao Ise. Today Aizen died, even if everyone blamed it on the accident, Jingle didn't think so. Because Yulong and the others were all with him last night. As for Ichigo, Jingle also judged that he was not the murderer. So this thing seems weird. Just like Rukia's execution. Rukia's execution was full of doubts, but because it was the order of the 46th room, and Captain Yamamoto strictly followed it, no one could doubt it. What is even more abnormal now is that room 46 actually wants to execute Rukia immediately. 4 captain-level Shinigami were also assigned to escort, and all the other captains were also sent to guard the Bipolar Hill to ensure the smooth progress of the execution. At this time Jushiro was also in the 8th squad. Jingle, Jushiro, Urahara, and a group of people sat together. They were originally discussing cooperation to save lives. Because both Jingle and Jushiro felt that Rukia's execution was too strange, and Rukia was a member of Jushiro's team, Jushiro couldn't bear to lose Rukia, so he had already moved the idea of intercepting the execution ground. Even the props to seal Bipolar Hill are ready. They were discussing specific rescue measures, but Jingle and Jushiro led Yamamoto's captain away, and Urahara and the others took the opportunity to save people. But now, the plan still can't keep up with the changes. But room 46 is going to execute Rukia now. After hearing the news, both Jingle and Jushiro's expressions darkened, extremely dignified. Why are those guys so obsessed with executing Ms. Kuchiki? What's the secret behind Ms. Kuchiki? Jing Le narrowed his eyes, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Rukia's execution was strange. It seemed that Rukia had to die in room 46. There must be some dark secret during this period. As for why? Jingle, Jushiro, and the others don't know, and they can't guess it at all. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that they know that this thing is weird, and they want to save people. Damn it, those guys in room 46 are really too much. Even the good old man Jushiro thinks that room 46 has gone too far. Rukia is going to be executed now, it is simply not leaving any way for Rukia. Jushiro has lost Shibukayan and doesn't want to lose Rukia anymore. After Yulong, Sato, and Orium were surprised, they all became very nervous and urgent. Execution now. Yulong took a deep breath. Now most of the poison of the golden killing Juzou on his body has been removed, but there is still a small part remaining, which slightly affects his strength. I wanted to wait a few days to recover the peak and awaken the holy text, but it was too late. Now we have to save people. Student Kuchiki. Orium's heart tightened, thinking of the time when she got along with Rukia at school. Her nose was a little sore, she didn't want to lose her classmate Kuchiki. Hun burst into tears. Big sister, my big sister. I don't want to lose you, you can't die. We're going to rescue you right now. Sister, I want you to trample on me one more time, no, countless times. Rukia can be said to be soul's savior. Without Rukia, there would be no soul. Whether it is out of kindness or other reasons, soul does not want to lose Rukia, but wants to save Rukia. Kiraku took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Jushiro, and stood up. There is no other way, let's go. Go to Bipolar Hill. Jingle and Jushiro took the props to seal Bipolar, while Urahara and the others disguised themselves as Shinigami and followed Jingle and Jushiro to Bipolar Hill to save people. In the second team, Sui Feng always obeyed any orders from his superiors, and he had no friendship with Rukia, so he took the day before yesterday to Bipolar Hill to maintain the order of the execution. Anohana is still in the fourth team. She who is in charge of inspecting Aizen's corpse feels a violation on the corpse, but can't find the reason. This situation makes her very puzzled, and she has a bad omen in her heart. In the fourth team, there is another captain, the third team captain Ichimaru Gin. Since Ichimaru Gin was seriously injured by Ichigo, even though he was healed by Anohana, he was still inconvenient to move, and he was still being treated and recuperated by the fourth team. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of Ichigo's almost exhausted crescent moon yesterday was. If Ichimaru Gin hadn't been blown away, he probably would have died. At this time, Ichimaru Gin also received an order from room 46 to execute Rukia. Of all this, he naturally knew what was going on. Captain Aizen, to act. Ichimaru Gin thought that he hadn't got back part of Renjiku's lost soul, so he chose to stand up and leave the fourth team's hospital. He still has to choose to follow Aizen. But just after he walked out of the hospital gate, a person suddenly appeared behind him, hugging Ichimaru Gin who was about to leave. Silver, please, don't leave me again, okay? Silver. It turned out to be Matsumoto Renjiku, vice captain of the 10th Division. A woman's intuition is sometimes very accurate, and Renjiku has a strong feeling that Ichimaru Gin is going to leave her again, just like when he was a child. Renjiku hugged Ichimaru Gin tightly, not letting him go. Even Renjiku has a feeling that if she lets go today, she will probably lose Ichimaru Gin forever. Being embraced by the one he loves, Ichimaru Gin was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. His expression is unusually complicated. Chapter 36. Team 7. After receiving the order from room 46, Komamura Seijin went to the Palace of Confessions to escort Rukia. Komamura is a very righteous person, but sometimes his brain is not very bright. On the way, he met his good friend, Tosen Kaname, captain of the 9th Division, and rushed to the Palace of Repentance together. Aizen was killed. Ichimaru Gin was seriously injured and blocked by Renjiku. Chuir was caught up in Hinamari's affairs because of Hinamari's affairs. Anohana is busy investigating the corpse, and Kuratsuka Mayuri is recovering from serious injuries. From this point of view, among the 13 captains of Godai, 5 cannot participate in the execution, and only 8 can participate. It is said that Urahara turned into a black cat, left the secret training base, came out to inquire about outside news, and searched for traces of Yulong and others by the way. She learned about Aizen's killing from some Shinigami soldiers, which made her frown. That guy Aizen is playing dead, his plan should be sped up. All this time, Urahara and Urahara knew the true face of Aizen. Aizen was killed? They don't believe it. It's all just Aizen's disguise. And Aizen pretending to be dead may also mean that Aizen's plan will be accelerated. Sure enough, Urahara soon heard the news that Rukia was to be executed immediately. What? His complexion changed instantly. Urahara didn't expect this, and Rukia's execution date is now. Execution now. I have to go back and inform Ichigo immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Urahara hurriedly returned to the secret base to inform Ichigo. After a while, Komamura and Tosen arrived at the Palace of Confessions. In this way, together with Kenpachi and Byakuya who were guarding here, the 4 captains who were responsible for escorting Rukia to the execution ground of Bipolar Hill arrived. The blind man Tosen said blankly, "Captain Zaraki, Captain Kuchiki, we are ordered to escort Rukia Kuchiki to the execution ground immediately." At this time, Komamura Seijin was still wearing a helmet, but his tone seemed to be full of justice. "Let's go, we can't delay the execution." Kenpachi, guarding the confession palace, has always looked bored, with his hands on the back of his head, lying on his back. He waited for the travel accident here, and waited for a long time, extremely depressed. As for Rukia's execution or something, he doesn't care. Kenpachi glanced at the approaching Tosen and Komamura, disappointment flashed across his face, and he said lazily and a little arrogantly, "Tch, I thought it was a travel accident, but I didn't expect it to be you 2 guys." Although they are both captains, Kenpachi has never considered Komamura and Tosen very much, because Kenpachi thinks they are weak. Let him lose interest. "Zaraki Kenpachi, what are you BD talking about?" Komamura is half impatient, and seeing Kenpachi's lazy and contemptuous look made him very upset. "Ah, literally. Kenpachi, who has waited for a long time and hasn't seen any accidents, is not in a good mood, and he is unlikely to apologize or retreat, which shows that he just looks down on the strength of Komamura and Tosen, and he can fight if he is not convinced." Komamura's anger rose, his veins bulged, and he couldn't help but burst out. Tosen stopped Komamura with one hand, and persuaded him, "Forget it, Komamura, don't be as knowledgeable as this reckless man, so as not to delay the business." While several captains were talking, Rukia, who was wearing a prison uniform, was taken out of the Palace of Repentance by 4 young men. Rukia wears Ryatsu suppressing implements around her neck, hands, and feet. At this time, Rukia also looked confused. Originally, there were still several days before the execution, but now it came suddenly. Rukia heard that Ichigo and the others came to rescue her before, and Ichigo showed a powerful Ryatsu after defeating the captain. Rukia's heart was rekindled with hope of life. After all, who would want to leave their classmates, friends, captain, brother, and die? But now Room 46 wants to execute her immediately. Rukia's hope seemed to be shattered at once, and vanished. Rukia's eyes were terrified when she was taken out of the penance palace, and she also saw Byakuya and Renji in front of the penitence palace. Byakuya closed his eyes and did not speak. In fact, he is also very complicated in his heart, but he has to abide by the rules and order of the Soul Society. Otherwise, if he, the head of the Kuchiki family, doesn't obey the order, how can anyone obey? Aren't the rules of the Soul Society useless? Rukia. Renji couldn't control that much, so he rushed to rescue Rukia. Byakuya opened his eyes and stopped him. Wait. Meanwhile, Byakuya got in front of Renji with an extremely fast shunpo. Renji, I don't want you to get emotional. Byakuya is persuading Renji. But Rukia is about to be executed, how can Renji stay calm? He swore to his soul that he would save Rukia. This is not a matter of will, this is an oath he made to his soul. Renji drew out the Zanpakuto Zabimaru hanging from his waist. Even against the mighty Byakuya, even with 3 other captains at his side, Renji didn't back down. Captain Kuchiki, offended. Chapter 37. Byakuya stopped Renji, and Renji knew that he could save Rukia only by defeating Byakuya. So, he and Byakuya must have a fight. Oh! Not far away, Kenpachi looked over, with a rare interest on his face. Abarai Renji and Byakuya Kuchiki's infighting? Interesting. In fact, Kenpachi would rather have him fight Byakuya. But there was no excuse to fight. Madness. Tosen, dark-skinned and grim-faced, made such an assessment. He felt that Renji, who blocked the execution, was too stupid. With only the strength of a deputy captain, trying to stop the execution is like a mayfly shaking a tree or a mantis trying to stop a cart. After all, generally speaking, the strength gap between the vice-captain and the captain is very large. Not to mention that there are 4 captains here at this time. Byakuya took a deep breath, with a cold face. You escort the man there first, and I will stop him. Byakuya asked the other 3 captains to escort Rukia to Bipolar Hill first, and he would stop Renji. Rukia saw below, Byakuya was about to fight Renji, and shouted. Renji, leave me alone. Brother, please forgive me, don't kill Renji. Rukia naturally also knows, how can Renji be Byakuya's opponent? I just ask Byakuya to show mercy and save Renji's life. That's part of the reason why Byakuya offered him to stop Renji. Anyway, Renji was also his adjutant and Rukia's childhood sweetheart. Byakuya couldn't bear to kill him, at most he was seriously injured. If it was another captain, this would not necessarily be the case. Byakuya blocks Renji, in part to save him. But what Byakuya didn't expect was that Renji is different now. Seeing Renji's determined face, he took a deep breath, and suddenly a powerful Ryutsu erupted from his body. Swastika, solution. S. Zabimaru. As soon as Renji came up, he used his Bankai. After all, he also knows Byakuya's strength. If he doesn't use Bankai, he has no chance of winning, so he doesn't hesitate at all, just open Bankai. Renji's Bankai is not the half Bankai in the original book. S. Zabimaru is the real Bankai. Very powerful. Renji after Bankai, not only the Ryutsu on his body has become stronger, but also his form has changed. The Death Fighter on his right hand is covered with fur, holding a jagged Zabimaru in his right hand, with a long snake tail at the end of Zabimaru, and his left hand becomes an ape-like arm, full of explosive power. As soon as Renji's Bankai came out, Byakuya, who was always calm, shrank his pupils, and the other 3 captains not far away were also surprised. The big dog Komamura widened his beast-like eyes, which were only exposed, and shouted in disbelief, a mere vice-captain, even Bankai. Generally speaking, very few vice-captains use Bankai. In other words, if you can use Zanpakuto Bankai, you already have captain-level combat power. Renji's Bankai still looks strong. Even just judging from the Ryutsu emitted, it is not weaker than Komamura's Bankai at all. Since I met Ichigo yesterday, Renji is no longer an ordinary vice-captain. After learning Bankai, his combat power has reached the captain level. Even surpassed some weaker captains. That guy has progressed so fast. Tosen secretly marveled in his heart. Originally, Aizen wanted to use Renji like Hinamori and others, but later discovered that Renji had the characteristics of disobeying orders, so he sent Renji to the 6th team. Of course, Tosen also paid some attention to Renji, but he didn't pay much attention to it before. But now, trying to prevent the execution, Renji uses his Bankai for the first time. Renji's talent to learn Bankai so quickly is amazing. Tosen felt that he, and everyone else, underestimated Renji. However, this has no effect, and the ending will not change in the slightest. Tosen doesn't think that Renji can prevent the execution by knowing Bankai, which is naive. Even if Renji learned Bankai, he only learned it recently, and most of them, the Shinigami captains, learned it more than 10 or even 100 years ago. It may be difficult for Renji to defeat Byakuya. Renji. Rukia, who was taken out of the confession palace by a few young people, was also full of disbelief. Renji actually learned Bankai? When did this happen? With Renji's temperament, if he learns Bankai, he will definitely run over to show off to her immediately. But why doesn't she know? Renji originally wanted to tell Rukia, but he didn't expect that the plan could not catch up with the change. Before he could tell, Rukia was sentenced to death. Kenpachi, who shouldered the Zanpakuto, turned his head and looked at Renji, who opened the Bankai with interest. Kenpachi grinned, "That's not bad, this Bankai." Kenpachi may be out of fighting instinct, or maybe he judged from Renji's Ryutsu. Renji's Bankai is not weak, but quite strong. It is very rare for someone to be praised so much by Kenpachi. After all, Kenpachi doesn't like to compliment little guys. Even Komamura and Tosen don't pay much attention to them. Although I really want to fight, it's not suitable to intervene in the battle between them at this time. Kenpachi's fighting nerves were mobilized by Renji's Bankai, and he wanted to fight Renji or Byakuya. And Kenpachi is not all reckless. Now Byakuya and Renji are fighting because of Rukia. Kenpachi has no reason and doesn't want to get involved in this fight. Is that yellow-haired travel disaster coming? Laozi is getting impatient. Kenpachi is very frantic, and the big knife in his hand can't wait to fight. At this point, Byakuya looks at Renji in Bankai form. After being slightly surprised, his expression became serious, and he said coldly, "Bankai? Renji, is this the capital you think you can challenge me?" No matter when Byakuya, still can't change this brave problem. He could clearly see that Renji's Bankai was strong, but he just didn't want to admit it. "Captain Kuchiki, please enlighten me." Renji didn't want to dawdle any longer and let Byakuya teach him. Byakuya gave Renji a cold look, then pulled out the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura from his waist. The current Renji naturally has the strength to make Byakuya draw his sword. And not only draw the sword, Byakuya also used real skills. Holding Senbonzakura upside down in front of him, Byakuya recited Senbonzakura's liberation language. "Scatter, Senbonzakura." Byakuya performed Shikai. If the enemy is too weak, Byakuya usually uses Shunpo and Slash to kill the enemy instantly, but against Bankai's Renji, Byakuya used Shikai from the beginning. This also indirectly proves that Byakuya recognized Renji's current strength. It is worth letting him free Zanpakuto. In an instant, Byakuya Senbonzakura's blade turned into countless sakura petals and swept towards Renji. And Byakuya is still controlled by hand. Control Senbonzakura by hand and it will be twice as fast. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Byakuya intends to deal with Renji with one blow. The overwhelming sakura petals swept towards Renji aggressively. However, unexpectedly, Renji didn't dodge, and there was no panic on his face. Renji moved his lips slightly, and said softly, "Captain, you underestimate me too." During the speech, Renji waved Zabimaru with his right hand, shooting down all the surrounding sakura petals. Easily cracked Byakuya's hand-controlled Senbonzakura. Senbonzakura doesn't even have the effect of scraping. Not only that, the front of Zabimaru in Renji's hand lit up with a red light, and a huge red ball was condensing. Bone Cannon. The baboon bone cannon condensed by Renji is like a powerful Zero from Minos Grande, blasting towards Byakuya in an instant. Surprise appeared on Byakuya's face again. He didn't expect Renji to shoot down his Shikai's Senbonzakura so easily, and the baboon bone cannon fired by Renji Zanpakuto was so strong that he was shocked. 81 of Bakud, splitting void. A huge transparent wall formed in front of Byakuya. In order to block Renji's Bapan cannon, Byakuya even used the 81 Bakud. Boom! The baboon bone cannon firmly hit the transparent wall, making a deafening sound. A mighty storm of Ryutsu has been set off all around, sweeping in all directions, making people blindfolded. At this time, Byakuya's pupils shrank because he heard the sound of click and click. How can this be? The transparent defensive wall formed by Byakuya's number 81 splitting void unexpectedly has dense cracks like spider webs. Can't stop Renji's baboon cannon. With a bang, the transparent defensive wall was destroyed by the baboon bone cannon. Chapter 38. Byakuya never expected that the baboon bone cannon released by Renji Bankai would be so powerful. Not even the strongest defensive Bakud splitting void he can unleash. The white wall formed by the splitting void shattered, and although most of the baboon cannon was weakened, it still had enough power to bombard Byakuya. Byakuya is experienced in combat and has quick reflexes. Immediately raise your hand to control Senbonzakura at twice the speed, and countless petals form another defense in front of Byakuya. The baboon bone cannon exploded. With a loud bang, all the sakura petals in front of Byakuya were blown off again. Although Byakuya was not injured, he stepped back a few steps. In this duel, Byakuya actually lost. This is too incredible. Byakuya was stunned for a moment. Renji's three-legged cat kung fu before Byakuya couldn't be more clear, even Renji before, I'm afraid he couldn't even see Byakuya's speed clearly, let alone be able to repel Byakuya. But now it is the case. Byakuya Bakud and Shikai Senbonzakura, in the face-to-face confrontation, Renji failed to defend against Renji's baboon cannon, and Renji repelled Byakuya head-on. In just a few days, or a day without seeing him, Renji not only learned Bankai, but his strength is also amazing. Of course, after meeting Ichigo, Renji not only comprehended Bankai, Ryutsu also strengthened to the early stage of the bloody battle. The real Bankai and Ryutsu, the foundation of the early stage of the bloody battle, is already very strong. If in another 10 days, the basic panel is successfully loaded after returning from the Millennium Bloody Battle Spirit Palace, Renji's combat power will be raised by another level. But now Renji is enough to surprise Byakuya and everyone else. Rukia's eyes widened as if seeing an unbelievable scene. Renji, he actually forced Big Brother back. The little guys next to Rukia were actually trembling with fear from the mighty Ryutsu emitted by Renji during the battle. They were really afraid that Renji would give them a baboon bone cannon. Komamura and Tosen were also surprised. Renji's Bankai is so strong. Even Byakuya can push back. Ha ha ha, interesting, Abarai Renji, I didn't realize you had this ability before, ha ha ha. Kenpachi laughed loudly, his face was full of excitement. You don't want to die, if you don't die, I will often fight with you in the future, ha ha ha. Kenpachi's fighting cells were mobilized, he hadn't realized that Renji was so strong before. If Renji has this level of strength, it will definitely be interesting to fight against him. Kenpachi hopes that Renji will not die in this battle, otherwise what a pity. At this moment, Tosen frowned. Renji's strength exceeded his expectations once again. From this point of view, Renji is not completely unqualified to save people. Will it affect Aizen's plan? Tosen was careful. Then, he turned his head and urged Komamura and Kenpachi beside him. Don't look, let's go. Don't forget, our task is to escort the prisoner. Tosen reminds Komamura and Kenpachi that their task is to escort the prisoner Rukia to the execution ground, and there is no time to lose. That's right, the mission is important. I'll leave it to Captain Kuchiki here. Komamura, full of sense of justice, nodded, completing the task is their current top priority. Although Byakuya was knocked back a few steps by Renji just now, everyone still thinks that Renji's chances of winning are very low, and Byakuya can finish Renji. After all, Byakuya has been the captain for decades. Call. I saw Byakuya exhaled slowly, and his face became calm and indifferent again. Renji, you have become stronger. For the first time, Byakuya recognized Renji's strength verbally and in his heart. Renji can push him back, can he not admit it? Thank you for your compliment, Captain Kuchiki. Renji's expression didn't relax at all, and he didn't dare to relax. Because he knew that Byakuya hadn't shown his true skills yet. Renji took a deep breath and looked at Byakuya. Captain, use your Bankai, or you won't be able to stop me. Generally speaking, except for one or two captains, only when Bankai is used can the real strength be shown. Renji asked Byakuya to use his Bankai to show it off. Although Renji's words made Byakuya a little displeased, it made Byakuya feel that Renji was a little arrogant. But it is what it is. It also proved just now that Byakuya in Shikai state cannot stop Renji in Bankai. Byakuya didn't say much nonsense, and slowly let go of the Senbonzakura vertical sword in his hand pointing down. Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Senbonzakura sank into the ground, 2 rows of swords sprang up like mushrooms, and immediately formed a space field formed by sharp swords, enveloping Byakuya himself and Renji. Byakuya did use Bankai. All 3 of Tosen, Komamura, and Kenpachi couldn't help but glance back. After all, it was also the first time for all of them to meet Byakuya's Bankai. Byakuya's Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, it seems that whether it is the deterrence of the sword formation field formed, or the Ryotsuo emitted, it is very strong. At least it seems to be quite strong now. However, outsiders cannot see what is inside Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. They also don't know what happened to Byakuya and Renji inside. Rukia's face was full of worry and anxiety. She didn't want Byakuya and Renji to have any casualties. And she can't help anything, or it is because of her that Byakuya and Renji are facing each other. She deeply blames herself. Come on, Miss Kuchiki, please don't make things difficult for me. Seeing that Rukia was not moving forward, several young people around urged Rukia to go on the road and head to the bipolar hill. These little guys were guarding Rukia in the Palace of Confessions before, and now they are also taking Rukia to the bipolar hill. Afterwards, if the double click is triggered, they will cast spells, and several Shinigami captains are escorting. Rukia was sad, anxious, and reluctant, with complicated expressions. She can only take a step. Inside Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Is this the captain's Bankai, really strong? Renji in Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi's domain couldn't help but dignified. This was the first time he saw and felt Byakuya's Bankai. Byakuya's Bankai has a combination of offense and defense, which is considered strong even among the captains. Trapping the enemy within Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi's domain also has a natural domain advantage. Byakuya looked indifferent, and when he raised his right hand, a Zanpakuta appeared in his hand immediately. Byakuya's figure disappeared in place, and he came to Renji's body with extremely fast shunpo, and swung a knife. When the sound of sword clashing sounded, Renji catches the blow from Byakuya. Then the two sides went through dozens of moves, and Renji was able to block Byakuya's attack every time. Actually, in Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, Byakuya's speed will appear a bit faster to the enemy. But Renji blocked all of Byakuya's slashes. Even with Bankai, Byakuya can't take Renji down with swordplay alone. This is not only because Renji Ryotsuo and Bankai have become stronger, but also because he practiced sparring with Ichigo for a day yesterday. To be precise, I was abused by Ichigo for a day. Ichigo's speed and strength are much stronger than the current Byakuya. After being abused for a day, Renji can more or less adapt to Ichigo's speed, so it's no big problem to deal with Byakuya after Bankai at this time. Renji followed Byakuya's slash, and it seemed relatively easy. Captain, stop making unnecessary attempts, you can't defeat me like this. Byakuya's eyes were fixed slightly, and after a fight with Renji, the two separated and each took a few steps back. Renji, I have to admit, you've impressed me already. Byakuya at this moment recognized Renji. Not only Renji's current strength, but also he learned Bankai in order to save Rukia, and stopped Byakuya regardless of life and death. But, the order of the Soul Society cannot be broken, nor can the dignity of the Kuchiki family be trampled on. Suddenly, a stunning white Ryotsuo emerged from Byakuya's body. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. 2 wings grew from behind Byakuya, and holding the White Emperor Sword, he launched his current strongest move. He's going to really pull out and beat Renji. Chapter 39. Seeing Byakuya in the posture of the White Emperor Sword, Renji was a little startled. As expected of Captain Kuchiki, Renji also felt that Byakuya's move was strong and he had to use his full strength. Ah! Renji growled a few times, mobilizing all the Ryotsuo on him. The current Ryotsuo intensity of the two is almost the same. Outside Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi, although others can't see what's going on in the field, they can feel the powerful Ryotsuo of Byakuya and Renji. If it's just some ordinary Shinigami soldiers, feeling this kind of captain-level powerful Ryotsu, I'm afraid they will be scared to the ground. For example, the little guys guarding Rukia felt that the pace of action was a bit difficult. Inside Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi, both Byakuya and Renji have finished accumulating strength, and they will fight with all their strength. With wings fluttering behind Byakuya, feet dangling in the air, he came towards Renji with the White Emperor Sword in both hands. Naturally, Renji was not to be outdone, and saw Zabimaru held in Ryotsu's right hand and the ape-like left arm covered above his left hand. Together, Zabimaru and the left arm used his strongest moves. Captain, this is a blow that I bet everything on. Snake Tooth Baboon King Sharp Gun. A red light group that is more powerful than the baboon bone cannon just now shot out towards Byakuya. The strongest blows of the two collided together. The people outside only heard a loud bang. Subsequently, Byakuya's Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi realm disappeared. 2 figures were revealed. After the fight, the two saw that Renji's death bully was in tatters, and there was a scar on his body that was pierced through half of his body by the Byakuya White Emperor Sword. Hateful. With the last of his strength, Renji uttered these 2 words, and then his body fell heavily to the ground. Renji thought he had lost to Byakuya. Although the fallen Renji is not completely unconscious and still retains consciousness, he can no longer stand up. He finally failed to defeat Byakuya and rescued Rukia. This made him blame himself very much, but he was powerless. Ichigo, you come here. Ichigo shouted Ichigo's name in his heart. He fails, and only Ichigo is left to save Rukia. Byakuya did not fall. But his Bankai was broken, his body was also injured, blood-stained part of his captain Hayori, and even the decoration on his head representing the nobles of the Kuchiki family was also smashed. Byakuya wanted to move forward, but the standing body staggered a few steps, almost unstable. Byakuya spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath became weaker. Fortunately, he used Senbonzakura to insert into the ground, so he held on and did not fall. So, the result is not that Renji loses, but both lose. Both lost their fighting power. No one thought that this would be the result. At the beginning, everyone thought that Byakuya could crush Renji as the vice-captain, but Renji's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, and he fought with Byakuya to lose both sides. But before everyone had time to watch or marvel, the mutation happened. A person who is almost impossible to appear appears. In front of Rukia, a figure appeared out of thin air. This person has a refined complexion, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a gentle smile on his face. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Aizen, captain of the 5th team. At this moment, Rukia, several young people around Rukia, Komamura, and Kenpachi were all shocked. Blue, Captain Aizen. They are all dumbfounded. Isn't Aizen already killed, and the corpses are hanging on the wall? Many Shinigami have seen this. Even Anohana went for an autopsy. Aizen is obviously dead, so why did he appear here again? Aizen team, Captain, how did you appear here? Rukia was very surprised. For some reason, facing Captain Aizen who was always gentle and kind, she felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Aizen ignored the little guys around Rukia, but went straight to Rukia. He smiled as he walked. Rukia Kuchiki, don't you find it strange? Every step Aizen takes brings a strong sense of oppression to Rukia, and even Rukia suddenly feels that the sudden appearance of Aizen who has come back from the dead in front of him is terrifying. It is a suffocating horror. Under the influence of Aizen's powerful Ryutsu and aura, Rukia lost the ability to think and act for a while, and just stood there in a daze, her body trembling slightly. Several small soldiers around Rukia fell down one after another because they couldn't bear Aizen's powerful Ryutsu. Aizen? What do you mean? With a deafening roar, Komamura Seijin immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto and confronted Aizen. Everyone can see that Aizen seems abnormal at this time, very different from before. Or just because Aizen resurrected from the dead and deceived everyone in Jinglingting, Komamura will question Aizen with a knife. But what Komamura didn't expect, his friend Tosen Kaname shouted 2 words with his usual expression. Bankai. Yan mo cricket. In an instant, a huge black oval barrier surrounded both Komamura and Kenpachi. This is Tosen's Bankai, Yama cricket, whose ability is to make enemies within the barrier lose their senses other than touch. The reason why the sense of touch is left is to make the enemy feel the pain of being slaughtered. Komamura never imagined that his friend Tosen, who upholds and implements justice like himself, would attack them, let alone that Tosen is Aizen's subordinate. But Tosen, who was covered by Yan mo cricket, only felt the darkness, unable to see or hear. His roar could not be heard. Kenpachi was momentarily stunned by Tosen's sudden appearance of Bankai. After all, the sudden release of Tosen, Bankai, makes people lose all kinds of feelings, and it takes more or less a little time to adapt. Even Kenpachi is no exception. Can't hear, can't see, can't feel anything. Kenpachi, the fighting maniac, didn't feel any fear, though. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, feeling very excited. Byakuya also felt something was wrong and wanted to stop it, but after he and Renji lost both sides, he couldn't stand still. Damn it! A sense of powerlessness surged in Byakuya's heart. Aizen, who was in the distance, turned his head and smiled at Byakuya and an angry Renji. Excellent fight, Abarai Renji, Byakuya Kuchiki. At this moment, both Byakuya and Renji felt like they were being used and played by someone. Aizen only appeared after they had lost both sides. Aizen withdrew his gaze, looked at Rukia, grabbed the collar that restrained Ryutsu around Rukia's neck, and lifted it up. He smiled and said to himself, "Don't you think it's strange? Rukia, Renji, and Byakuya don't quite understand what's going on. I don't understand why Aizen resurrected from the dead appears here, and I don't understand what Aizen specifically means by strange. Rukia Kuchiki, you went to the present world, you met Kurosaki Ichigo, you were brought back by Byakuya Kuchiki, and you were executed by the 46th chamber, all of these were arranged by me." Aizen calmly revealed a shocking secret. Rukia's affairs are all controlled by him. What? Byakuya's pupil shrank, his face full of disbelief, and the same was true for Renji, who was lying on the ground seriously injured. Rukia imparted the power to Ichigo Shinigami, was sentenced by the 46th chamber, and everything else was controlled by Aizen behind the scenes. Aizen is behind the scenes. Aizen tricked everyone except Urahara Kisukyoryuaki and more. Poor Byakuya who wants to maintain the order of Kuchiki's house, everything he did according to the rules, hunting down Rukia, preventing Renji from saving people. All of them are used by Aizen to make wedding dresses for Aizen. After learning the truth, Byakuya felt that all this was so ridiculous and ridiculous. Byakuya wanted to kill Aizen at this time, but Byakuya, who was exhausted physically and mentally, spurted out a mouthful of blood before he could exert his strength and fell to the ground. "Captain Kuchiki!" Renji yelled, worried about Byakuya Kuchiki. But he was also seriously injured in the fight just now, and he couldn't even stand up. Damn it! At this moment, Renji also knows everything, all this is Aizen's scheme. Even Captain Tosen Kaname of Division 9 is Aizen's helper. At this time, he can only hope that Kenpachi and Komamura, who are trapped by Tosen Bankai, can break through Bankai and stop Aizen. It's ridiculous that there are not many people doubting the execution time and time again. No one doubted and verified the order of Room 46. Aizen laughed at the Soul Society's system. Like a victor, he said to himself, the reason why the 4 captains came to escort the prisoners in the Palace of Confessions is because Yaoban is my subordinate, and he also expected that you, Abarai Renji, would attack Byakuya Kuchiki. Yamamoto Uenryase and other Shinigami captains were ordered to await their execution at Bipolar Hill. They probably haven't noticed the abnormality now, so they are still waiting obediently. This is Aizen's real plan. Let Yamamoto Motoyanagi and other captains go to the Bipolar Hill, which shows that it is a protective execution, but in fact it is just a distraction. As for the Confession Palace, Byakuya and Kenpachi were waiting here, and Tosen and Komamura were sent here to escort the prisoners, but in fact Tosen Kaname was Aizen's subordinate. And let's be honest, even if Renji can't fight Byakuya, Komamura and Kenpachi can't stop Aizen. Aizen's plan is really second. Fooled everyone in Soul Society. Chapter 40. Inside Yan Mo Cricket. Komamura Seijin and Zaraki Kenpachi were surrounded by darkness, neither could see, hear, or feel anything. If it is an ordinary person, suddenly plunged into a dark world, I am afraid that the mind will collapse. Even Komamura, the captain, felt a wave of fear in his heart. However, more surprise and anger. He would never have imagined that his friend Tosen Kaname, who upholds justice like himself, would sneak up on him. Tosen actually shot him. Tosen, why is this? Tosen! Komamura roared angrily, the bloodshot eyes on his face were extremely fierce. However, in Tosen's Bankai Yan Mo Cricket, Komamura's voice seems to be inaudible, and his roaring voice can't even be heard by himself. After all, he has been deprived of many senses. The blind Tosen walked slowly in front of Komamura with a very calm expression. Regardless of whether Komamura could hear him, he said to himself, all this is for justice. Master Aizen, is the dawn that illuminates the world, and the justice I pursue. For Tosen, Aizen is the embodiment of justice. He has never changed, he has always adhered to and followed justice, but his justice is different from Komamura and most Shinigami. Puff! The Zanpakuto in Tosen's hand pierced Komamura's body. Because he still retains the sense of tactile pain, Komamura felt severe pain from Tosen's knife, and Komamura, who was seriously injured, had no strength to fight back and fell down unwillingly. After finishing Komamura, Tosen slowly turned his head and looked at Kenpachi, who was also deprived of multiple senses. Tosen is blind, and he doesn't know how he sees when he is fighting with others, let alone how he conducts various researches. Similarly, Tosen walked slowly to Kenpachi's side and murmured alone, Zaraki Kenpachi, you are the embodiment of the beast, a ferocious beast that only knows how to fight. And my Bankai is the cage that traps the beast. Now you can't feel anything, you must be very scared. Tosen has always been uncomfortable with Kenpachi, and now that Kenpachi is in his Bankai domain, Tosen feels that he has successfully trapped the beast Kenpachi. Go to hell! Tosen lifts Zanpakuto and stabs at Kenpachi's heart. This is to kill Kenpachi. In addition to seeing Kenpachi not pleasing to the eye, there is another reason, that is, Kenpachi may pose a threat to Aizen, so Tosen Kaname got rid of Kenpachi to avoid future troubles. Puff! Tosen's Zanpakuto also submerged easily into Kenpachi's body. But at this moment, the corner of Kenpachi's mouth opened, revealing a ferocious smile. At the same time Kenpachi's hand is still holding Tosen's Zanpakuto firmly. The powerful force made it impossible for Tosen to stab Zanpakuto in the slightest. Caught you! As Kenpachi grabbed Tosen's Zanpakuto, Kenpachi regained his senses and saw the terrified Tosen in front of him. How can this be? Tosen never imagined that in his Bankai field, Kenpachi could catch him in this way. Before his Zanpakuto pierced Kenpachi's heart, Kenpachi relied on his extremely fast fighting reflexes to catch him. Ha ha ha! Kenpachi grinned ferociously, and swung the Zanpakuto up sharply. How strong is Kenpachi's fighting power? Moreover, the current Kenpachi only uses his own strength to fight. Even if it is a close-range knife, Tosen, who has poor defense, cannot bear it. Tosen's body was shot from bottom to top by Kenpachi at close range. Blood splattered and scattered all over the ground. Tosen was seriously injured and couldn't stand still. The seriously injured Tosen's breath was unstable, and he could no longer maintain Bankai Yama cricket. With a bang, the space formed by Bankai exploded. Tosen sneaked to win against Komamura but lost to Kenpachi. Cut, is that the extent? Kenpachi shook the blood on Zanpakuto, his face full of disappointment. He originally thought that Tosen, as the captain, should be quite strong, but the so-called Bankai was nothing more than that, and Tosen himself couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Tosen, who had been slashed, was not breathing well, and his bones were crunching. Much to the disappointment of Kenpachi, suddenly lost interest in Tosen. As expected of Captain Zaraki, Renji, who was lying on his stomach seriously injured in the distance, suddenly became excited. Kenpachi beat Tosen, so there's hope. Captain Zaraki, kill that BD Aizen. Cough, cough. Renji yelled loudly and coughed up some more blood. Now he can only hope that Kenpachi can defeat Aizen and save Rukia. No, I can't. I can't let you meet Aizen-sama. Fight, fight not yet. Tosen braced himself and staggered towards Kenpachi. He didn't think he'd lost yet. Kenpachi was so disdainful that he didn't even want to shoot Tosen. Tosen, who is now seriously injured, has no fighting power at all. Kenpachi has no interest in weaker opponents. Not far away, Aizen still had a calm smile on his face. It seemed that he had expected all this. Yes, back down. Aizen tells Tosen to back off. But, Master Aizen. Tosen also seems to want to fight Kenpachi to prevent Kenpachi from destroying Aizen's plan. I said, let you back down. Aizen's words cooled down, and there was a strong sense of oppression in his tone, as if possessing an unparalleled power, which made Tosen stop suddenly, with a terrified expression on his face. Master Aizen, please calm down. Aizen ignored Tosen, but looked at Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi, you are a very interesting man. It's just that you are too weak now. Aizen said this with a very calm smile. He even felt that the current Kenpachi was too weak. Poorly weak. What? Kenpachi froze for a moment, surprised by Aizen's words. Byakuya and Renji didn't know what Aizen meant. Zaraki Kenpachi is the captain of the 11th team of the Godai 13 combat team, and Kenpachi is the title of the strongest Shinigami in history, except for the captain of Yamamoto. Even Byakuya doesn't want to mess with Kenpachi, a lunatic. Kenpachi, who is very powerful in the eyes of others, is considered weak by Aizen. Interesting, let's fight. Aizen. Kenpachi had a ferocious smile on his face and was excited. He defeated Tosen in a flash, but he still felt that it was not enough. Kenpachi laughed and was about to slash at Aizen. I saw Aizen, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, smiled and made a tactic with one hand, and said softly in his mouth, 90 of had, black coffin. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared around Kenpachi, and this aura continued to rise to form a huge black coffin that wrapped Kenpachi in it. This scene made both Byakuya and Renji's pupils shrink. It turned out to be the hat of 90. Chapter 41. There are not many people who can cast hat above number 90 in the original book, and generally only Shinigami with extremely high attainments in Kid can cast it. For example, the Kid Head and Deputy Kid Head of the Kid Congregation, Urahara Kisuke, Yamamoto Genryuze, etc. Even Byakuya, or Anohana, who often fight in the Kid way, in the original book, they only cast Kid below 90. This shows the difficulty of Kid above 90. At this time, Aizen used hat S90 Black Coffin easily without chanting, and the Black Coffin cast by Aizen was so huge that it was almost as high as the Palace of Repentance, and the aura it emitted was also so amazing. Surprised Byakuya and Renji so much. Aizen Kid's accomplishments are so terrifying. Boom! Black Coffin spread out, revealing Kenpachi, scarred and bloody inside. After taking a Black Coffin, Kenpachi didn't fall down yet, but his breath was more than half weaker than before. Interesting, Aizen. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The injured Kenpachi had no fear, but laughed excitedly. With a jerk, he removed his blindfold and the collar restraining Ryutsu around his neck. A powerful golden Ryutsu soars into the sky. As Kenpachi erupted with a powerful golden Ryutsu, the injuries on his whole body seemed to be lessened, and his aura was no longer weak, but strengthened instead. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, if you can't kill you instantly, you will only get stronger and stronger. Aizen knows something about Kenpachi. Kenpachi was a monster from birth and was able to suppress Anohana, who was first-generation Kenpachi as a child. Kenpachi likes to fight with people who are evenly matched, but because he is too strong, in order to enjoy the battle, he seals himself unknowingly. As time goes by, Kenpachi is getting weaker and weaker. So Aizen knows one of Kenpachi's characteristics: the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. As long as he is immune to death for a while, Kenpachi can stand up. Every time he stands up, his power will be unlocked a little more, and he will become stronger. As it is now. Although Aizen gave up the Black Coffin that chanted and hurt Kenpachi, but because he failed to kill Kenpachi in a second, Kenpachi became stronger than before after liberating Ryutsu. Aizen smiled and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Kenpachi has the qualifications to let him take the knife. Let me finish you in one fell swoop, Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi grinned and slashed at Aizen with a Zanpakuto in hand. Then try it, Aizen. Facing the blade cut by Kenpachi, Aizen did not dodge, but showed a slightly contemptuous smile. This made Kenpachi, who has a very keen fighting nerve, feel a little bit wrong. But it was too late to think so much. The Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hand had already been chopped off. Split Aizen in two. Successful. Renji in the distance was pleasantly surprised. They all saw Kenpachi cut Aizen in two. But Kenpachi couldn't be happy. He always felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Kenpachi was shocked the next moment. Because he felt a person standing behind him. It turned out to be Aizen. Wasn't Aizen cut in two by him? How could it suddenly appear behind him? The Aizen who was cut in two in front of him did not disappear, and there was another Aizen behind Kenpachi. What exactly is going on? Coming behind Kenpachi, Aizen, wearing black-rimmed glasses, smiled, and then stabbed Kenpachi with a knife. Puff! Kenpachi was seriously injured and fell down. Aizen kills Kenpachi in one shot. How is this possible? Why are there two Aizens? Renji and Byakuya, watching the battle from a distance, were dumbfounded. In the battle just now, there were actually two Aizens. The Aizen cut in two by Kenpachi was fake, but the real Aizen appeared behind Kenpachi and easily defeated Kenpachi. How could Aizen have such strange abilities? Aizen didn't explain much, but walked towards Rukia with a smile again, and picked up Rukia who had already been stunned. Damn it, BD! Let go of Rukia! Seriously injured, Renji struggled to his feet, desperate to save Rukia. Aizen just raised his hand and pointed, Bakut S61, 6 light prisons. Renji's body was immediately trapped by 6 pieces of yellow things, unable to move at all. In his current state, facing the Byakuya played by Aizen, there is no way to break free. Bracketing and clearing all obstacles, Aizen proceeded to the final step of his plan. Take out the Hogyoku inside Rukia. The Hogyoku in Rukia's body was put in by Urahara and merged with Rukia's soul. There are only 2 ways to get it out. One is the use of bipolar executions, and the other is Urahara's technique of extracting items from the soul. The first method, Aizen had a premonition that someone would destroy it, so he prepared the second method. He found the manuscript left by Urahara in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book under room 46 yesterday, and learned this technique. Now, it's time to take out the Hogyoku. Aizen lifted Rukia up with one hand, chanting a strange spell, and a formation-like thing appeared around him, and Aizen's right hand was also covered with a layer of cyan scales. Aizen reached into Rukia's body with this blue-scaled right hand, and took Hogyoku out. Aizen looked at the Hogyoku in his hand, and smiled at the corners of his mouth, and there was a rare flash of heat in his eyes. You could tell he was excited. After tens of hundreds of years of planning, he finally got the Hogyoku in the hands of Urahara, and finally hoped to break through the limit of Shinigami. Urahara Kisuke, you lost. Aizen got Hogyoku. This match between Urahara and Aizen can be said to be Aizen's victory. After Aizen took Hogyoku, the surrounding formations disappeared, Aizen's right hand also returned to its original shape, and even Rukia's chest, which had been opened with a hole, healed. Urahara's technique of taking out items from the soul will not harm the soul itself. Even Aizen was amazed when he saw it. It's really an amazing count. Aizen then dropped Rukia on the ground without taking another look. For him, Rukia has lost its role and is of no value to him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Aizen-suke, you are not dead after all. Chapter 42. When Aizen took Hogyoku out of Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, and even Rukia himself were terrified. Because they didn't know there was such a thing in Rukia's body before. Not even Rukia himself noticed it. Hogyoku? What the hell is this? Renji looked at what looked like a blue and white gemstone in Aizen's hand. Even though he just looked at it from a distance, he could feel the vitality and power contained in Hogyoku. Byakuya also fully understood at this time that everything that happened to Rukia was related to this object in Aizen's hand, and what Aizen wanted to get was this Hogyoku. Although Aizen took out Hogyoku from Rukia's body, it was lucky that Rukia's soul was not injured. Aizen held Hogyoku in his hand and looked at it carefully, the corners of his mouth raised. Just at this moment, Anohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, and Katetsu Isane, the vice-captain, arrived. Aizen-suke, you really are playing dead. Anoka's tone was slightly cold. Aizen pretended to be dead and deceived everyone. This is a treasonous act, and he manipulated everything that Rukia executed. The 46 room may have encountered an accident, and Aizen is even more sinful. Captain Anohana, I'm sorry, you're late. Aizen didn't pay much attention to the arrival of Anohana. Although Anohana is the 1st generation Kenpachi and is very powerful, but Aizen has already got Hogyoku, so don't worry about being hindered by Anohana. Also, all the Shinigami in Seireitei have won Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, who has a chance to win Aizen except Captain Yamamoto. The reason why Anohana appeared here was that she noticed a trace of abnormality on Aizen's corpse, and then felt that there was a fighting Ryutsu scattered here. As the leader of the treatment team, she rushed over and saw Aizen. Yanjian, pass the news to the captain and the others. Yes, Captain Anohana. Katetsu Isane hastily resorted to Kid, and his voice spread throughout the Jingriadii, telling all the Shinigami about Aizen's suspended animation and Rukia's execution. All the Shinigami couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Aizen isn't dead. And Aizen, who always looks like a nice guy, actually deceived everyone and betrayed Jinglingting. On Bipolar Hill. According to the previous order of the 46 room, several captains and deputy captains including Captain Yamamoto, Sui Feng, Jingle, and Jushiro are waiting here to guard the execution ground. They waited for a long time but didn't see Rukia being escorted over, and they also vaguely felt the ryotsu from the battle in the direction of the Repentance Palace. At this time, with what Yang Yin said, they understood everything. Aizen is not dead, the man behind all this is Aizen. Aizen has tricked everyone, dismissed them, and played them like monkeys. BD. Aizen is a criminal, he must be arrested and brought to justice. Veins popped up on Sui Feng's face, he gritted his teeth, wishing he could arrest the criminal Aizen. Even Sui Feng's resentment towards Aizen surpassed that of Brigade. It happened. Kiraku and Jushiro's expressions changed drastically. They had already prepared the props to seal the bipolars and brought them with them, and they were ready to wait for Rukia's execution to seal the bipolars and destroy the execution. But Aizen has gone to the Palace of Confessions ahead of schedule and has taken Rukia. Damn it, Rukia must be fine. Jushiro's face was extremely heavy, he didn't know about Hogyoku and he didn't care much about Hogyoku, he just hoped that nothing happened to Rukia. Uryu, Orium, Sato, and Oni lay in disguise near Bipolar Hill. All their preparations were in vain. Kuchiki-san, will you be okay? Orium's eyes sparkled with crystal tears. She has a weaker personality. They were ready to save people, but Rukia never came to Bipolar Hill. She really hoped Rukia was okay, but right now she just can't seem to do anything. Big sister, don't die, I can't bear you. I can't bear you. Immediately, Hun burst into tears, beating his chest and stamping his feet bitterly. Yulong was more rational and calm. Hurry up, let's rush to the Palace of Repentance, maybe there is still time. Instead of being helpless here, it is better to rush to the Palace of Repentance as soon as possible, maybe there is still a chance to save people. Hearing Yulong's words, Orium and Soul cheered up, not daring to delay for a moment, and the four hurried towards the Repentance Palace. Captain Yamamoto opened his old and dignified eyes. There was a raging fire in the eyes. Now he is extremely furious. Aizen. Captain Yamamoto is a person who attaches great importance to rules and order. Even if the order of room 46 is suspicious, he chooses to obey it. In the end, the instructions he obeyed were all to help Aizen and help the evildoers. Aizen tricked everyone and took advantage of them too. Unforgivable sin. Captain Yamamoto unleashes a powerful ryotsu and leads Sui Feng, Kiraku, and Jushiro to the Palace of Repentance to capture Aizen. However, Bipolar Hill is still some distance away from the Palace of Repentance. Captain Anohana, you are amazing. After being hit by my Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis, you can still find something strange from the corpse. You are indeed first-generation Kenpachi. Aizen smiled and praised Anohana's perception. However, you can't find any flaws from the corpse, can you? Aizen smiled, as if he knew everything. Anohana binocular micron, Aizen was right. She did sense a strange feeling from his suspended corpse, but she couldn't tell what it was. Let me tell you. Aizen seemed to be in a good mood, and explained with a smile. It's because of my Zanpakuto. Kaika Suijutsu. During Aizen's words, the Kaika Suijutsu in his hand turned into his own fish, held in his hand. There again, to Aizen. When Renji and Byakuya saw Aizen fighting Kenpachi just now, there were two strange things about Aizen, and now it happened again. Listen to what Aizen means, it's because of his Zanpakuto. You all fall under the power of my Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu. Kaika Suijutsu's ability is, as long as the enemy sees Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai once, they will be complete hypnosis from that moment on. After that, whenever Kaika Suijutsu is liberated, he will fall into complete hypnosis, even if he knows that he has been hypnosis, there is no way to escape. All in all, if you hit it, you can't hide it. So, you get it, Captain Anohana, you have no chance of winning. Chapter 43. Aizen lied to Godai 13 people before that Kaika Suijutsu is a Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. The ability is to use the refraction of light to make enemies kill each other. Unexpectedly, this is not the case, Aizen deceived them. Aizen's Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu's true ability turned out to be complete hypnosis. Function complete hypnosis. The five senses of human beings, the mountains and rivers are regarded as the sea, and the ants are regarded as elephants. Just watch Aizen Shikai once, and you'll be trapped in Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis forever. Aizen also used Kaika Suijutsu's ability to feign death, fooling everyone in Jingling Ting. He also used Kaika Suijutsu's ability in the battle just now to confuse Kenpachi, thus defeating Kenpachi easily. A very unsolvable ability. Complete hypnosis. Hearing Aizen's explanation, everyone was surprised. Even Anohana frowned. If what Aizen said is true, then they all got Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis, and they couldn't deal with Aizen at all before they cracked complete hypnosis. After all, after being hypnosis, you don't even know where Aizen is during the battle, so how can you fight? It is no wonder that Aizen is so confident. Now, perhaps in the entire Godai 13, he is only afraid of the captain of Yamamoto. Damn it, that BD Aizen is actually this kind of person, hiding it so deeply. At this time, Renji was still under the control of the 6 sticks of light, unable to move at all, but the anger on his face was palpable. Aizen tricked them all. The Aizen in front of me is the true face of Aizen. Ichigo, hurry up and deal with this wicked BD. With Renji and Byakuya seriously injured, there is no chance of stopping Aizen. Of course, even if they are not injured, they can't do anything to Aizen. Even if they add Unohana, they won't pose too much threat to Aizen. Renji had a one-day sparring with Ichigo. Even if he was in Bankai form, he couldn't help Ichigo at all. Ichigo is too strong, he just abused him. Now Renji can only hope that Ichigo will come quickly, save Rukia and defeat Aizen. He firmly believes that Ichigo has the strength to compete with Aizen. Just as Aizen was boasting, a black shadow passed by his side at an extremely fast speed. The black shadow reached out and grabbed the Hogyoku in Aizen's hand. Sombra's target is Hogyoku. Regarding this sudden situation, Aizen's expression did not change at all, and the smile on his face remained calm. Thinking to snatch Hogyoku? That's naive, Shihao and Urahara. The black shadow that suddenly appeared was Urahara. Urahara will use her extremely fast Shunpo, nicknamed Flash Goddess, to snatch Hogyoku back from Aizen by surprise. It's a pity that Aizen noticed it. Aizen's body turned out to be illusory, leaving Urahara in the dark. It's Kaika Suijutsu again. Then the real Aizen quietly appeared behind Urahara, whose expression changed, and swung a knife. Not good. Urahara hurriedly dodges with Shunpo. Even though she was extremely fast, she still got a sword from Aizen. There was a wound on his body, and blood flowed down. What a speed! The sneak attack failed. Urahara clutched his wound with an ugly expression. Aizen's knife hurt her badly. If he didn't dodge faster, he might be cut in two. Urahara didn't expect that Aizen's speed was so fast. She was not weaker than her who was known as the instant body, and even a point faster. Although Hogyoku was not recaptured, Urahara's injury was not in vain. She picked up Rukia, who fell on the ground, and retreated tens of meters. Aizen didn't stop either. Because to him, Rukia has no value, and he doesn't care whether he is dead or alive. You should also be able to see that in the face of my Kaika Suijutsu ability, everything you who have been complete hypnosis have done is futile and meaningless. Aizen continued to boast and talk, looking down on others like a superior. Everyone is troubled by this ability of Aizen. But Urahara and Anohana know that it's not just Kaika Suijutsu who makes Aizen truly powerful, but Aizen itself. Judging from Aizen's performance just now, Aizen's Shunpo, Zanju, Kid, etc. are all at the top level. Aizen has reached the peak of Shinigami in various basic strengths long ago. Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu's abilities are strong, but Aizen's own power is even stronger. This is what makes Aizen truly powerful. In front of the mighty Aizen, for a moment, Renji felt his insignificance. Fortunately, Rukia was saved by Urahara. Urahara is here. Is Ichigo far behind? Just now Urahara walked out of the training base and heard the news that Rukia was going to be executed immediately, so he rushed back and told Ichigo. She and Ichigo immediately decided to come to the Palace of Confessions to save people. It's just that Ichigo's Shunpo level is slightly lower, and the speed is not as good as Urahara. But about the same amount. At this moment, Ichigo finally arrived. I saw Ichigo's figure appearing at the top of the Confession Palace. With yellow hair fluttering in the wind, Ichigo held two swords and looked down at Aizen. The guy who framed Rukia, unforgivable. Chapter 44. Actually, Ichigo didn't know anything about Hogyoku. He doesn't care either. All he cares about is Rukia, and he came to Soul Society only to save Rukia. Although Rukia has been rescued now, her life is safe. But Rukia's arrest and the fear and concern of many people are all caused by Aizen. Ichigo can't forgive Aizen. Ichigo! You are finally here! Renji was overjoyed and yelled. After seeing Ichigo appear, his heart was finally relieved. Otherwise, in the situation just now, everyone is helpless against Aizen, and if Aizen wants to kill them, it may not be difficult. Now that Ichigo has arrived, Renji believes that with Ichigo's strength, he will be able to contend against the mighty Aizen. The situation is safe. At this time, Rukia was still a little weak, and she tried to look at Ichigo above the Palace of Confessions. After half a month, she finally saw Ichigo again. Ichigo's appearance hasn't changed much, it's the same as before. But Rukia felt that Ichigo's eyes were different. I am no longer weak and hesitant as before, but have become more determined and confident. A chirp. Hearing Rukia's shout, Ichigo turned his head slightly, showed a smile like a sunny boy, and said to Rukia, "Don't worry Rukia, nothing will happen again." However, what Ichigo said made Rukia twitch the corners of her mouth, and immediately scolded, "You idiot! Why do you like to talk big? That guy Aizen is not a good person, he is very difficult to deal with. Be careful." Although Rukia knows that Ichigo has become a lot stronger, but no matter what kind of opponent he meets at any time, Rukia does not want Ichigo to be careless. Not to mention the terrifyingly powerful Aizen that they have to face now. After seeing Ichigo, Byakuya stared slightly, with a surprised expression on his face. Even though I heard that Ichigo is very strong, but seeing it with my own eyes and feeling the riots radiating from Ichigo, Byakuya is really shocking. About half a month ago, Ichigo at that time couldn't even keep up with his speed, and he couldn't see his movements clearly, so he was instantly killed. At that time, the strengths of the two were vastly different, just like rice grains and Haoyu. It is still the same now, Meili and Haoyu have switched identities. Apart from surprise, Byakuya also had a complex look on his face. Ichigo came to the Soul Society to save Rukia, but as Rukia's elder brother, he was sticking to the so-called jingling court order, but he didn't know that all of this was Aizen's conspiracy. Sticking to the order and insisting on executing Rukia seems like a joke now. Not only that, but now he, Renji, Rukia and others have nothing to do in front of Aizen, and the appearance of Ichigo has guaranteed their safety to a certain extent. It's all a little funny. Ichigo, be careful, Aizen is very difficult to deal with. Urahara clutched his injured chest and reminded Ichigo with a serious face. Senior Urahara, I know. Ichigo nodded slightly. Regarding Aizen, who looks gentle and harmless, Ichigo also feels that this person is different from others, and there is a sense of danger. After seeing Ichigo, Aizen wasn't too surprised. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are finally here. Listening to Aizen's words, he seems to be waiting for Ichigo. After he got Hogyoku, he didn't leave immediately, just to wait for Ichigo to come over. You know my name. Ichigo was a little surprised. Aizen, like the previous Ichimaru Gin, can call out Ichigo's name when they meet for the first time. Ichigo had never seen them before, and it was his first visit to Soul Society. It's natural. Aizen smiled lightly, after all, you are mine. Aizen didn't finish speaking, and sold a pass. The appearance of Ichigo was actually indirectly caused by Aizen. Of course he knew Ichigo, and he often paid attention to Ichigo, and regarded Ichigo as his best experimental material. What the hell are you talking about? Ichigo often encounters various riddlers, and he himself doesn't know his own background. Whenever this happens, Ichigo's mantra is always, "What are you talking about? I don't know how you guys know me, I just know that you plotted against Rukia. You are the culprit for all this." Ichigo looked directly at Aizen with anger in his eyes. Aizen also admitted generously, "Yes, as you can see, it is exactly so." Then he asked again, "What about Urahara Kisuke? From another perspective, didn't he also use you and Rukia Kuchiki?" Ichigo was taken aback. Aizen's words do have some truth. Why did the so-called Hogyoku appear in Rukia's body? Of course it was Urahara's fault and put it in. Urahara and Urahara ostensibly send Ichigo to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia, but the real purpose is to prevent Aizen from getting Hogyoku. Ichigo also didn't know until now. Urahara and Urahara didn't reveal the slightest bit before. A hole. Ichigo shook his head, he didn't want to think about so many complicated things now. No matter what, you are unforgivable. Ichigo took a deep breath, and the powerful Ryutsu on his body emerged like sea water. This Ryutsu spread in all directions, causing everyone's expressions to change, and their expressions were horrified. Because Ichigo's Ryutsu is too strong. Even Aizen has to pay attention. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, I didn't expect him to grow so fast. How long has it been since Ichigo activated the Shinigami power? Have such a terrible Ryutsu. Even Aizen faintly felt that if Ichigo released Ryutsu with all his strength, he might not be much weaker than him. And he didn't leave immediately after getting Hogyoku, he just wanted to wait for Ichigo and test Ichigo. The battle begins. Aizen smiled lightly, and began to perform tricks with one hand, and the familiar scene reappeared. 90 of had, Black Coffin. Aizen used the Kid Black Coffin of number 90 again. In an instant, a huge coffin rose from the ground, wrapping the entire Palace of Confessions and Ichigo standing on the top of the Palace of Confessions. This black coffin is much bigger and more powerful than the one Aizen used against Kenpachi before. This is the black coffin that Aizen used without chance. He wants to use this to test Ichigo. How far has he grown? Chapter 45. The black coffin released by Aizen covers you in the entire Palace of Confessions, and the aura it emits is so terrifying and powerful that it makes one's scalp tingle. How can this black coffin be so huge? Aizen's kid is so scary. Urahara's eyes widened, his face full of horror. If the hat of 90 was cast by someone else, it would definitely not reach the daunting level it is now. Aizen's kid attainment is too high. Naturally, Ryutsu is too tall and powerful, and the power of Kid released is too amazing. It's even more powerful than the black coffin who dealt with Captain Zaraki just now. Renji couldn't believe it either. Originally thought that Aizen could instantly kill the ordinary captain level 90th level had black coffin with a single hit, which was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that Aizen could cast a stronger black coffin, and he hadn't chanted yet. The faces of Byakuya and Anohana were also full of shock. They are also considered to be masters in fighting with Kid, but they don't seem to be able to use Kid above level 90. Compared with their Kid and Aizen's, the difference is too far. Aizen is simply too strong. Ichigo, will he be okay? Rukia looked terrified, cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and she was extremely nervous. She just hoped that nothing happened to Ichigo. Come on, Ichigo. Rukia prayed nervously. Ichigo has been wrapped in Aizen's giant black coffin. Aizen smiled, his eyes seemed to be able to see Ichigo inside the black coffin, and said with a smile, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you must be surprised, the power of my kid. As a Shinigami, my basic abilities have reached their limits." Aizen felt that Ichigo must be like everyone else, surprised by his kid's power. Perhaps at this time, Ichigo in Black Coffin has been seriously injured by the powerful force of Black Coffin. Aizen is not boasting, his various abilities have basically reached the limit of Shinigami. To go one step further, one can basically only use Hogyoku to break Shinigami boundaries. However, the next moment Aizen couldn't laugh anymore, and his words stopped abruptly. Boom! Without warning, the huge black coffin suddenly lit up with a golden light, and it shattered completely with a bang. The entire palace of the confession is exposed, and Ichigo standing on the top of the palace of the confession. Ichigo put away the movement of swinging the knife, looked down at Aizen whose face changed, and asked, "Why, is your kid just as powerful as this?" Aizen tried his best to abandon the chanting black coffin, but Ichigo smashed it open. Incredible! Aizen didn't even expect that his black coffin seemed to be made of paper in front of Ichigo. Is it so fragile? The smug smile on Aizen's face disappeared completely. Ichigo is stronger than he expected. Not even his black coffin could do anything to Ichigo. Or, at least it has to be chanted completely. The others were also dumbfounded. 1 second they were terrified by the huge black coffin released by Aizen, and sweated for Ichigo, and the next moment Ichigo broke the black coffin with a knife. It seemed so casual and easy. Damn it! Ichigo is too strong. Even Captain Zaraki was seriously injured by black coffin, and Ichigo split it casually. It's too strong, Ichigo! Renji screamed with excitement. Ichigo was not only fine, but also made Aizen's face change ugly for the first time. Otherwise, no one has gotten Aizen before, and Aizen always looks like he deserves a beating. Aizen deflated for the first time. The black coffin released with all its strength not only failed to hurt Ichigo, but was also asked by Ichigo. Is he shameless? Byakuya's eyes contracted, his body trembled a few times, and his face was full of disbelief. Kurosaki Ichigo. Until this moment, Byakuya really knew how powerful Ichigo is. The powerful black coffin released by Aizen, if it were him, he would probably end up seriously injured. But Ichigo can split it casually, dismissing it. The gap between him and Ichigo is too big now, and Ichigo's strength has far surpassed him. This made Byakuya feel very complicated and uncomfortable. Ichigo, who was like an ant in his eyes more than 10 days ago, is far more powerful than him, the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the 6th division of the Four Nobles. Also let Ichigo to protect. This deeply hurt Byakuya's proud heart. A sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously. Ichigo has become so strong. Rukia was also dumbfounded. How long has she been separated from Ichigo? She still remembered that Ichigo was instantly killed by Byakuya more than 10 days ago, and it was because of her begging that Byakuya released Ichigo and saved Ichigo's life. But in just 10 days, Ichigo has grown to such a level that almost everyone can't match it. It's incredible. Katetsu Aizen, the vice-captain of the 4th division, was also taken aback. This travel disaster, so strong. Even her captain Anohana felt that Aizen was tricky, so she didn't rush to make a move, because it was very difficult for Kaika Suijutsu's Anohana to win. Aizen, who made them feel powerless and terrifying, was actually questioned by Ichigo. Black Coffin only has this level? They all think that Aizen's Black Coffin is too scary, but Ichigo actually thinks that Aizen's Black Coffin is nothing more than that. What a horrible boy! Anohana looked at Ichigo at the top of the confession palace above, and couldn't help but admire. Judging from Ichigo breaking Aizen's Black Coffin just now, Anohana even thinks that Ichigo at this time is probably stronger than Zaraki Kenpachi when he was young. Back then, Anohana was first-generation Kenpachi, who was war-loving and bloodthirsty, but after meeting the young Zaraki, he felt powerless. Zaraki was simply a monster. But Ichigo can even break through the black coffin at the level of Aizen, and seems to be even more monster than Zaraki Kenpachi. That boy didn't hit Aizen Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis ability. It's possible to defeat Aizen. Judging from the ability of Kaika Suijutsu introduced by Aizen just now, the first time Ichigo came to Soul Society, he should have never seen Aizen Zanpakuto Chikai at the moment, so he did not get Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis. Anohana thinks Ichigo has a chance to defeat Aizen. At this moment, Aizen's complexion changed a bit, but it quickly returned to normal. Kurosaki Ichigo, your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. Aizen really didn't expect that even the black coffin released by his full abandonment of chant could not do anything to Ichigo, but this does not mean that Ichigo won him. Aizen smiled and picked up the Zanpakuto. As a Shinigami, how about your basic skills? You should know some swordsmanship, right? Shinigami's 4 basic skills, chopping fists and walking ghosts. Aizen wants to test Ichigo's kendo, cutting technique. Aizen actually doesn't have many fighting methods, mainly relying on kid and kendo to deal damage. Had S99 Black Coffin can't do anything to Ichigo, although Aizen can also release Had S99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction, but Aizen wants to test Ichigo more, and fight to the death, so get close to Ichigo fight. As he said that, a powerful Ryutsu burst out from Aizen's body, which made everyone's faces change. This Ryutsu is purple and the breath is amazing. In the original book, Aizen is the representative character of Ryutsu, and Aizen's Ryutsu should be the strongest among Godai 13's Shinigami, none of them. Holding Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu in one hand, Aizen looked at Ichigo with a smile. Come on Kurosaki Ichigo, let me see your strength. After Ichigo saw the powerful Ryutsu erupting from Aizen, he also had to get serious. Aizen is not so easy to deal with. Ichigo took a deep breath and disappeared in place. The next moment, he came to the bottom, and in front of Aizen, the 2 knives slashed directly. Dang clang, clang clang. The clash of swords echoed in the air. Ichigo and Aizen fight together. Aizen is experienced, kendo and shunpo are extremely accomplished, and Ichigo can't do anything to Aizen. Of course, Aizen couldn't do Ichigo any harm either. Every time Aizen swung his sword, Ichigo was able to block it with his super strength and sensitive fighting nerves. The two fought against each other dozens of times in the air, and they were almost equal. However, the seasoned Aizen looked calmer and had a slight advantage. And Renji and Byakuya below were dumbfounded. Ichigo and Aizen's speed is too fast, many times they can only see an afterimage. And the powerful Ryutsu produced by the collision of swords on both sides made them all feel terrified. The battle between Ichigo and Aizen was like a showdown. The battle between Renji and Byakuya just now was very intense and exciting, but it is not at the same level in comparison. Even if they weren't injured, they wouldn't even be eligible to fight Ichigo and Aizen. It's just Ryutsu from Ichigo or Aizen fighting, they can't bear it. Aizen and Ichigo went through dozens of tricks, and the 2 swords clashed, and they fought together. Aizen looked at Ichigo, who was close at hand, and praised, Kurosaki Ichigo, you are so interesting. Then he started saying something that made Ichigo feel inexplicable. Do you know that I have been following you since you were born? Ichigo hates riddlers the most. I don't know what you're talking about. The shorter Zanpakuto held in the left hand is then placed across the back of the longer Zangetsu blade. Aizen doesn't know what Ichigo wants to do. I saw the Ichigo short sword slashing horizontally, the long knife slashing, and faintly spit out 5 words. Crescent, cross rush. The golden light like a cross appeared from Ichigo's double swords horizontally and vertically, and Ichigo gave Aizen a crescent cross from 0 distance. Aizen's eyes contracted, and his face suddenly changed. Chapter 46. The crescent cross burst out with a strong golden light, because it was released from almost zero distance, and an extremely tyrannical force was transmitted to Aizen's Zanpakuto. Nani! Aizen's complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly tried his best to block it. However, an incredible scene appeared. Aizen, who tried his best to block Ichigo's crescent cross charge, retreated steadily. How can this be? Aizen was horrified for the first time. He couldn't stop Ichigo's blow head-on. Aizen's body was constantly knocked back, and then, with a bang, was slammed into the Palace of Confession by Ichigo's crescent cross. A loud bang resounded throughout the jingling court. The Palace of Repentance was cut into 4 pieces by the crescent cross and collapsed. The ground trembled and smoke filled the air. Aizen was buried in the ruins, life and death unknown. Ichigo's figure stopped in the air. After dozens of moves with Aizen just now, he released the crescent cross punch with all his strength, which made his breathing a little short. Holding knives in both hands, Ichigo looked at the collapsed Confession Palace and Aizen, who was buried in the ruins, and said lightly, "You look quite gentle, but you have such a bad heart, you deceived everyone. Besides, you always say things that I can't understand, it's really noisy." Ichigo thinks that the man looks like a man, but he is the culprit of everything, and he also said riddles in front of Ichigo all day long, and the impatient Ichigo directly gave him a zero-distance crescent cross chong, let him taste it. The others here were all dumbfounded. The Palace of Repentance has collapsed. Renji looked shocked and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. At this time, the 6-stick light prison on his body disappeared, and he recovered a little mobility, but the fluctuation caused by the collapse of the Confession Palace almost made him fall and staggered several times. He was so shocked. Ichigo's first shot not only knocked Aizen back to the Palace of Repentance, but also knocked down the entire Palace of Repentance. Confession Palace, repent with a hammer. From now on, unless it is rebuilt, the Confession Palace will no longer exist. When the Confession Palace collapsed, Byakuya forcibly used Shunpo to come to Rukia's side. Fortunately, the collapsed Confession Palace did not involve them, and they were not affected. Byakuya was silent and didn't speak, but the shock was all over his face. He's seen Ichigo fight off Aizen and blow up the Palace of Penitence. That move is far more powerful than my White Emperor's sword. Byakuya's pride is stung again by Ichigo. At present, Byakuya's strongest move is the White Emperor sword after Bankai. I used it when I was fighting with Renji just now, and it was just a fight with Renji. Powerful in the eyes of many, but insignificant in front of Aizen and Ichigo. The difference in power is too great, not at the same level at all. Regardless of Byakuya's mood, it turns out that Ichigo is far superior to him. At the beginning, he didn't want to look at Ichigo more directly, but his strength has already made him somewhat unattainable. Who can understand this sense of gap? Rukia was stunned for a while, and then said a word in a daze, "Ichigo, Ichigo is so good." Ichigo's strength once again refreshed Rukia's cognition. The current Ichigo has undergone earth-shaking changes, how can it still be a weak chicken who still struggled to kill Zyoksu in Karakura town half a month ago? Become the top powerhouse in this world. Urahara widened her cat eyes. Besides the shock, she also has some regrets. That kid Ichigo is so strong that it doesn't make sense. Seeing that Ichigo had knocked Aizen into the air, Urahara sighed, "If we forced our way into the Palace of Confession in the first place, maybe we could have prevented Aizen from getting Hogyoku." Although Ichigo temporarily knocked Aizen into the air, it seemed to gain the upper hand. However, Aizen has already got the Hogyoku. Urahara felt that if they had forced their way into the Palace of Repentance in the first place, with Ichigo's strength, they might have been able to prevent Aizen from getting Hogyoku. Then Urahara shook his head self-consciously, "No, if you break in forcefully, the conflict will be too great, and it will inevitably cause too many unnecessary casualties." Urahara also knew that if they forced their way into the Palace of Confessions in the first place, there would be a head-on confrontation with Godi I-13, and casualties were absolutely inevitable. After all, Urahara is a Shinigami, and the former head of the Shihoran family, one of the four nobles. This situation is not to be seen. Renji also strenuously walked over. Anohana. Anohana Retsu raised both hands at the same time, and green light clusters appeared on the palms of both left and right hands to heal Renji and Byakuya's injuries. However, as the old captain, her face was also full of shock. Ichigo's crescent cross punch is too powerful. Master Aizen. Seeing Aizen being knocked into the air and buried in the ruins, Tosen rushed over regardless of his injuries, trying to rescue Aizen from the ruins. Tosen is arguably the person here who knows Aizen best. He never thought that someone would be able to repel Aizen head-on, and that person was actually the experimental material they had always regarded as. Ichigo has grown to such a degree. It's completely out of their control. Master Aizen, you must be fine. Tosen is trying to dig up the ruins and rescue Aizen who is buried under the ruins. His figure stagnated. Because a thick and powerful Ryutsu rose from under the ruins. The purple Ryutsu beams even illuminated half the sky purple. Immediately afterwards, the entire ruins suddenly scattered, flying sand and rocks. Aizen also reappeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Aizen did not suffer any obvious injuries. It seems that he still defended most of the power of Ichigo Crescent Cross. Aizen's Ryutsu is extremely powerful. As a representative of Ryutsu, he is also a believer in the Ryutsu theory. Although Ryutsu is powerful, Aizen did not completely block Ichigo's attack just now. The powerful Ryutsu still protected him and kept him from being injured. Of course, embarrassment is inevitable. At this moment, Aizen no longer had a smile on his face. It was hit by Ichigo. His brown hair was a little disheveled, and the dead bully outfit was broken in many places, and even half of the black glasses frame was missing. For the first time in history, Aizen is in such a mess. Renji wanted to laugh when he saw Aizen, who was boastful before, like this, but he couldn't laugh because of the current situation. Half of the frame of Aizen's glasses was missing. He didn't look at Tosen who was beside him who wanted to come to rescue him, but looked straight ahead at Ichigo with a rare solemn expression. After Aizen got Hogyoku from Rukia's body, he stayed here to test Ichigo's current strength. Now it is understood, but it is a little embarrassing. Kurosaki Ichigo, your aptitude is even more penultimate than I imagined, and your growth is countless times faster than I expected. Aizen bluntly said that Ichigo's qualifications are too good, far better than others. And Ichigo's growth is countless times faster than he expected. Ichigo has loaded the growth acceleration system, and now it is directly loaded to the panel in the later stage of the Millennium Blood War 2 years later. Can it not grow fast? Can the strength not be strong? Thank you for the compliment. It's rare to say a single pleasant word from your mouth. It is rare for Aizen to say a word that Ichigo understands and is pleasant to hear, so he readily accepts Aizen's compliment. Just at this moment, a group of figures rushed over. It's Captain Yamamoto and others. Yulong and Sato also arrived. The vice-captains of all other teams are also here. Everyone's faces were full of shock and disbelief. There are two reasons. One is that no one expected that for a long time, Aizen, who seemed harmless to humans and animals and seemed like a good old man, had deceived all of them and betrayed Jingling Ting. I didn't expect Aizen to have such a strong strength. The second is the Ryutsu that Ichigo and Aizen scattered when they fought just now, and the Palace of Repentance that disappeared. The Palace of Repentance is gone. The vice-captain of the 2nd Division, Omida, stared so hard that his eyeballs were about to fall off. If it wasn't for the location here or the Repentance Palace, he would have felt that he had gone the wrong way. The gigantic Palace of Repentance is gone now. Travel and the Aizen team fought. The strength of these two people is so amazing, even the Palace of Repentance was defeated. No, how do I think it seems that Aizen was suppressed by the travel disaster. Many people also noticed Aizen with broken feathers, disheveled hair, and one frame missing. But Ichigo was unscathed, and the death costume on his body was not damaged in the slightest. From this point of view, Aizen was clearly suppressed by Ichigo. Captain Yamamoto looked at Ichigo, and after a while, his eyes shifted to Aizen. He was burning with anger, and the anger in his eyes could not be suppressed. Aizen, you can't escape. Chapter 47. Captain Yamamoto is a person who pays great attention to rules and does not allow anyone to disrupt the order and damage the dignity and justice of Jingling. But Aizen actually did something under his nose. And for so many years, cheating all the Shinigami, and using them. Therefore, the captain of Yamamoto at this time is angry. Aizen, UBD. We've been wrong all this time, damn it. Sui Feng gritted his teeth and glared at Aizen. It turns out that Aizen is the instigator of all these things. Unforgivable. Sui Feng wants to arrest Aizen. However, Aizen didn't even look at Sui Feng, with a calm smile on his face. It's just that half of the frame is missing, so it looks a little weird. Suddenly, Sui Feng saw a figure she had been thinking about day and night for 100 years, Urahara. Urahara, big. She was actually very excited in her heart, but the arrogant she still forcibly restrained herself. Even, there was an angry look on his face. She is still blaming Urahara, why didn't she take her away? Urahara noticed Sui Feng's gaze, and Urahara responded with a kind smile, making Sui Feng turn his head away immediately. At present, it is still important to capture Aizen. Jing Le shook her head slightly. I didn't expect that the black hand behind this scene would be you, Aizen. Jingle, who is more thoughtful, is actually surprised by the disappearance of the soul 100 years ago, and the defection of the Soul Society by Urahara and Urahara, because he feels that Urahara and Urahara are not that kind of people. Coupled with the recent incident of Rukia's execution, I didn't expect Aizen to be behind the scenes. Aizen planned it all and played Godi 13 all the way. Aizen, why is this? Have you fallen? Jushiro stood up and questioned Aizen seriously. Aizen glanced at Jushiro, the gentle smile on Aizen's face disappeared, and turned into a little indifferent. Stop being arrogant, Jushiro. Because I want to pursue a higher realm, replace that existence, and end this empty window period. Aizen said to replace a certain existence. At this time, although Aizen's eyes fell on Jushiro, as if he was looking at Jushiro, he was actually talking to the right hand of the Spirit King in Jushiro's body. He made it clear today that he wants to break through the limits of Shinigami and replace the Spirit King. You. Jushiro, Kiraku, and the captain naturally understood what Aizen meant. Captain Yamamoto immediately reprimanded seriously, BD, rebellious brat. The captain reprimanded Aizen for his thoughts and actions, which were rebellious against Shinigami, and seriously deviated from the Shinigami path. Aizen didn't care about this, but sneered, Yamamoto Motoyanagi, you have always been too arrogant. If it weren't for your arrogance, my plan would not go so smoothly. Aizen's words slapped Captain Yamamoto in the face again. It is Yamamoto's arrogant and stubborn personality that makes Aizen do so many things under his nose without being suspected or discovered. If there is something wrong with Rukia's execution in Jingle, and the captain is asked to go to the 46 room for an audience for reconsideration, then the captain will be able to discover Aizen's conspiracy. But the stubborn captain did not do this, but criticized Jingle and Jushiro, and strictly carried out the orders issued by the 46th room. Now it seems that it is really ridiculous. Godi 13 headed by Captain Yamamoto, many Shinigami captains and vice-captains, have surrounded Aizen Tosen, like a net, it seems impossible to fly. But the strange thing is that Aizen's face didn't change at all, he was still so calm. Not paying attention to the infighting of the Shinigami, Urahara and his team rushed over and saw Ichigo and Rukia, who was wearing a prison uniform but not in danger of life, and was very excited. Because of Aizen's plan, Urahara and others waited at Bipolar Hill. They were a bit late, but Ichigo and Urahara didn't come too late, and saved Rukia. It's great that Kuchiki-san is fine. Orium hurried over. Yulong and Sato also breathed a sigh of relief, although that guy Ichigo is usually quite nervous, he is quite reliable at critical moments. Urahara didn't know if he was praising or complaining about Ichigo. At the critical moment, Ichigo is really reliable. Big sister! Big sister! The puppet soul got out of Sato's clothes, and rushed towards Rukia with snot and tears after seeing Rukia. Long time no see Rukia, Hun wants to get a warm embrace. And the soul in the air was stepped on the ground by Rukia. Why are you still stubborn? Rukia trampled the soul under her feet heavily. Hun was not only not angry, but enjoyed it very much, as expected of a big sister. This strength and this feeling have not changed at all, don't be polite, just step on me hard. Rukia was speechless at the words of the soul, and then kicked the soul away like kicking a football. Also after Rukia kicked it, she almost fainted. Because she has been imprisoned these days, wearing some props to suppress Ryutsu, and Aizen just took out Hogyoku from her body, although the soul is not damaged, but the weakness is inevitable. Orium stepped forward to catch Rukia who was about to pass out. Student Kuchiki, you are still weak, don't mess around, I'll treat you. Shuangtian returns to the shield, I refuse. Orium casts his healing powers, and an orange light envelopes Rukia. To the surprise of Byakuya and Renji next to Rukia, under Orium's treatment, Rukia's originally weak breath is recovering rapidly. In a short while, Rukia was fully recovered. Orium's healing ability is really strong. Okay, that's great. Rukia, who was back to normal, looked at his hands in disbelief, the injuries were gone, everything was healed. Not far away, Ichigo turned around and showed a sunny smile, don't be surprised by Rukia, this is Inu's ability, and it has a strong healing ability. Orium was praised by Ichigo, a blush immediately appeared on his face, and he hurriedly lowered his head, it's okay. For Ichigo and others, saving Rukia and nothing happened to Rukia is the best result. Instead, I don't care much about these things about Aizen and Hogyoku. The purpose of their breaking into the Soul Society has always been to save Rukia. At this time, the crutch in the hands of Captain Yamamoto hit the ground heavily, and issued an order, take down the two traitors, Aizen. Sui Feng, Kiraku, Jushiro, and the other vice-captains pull out Zanpakuto and are going to arrest Aizen and Tosen. However, Aizen showed a slightly contemptuous smile. That's naive, Shinigami. Everyone in Shinigami immediately sensed that something was wrong. At the same time, the sky above Jinglingting twisted and tore apart. Numerous tentacles of Minos Grande appeared in the torn sky, and there was a huge eye in the middle of these tentacles, which seemed particularly infiltrating. Two beams of light immediately descended, enveloping Aizen and Tosen. This is the negation of Minos Grande. Negation, it is the light beam used by Minos Grande to save the same race. The inside and outside of the light are mutually isolated worlds. Once the target is surrounded by this light, it is equivalent to being in another space, outside of negation. In short, after Aizen and Tosen were covered by negation, it was like being in another space, and Shinigami couldn't do anything to them anymore. No one in Shinigami expected that Aizen not only betrayed Jinglingting, but also colluded with Hueco Mundo's Minos Grande in advance. Even more sinful. In fact, if Aizen hadn't stayed to test Ichigo's strength, Aizen would have let Minos Grande drop negation and run away. Except for the accident of Ichigo, everything is under his control. Enveloped by negation, the Shinigami could only watch Aizen and Tosen rise slowly into the air. Aizen looked down at the crowd from a high position, and the famous scene of the hairspray hand in the original book was about to appear. Aizen took off his black glasses with only half of the frame left, stroked his somewhat messy hair, and then stroked it back from his forehead. Aizen, who took off his glasses and changed his hairstyle, has completely changed his temperament. Like a king, condescending. Seeing this, everyone in the Shinigami below was shocked, and understood that this Aizen who took off his glasses is the real Aizen. The gentle Aizen in the past did not exist from the very beginning. Aizen had a cold temperament, looked down at Jushiro, or the right hand of the King of Souls, and said coldly. And understand that people have stood in the sky from the beginning, whether it's you or me, even God, but the window period of the throne of heaven is coming to an end, and from now on, I will. But before Aizen finished speaking, his face changed suddenly, and he stopped his speech immediately. Just because he heard a shout like a reckless man. Crescent, Tian Chong. Chapter 48. Hearing this sound, Aizen immediately stopped pretending, and suddenly raised his head to look at Ichigo, who had appeared in the sky in front of him at some point. Ichigo has merged the two knives into one, holding the hilt of the knives with both hands, and condensed a huge crescent moon with all his strength. The power of this golden crescent sky is almost the same as the one that split Jinglingting back then. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by Ichigo, and everyone was terrified when they saw Ichigo's golden crescent sky. Oh my god! Sui Feng stared blankly at the sky, the golden crescent full of the ability to destroy heaven and earth, stupefied, and broke out in cold sweat. Omida trembled with fright, and quickly hid behind Sui Feng. The golden crescent that Ichigo unleashes, just the ryotsu that emanates, is enough to instill fear in one's heart. The others were also suddenly taken aback. Hey! Ichigo, why did you shoot without saying hello? Do you know that you will scare people to death? Yulong quickly complained about Ichigo, thinking that Ichigo was very reckless. With Ichigo's strength, a random blow could cause a lot of damage, let alone Crescent Sky Chong, which has been condensed with all its strength now. If the target is still Jinglingting, I am afraid that Jinglingting will have to be split again. It's so messy. Captain Yamamoto looked at Ichigo above, and he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Ichigo's golden crescent. However, he, Kiraku, Jushiro, Onokana and other captains all know about it. No matter how powerful the move is, it is ineffective against Aizen and Tosen within negation. Because negation is the means used by Minos Grande to save the same kind, once it is covered by negation, it is equivalent to being in another space, unable to be hurt, and any attack is invalid. Byakuya also felt that although Ichigo was strong, he was too reckless. A waste of energy for no reason. And scared everyone. But at this time, Aizen, who was covered by negation, didn't think so. What? He narrowed his eyes, and for the first time, his face appeared, nervous and panicked. This is the first time this kind of expression appeared on Aizen's face. Because he keenly saw that where Ichigo's golden crescent passed, even the surrounding space trembled and partly distorted. Ichigo's full-strength golden crescent moon is so powerful that it can distort space. Aizen in negation is not safe. Bang! In an instant, the golden crescent came to negation where Aizen was, and touched negation. Negation, which was originally pale yellow, quickly dimmed. Ichigo's golden crescent can really affect negation. Fortunately, the golden crescent didn't stay for too long, it pierced through with a whoosh, and finally failed to hurt Aizen, who was inside negation. Aizen's heart was finally relieved. Kurosaki Ichigo, has this guy's power grown to this extent? Aizen had a brief fight with Ichigo just now, his black coffin was broken by Ichigo, and he competed with Ichigo in swordsmanship, but failed to suppress Ichigo, and Ichigo put a crescent cross on his face, crashing the Palace of Repentance. Now Aizen is hiding in Minos Grande's negation, and almost got knocked out by Ichigo's golden crescent. Ichigo's strength was far beyond Aizen's expectations, and even made Aizen feel like he was about to be unable to suppress Ichigo. Everyone, look at it. Negation, the color of negation has dimmed. Oh my god! The way of travel disaster can affect negation, and almost destroy negation. What kind of monster is this yellow-haired traveler? Is he a Shinigami like us? Godai 13 all Shinigami on the ground, all stunned. No one expected that someone's power could affect the negation of Minos Grande. They were not optimistic about Ichigo just now, thinking that Ichigo was too reckless and it was a waste of effort. Although it failed to hurt Aizen now, it also made negation dim and Aizen panicked once. Don't jump to impossible conclusions before you have tried and made many things. Suddenly, tick, tick. On the torn sky, there was a strange rain of bright red color. This is not rain, but blood. The blood of Minos Grande. Soon, everyone knew what was going on. It was Ichigo's golden crescent that dimmed negation just now, and Minos Grande who released negation received a strong retaliation. The blood is dripping from the Minos Grande in the torn sky. The power of Ichigo's golden crescent is so terrifying, even if it weren't for Minos Grande insisting on maintaining negation, Ichigo might really be able to hurt Aizen in negation. Damn it, I don't have enough strength. After Ichigo released Crescent Sky Chong, he felt that Aizen was not injured because of insufficient strength. If it succeeds in loading Bankai 2 days later, it will definitely work. If it weren't for Rukia's early execution, Ichigo originally wanted to wait for the successful loading of Bankai the day after tomorrow. At that time, he would definitely be able to improve his strength to another level after comprehending the double knife Bankai. Now it's just a bloody battle panel and double knife Shikai, which can't stop Aizen from escaping. Aizen and Tosen have risen to the top of the sky. Aizen took a deep look at Ichigo, then entered Hueco Mundo with Tosen, and the tearing sky closed. The sky was silent again. Chapter 49. Aizen and Tosen fled to Hueco Mundo, and the skies over Seoul society returned to calm. But everyone in Godi I-13 couldn't relax, and their faces were full of dignity. Because they all know that after Aizen's defection, the future three realms, Seoul society, Hueco Mundo, and the present world, may not be peaceful. This is like a thorn, buried forever in the hearts of everyone in Shinigami, making people uneasy. Besides, at this time, the eyes of everyone in Godi I-13 fell on Ichigo and the others. The atmosphere got a little weird and tense. At this time, Urahara stood up first and said to Captain Yamamoto, "Master Commander, you should understand some things now, right?" Urahara was wanted by the Seoul Society for kidnapping Urahara and the Masked Legion a few years ago. And that's when Aizen reported the case, and Aizen framed them. Now that Aizen has defected, the original Seoul disappearance case and the current Rukia execution are very clear, and it is all Aizen's fault. The truth came to light, and Urahara's wanted arrest naturally became invalid. Only Urahara and Urahara were the victims. "Oh, isn't this Urahara-san? Long time no see." Jingle, who was wearing a bamboo hat, stood up with a smile and spoke for Urahara. "It is my mistake to wait for Godi I-13 to make Ms. Urahara and Captain Urahara wronged for 100 years. I am really sorry, Ms. Urahara." Although Jingle's words were a bit frivolous, they were stunned by the ears of everyone in Godi I-13. If it were someone who was framed, fled, and suffered infamy for 100 years, the damage would not be considered insignificant. This has something to do with Godi I-13 and Room 46. It was caused by their lack of awareness. Shame on Urahara and Urahara. Jushiro also stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Genryuze, I don't think there is any need to embarrass Ms. Urahara and Luzuo. They are all victims, and everything is caused by Aizen. We as Godi I-13 wronged the good people and let them be implicated. It was our mistake. We old guys were blinded by Aizen and almost made a big mistake." The big mistake Jushiro mentioned may refer to Rukia. If Rukia is really executed and an innocent life is lost, it will be irreparable for Jushiro and many people. Fortunately, Rukia is fine now. Jushiro continued sternly, "Travel accident. No, these teenagers stopped Aizen to a certain extent. They are the benefactors of our Godi I-13, and Godi I-13 who was blinded and helped to abuse you. I'm sorry for you." Jingle and Jushiro stood up to speak, naturally wanting Captain Yamamoto not to embarrass Ichigo and the others. After all, Ichigo and the others are still Seoul Society's benefactors to a certain extent, and they didn't let Godi 13 continue to help the evil and make mistakes again and again. The other captains and vice-captains were either silent or nervous. We are all waiting for the attitude of Captain Yamamoto. In fact, most of them also know that Jingle and Jushiro are right. Ichigo and the others are forced to come to Soul Society to save people. They did the right thing. Godi 13 has no reason to embarrass them. And even if they wanted to make things difficult for Ichigo, they might not be able to. The strength shown by Ichigo has scared too many people, and no one wants to take a shot of Ichigo's golden crescent moon. Captain Yamamoto glanced at Ichigo and the others in front of him with his old eyes, but there was no anger in his eyes. Then he turned to his two most proud disciples, Jingle and Jushiro, and cursed, "I'm old, but I'm not so confused that I can't tell right from wrong." The old man can still tell the difference between right and wrong. Captain Yamamoto's character is sometimes stubborn, but that doesn't mean he can't tell right from wrong. Then he looked at Urahara and Ichigo and others. As the captain of Godi 13, he actually bowed to Urahara and Ichigo. As the head of Shinigami, but being blinded by the rebels, "I am ashamed of you, it is the fault of old age." The captain was also ashamed. Let Urahara and the others be wanted for hundreds of years, let Aizen do many evil things under his nose, and treat Ichigo and the others as a disaster. All of this is his fault as the captain. Seeing this scene, while everyone in Shinigami felt incredible, their hanging hearts were finally relieved. This scene is a joy for everyone. Godi 13 doesn't need to clash with Ichigo and the others, otherwise there will be countless casualties. You don't have to be like this, Master Chief, it's all because Aizen's disguise is too good, no wonder Master Chief. Captain Yamamoto continued to announce, because Rukia Kuchiki was framed by the traitor Aizen, Rukia Kuchiki was acquitted. Captain Yamamoto announced Rukia's acquittal in public. This made Ichigo and others smile at each other, and they were very satisfied with the result. Not only was Rukia rescued, but Rukia was also acquitted, great. In fact, if it is the judgment of the 46th room, even the captain has no right to change it. But everyone in Shinigami now knows that room 46 is definitely gone, and the orders issued before are also Aizen's tricks. In addition, Rukia was framed and innocent, so the captain can naturally declare Rukia innocent. Ichigo put the two knives back on his back, and said, "This old man is not so unreasonable." "That's great, Kuchiki-san." Orium hugged Rukia, and Rukia was also very happy. Soul ran from a distance and wanted to hug him, but was trampled under Rukia's feet, howling endlessly. After Renji and Byakuya were treated by Anohana, their injuries are no longer serious. "Rukia, you're not guilty, ha ha ha, Rukia, you're not guilty, that's great, that's great. Ah, it hurts." At this time, hearing that Rukia was acquitted, Renji laughed until the old wounds recurred, and the wounds were bleeding again. Although Byakuya's face was still relatively cold, he turned around arrogantly so that no one could see the corners of his mouth raised. This scene happened to be seen by Renji next to him. Renji's eyes widened in disbelief, and he froze. "See you soon. Team, Captain? You actually laughed. It turns out Byakuya, who is as cold as an ice sculpture, can laugh too." Chapter 50. "Captain, are you actually laughing?" Renji brought his face closer, as if he had seen a ghost. Byakuya's face immediately turned cold, like an ice sculpture that has not melted for 1,000 years, and the corners of his mouth that were slightly raised were lowered, and he said coldly, "You are wrong, Renji." "Wrong? No, I'm absolutely right. Captain, you laughed just now. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen you." Renji laughed, saying that he was right. Byakuya snorted softly, pulled out the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, and wanted to kill the mouth. Renji ran away and begged for mercy, "Captain Kuchiki, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I didn't see anything, I promise." Rukia watched the slapstick Renji and Byakuya. After Renji and Byakuya had a fight, the relationship seemed not as stern as before. Urahara crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Byakuya, that brat, was cuter when he was a child." When Rukia heard this, she immediately became suspicious and curious. "Big brother when I was young? How was he like?" Urahara thought for a while, then pointed to Ichigo next door. "Hey, it's similar to Ichigo, he has a frizzy personality." Rukia's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. "Big brother, was frizzy when he was a kid? Like Ichigo? Oh my god!" Rukia only felt that her three views seemed to be challenged. In her impression, Byakuya was always indifferent and calm, but her personality was frizzy when she was a child. It turns out that Big Brother still has such a side. Rukia only felt that she knew a shocking secret, and took a deep breath. At this time, Sui Feng came over and walked in front of Urahara. It's just that Sui Feng's expression doesn't seem right. His face was red again, but he was gnashing his teeth again. Seems to be a love/hate relationship with Urahara. Ha ha ha. Urahara smiled heartily, put his hand on Sui Feng's head, and touched Sui Feng's head. "Sui Feng, you have become stronger." Urahara recognized Sui Feng. At this moment, Sui Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and after 100 years, he got the approval of Master Urahara whom he had always admired. The previous resentment in my heart for not taking her away with Urahara also disappeared completely. Master Urahara. Woohoo! Sui Feng was like a child who met his long-lost sister, threw himself into Urahara's arms and cried. Urahara comforted Sui Feng with one hand, and said, "I'm still crying at such a big age. Shinigami over there." Seeing that the captain did not make things difficult for Ichigo and the others, Jingle and Jushiro also looked at each other and smiled. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. "I only heard the captain say, the cost of repairing the damaged Jingling Pavilion will be deducted from your salary. A total of 100 years of captain's salary will be deducted." Ah! Kiraku and Jushiro were taken aback immediately and nearly fell over. "Isn't that right, old man Shan? You're going too far. We didn't do anything, and we didn't destroy the Jingling Court." When Ichigo first arrived at the Soul Society, he split the city wall of the Jingling Court, the Soul Shield, and a gully that would run through the entire Jingling Court with a single crescent moon. The Palace of Confessions is gone. Captain Yamamoto counted these maintenance costs on his two disciples. The 100-year captain's salary of Jingle and Jushiro will be deducted for maintenance expenses. "Old man Shan, you are too much, you deducted my salary, how can I have money to buy wine?" Jing Le hastily raised an objection. Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly, "I like to drink and often buy music. I don't have the right conduct. It should be deducted. There is no negotiation." The captain thinks that Jingle is drinking and fooling around, which is also a reason for deducting salary. "Teacher Yuan Liuzai, what about me? Why is my salary deducted? I am weak and often need money to buy medicine and treat illnesses." Jushiro also said hastily, using a bitter trick. Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly, "Don't think that I don't know that you two guys want to destroy the bipolars. I brought you up, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." Jingle and Jushiro were startled. It turned out that Captain Yamamoto knew that they wanted to destroy the execution and destroy the double poles. Wait, how did old man Shan know? It shouldn't be. Jing Le became puzzled, and didn't quite believe what the chief captain said. The vice captain next to Jingle, Ise Nanao, pointed at the Shihaoran's shield-like prop in her hand with a disgusted expression. "Captain, you asked me to take it." It turned out that when we were at Bipolar Hill just now, Jingle heard that Aizen was behind the scenes, and there was an accident in the Confession Palace, so he quickly handed over the props that were going to destroy Bipolar Hill to Ise Nanao, and he and Jushiro hurriedly confessed palace support. Ise Nanao is holding such a big shield, even a normal person can see that there is something wrong with it. Captain Yamamoto naturally knows that it is something used to destroy the bipolar. Jing Li and Jushiro immediately smiled awkwardly. Old man Shan, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think. Captain, it's not negotiable. Salary deduction for 100 years. Therefore, due to various reasons, Jingle and Jushiro were deducted 100 years of captain's salary by the captain. Of course, this didn't really affect the two of them. After all, they came from middle-class nobles, and the captain's salary wasn't high, so the deduction didn't affect them either. At this time, Byakuya suddenly walked in front of Ichigo. This makes Ichigo a little surprised, not knowing what Byakuya is going to do. Thank you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya said this with some difficulty. It's not because he doesn't want to say it, but because it's the first time for him to thank others, and he feels a little uncomfortable. Ichigo was also surprised, some didn't know how to answer. No, saving Rukia is what I should have done. Ichigo's words startled Byakuya. Ichigo actually takes it as his duty to save Rukia. How long have Ichigo and Rukia known each other? It's probably only half a month, right? With such a short acquaintance, Rukia will be able to break into the Soul Society without hesitation, and even risk his life to save Rukia. And he, Byakuya Kuchiki, as Rukia's older brother, doesn't have the courage. Bound by the rules of the Soul Society. Don't you hate me? Byakuya asked. Byakuya abolished Ichigo's Shinigami power and took Rukia away, and then decided to execute Rukia according to the regulations. But the way Ichigo is showing now, there is no intention of hating Byakuya at all. Ichigo raised his head and looked towards the sky. He doesn't really have any hatred for Byakuya. The other party is Rukia's elder brother, the captain of Godi I-13 and the head of the Kuchiki family. The kind-hearted Ichigo knows that Byakuya can't help himself in many things, and Aizen has deceived everyone, so Byakuya can't be blamed. Moreover, Ichigo knew from the beginning to the end that what he really had to do to save Rukia was not as simple as defeating Byakuya. Hate you? No, and it's not necessary. Why? Byakuya pressed. Ichigo looked at the sky, then turned his head and said to Byakuya. Because it's not you who I want to challenge all this time, but the order of the entire Soul Society. Moment. Byakuya's eyes contracted and his mind roared. Ichigo's words gave him a great shock. It turns out that Ichigo's goal from beginning to end is not to defeat him and rescue Rukia. What Ichigo has to do is to challenge the order of the entire Soul Society. Only by breaking this order can Rukia be truly rescued. Ichigo's pattern is so big. Byakuya's thoughts seem shallow. When Byakuya was shocked, Ichigo confided to himself, if you can't even protect your own sister, what's the point of following those so-called cold regulations? What is the purpose of such persistence? If you even lose your own sister, is such persistence worth it? Ichigo's mind is relatively simple. For him, protecting his relatives and companions is everything. Not those messy family dignity or order. If you can't even protect your loved ones, what's the point? Ichigo's words struck Byakuya's soul word by word like lightning. Byakuya is not only the head of the Kuchiki family, but also Rukia's older brother. Byakuya's parents have passed away, and his wife also died of illness. What he cares most about is his sister. If he couldn't even protect the person he cared about the most, then he would be ashamed to be an elder brother. At this moment, Byakuya felt that he had done something wrong. He should also challenge the order of the Soul Society to save Rukia like Ichigo, instead of being a ruthless enforcer of order. Call. Byakuya suddenly realized, and his eyes became clearer, and he said again, "Thank you." It was Ichigo who woke him up. Chapter 51. At this point, Ichigo has an indelible place in Byakuya's heart. Of course Byakuya wouldn't say it out of his mouth. Later, Byakuya chose to open up to Rukia and told about Rukia's sister. Rukia finally understood the cause and effect of everything, and the relationship between the siblings was relieved. This is also a happy situation for Ichigo, Yulong, and others. The defection of Aizen and Tosen to the Soul Society has a considerable impact on the entire Godi 13. The original 13 captains now lost 2, leaving only 11. In fact, if the development of the original book is followed, Ichimaru Gin, the captain of the third team, will also betray Aizen. But not now. Because Ichigo's knife wounded him badly, when he wanted to follow Aizen, his childhood friend Matsumoto Renjiku hugged him from behind. Ichimaru Gin was seriously injured and hadn't recovered much. He couldn't even break free from Renjiku's embrace, and was pulled back alive by Renjiku. Although Ichigo's knife severely wounded him, it also changed his fate. In the hospital of the 4th Division, Ichimaru Gin scratched his head helplessly. Perhaps this is called, the plan cannot keep up with the change. Immediately, Ichimaru Gin laughed at himself. After 100 years, I still can't continue, and I can't get back what you lost, Renjiku. I'm really useless. Ichimaru Gin approached Aizen in order to take Hogyoku, because Hogyoku has part of Renjiku's soul in it. It's just that he doesn't seem to have such a chance now. He didn't go to the Palace of Repentance just now because he was stopped by Renjiku, and he didn't follow Aizen. Aizen and Tosen don't trust him anymore. In other words, he has never been trusted. It is almost impossible for Ichimaru Gin to get closer and assassinate Aizen, because Aizen will not let him get close. Ichimaru Gin was forced to side with Godi 13, acting like nothing happened and continuing to be his third team captain. 5th team. Vice Captain Hinamari's mentality completely exploded. The whole person couldn't make a sound, doubting life. All along, Captain Aizen, whom she admired the most, deceived her and everyone else. Betrayed the Soul Society. He is a heinous person. She was also confused by the letter left by Aizen before, and even regarded her childhood hit Shugeyichware as the murderer of Aizen. Now that she has come to her senses, she also knows that what she did was extremely funny, and she feels very sorry for Chweer. However, she still has Aizen captain in her mind. Team 7. Daiguza Komamura Seijin wakes up after being treated by Anohana. When he woke up, his eyes were dull. He still doesn't understand why Tosen, who desires justice more than anyone else and wants to implement justice, follows Aizen. Tosen, has your justice been abandoned by you? No, or is Aizen your justice? You are confused, Tosen. Next time we meet, I will definitely pull you back from the abyss. Juban team. Chweer was in a very bad mood. Aizen cheated him, cheated Hinamori, cheated everyone. He also confused Hinamori into this crazy look. He was stabbed by Hinamori yesterday. Although he was not seriously injured, it was very painful physically and mentally. Chweer clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Aizen, I must kill you. Chweer can't wait to tear Aizen into pieces. Team 11, Kenpachi stood up after a brief treatment. The first thing he did when he stood up was to go to Renji, yelling that he wanted to fight Renji. Renji's expression was uglier than crying, so he hurriedly ran around to avoid it. Kenpachi recruited people everywhere. Abarai, where the hell are you? Come out to me. 12th Division. Kuratsuka Mayuri was seriously injured by Uriu's arrow, and after turning into a liquid and fleeing, she recondensed into a human form at this time. He snorted coldly, that damned Quincy. He underestimated Yulong, and was defeated by Yulong, which was a rare defeat for him. Forget it, I won't study that guy for now. Kuratsuka Mayuri eventually gave up on the idea of studying rain dragons. The fundamental reason is that Yulong is too strong, so strong that he gave up chasing Yulong, and he doesn't want to risk his life. 13 divisions. After a day or two of recovery, Rukia successfully regained her spiritual power and strength. Rukia is also very grateful to her captain Jushiro. Although she was not saved by Jushiro and Jingle were also planning to prevent the execution under pressure. Ichigo and others are no longer regarded as travel disasters by Jinglingting, but as guests. Invited by Byakuya to entertain Kuchiki's Fuchu. It was also the first time for Ichigo and the others to experience the life of a rich man. However, Ichigo found that many Shinigami would be nervous when they saw him, as if they were afraid of him. Ichigo was a little puzzled and helpless, and looked at his own face reflected in the water in the carp pond of Byakuya's house. Am I that scary? Rukia has been acquitted, everything is back to normal, and it's time for Ichigo and the others to return to Karakura town after playing Soul Society for a few days. This morning, Ichigo, Urahara, Orium, Sato, and Komi walked towards the gate. Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, and several captains and vice-captains came to see off the guests. Jushiro also smiled and handed an item to Ichigo. Ichigo, here's this for you. Chapter 52. Jushiro smiled and took out a pentagonal board with a black skull and a cross pattern on it, and said to Ichigo, Ichigo, this is the Shinigami proxy card issued by Jingling Court, you take it. Shinigami agent. Ichigo was a little puzzled, and took Shinigami's proxy card. Yes, Shinigami agent. Jushiro had a gentle smile on his face, considering your special status, Jinglingting intends to let you be a Shinigami agent, and your duty is to protect Karakura town in this world. It turned out that the Shinigami considered Ichigo's special identity. After all, as a human, he possessed the power of Shinigami, and he was originally from Karakura town. So I thought about letting Ichigo act as the Shinigami agent of Karakura town. On weekdays, the duty is to kill Su and so on. In fact, Ichigo is not the first Shinigami agent, the first Shinigami agent is Jinjo Kyujo. Ichigo looked at the Shinigami proxy card in his palm. With his current eyesight and keen perception, he felt that the Shinigami proxy card was not just an ordinary document, it seemed to have other functions. Rukia next to Jushiro seemed to see Ichigo's doubts, and explained to Ichigo with his arms akimbo, the function of the Shinigami proxy card is that when Ichigo urgently needs to become an agent of Shinigami, he can use the proxy Shinigami license to let the soul out of the body, and you can fight as a Shinigami. So that's how it is. With the Shinigami agency certificate, it's much easier for the soul to leave the body. Renji clapped his fist and looked suddenly enlightened. Human beings in this world usually exist in the state of entities, and Shinigami, Su, etc. are mainly soul bodies. In the past, every time Ichigo wanted to become a Shinigami, he needed Rukia or Urahara to help him out of his body before he could become a Shinigami. With the Shinigami agency certificate, Ichigo himself could let his soul out of his body and become a Shinigami at any time. This is one function of the Shinigami proxy card. Let the soul go out of the body. Ichigo murmured, but there seemed to be some doubts on his face. Because he saw that there seemed to be some special lines in the Shinigami proxy card, which gave him a strange feeling. This thing looks a bit like a locator in the real world. Perhaps this Shinigami proxy certificate, in addition to being a certificate and having the function of letting the soul out of the body, also has an additional monitoring function. With this Shinigami proxy certificate, Soul Society can control Ichigo's location at any time. Ichigo's intuition was not wrong. The main function of the Shinigami proxy card is the tool that the Shinigami use to monitor him. Okay, I accept it. Although he was skeptical, Ichigo finally accepted the Shinigami proxy card. After all, no matter what, it is much more convenient to become a Shinigami after having this Shinigami agent certificate. And the job of the Shinigami agent is to protect Karakura town. Ichigo is so kind, even without the identity of the Shinigami agent, he will kill ghosts and protect human beings in Karakura town. Seeing that Ichigo accepted the Shinigami agent status and received the Shinigami agent certificate, Kiraku and Jushiro were slightly relieved. In fact, if Ichigo doesn't accept Shinigami's agency certificate, they really won't be able to pay the job. With Ichigo's terrifying power now, who would dare to force Ichigo? Great! Acting Shinigami, Kurosaki, you will be the guardian of our Karakura town from now on, you are a hero. Haha. The innocent Orium's face is full of excitement, his eyes are full of stars, and he adores and admires Ichigo even more. Feel like Ichigo is a Shinigami agent protecting Karakura town, like a big hero. Hey, you old fellows, why don't you give me a certificate of this kind? Doesn't it mean that you look down on me, Mr. Hun? Soul jumped and yelled loudly. Hun feels that he is also very strong, and he can walk sideways in Karakura town, so he should be able to have a Shinigami agent dang dang, to show off his prestige. Maybe there are 10 fans who worship him. Jushiro explained embarrassingly, Little Lion, you are not a Shinigami, how can you become a Shinigami agent? Humph. You are underestimating me, Lord Soul. I don't care, I want to be Shinigami's agent. The foolish soul was caught, and he was not allowed to continue messing around. It is not a good thing to become a Shinigami agent. But Hun was still yelling, and finally Jingle had an idea and awarded Hun the title of Shinigami Agent's Best Assistant, which finally got rid of Hun. Hun thinks that Ichigo is so powerful, becoming Ichigo's best assistant seems to be very honorable to say it. It's very impressive. Afterwards, Jingle and Jushiro looked at Ichigo and others with admiring eyes, and praised Ichigo and the others again. It's really young and promising. Having such a powerful force at such a young age really makes us old guys feel ashamed. Ichigo, Yulong, and you guys, the talent is rare in my life. Throughout the Soul Society, there are few people whose talent is as terrifying as you. It's great to be young. You young people are so outstanding, you are really outstanding young people. Old, we are all old, this world belongs to young people. Jingle and Jushiro said each other sentence by sentence, maybe it was a confession, or it might be an ordinary compliment, but it made Ichigo and the others get goosebumps all over the place. Byakuya, who came to see off the guests, couldn't bear to look directly at him, so he went straight back. Then, Jingle told Ichigo, Agent Shinigami, you can't relax your vigilance when you return to Karakura town. That guy from Aizen escaped to Hueco Mundo. Maybe the whole Hueco Mundo is controlled by Aizen. The world will not be peaceful in the future. Don't be wary of Aizen. If there is any information about Aizen in this world, report it to the Soul Society immediately, so that we can make corresponding countermeasures or assistance. Ichigo nodded, okay. I will. Aizen's betrayal is like a thorn hanging over the heads of everyone in Shinigami, making people sleepless. And what they can do now is to be more vigilant, and then improve their strength as much as possible, so that they can have more self-protection ability in future battles, and more possibility of defeating Aizen. Rukia looked at Renji beside him, and then at Ichigo and the others. She seemed to be the weakest of all. Rukia said with a firm face, I also want to train hard, improve myself more, and not fall too far behind everyone. Renji smiled shamelessly, it's okay Rukia, I will protect you. Ha ha ha. Be serious. Rukia punched Renji directly in the head, and Renji had a big bump on his head. At this moment, Ichigo suddenly thought of something, turned around and stretched out his hand to Rukia, smiling brightly, Rukia, give me your hand. Ichigo spoke seriously. But when it happened so suddenly, Jushiro and the people around him were taken aback, not knowing what Ichigo was going to do. What? Rukia froze for a moment, blushed slightly, then feigned anger and said, Ichigo, please be more serious. Obviously Rukia seemed to think something wrong and blushed. Both Renji and Orium became nervous, their minds went blank for a while, they didn't know what Ichigo was going to do. You idiot, just give me your hand if I ask you to. I won't harm you. Ichigo scolded angrily. Yulong pushed his glasses and coughed dryly, ahem, classmate Kuchiki, Ichigo really has no other meaning in wanting to shake hands with you. Hun also jumped out to persuade, big sister, just shake hands with this guy Ichigo. Maybe there will be a surprise. Yulong, Soul, and others were strengthened by Ichigo through shaking hands. As long as they are members of the protagonist group, Ichigo can accelerate their growth. Only then did Orium and Renji come to their senses, with embarrassing expressions on their faces. It turns out that Ichigo wants to shake hands with Rukia, which is not what they thought. It's because they are too nervous and want to be crooked. Oh! Rukia was dubious, and in front of so many people, she closed her eyes to hide her embarrassment, and stretched out her delicate hand to Ichigo. Ichigo shook his big hand lightly and muttered in his heart. Accelerate! Immediately, a series of mechanical sounds sounded in Rukia's mind. Ding! Accelerate successfully. Ryutsu successfully strengthened to captain level. You have comprehended the Shikai of Zanpakutsori no Shirayuki, and acquired. First dance Moon White, second dance Balian, Wang Wang's, Sanwoo White Sword, 3 skills. 2. Ding! You have comprehended Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai Bakuya punishment, and can master it proficiently. The battle power panel is loading in the late stage of the bloody battle, and it is expected to take 10 days. Ichigo's accelerated growth ability also works on Rukia. This is of course, although Rukia did not end up with Ichigo in the original book, but her role is definitely the female one in the protagonist group, the woman who has the greatest influence on Ichigo. Ichigo can naturally speed up her. Moreover, this acceleration directly strengthens Ryutsu, allowing Rukia to comprehend Shikai and Bankai. It takes 10 days to load the panel at the end of the bloody battle. This is similar to Renji. 10 days later Rukia is the maximum number in the original book. Of course, now that Ryutsu has reached the captain level, Rukia who comprehends and masters Bankai is very strong. Okay, Rukia. Ichigo withdrew his hand. He knew that Rukia's accelerated growth had also succeeded. Ichigo turned his head away, smiled and waved to the others, Renji, Jushiro, the leader of the band, and everyone, let's go. Ichigo, Urahara, Orium, Sato, and Soul, the 5 of them stepped into the world transmitting gate and returned to the present world. And Rukia hasn't fully recovered yet, she still looks confused. With a dull face, she spit out 2 words, God, hey. Chapter 53. Rukia, wake up. Ichigo and the others are gone. Renji waved his hands in front of Rukia's eyes. Ichigo and the others stepped into the gate and left, and Rukia came back to her senses. Her face was full of shock. Jushiro and others next to him didn't understand what was going on with Rukia. Jing Le didn't think much about it, her face was a little weird, and she said to herself, yeah, young people are easy to get excited, it's nice to be young. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Ise Nanao glared at her, thinking that Jingle had never had a serious time. Others seemed to think that Rukia was too excited or shy after being shaken by Ichigo. Renji knew that was not the case. He was very excited, and put his hands on Rukia's shoulders. Rukia, how are you? Has anything changed? I seem to have become stronger. Rukia's eyes were still a little dull, as if she couldn't believe it because of too much change. How strong? Have you learned Shikai and Bankai? Renji continued to ask. Ah, it seems to be possible. Rukia replied somewhat uncertainly. Rukia's strength has been accelerated, Ryutsu in her body has become stronger, and at the same time she has comprehended Shikai and Bankai. Although both the memory in the mind and the muscle memory in the body are extremely real, Rukia still feels dreamy. Shake Ichigo's hand and suddenly she understands Shikai and Bankai? Is there anything more outrageous in this world than this? That's great! Renji clenched his fists so excited that he almost jumped up. In this way, Rukia, you will also become stronger, ha ha ha. Jingle and Jushiro twitched their mouths, their eyes were very strange, and they looked at Renji as if they were looking at a fool. They didn't believe Renji and Rukia's words at all. After all, how could a Shinigami suddenly comprehend Shikai and Bankai? Comprehending Shikai may be understandable, but Shikai and Bankai comprehending together, this is simply a fantasy. And Rukia's aptitude, although it can be regarded as a genius, it is much inferior to Chwere's 530-year-old genius. Chwere needs several years or more than 10 years to learn Bankai. Just comprehend it. And it's still at a time like this when it's not cultivation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. So no one believed it except Renji. Jushiro scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Rukia may have been too tense a few days ago. Rukia, you need to rest for a few days. As he spoke, he raised his hand to Rukia's forehead. Rukia's forehead was slightly hot, and Jushiro sighed, I really have a fever, I have to rest. Other people around also understood, maybe because Rukia had been imprisoned in the confession palace for a long time before, her mind was too tense and some problems appeared, which made her a little delirious. No, Captain Jushiro, I'm not burned. Rukia moved Jushiro's hand away and said seriously, and I really understand Bankai. Jushiro froze for a moment, then smiled kindly. Haha, yes, Rukia has learned Bankai, hurry back and rest. Jushiro looked perfunctory, obviously they didn't believe that Rukia really learned Bankai. Think Rukia is tired and talking gibberish. Rukia wanted to say something, but was held back by Renji. Ahem, Rukia, let's leave it at that, let's go back. Renji's eyes lit up, surprise Captain Kuchiki. Renji is a sensible person, he feels that sometimes he should not reveal his full strength and secrets, and if everyone in the Soul Society knows that Ichigo has a power that seems to enhance human aptitude, this may not be true for Ichigo. Good thing. There is no guarantee that some of the four nobles will have bad thoughts about Ichigo. It is enough for a few people to know that their own strength has become stronger, and there is no need to publicize it too much. At best, go back and surprise Byakuya. Rukia thinks so too. After seeing off Ichigo and his party, everyone went back separately. Byakuya also came to see off Ichigo just now, but, Kade, left early and returned to Kuchiki's mansion. At this time, Byakuya is training in the yard. After this incident, he knew that he was still too weak and not strong enough. Even Renji, who is the vice-captain, has caught up with him and can be evenly matched with him as the captain. Byakuya is a very hard-working and strong person. He has to train hard to improve himself and maintain his dignity as a big brother. At the same time, it is also to kill the enemy and protect Rukia in the future battle with Aizen and Jinglingting. After training for a while, Byakuya's face was covered with sweat. Byakuya raised his hand and wiped it gently. Just then, Renji and Rukia came back. Renji immediately flattered him and complimented him, as expected of Captain Kuchiki. Talented and hard-working, he is a role model for us Shinigami. We should always learn from Captain Kuchiki. Rukia also showed admiration, brother. That's amazing. After Rukia's execution, because of Ichigo's influence, Byakuya opened up to Rukia, and the relationship between brother and sister is no longer as cold as before. Byakuya wants to protect Rukia, and Rukia also admires her elder brother. As for Renji, he didn't dare to be so polite with Byakuya. After all, Byakuya is his captain and his superior, and his strength is far superior to him. But now it's different. Because of Ichigo, Renji realized that Bankai's Zabimaru has become stronger, and he can compete with Byakuya. Moreover, it seems that there is still a bloody battle panel that is still loading, and the strength will be stronger after loading. Strength makes people confident, and Renji is not too afraid of Byakuya. Of course, I admire Byakuya twice. Byakuya glanced at Rukia before turning to Renji. Byakuya looked slightly cold, and said coldly, Renji, don't be eloquent, it doesn't make any sense. Renji's flattery, Byakuya thinks it doesn't make any sense. Don't relax just because you have learned Bankai. There is still a lot of room for improvement in your strength. We are still a long way from the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. There is a possibility of a big battle in the future. We should seize the time to improve ourselves. Byakuya admonishes Renji and Rukia. Let them not relax, but seize the time to train and improve themselves. Then, Byakuya's face softened a little and looked at his sister, and his voice became softer. Rukia, your strength is relatively weak. I can teach you personally and make you progress faster. Rukia's strength is not strong, otherwise, when he was in Karakura town, he would not have been injured by a ghost, and then passed the power of Shinigami to Ichigo. At this time, Byakuya actually suggested that he could teach Rukia himself and help Rukia in training. You know, the captain-level Shinigami is the highest combat power of Godi 13. It is rare to say that there is a captain who helps others to train. In order to improve Rukia's strength as soon as possible, Byakuya wants to teach Rukia himself. Byakuya continued, Rukia, no matter what happens, it is fundamental to be strong. What Byakuya said made a lot of sense. A person, no matter when, his own strength is fundamental. Although he will always do his best to protect Rukia, it is impossible to be by Rukia's side all the time. Rukia must also become stronger, so that he will be more likely to be safe in future battles. Rukia was very moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother is right. I have to become stronger. I can't always rely on my brother. Byakuya is really nice to her. It's good that you know. Byakuya nodded, somewhat relieved. However, Renji on the side couldn't help covering his mouth and giggling. Byakuya glanced at him coldly, Renji, what's so funny? Feeling Byakuya's eyes that seemed to want to kill, Renji quickly stopped smiling and coughed seriously. Ahem, Captain Kuchiki taught you a lesson. However, Captain Kuchiki, Rukia has become quite strong now. It's really big brother, I really became stronger. Rukia also echoed. Just now Renji took Rukia back to Kuchiki's house, just to give Byakuya a surprise. But Byakuya's face turned cold. Nonsense. What time are you still making such meaningless jokes? Byakuya felt that Renji and Rukia were joking and messing around, and reprimanded them immediately. Brother, it's true, I've really become stronger. Rukia is a little anxious, she really has become stronger, not joking. Yes, Captain Kuchiki, Rukia and Bankai have all learned it. Renji added. Byakuya gave Rukia a deep look, and took a breath. Rukia, I know you might want to reassure me, but it shouldn't be done this way. Byakuya doesn't believe what Rukia and Renji say. After all, he knew the previous horizontal geometry. When I go to the world to perform missions, I can't even beat an ordinary void. Such a Rukia can Bankai? Impossible. Byakuya thought that Rukia and Renji's insistence might be to reassure his elder brother. But you shouldn't use this kind of self-deception. Rukia also knew that what she said was unfounded, and Byakuya would not believe it if she didn't use Bankai. She would only think that she and Renji were making trouble for no reason. Rukia took a deep breath and looked serious. Brother, Renji, you stand back a little. Rukia pulls out Zanpakutsori no Shirayuki, Byakuya they back off some distance. Byakuya's complexion changed slightly, he could clearly feel that Ryutsua became cold after Rukia pulled out Zanpakut. Okay. Renji backed away with Shunpo immediately, he was already wondering what Rukia's Bankai was and how powerful it would be. Could it be that Rukia really understood Bankai? This unbelievable idea emerged, which made Byakuya hesitate for a while. Although he still felt that it was impossible, he still used sleeping steps to distance himself from Rukia. Brother, please step back a little further. Rukia, holding Sodi no Shirayuki, told Byakuya to keep falling back with a serious face. Byakuya didn't understand. He was already 40 to 50 meters away from Rukia, but Rukia still told him to keep going back. Is it really coming for real? No matter what Rukia was thinking or what she wanted to do, Byakuya, who loved her sister, still chose to follow Rukia's words and retreated 100 meters away. Come on, Rukia. Let's meet your Bankai, hehe. 100 meters away, Renji shouted excitedly. Byakuya stared at Rukia closely, for fear that something might happen to Rukia in this state. I saw Rukia took a deep breath again, her eyes became indifferent, and she softly read Zanpakute's liberation language. Bankai, Byakuya is punished. In an instant, a powerful and icy white ryotsu surged from Rukia's body. It was like the coldest air, as if it could freeze everything. The white ryotsu storm swept across all directions with Rukia as the center, and the surrounding area was immediately covered with a layer of ice. Everything around was frozen, and the temperature dropped dozens of degrees. Rukia in Bankai form has also changed. Rukia's hair, eyebrows, and Shiba costume turned white, and there were many ribbons fluttering behind her, making her look beautiful. It's just that after Bankai, Rukia's whole temperament has become completely icy, especially her eyes are like 1,000 years of ice, so cold that they seem to have no life. This is Rukia's Bankai, by Xiafei. Renji swallowed, feeling cold all over. Rukia's Bankai, so cold, yet so strong. Renji was shivering from the cold, and felt the biting cold, the cold went to the marrow. Just judging from the ryotsu breath and expressiveness that Rukia exudes at this time, Rukia's Bankai is very strong. How can this be? Byakuya's eyes widened and he was stunned on the spot, his body trembled violently, and his mind went blank as if struck by lightning. Seeing Rukia who really used Bankai, Byakuya was dumbfounded. Chapter 54. It's really Bankai. Byakuya, who looked astonished, finally believed that Rukia would Bankai at this moment. It turned out that what Rukia and Renji said just now was true, and they were not fooling him. Rukia really understood Bankai. Byakuya was very surprised, no matter how much his mind turned, he couldn't figure out why Rukia suddenly understood Bankai. Bankai is almost the final liberation of Zanpakuto, all Shinigami who can comprehend Bankai are the proud generation. Rukia is also a genius, but still relatively young, and Shikai was not very skilled before, but today he really used Bankai in front of Byakuya. And Rukia is not a half-baked Bankai that has been trained in a hurry. Rukia's Bankai was standing 100 meters away and Byakuya felt the cold too. After Rukia Bankai exudes a very strong breath, really swastika solution. Byakuya's breathing was several times faster than usual, and it seemed that he couldn't calm down no matter what. Renji took a sneak peek, saw Byakuya's unbelievable expression, covered his mouth twice and snickered. The captain's expression is rare. Hehe. Renji feels dark, and Byakuya, who is usually very cold, will be surprised sometimes, which is really rare. It seems that the surprise he and Rukia gave Byakuya has been given. Both Renji and Byakuya also felt that the surrounding temperature was getting lower and colder. All thanks to Rukia Bankai. Sodi no Shirayuki is Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow Department, and his ability is naturally related to freezing. After Bankai, Sodi no Shirayuki's freezing ability has been greatly improved, and even the user Rukia himself is absolute zero. It is a Zanpakuto with strong ability and large attack range, but also very difficult to control. Even the user could be frostbitten by absolute zero if not careful. However, when the system loads Bankai to Rukia, it not only allows Rukia to comprehend, but also allows Rukia to control Bankai proficiently, so that he will no longer suffer from frostbite. Brother, this is my Bankai, with 100 reputation. Rukia, who was dressed in white makeup, looked up at Byakuya, but because Bankai had no life after absolute zero, Rukia's eyes became very cold, powerful, and strange. This coldness made Byakuya's heart tremble, and his heart was awe-inspiring. He finally understood that the current Rukia was different from the previous Rukia. Has become stronger. No longer a weak Shinigami, no longer a Shinigami who can only rely on others, but also be independent. Byakuya took several deep breaths in a row to calm down his shocked mind. He looked at Rukia in Bankai state, nodded and gave approval. You are amazing, Rukia. Rukia's Bankai, even Byakuya and Renji feel strong. Even, Byakuya felt that it was comparable to Uchiwara's strongest ice system, Zanpakuto Meru. As far as the present is concerned, the freezing ability of Uchiwara after Bankai may not necessarily be as strong as the absolute zero of Rukia Byakuya. Recognized by her own brother, Rukia forced a smile. It is Rukia in Bankai form, looking very cold, even smiling seems a bit forced. Rukia, release Bankai. Byakuya asks Rukia to release Bankai. He already knows and recognizes Rukia's Bankai, and Rukia doesn't need to continue to maintain Bankai's posture. After all, Byakuya still prefers Rukia in normal form. Bankai form feels too cold and is more suitable for the enemy. Rukia released Bankai, and the white clothes on her body gradually dissipated, and turned back to the ordinary black dead bully outfit. Everything that was frozen around slowly dissipated and gradually returned to normal. Because absolute zero is too cold, after Rukia relieved Bankai, Byakuya and twice cold feeling disappeared. Renji couldn't help giving Rukia a thumbs up. Rukia, your Bankai impresses me and Captain Kuchiki. Very strong Bankai. Renji compliments Rukia's Bankai, then brags, I don't think it's any weaker than my Zabimaru, ha ha ha. Byakuya gave Renji a blank look, and Renji shut up wisely. Rukia, you have grown up and become stronger. Your sister will be very happy if she knows. Byakuya nodded slightly to Rukia, a look of relief appeared on his face. Rukia has learned Bankai, and his strength can be regarded as among the top ranks among Shinigami. He doesn't have to worry about it all the time, so he can have the power to protect himself. Just now Byakuya was worried that he would not be able to protect Rukia in the future war, but now the situation has changed. Rukia is very strong, even if he is not much inferior to his elder brother. Thank you, brother. Being praised by Byakuya, Rukia blushed a little shyly. By the way, Rukia, how did you suddenly realize the solution? Byakuya asked a question that puzzled him. Rukia hesitated, as if she didn't know what to say to understand. Because of Ichigo, because of Ichigo. Hey? Because of Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya was even more puzzled. Rukia can comprehend Bankai, is it because of Ichigo? Rukia, what the hell is going on? Rukia hesitated. Ichigo shook my hand, and then... Hearing that Ichigo actually shook Rukia's hand, Byakuya's face was a little colder, but he was even more puzzled. Yes. Renji on the side also said, shake hands with that Ichigo guy and Rukia and I will understand Bankai, really. Renji told the truth about the situation. However, Byakuya twitched the corners of his mouth after hearing this, his eyes could kill. Because Byakuya thinks Renji is playing him. How can I learn Bankai just by shaking hands with Ichigo? Make up a reason and make it normal. Yet it is what it is. It was Ichigo who used the growth acceleration system to speed up Renji and Rukia by shaking hands, so that they learned Bankai and became stronger. Brother, it's really like this. Rukia said anxiously, Renji and I really didn't lie, we really became stronger after shaking hands with Ichigo, it's true. Yes, Captain. That guy Ichigo seems to have the ability to activate the potential of others, and it seems that he can become stronger by contacting him. Renji also had a serious face and said firmly. Byakuya was confused again. Seeing Rukia and Renji's swearing, it doesn't seem like they are lying at all, and there is no need to lie. Is it possible that Ichigo really has the ability to activate the potential of others and make them stronger? Renji continued to add, Captain Kuchiki, you have also seen that guy Ichigo has become stronger so fast, not only him, but also the companions around him, each of which has a special power. I think this is probably because of Ichigo's the relationship is because they are close to Ichigo, so they awakened a special ability. Renji continued to make up his mind, thinking that the power possessed by Orium, Sato, and others was activated by Ichigo, otherwise how could ordinary human beings have powerful power? Asking for flowers. Upon hearing this, Byakuya felt that what Renji said seemed to make sense. So, you guys shook hands with Kurosaki Ichigo once before you were able to draw with me. Byakuya looked directly at Renji and questioned like a soul. Renji smiled awkwardly and scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, Captain Kuchiki. Renji admitted that if he hadn't been strengthened by Ichigo, it would be impossible for him to beat Byakuya with his three-legged cat kung fu. It is all thanks to Ichigo that he can compete with Byakuya evenly. Byakuya's cheeks twitched again, and Renji's heart trembled with cold eyes. In vain Byakuya previously praised Renji for his high talent and greatness. He learned Bankai in a short period of time and was able to match his strength. Unexpectedly, it was all because of Ichigo. It was Ichigo who activated and strengthened Renji, and Renji did it. Byakuya just felt that his previous compliments to Renji were all over the top. He should have praised Ichigo, not twice. Renji had an embarrassed expression. Ahem, Captain. Anyway, that's the truth. Captain Kuchiki, I think you can also shake hands with Ichigo. It's best if you succeed, and there's no loss if you don't, right? 0. Renji offers Byakuya to shake hands with Ichigo, nothing to lose if it doesn't work. That's right, brother, the sun protection seed power is really amazing. Brother, you can try it too. Rukia also suggested. Shake hands with that guy. Byakuya thought of Ichigo's appearance in his mind, and then his face turned black, and his whole face turned cold. How could he, the head of the Kuchiki family and the proud captain of the 6th Division, ask Ichigo to shake his hand? Doing such a thing is worse than killing him. Absolutely impossible. Impossible. Don't mention this matter again. Byakuya immediately refused. True or not, he, Byakuya, would never do such a thing, never shake hands with Ichigo. Not even die. All right. Rukia also knew Byakuya's temperament, so she didn't persuade him anymore. Then he asked, Brother, when will you help me train? Train. Rukia's words made Byakuya's cheeks twitch again. That's right, brother, you said just now that you would personally teach me to train and help me improve my strength. Rukia clearly remembered that when she and Renji came back just now, Byakuya said that he would help her train and improve her strength. Byakuya turned around and turned his back to Rukia. No need, just watch and practice yourself. Byakuya felt helpless too. He just wanted to personally help Rukia train and improve Rukia's strength. But Rukia can already know Bankai, and Bankai is very strong. I am afraid that his strength is not inferior to him. Let him lose face as an elder brother, how can he be qualified to help Rukia train? What a change of plan! With great pressure, Byakuya turned and left the mansion. When he got to a place where no one was around, he let out a heavy breath, then his eyes were firm, and he said in his heart, I have to seize all the time to train hard to become stronger. Byakuya's pressure is useless. He is Rukia's elder brother and Renji's captain. If both Renji and Rukia surpass him in strength, where will he lose his face? Must become stronger. Ichigo's figure appeared in Byakuya's mind unconsciously, and he shook his head quickly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Asking him to shake hands with Ichigo is absolutely impossible, and he will never do it. Chapter 55. A moment ago, the 10th squad team building. Ichigo's face was full of sadness, and he sighed from time to time. The most uncomfortable person right now is Hinamori, right? Hey, I hope she cheers up soon and forgets about Aizen. Chwere is now very worried about Hinamori's state. Hinamori admires and even loves Aizen, but the gentle Aizen didn't exist from the beginning, it was just Aizen in disguise. Previously, Hinamori was confused by Aizen and mistakenly thought that Chwere was the murderer. Without even thinking about it, he drew his sword at his childhood friend Chuir. Chuir was caught off guard and was stabbed by Hinamori. But even so, Chuir never blamed Hinamori, and put all the hatred on Aizen. Suddenly, Chuir looked startled, stood up from the captain's desk, ran out the door in panic, and looked into the distance. Then, what is that? What's wrong, Captain Hitsuguya? Why are you in such a panic? The vice-captain Renjiku also came out and said with a slight complaint. But when Renjiku saw the situation over there, his eyes widened. My God! Renjiku saw the sky above Kuchiki's house, and the air was frozen. Under the sunshine, it looked dazzling and spectacular. And even though they were far apart, Chuir and Renjiku were shocked to see the frozen and chilly sky, and couldn't help but gasp. What a powerful freezing ability! What happened there? Chuir itself possesses Zanpakuto Harinmaru, the strongest ice and snow system, and has an extremely keen sense of temperature. He vaguely felt that the inexplicably frozen sky of Kuchiki's house could make him feel a little cold. He didn't know how many years he hadn't felt cold. Even, observing from a distance, he felt that the inexplicable freezing sky above Kuchiki's house might not lose to his Harinmaru. Rukia Zanpakuto Sodi no Seireitei's Bankai by Zyupu, is very good at the freezing ability of the kingdom. And Chuir has not really practiced to master the complete Bankai yet. Harinmaru who has not completed the Bankai, the freezing ability may not be comparable to the absolute zero of Sodi no Shirayuki. So at this time Chuir was very shocked. How can someone or Zanpakuto have such a strong freezing ability? There should be the Kuchiki's house. I wonder who in the Kuchiki's house has Zanpakuto that is ice type. Renjiku rested his fingers on his chin, thought carefully, but could only shake his head. She didn't know whose Zanpakuto in the Kuchiki family was ice type, and it was so powerful. To be able to cause such power and freeze the sky above, maybe only Bankai can do it. And how many Shinigami can use Bankai in Jinglingting? Except Godi I-13's Shinigami captain, there are only a handful of Shinigami who can use Bankai, and I have never heard of anyone whose Zanpakuto is ice type and can use Bankai of. Renjiku and Chuir are unknown. Similarly, because Rukia cast Bankai and froze the space above Kuchiki's house, this spectacular scene was seen by many people, who were curious to discuss or flocked to the door of Kuchiki's house to find out. But these people are all stopped by the indifferent Byakuya. Byakuya appeared at the gate of Kuchiki's house, glanced at the Shinigami people who were attracted by Rukia Bankai's vision, and said coldly, "Nothing happened to Kuchiki's house, please go back, don't disturb." Due to Byakuya's majesty, the curious people had to return disappointed. And starting today, Jinglingting began to spread a legend. It is rumored that the Kuchiki family has an extremely powerful and mysterious Shinigami who possesses an ice attribute Zanpakuto, and once Bankai comes out, Harinmaru who does not build his hand hit Shugaichwir. Rukia and Renji couldn't laugh or cry when they heard this. The other side. Ichigo, Urahara, Orium, Sato, and Sol, a total of 5 people returned to Karakura town through the crossing gate. Urahara didn't come back together, because she had to go back to her family Shihaoran's house to see her younger brother, comfort Suifeng and meet her old friend Shiba Kongzuru whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and brag about Ichigo to Shiba Kongzuru by the way super talent and great strength. In terms of seniority, Ichigo seems to be Shiba Kongzuru's cousin. The crossing gate is set above the Urahara store, and the 5 of Ichigo walk out of the crossing gate and enter the Urahara store. In fact, it has only been a few days since Ichigo and the others went to the Soul Society to save people and returned now. Moreover, Ichigo and the others returned safely and unscathed, which was beyond Urahara's expectation. Of course, Urahara also knew about Ichigo through Urahara. Although they rescued Rukia, they did not prevent Aizen from obtaining Hogyoku. So, this time he lost the duel with Aizen. After entering the Urahara store, the faces of Ichigo and the others were a little different from before. But before Ichigo and the others could speak, Urahara bowed and apologized to them. "I'm sorry everyone, I concealed it from everyone, I'm very sorry. Urahara lowered his head and bowed, his face and tone sounded very sincere. After apologizing, he still bowed, as if he didn't get up if he didn't get forgiveness from 10 guardians. The Ichigo 5, of course all know the truth now. Before Urahara and Urahara trained them and helped them open the gate to Soul Society, the main purpose was to stop Aizen, but they didn't tell them about it. In other words, Urahara took advantage of Ichigo and the others, and used them to fight Aizen. Moreover, Urahara put the Hogyoku in Rukia's body, otherwise Rukia would not have to suffer such a crime. It's all about Urahara. Urahara also knew, so Ichigo and the others bowed and apologized as soon as they came back. Immediately, Hun jumped up and scolded, "You guy who wears clogs and a hat, you caused me to be separated from eldest sister for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, eldest sister must be very reluctant to part with me, and she must miss me every day. Think, it's all your fault. UBD. Soul is fighting for Rukia." Sato didn't speak. For the honest Sato, even if Urahara used them, it's true that Urahara taught them to train and teach them to fight, and it's also true to help them open the door to the Soul Society to save people. No matter what, Urahara helped them. This. Orium's mind is relatively simple, and he doesn't know what to do or how to respond. He looked at Ichigo, no matter when or what, everything was based on Ichigo, and he listened to Ichigo. Urahara didn't express his opinion either, depending on what Ichigo meant. After a moment of silence, looking at Urahara who sincerely apologized, the kind Ichigo still chose to forgive him. "Mr. Urahara, please get up." Ichigo helped Urahara up, and then said empathetically, "I don't think Mr. Urahara is a bad person. You must have your own reasons for doing this." Ichigo felt that Urahara had helped them a lot, and he didn't seem like a bad person, at least not now. And saving Rukia is the same goal, but the purpose of the two sides is not the same. Ichigo and the others saved Rukia to save people, and Urahara hoped that Ichigo and the others would prevent Aizen from taking Hogyoku. But Ichigo straightened up and looked Urahara straight in the eyes. "In the future, I can no longer play tricks on my companions, and some things involving us can no longer be hidden from us, and there will be no next time." Ichigo's tone became colder. He is warning Urahara. Because before Urahara put Hogyoku into Rukia's skeleton without Rukia's knowledge, Hogyoku and Rukia merged into one, and the things behind Rukia happened. It can be said that Rukia is a victim in the struggle between Aizen and Urahara. Ichigo doesn't want his companions to be unwittingly calculated by others. So warning Urahara, don't have this kind of thing next time. Yulong and Sato nodded, thinking that Ichigo's actions were more reasonable and forgave Urahara, but they didn't want Urahara to do anything unfavorable to them in the future. "Oh, thank you so much Kurosaki-kun, this is great." After getting Ichigo's forgiveness, Urahara immediately returned to her usual appearance, shaking her fan and laughing awkwardly. In fact, Urahara put Hogyoku in Rukia's body because of helplessness. Because after he made Hogyoku, he knew that the power contained in Hogyoku was more dangerous, and Hogyoku could not be destroyed, so he had no choice but to hide Hogyoku in Rukia's body. However, it was discovered and taken away by Aizen. Now that Rukia is saved, it can be regarded as some compensation for his conscience. But what everyone didn't realize was that at this moment, Ichigo's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity. He looked at the Shinigami proxy card in his hand, and his thoughts surged. Regarding Rukia, Urahara was hiding the truth from the very beginning. The Shinigami proxy certificate in his hand, Jushiro said, was a kind of certificate, which had the function of letting the soul go out of the body directly, but Ichigo could feel that the Shinigami proxy card seemed to have another function, so it is used to locate and monitor him. Neither Urahara nor Jushiro told him the truth in the first place. "Oh, is there any need to make it so complicated?" Ichigo sighed in his heart, a little helpless. His temper is straightforward and anxious, and he doesn't like complicated things. Ichigo is also very sincere to people, but some people don't seem to treat him like this, so we still have to beware of him. Kurosaki, what's wrong with you? Orium's face moved closer, and he asked worriedly. Ichigo came back to his senses, shook his head, and smiled like a sunny boy. I'm fine, Inu. Seeing Ichigo 3.7's smile, Orium's cheeks flushed slightly, and his heart was completely relaxed. No matter what the others, for Ichigo, companions are always trustworthy. That's enough. At this moment, Ichigo was taken aback. Because the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Double Swords Bankai loaded successfully. You have comprehended Double Swords Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Shinigami, Quincy, Hollow, the perfect fusion of the three powers will take another 7 days. In an instant, a mysterious memory flooded into Ichigo's mind, body, and even soul. Ichigo finally understands Bankai. Previously, Ichigo used only the normal Shikai with 2 swords. Shikai can split the jingling cord and force Aizen back. How powerful will he be now that he understands Bankai? Not only Ichigo, but also a voice sounded in Yulong's mind. Ding! The holy text A is fully reversed and loaded successfully. Congratulations, you have comprehended the holy text A's complete counterforce. The holy text A of Yulong has also been loaded successfully. Feeling the surging power in his body, Ichigo took out his 2 knives and shouted. Swastika, solution. An indescribably powerful golden ryotsu swept across Karakura town. Chapter 56. I saw Ichigo recite the liberation language instinctively, while inserting the black short sword in his left hand into the hollow of the white long knife in his right hand, combining the 2 zanpakuta into one like a lock. Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu. A destructive golden ryotsu gushes out of Ichigo's body like a tornado. Like a volcanic eruption, the sky and the earth change color. Everyone around was blown away because they couldn't stand Ichigo's powerful ryotsu. Ah! Ichigo, why are you so messy, ah! Soul screamed and cursed. Even if he turned into a muscular form, it would be of no avail, it would not be able to stop Ichigo, the shockingly powerful ryotsu, who was blown away and suffered a crime. Even Sato, who is known for his strength, was almost blown away. Fortunately, Orium used his ability to create an orange barrier, which blocked part of the ryotsu storm emitted by Ichigo, and all was well. Although the current Orium is still very pure in mind, after Ichigo's system is loaded, it is already the full level in the original work. Orium's defense and healing capabilities are very strong. However, what made Urahara very sad was that all his Urahara stores were destroyed by the earthquake. Fortunately, there is a big kid with a long grip Tessai who casts a powerful kid above 90, which will not make the Urahara store disappear. Yulong, Sato, and Urahara hid in Orium's orange defensive barrier, and their faces were extremely shocked. That's Kurosaki's Bankai. After the ryotsu storm around Ichigo dissipated, everyone could clearly see what Ichigo looked like at this time. I saw Ichigo in Bankai form, with a stronger aura on his body. The Tensa Zangetsu 23 held in his hand is a large sword with a white blade and a black center. A black iron chain is attached to the end of the handle. The tip of the sword seemed to be locked. This is Ichigo's double sword Bankai. In fact, the essence of the real Zangetsu is the sword and the sheath, and Bankai is the state of the scabbard as one. In the original book, the scabbard was smashed by Yhwach, and the scabbard fragments were absorbed by Ichigo, revealing the first and final Zangetsu. So the Tensa Zangetsu that Ichigo is holding in his hand is not the final form of Bankai, the real Zangetsu will be when the outer scabbard is broken. But even so, the ryotsu exuded by Ichigo Bankai at this time is enough to make everyone feel frightened. If Ichigo used the double sword Bankai to deal with Aizen, then Aizen would be directly crushed. Even the Minos Grande negation, Ichigo, who cuts off space, can destroy with such unrivaled power. In the original book, even Yhwach, who devoured the Soul King, did not dare to take the slash of Ichigo's double sword Bankai, and could only break it in the future with omniscience and omnipotence. So, Ichigo is pure attack power. So strong that no one can hard pick it. Urahara, Sato, and Orium were all dumbfounded, gasping for air one after another. Amazing Bankai! Yulong sighed. The current Yulong is loaded with the panel of the later stage of the 1000-year bloody battle, and the holy text A is completely reversed. Yulong has also become a full-level number, and its strength is very terrifying. However, even he thought Ichigo's Ryutsu and aura after Bankai were amazing. So this is Ichigo's Bankai. The Bankai that Urahara first met in Soul Society earlier was Kurotsuka Mayuri's Golden Kaizo. But Kurotsuka Mayuri, and even Tosen, Renji, Byakuya's Bankai, compared with Ichigo's dual swords Bankai at this time, it seems, not a level thing at all. Urahara is also very surprised that Shinigami's Bankai can be so powerful. The well-informed Urahara stared wide-eyed, feeling incomparably horrified. This Bankai? I'm afraid it has surpassed the scope of Shinigami. Urahara froze. He can obviously feel that the power displayed by Ichigo after Bankai has surpassed the scope of Shinigami. For a long time, Aizen has been committed to research, breaking the limits of Shinigami and stepping into a higher realm. Aizen's approach is to rely on Hogyoku, using Hogyoku's abilities to break boundaries. Urahara has also made Hogyoku, and may have understood and studied the limits of Shinigami. The captains of Aizen and Yamamoto during the Shinigami period should be regarded as the limit of Shinigami. And now the coercion shown by Ichigo Bankai is far beyond this level. So Urahara understands that the power of Ichigo of Bankai with two swords has definitely surpassed the limit of Shinigami. Of course. Ichigo, the double knife Ichigo, the king of spirits, dare not resist, is naturally beyond the scope of Shinigami. Just when everyone was shocked, a crack suddenly appeared on the Tensa Zangetsu knife in Higoku's hand. Click, click. In just an instant, cracks spread all over the blade like a spider's web, and even the chain that originally connected Tensa Zangetsu's sword tip to the hilt, was broken. What happened? Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu is still broken? Urahara, Yulong, and others don't know what's going on. No, there's a Zanpakuto inside. The observant Urahara noticed that there was another Zanpakuto hidden in the broken blade of Ichigo Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo's Zanpakuto is not broken, but unsealed. Soon, Tensa Zangetsu's scabbard fragments all fell and were absorbed by Ichigo, and the Zanpakuto in his hand also became Zangetsu in its final, original, form. Yes, it is the original Zangetsu with a black back and a white blade like a large kitchen knife. This is Ichigo's ultimate Zangetsu. In the original book, Yhwach smashed the scabbard to reveal it, but now the acceleration system is directly loaded for Ichigo, allowing Ichigo to get the real Zangetsu. From now on Ichigo Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu can directly become the original Zangetsu. Of course, if Ichigo wants to, he can still change back to the form of double swords in normal times. Shikai normally has two swords, and Bankai turns into an ugly kitchen knife. Nothing wrong. Ichigo carried Zangetsu like a large kitchen knife on his shoulders, and turned his head to look at the crowd, which made Yulong and the others feel a little nervous. Especially Urahara was sweating. I wondered if Ichigo, who was carrying a big sword, wanted to kill him? But didn't Ichigo forgive him just now? If Ichigo really wants to kill him, with Ichigo's current strength, Urahara may have to sit and wait for death. Fortunately, Ichigo didn't mean that. Ichigo restrained the terrifying Ryutsu, and showed a warm smile like in the past. Yo, don't be nervous, I'm still me. Ichigo's simple sentence made Urahara, Orium and the others completely relieved. Ichigo, who comprehended Bankai, although his strength has skyrocketed, but he will always be the Ichigo that his companions know, and the day has not changed. Hey? Where did the soul go? Only then did Ichigo notice that the soul was gone. Orium laughed awkwardly, and Sato and Urahara also looked embarrassed. He, he went back first. Yulong pushed his glasses and replied. Oh, so that's the case. I said why the guy disappeared. Ichigo scratched his head, since Soul left first, there is no need to take this matter to heart. Ichigo instinctively called out Bankai just now, and didn't pay attention to the surrounding things, but he didn't know that the soul was blown away by his Ryutsu. At this time, the soul that had not fallen far away in the sky greeted Ichigo dozens of times. Kurosaki, what is your Bankai ability? Urahara asked curiously. Everyone also looked at Ichigo. Different Zanpakuto Bankai have different abilities, such as Byakuya's Senbonzakura, Sakura Flower Sword, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, White Emperor Sword, etc., have multiple abilities, and Renji's Bankai S Zabimaru also has multiple abilities. Generally speaking, Bankai's ability can be regarded as a secret. It is best not to tell others casually, otherwise if the enemy finds out the details, he will have no advantage against the enemy. But Ichigo didn't think much of it, he felt no need to hide it. One is that he absolutely trusts his companions like Yulong, and the other is that his Zanpakuto ability is very simple and rude. Ichigo held Zangetsu in front of him, looked at this Zangetsu which was the first and final 460, and said directly, my Bankai doesn't have any special abilities, it just purely improves my Ryutsu, speed, and attack power. Ichigo Bankai's ability is so simple, it directly increases the attack power. Super powerful attack, rule all the bells and whistles. Who is not convinced? If you don't accept it, just eat Ichigo's crescent moon or jipping A. Who can bear it? Ah! Yulong twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this, what a direct ability. Ichigo's Bankai directly increases attack power, while Rain Dragon's holy word is a bit more complicated. The sacred character A of Yulong is completely reversed, and its ability is, it will act between 2 points, and completely reverse the events that have occurred to the designated party. For example, in the original book, during the battle between Yulong and Hasuo, he used a complete counterstand to transfer all his injuries to Ha's ward, causing serious injuries to the opponent. In addition to diverting injuries, Yulong's complete reverse stand should also be able to reverse and exchange others. Yet, the big man Sato also nodded, it fits Ichigo very well. Sato feels that Ichigo's Bankai fits Ichigo's straightforward personality. Orium only thinks that Ichigo is so powerful, and admires Ichigo even more. Urahara was deeply shocked again. When Ichigo awakened his own Shinigami power, he possessed powerful combat power. Afterwards, he was able to counteract and force back Aizen, and now he directly comprehends Bankai? The power is so powerful that it exceeds the scope of Shinigami. It can only be said that Ichigo's talent is too terrifying, and his talent is unrivaled. At the same time, Urahara also develops a sympathy for Aizen. Aizen has been planning in every possible way for hundreds of years, even if he wants to break the limit of Shinigami and reach a higher level. Now Aizen has Hogyoku, but hasn't really broken the Shinigami limit yet. As for Ichigo, who was regarded as experimental material by Aizen before, in more than 10 days, his strength has become extraordinary and has reached the realm above Shinigami that Aizen dreamed of. Kind of a blow to Aizen. Chapter 57. Ichigo lifted the Bankai status, Zangetsu changed back to dual swords, and the powerful pressure covering the entire Karakura town dissipated. Many people were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Orium put away his abilities, the orange defensive barrier disappeared, and his companions sat down again. Ichigo has now comprehended the double knife Bankai, and his power has reached an extremely terrifying level. But that's not all about Ichigo. The current Ichigo has only mastered the power of Shinigami and Quincy, the power of Siege has not been fully integrated yet. After 7 days, when the 3 powers of Ichigo's Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow are completely integrated, Ichigo can reach the strongest level in the original work. 70, 1J. And at this moment, a reminder sounded again in Ichigo's mind. Ding! It is detected that Ishida Urayu's ability has been accelerated. The protagonists have completed the acceleration accumulatively, including Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, Soul, and Ishida Urayu. Those who are still accelerating are Abarai Renji and Rukia Kuchiki. All the members of the protagonist group have been accelerated by Ichigo using the system. Now except for himself, only Renji and Rukia are still accelerating, and the rest of them have completed the acceleration, and they have all reached the strongest combat power in the original book. Ding! After the acceleration is completed, the members of the protagonist group can still improve their strength through self-cultivation. Ichigo's acceleration system accelerates the partners, which accelerates their growth to the peak of combat power in the original book, but this does not mean that they can no longer become stronger, and they can still improve their strength through practice or perception in the future. The system sounded a third beep again. Ding! You can invite a person to join the protagonist group. After joining the protagonist group, you can speed up for him, provided that the other party agrees. Hearing this, Riho was slightly taken aback. According to the system, he can actually invite a person to join the protagonist group, and then he can speed up for this person? Protagonist group, should it mean companions? Based on his own understanding, Ichigo thinks that the members of the protagonist group should mean his companions. For example, Rain Dragon, Orium, Sato, Soul, Rukia, Renji are all his companions. The invitation to join the protagonist group probably means that you want to find a companion? Then you can let this companion enjoy the accelerated growth? Ichigo thought it was probably what he understood. However, let's think about this matter in the future. How can they have any new companions now? The other side. Ishida Family Large Hospital. Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Ishin, hangs out with Urayu's father, Ishida Ryuzuru. It turned out that they had known each other for a long time. Yuxin also came out to chat with Longxian while Ichigo and the others were going to Soul Society. It's just that they didn't expect Ichigo and the others to come back so quickly. They saved people and came back only a few days after going to the Soul Society. Moreover, the two of them just felt Ichigo's Ryutsu, which is unrivaled in heaven. Ichigo? My precious son is back. This is my Ichigo's Ryutsu, ha ha ha, it's too strong, Ichigo. This kid really looks like his father, he really has the demeanor of his father when I was young, ha ha ha. He is indeed my precious son. With one heart and hands on hips, he looked up to the sky and laughed. At the same time, he was full of pride, and deliberately asked Longxian beside him, "Hey, Longxian, do you think so?" Ichigo becomes stronger, the stronger the strength, the happier Ichigo will be. Just now, when Longxian felt Ichigo's powerful Ryutsu that was terrifying enough to cover the entire Karakura town, his face showed a rare horror. Ryutsu after Ichigo Bankai is insanely strong. When Longxian was asked by Yuxin, his face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Yuxin coldly. Ryutsu is amazing, but it's none of your business. That's Masaki's child. Longxian bluntly said that Ichigo's strength has nothing to do with Yuxin, just because Ichigo is the child of Kurosaki Masaki. Until now, Longxian still hates this BD named Kurosaki Ishin in front of him. If it wasn't for Kurosaki Ishin, then he, Masaki wouldn't have died because of sanctity. So on the surface, Longxian never gave Yuxin a good look. How come it has nothing to do with me? Yuxin immediately retorted Longxian, Masaki's child is my child, Ichigo, my child, you are really proud of us. While talking, Yuxin made a gesture of praying to the sky, Masaki, if you have a spirit in the sky, you must have seen it. Our Ichigo has grown up and is stronger than his father. Longxian next to him was gnashing his teeth in anger. UBD, if you have nothing to do, go away. Longxian just wanted to make this guy Yuxin disappear from his eyes immediately. Hey, are you angry? Ask with all your heart and soul. I'll tell you to get lost. Longxian's eyes could kill. Yuxin continued to say cheekily, "Hey, actually, that kid of yours is also pretty good, but he's worse than my Ichigo, ha ha ha." When Longxian heard Yuxin's words, he didn't know whether it was pleasant or not. Yulong's talent is naturally excellent, and he is the only Quincy master who can survive even after Yhwach's sanctification. But in terms of talent and aptitude, Ichigo is still better. Longxian couldn't take it anymore and issued an order to drive away the guests. "I don't have enough medicines in my pediatric clinic. I have to send 3 children to school, and I have no money to buy them." Yuxin said pitifully, "Nigo, Juzou, and Xiaolui are all Masaki's children." Longxian wished he could eat Yuxin alive, but in the end he said, "Whatever you want, go to the warehouse and get it yourself. If you take it, get out." "Okay." Yuxin laughed out loud, and went to the warehouse of Longxian's hospital to move medical supplies with ease. As for the money, there is definitely no need to give it. After all, old friends have been friends for so many years, and Longxian's hospital family has a big business, so he doesn't care about it. Half a minute ago. Somewhere in Karakura town, underground of an abandoned factory. A group of members of the Masked Legion live here. They are all Shinigami captains or vice-captains who were framed by the Aizen Hollow experiment 100 years ago and escaped to the present world. In addition, they have mastered the ability of Hollow, and their strength is even stronger. Yadomaru Lisa, wearing a school uniform and glasses, was seriously flipping through a book with various patterns on it. Saragaki Hiri and Hirako Shinji were fighting, Meguruma Kensei was practicing boxing, Kuna Mashiro was rolling around next to Kensei, Torabashi RJR playing the violin, Hachigen practicing kid. But suddenly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Hiri and Hirako stopped fighting, Rajuro stopped playing the violin, Kensei forgot to punch, Lisa's book fell to the ground. Everyone was terrified. What a terrifying Ryutsu! What the hell is going on? What kind of monster appeared in Karakura town? It's terrible, I've never felt the horrible Ryutsu now, it feels like a boulder is pressed on my body, and my breathing is affected. Everyone in Masked Corps was deeply shocked by the extremely powerful Ryutsu emanating from Ichigo Bankai. They are at least the characters of the Shinigami captain or vice-captain, but they have never seen such an amazing Ryutsu. The strength of this Ryutsu spread throughout Karakura town, and even made them feel a sense of heaviness. "It's from the Urahara store." Love Akawa, who was holding a huge mace, asked about the mind and said, "Is that guy Urahara doing the trick?" Kensei looked serious. Hirako took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, sat down on the ground, and said slowly, "It's not that guy Urahara, that guy doesn't have such a terrifying Ryutsu." "It's not Urahara? What is that, you idiot, hurry up." Hiri held the slipper in his hand and told Hirako to speak quickly. Hirako narrowed his dead fish eyes slightly, and said to the masked people, "Do you still remember the Kurosaki Ichigo I mentioned to you back then?" Kurosaki Ichigo. Everyone was surprised. Before that, Hirako knew from Urahara that Ichigo had a void in his body, and it was a powerful void. In the original book, Hirako also wanted to recruit Ichigo, and Ichigo also mastered Hollow with the help of Hirako and others. It's just that now because of the appearance of the acceleration system, the original trajectory has been changed. Ichigo is directly a double sword, and now he has comprehended Bankai. In another 7 days, the 3 powers of Shinigami, Quincy, and Su will be perfectly integrated. There is no need for the so-called Hollow at all. Hirako nodded, "Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo. This should be that guy's Ryutsu, I was trying to get him into the team." Hirako shrugged, a little self-deprecating. Ichigo has such a terrifying Ryutsu that it's scary just to feel it from a distance. Kurosaki Ichigo? Is that the yellow-haired brat? He is so powerful. Hiri's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. In fact, they had noticed Ichigo, a special human being, a long time ago, but Ichigo was still very weak at that time, so he didn't notice them. Hirako said that the guy exuding the horror Ryotsu that made the whole Karakura town tremble was actually Ichigo. He was the little devil in the eyes of Hiri and the others. Is it fake? Hiri was stunned, unable to connect the former Ichigo with the guy who exudes terror Ryotsu now. There's nothing wrong with it. I passed by the Urahara store a few days ago and experienced Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryotsu. It's not wrong, it's just much stronger than before. Hirako is sure this is Ichigo's Ryotsu. Kensai gasped, Hirako, you said before that you wanted to recruit Kurosaki Ichigo. Hirako was helpless, I had this idea. Kengzi, Love Akawa, and Torabashi RJR immediately became nervous, and hurriedly stopped, don't. Shinji, don't mess around, I don't want to die at the hands of this monster. Don't recruit them. All the masked people were shocked just by feeling Ichigo's Ryotsu far away in the Urahara store. If there is Su in Ichigo's body, it is conceivable that Su is definitely very powerful. So they have always opposed Hirako's plan to bring Ichigo in, totally against it. Seeing the panicked appearance of the masked people, Hirako rolled his dead fish eyes and said helplessly, you guys think too much, that guy Kurosaki Ichigo has such terrifying power. How can we get him to join us? Stop putting money on our own faces. Full performance, Skyushin organization. There is the first, Wang Zhao's, Shinigami agent Jinjo Kyujo. Yinjinj Kongwu and the others are all full managers, and there are fragments of the Soul King in their bodies. Their abilities are all kinds of strange, but they are not very strong in terms of hard power. Nani? Jinjo Kyujo's pupils shrank involuntarily, his face full of astonishment. Because he also felt this extremely powerful Ryotsu after Ichigo Bankai. It's too scary, just feeling it from a distance makes one's scalp shocked. Big cousin Uedeo, Poison Peak Lilica and others also changed their expressions drastically. There was a chill down my spine, and I was extremely horrified. Everyone in the complete demonstration technique looked terrified and looked at each other in blank dismay. It's too scary. The Ryotsu after Ichigo Bankai flooded the entire Karakura town, causing everyone who felt it to be shocked. Especially for those ordinary ghosts, after Ichigo lifted the Bankai state and the terror pressure disappeared, hundreds of thousands of ghosts that originally existed in Karakura town ran away from Karakura town like crazy. They just feel like hell in Karakura town. Run for your life. In fact, they are right to do so. Because Ichigo is a small Shinigami agent, and his duty is to protect Karakura town from killing ghosts. It's just that Ichigo might not be able to meet Su in Karakura town for a period of time in the future. At the same time, Soul Society, Jingling, and Under the Shadow. Unbeknownst to all the Shinigami, there lurks in the shadows a vast empire, the Invisible Empire. The Invisible Empire is the base camp of the Quincy divisions. But at this time, on the throne of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Protect. Chapter 58. What an excellent power! Ichigo. Yhwach, who opened his eyes, started talking to himself. The blood of the Quincy flows in Ichigo's body, and Yhwach is the ancestor of all Quincy. Even the uncle Zangetsu in Ichigo's body is the appearance of Yhwach when he was young. Through the bloodline, Yhwach can know the existence of Ichigo, and just now he has sensed the powerful power of Ichigo Bankai. The power that Ichigo has after Bankai, even Yhwach called it very good. Your Majesty, how did you wake up? What happened? Seeing Yhwach waking up, the Emperor's assistant, Hasward, hurried over to check the situation, worrying about His Majesty's safety. And when Hasward came in, he also heard Ichigo's name that Yhwach said. Kurosaki Ichigo? Is that the Shinigami who made a fuss at the Jingling Court a few days ago? The Invisible Empire was built under the shadow of the Serenity Court, and the space seemed to be in another dimension. Although the Shinigami could not detect the slightest bit, Hasward and Yhwach could observe the movement above through special methods. So they knew about Aizen, and they got to know each other. Yhwach ignored Hasward, as if he didn't exist, and continued talking to himself. Why not become a Quincy? Ichigo. My son. You have such excellent power, it's a pity not to become a Quincy master. Ichigo, my son, I don't want to kill you myself from now on. There are 3 powers in Ichigo's body, Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow. In theory, Ichigo could either become a Shinigami, a Quincy, or become a Hollow. In the original book, Uncle Zangetsu with 287 in Ichigo's body is the power of Quincy, and Uncle Zangetsu has been suppressing Ichigo's Shinigami power, not wanting Ichigo to become Shinigami and stand on the opposite side of Quincy. This may also be a reflection of some of Yhwach's thoughts. After feeling emotional for a while, Yhwach turned his head to look at Hasward in front, and spoke in a majestic voice. Hasward, you go to Karakura town and invite Ichigo. I can't bear to let this kid Ichigo wander outside and go astray. There is also Ishida Urahara, the grandson of Ishida Zongxian. I am also very concerned about that child, let's invite them together. Yhwach actually wants Hasward to invite Ichigo and Urahara. Yhwach felt that Ichigo was going astray by becoming a Shinigami, and if he came to him, he might be able to make Ichigo's Quincy power over the Shinigami's power and turn Ichigo back into Quincy. There is also Yulong. Yhwach is more concerned, because Shillong is the only Quincy who survived after being sanctified by Yhwach 9 years ago. The Rain Dragon must have had some kind of power over or against the sanctity of Yhwach. It would be better to bring Hasward with him. Hasward was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yhwach to attach so much importance to Ichigo and Urahara. No one has entered or left the Invisible Empire for hundreds of years. After all, if there are too many discrepancies, the Shinigami may notice it, which is not good. And now Yhwach is willing to let Hasward go to the present world at the risk of exposing Hasward to invite Ichigo and the others over. Your Majesty, what if they don't want to? Hasward asked. Yhwach laughed loudly, not willing. Then see if my 2 children are qualified to refuse. Yes, Your Majesty. Hasward understood what Yhwach meant, and took the order to leave. On the other side, Ichigo and the others stayed at the Urahara store for a while, and then left together. They left Karakura town for a few days, successfully rescued Rukia, and each of them became stronger. At this time, it was evening, and Ichigo and the others walked comfortably on the streets of Karakura town. Ichigo thinks this feeling is very good. He doesn't have the ambition of becoming a spirit king to rule the 3 realms like Aizen, nor does he have much desire. For him, protecting his family and companions and living a simple life is the best. While walking on the street, Ichigo suddenly thought of something. He pulled an amulet out of his clothes. This is the amulet that Kurosaki Ishin gave Ichigo a few days ago before he went to the Soul Society. Although it has no effect on Ichigo now, Ichigo still carries it with him. What is this, Kurosaki-san? It looks so beautiful. Orium opened his eyes wide and leaned over to watch. Ichigo raised his hand, handed the amulet to Orium, and said casually, "It's nothing, it's just an amulet given to me by my unreliable father." Very nice. Orium smiled, and at the same time there was some envy in his eyes. Orium's life experience is more tragic. Her parents died young, and she and her elder brother depended on each other for life, and his elder brother turned into a ghost again and left her. She is the only one left to live. But even in this environment, her heart is still very kind. So she couldn't help showing a little envy at this time, envious of Ichigo's concern for his relatives. Of course, she also has some longing for what is the feeling of home. Thinking about it, Orium looked at Ichigo unconsciously, and his cheeks turned red for some reason. "Inu, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red." Urahara next to him noticed Orium's flushed face and asked very puzzled. Orium woke up like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. No. It's okay, I'm fine, I'm really fine. Orium moved his hands as fast as a windmill, with an awkward smile and incoherent speech. In this regard, Ichigo and Urahara are no strangers to it. Ichigo and the others walked talking and laughing. Walked for a while. Suddenly, Ichigo's expression changed, and he drew out the double knives behind him, and stood in front of Shiji. What's wrong? Ichigo. Sato didn't quite understand why Ichigo became so vigilant. And the next moment, Sato also understood. Because in front of them, a figure appeared at the end of the street and stopped them. The man was wearing a white cloak, which covered half of his face, revealing a pair of indifferent blue eyes. There was also a pentagram pattern engraved on the back of the cloak, which seemed to have some kind of meaning. But what surprised Sato and the others was that they didn't feel any traces and Ryotsu fluctuations in advance. The man in the white cloak seemed to appear out of nowhere. You must know that even Sato and Orium are now full-level accounts, with the level of captains, and their perception of Ryotsu is also very keen, but they can't perceive this sudden appearance. Not to mention Orium and Sato, even Urahara and Ichigo, they only felt it after this person appeared. Because of the appearance of this mysterious man in a white cloak, the surrounding space and time seem to have stopped. Gives Ichigo and Urahara a very dangerous feel. This level of danger is no less than that of facing Aizen in Soul Society. Suddenly appearing in front of Ichigo and the others, I'm afraid the visitor is not kind. Who are you guys? Yulong was already in the fighting stance, with a Quincy bow and arrow in his hand, questioning the figure in front of him. The careful observation of Yulong has noticed the white clothing on the mysterious figure and the five-pointed star pattern on the back. Pentagram, Yulong knows what it represents. But he still couldn't believe it. In this world, apart from their family, there are actually other Quincy masters, and he, who has loaded the blood battle panel and comprehended the holy text, feels dangerous now. The strength of this sudden appearance is definitely very strong. Sato's hands turned into a giant's right hand and a demon's left hand, and Orium is also vigilant, always ready to use his abilities. Even in the face of the powerful Ichigo IV, the mysterious man in the cloak did not panic, slowly raised his head, lifted the hat on the white hood, revealing a handsome face. I saw that this person had long golden hair and blue eyes. His facial features were exquisite but his eyes were indifferent, without any superfluous expression. A white saber was faintly exposed under the cloak, giving people a calm, noble temperament and no smile. A feeling of. It was Hasward, assistant to the Emperor of the Invisible Empire and head of the Star-Crossed Knights. Hearthward looked at Ichigo and the others expressionlessly, his blue eyes full of indifference. I am the Emperor's assistant Hugelin Hasward. By order of His Majesty, I invite you to go to the Invisible Empire to meet His Majesty. Chapter 59. What the hell are you talking about? Ichigo meets the Riddler every day, and he and Urahara have no idea what Hasward is talking about. I don't know what kind of organization the Invisible Empire is, I don't know what Emperor's assistant is, I don't know what Your Majesty is, and I don't know what the other party wants to invite them to do. Yulong had a faint guess in his heart. He looked directly at Hasward with a solemn expression, and asked, Are you also a Quincy? Is the Invisible Empire an organization of the Huoquin? Yulong guessed from the white cloak on the opponent's body and the pentagram on the cloak that Hasward was the Quincy, and the Invisible Empire that Hasward said should be the organization of the Quincy. Hasward's indifferent eyes looked at Yulong, and just one look made Yulong's heart beat faster, his mind became more tense, and the sacred loss in his hand was clenched a lot. Ishida Urahara, Kurosaki Ichigo, you just need to answer whether I will go or not. Hasward did not directly answer Urahara's question, but asked Urahara and Ichigo to express whether they agree to go to the Invisible Empire. Kurosaki-san. Standing behind Ichigo, Orium's face was full of tension, and so was Sato. Apparently, they didn't trust the mysterious Hearthward who appeared suddenly, and they didn't want Ichigo to go to the so-called Invisible Empire to meet His Majesty. Ichigo turned around first, and gave Orium and Sato a smile, signaling them not to be nervous. With him here, no surprises. Sorry, I'm not interested in what you have to say. Ichigo directly refused. Yulong also expressed his position in the same way, whether you are Quincy or not, I know nothing about you, and it is impossible for me to go with you. Yet, Hearthward was expressionless, as if he had expected Ichigo and Urahara to answer in this way. But the aura on his body seemed to be a little colder, which made the tense atmosphere even more tense. Follow me to meet His Majesty, and you will gain more power, aren't you tempted? Hearthward threw a lead, and lured Ichigo and Urahara. In the Shinigami world, or in any world, power always comes first. If you have power, you are strong, if you don't have power, you are an ant. Who doesn't want to get stronger power? Therefore, the two words of power are full of great attraction to Shinigami, Quincy, or Hollow. Yhwach does have the ability to empower others. Most of the Quincy Knights of the Star-Crossed Knights have been given power by him. Drinking the blood of Yhwach can also stimulate potential and activate the holy text to improve strength. In the original book, Yulong pretended to join the Invisible Empire during the Millennium Bloody War, drank the blood of Yhwach to become stronger, and only then awakened the Holy Scriptae and completely reversed it. If it is someone else, if they hear that going to the Invisible Empire can gain stronger power, they will be moved immediately and can't wait to go. But beyond Hearthward's expectation, Ichigo and Yulong were not moved at all, and their eyes were a little strange. Rejected again, no matter what you say is true or not, I'm still not interested. After all, I am quite strong now. Is Ichigo lacking in strength? It doesn't seem to be so lacking. He feels that he is very strong now. This is not Ichigo bragging. He has loaded the basic combat power panel of the 1000-year bloody battle and comprehended the double sword Bankai, which is already so powerful that others can hardly match it. And he has an acceleration system, the perfect fusion of the three powers of Shinigami, Quincy, and Su is still loading, and it will become even stronger after loading successfully. Does he need to go to the Invisible Empire to find the Big Bok? And Yulong is the same. After the Yulong Millennium Bloody Battle panel is loaded, and he also understands that the Holy Scriptae is completely reversed, what's the use of going to Yhwach? Does Hearthward think Ichigo and Urahara are weak? There is no lack at all, okay? So, Hearthward's words don't have any temptation for Ichigo and Urahara. Being resolutely rejected again, Hearthward narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes became much colder. He didn't expect that neither Ichigo nor Urahara would be interested in a stronger power. Hearthward looked at Yulong, and said something that surprised Yulong. You are very similar to your grandfather Ishida Zongxian, you are so rigid. You, how do you know my grandpa? Yulong looked shocked, the other party actually knew his grandfather, and said that both his grandfather and him were so stubborn. In fact, a long time ago, the Invisible Empire invited Ishida Zongxian to join the Intangible Empire, taught Ishida Zongxian the new technology of destroying the holy body, and gave Ishida Zongxian a pass to the Intangible Empire. However, Ishida Zongxian seemed to see that there was a clue to the completion of the holy body, so he did not accept the improvement. Among the relics left by Ishida Zongxian, there is still a pass for the Invisible Empire. Hearthward did not give any explanation to Yulong. Then I have no choice but to make a move. I saw him throwing off the white cloak on his body, and took out the Lingza saber hanging from his waist. It looks like Ichigo and Urahara are going to be forcibly taken away. Sword? Quincy also uses swords. Yulong was startled. He also vaguely observed that Hearthward seemed to be wearing a sword before, but in his cognition, didn't Quincy all use bows and arrows? Same with sword? Hearthward's saber is condensed with spiritual particles, and has the same attributes as the General Quincy's Holy Annihilation. In addition to being able to fight in close quarters, it can also shoot bows and arrows. At the same time, it is also through the Spirit Sun Saber that the ability of the Holy Word Be World Harmony can be cast on the target. When Yulong saw the opponent draw his sword, he immediately put away the infatuation in his heart. Having summoned the Holy Arrow to prepare for battle, he no longer hesitated, directly pulled the bowstring, and shot an extremely fast blue arrow at Hasward. The blue arrow was like a wild horse running wild, speeding through the air with the sound of breaking through the air. In an instant, it flew in front of Hasward. Yulong's current strength is the pinnacle of the original book, and the arrows he shoots are extremely powerful. If he is an ordinary captain, he might be able to kill him with one blow. But Hasward looked indifferent as usual, swiped the Spirit Seed Saber in his hand upwards, and the Spirit Seed arrow shot by Yulong was split in two, lost its strength and fell to the ground and dissipated. Nani! Yulong's eyes widened, and his arrow was easily split by the opponent. Orium also finds it incredible, because she remembers that when she was in Soul Society, facing Kurotsuka Mayuri who cast Bankai Golden Killing Juzou, Uriu's arrow directly pierced both Golden Killing Juzou and Kurotsuka Mayuri. But such a powerful arrow was easily cut off by the indifferent blonde man in front of him. Whether it was cut off casually or what other abilities were used, Yulong and the others don't know. Even Ichigo felt that the person in front of him was no less dangerous than Aizen. Very difficult to deal with. However, Hasward praised Yulong. Has it grown to this extent? It is worthy of the Quincy that His Majesty cares about. Although it seemed that Hasward easily cut off the arrow shot by Yulong, Hasward was shocked in his heart. Because, he never imagined that Yulong, who was only in the present world but did not set foot in the Invisible Empire and did not receive the gift of Juhabaka's blood or power, would be so powerful. Hasward judged that just the arrow shot by Yulong just now is definitely as powerful as the Star-Crossed Knight's combat power, or even higher. Yulong has grown to such a level, which greatly exceeded Hasward's expectations. At the same time, even he recognized Yulong's talent, and felt that Yulong deserved to be the Quincy that Yuhabak cared about. What do you guys mean? Yulong was a little puzzled. The person in front of him chopped off his arrow casually, and at the same time praised him. What is this? Asking for flowers. However, you are still a little bit short without the holy text and the holy Eucharist. Hasward's eyes were terrified, full of pressure. I saw 3 arrows condensed from the front end of Ling's saber in his hand, aiming at Yulong. 3 arrows shot out in an instant. Yulong's pupils shrank. His current combat experience is somewhat insufficient. He did not expect that the opponent's saber can also condense arrows, and the sword can also be used as a sacred annihilation, and the power of the 3 arrows fired is amazing. Ishida, get out of the way. Ichigo, holding 2 swords, flashed in front of Yulong at an extremely fast speed. The 2 knives slashed at the 3 incoming arrows, just like chopping melons and vegetables, and easily cut off the 3 arrows of Hasward. Ishida, stand back, I'll deal with this guy. Ichigo proposes him to deal with Hasward. Before Hasward could make any move, Ichigo released a crescent sky rush with the long knife in his right hand. Crescent sky rushing. The golden crescent full of explosions swept across the ground, approaching Hasward. For the first time, Hasward's face became solemn, and he immediately used the Ling's long sword to block in front of him. The golden crescent is coming. Ichigo's crescent moon rushed to the sky, and its power exceeded Hasward's expectations. The powerful force of the crescent moon made Hasward couldn't stop it, and his body kept retreating. This power, you need to use static blood equipment to defend against it. Blue vein-like lines appeared on Hasward's body, hands, and face. He used the Quincy's static blood outfit, which greatly improved his defense. Only then did Ichigo's golden crescent block, counteracting all the power of the golden crescent. Although it blocked Ichigo's crescent moon, Hasward's face was full of shock. He didn't experience it personally, and he didn't know that Ichigo's power is so strong. And it's not even Bankai. If it's Bankai's crescent sky rush, the power is so terrifying that even he can't resist it with a static blood outfit. This guy is really difficult. The faces of Yulong and the others became more serious. The opponent even resisted Ichigo's crescent moon. Although he stepped back a little distance, he was unharmed. Hasward's strength is really strong. Ichigo didn't feel too much surprise, he exhaled lightly, and looked directly at Hasward. It seems that Shikai's words alone can't defeat you, and you haven't used your real skills yet, have you? Ichigo knew that the person in front of him must not have used his real skills, and he would definitely not be able to defeat him with only Shikai for a while. Then I have no choice but to. Ichigo is about to inlay the short sword into the blade of the long sword. But it was interrupted by Hasward's words. Wait one. Ichigo was taken aback, but didn't call out Bankai. I saw that Hasward had already put away the spiritual saber in his hand, and turned around. This made Yulong and the others startled and looked at each other in blank dismay. The other party doesn't want to fight? Originally they thought that there was going to be a shocking battle, but just when Ichigo was about to use Bankai, Hasward put away his sword, as if the fight was impossible. Most of the tense atmosphere disappeared immediately. What do you mean? Ichigo was a little surprised. He wanted Bankai to fight with each other, but Hasward backed down. Hasward turned around, turned his back to the Ichigo people, and said two words that were quite incomprehensible to the Ichigo people. There is no need to continue this battle. Kurosaki Ichigo, you have great power, but you are a Shinigami. After saying these two sentences, Hasward's figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared completely. There's peace here, big. Chapter 60. That guy just left like that. Ichigo and the others were a little unexpected, and Hasward left suddenly. But that's good too, Ichigo doesn't really want to fight the mysterious Hasward. After all, their battle at this level of strength will definitely cause great damage to Karakura town and hurt innocent people. The kind-hearted Ichigo doesn't want to see it. Ichigo put away the double knives in his hands, and Orium, Sato, and Urahara relaxed their tense nerves. Ichigo was thinking about the two strange words that Hasward said when he left. There's no need for the fight to continue? What does that mean? And it's a pity I'm a Shinigami? What does that mean? Ichigo's personality and brain are relatively straightforward, and he is not very clear about his own life experience, and he is often not very good at thinking about such issues. Yulong on the side pushed his glasses and said, it should be that guy felt that he couldn't beat Kurosaki, so he retreated in spite of the difficulties. As for the second sentence, he doesn't seem to want you to become a Shinigami. After all, Shinigami and Quincy are enemies of the world's landlords. It was Yulong who was thoughtful and good at thinking, and he guessed all kinds of things all at once. Hasward's sudden departure was naturally because he felt that he could not easily defeat Ichigo, and could not take Ichigo and Yulong away, so he retreated in spite of the difficulties. Hasward also asked Yhwach before, if Ichigo and Urahara are unwilling to accept the invitation, then let's see if Ichigo and Urahara have the qualifications to refuse him. After a brief trial, Hasward was surprised by Yulong's strength, and was shocked by Ichigo's crescent moon. Although he later used the static blood outfit to block Ichigo's golden crescent, he did not use the ability of the holy text and Ichigo vs. But he already understands that he can't forcefully take Ichigo and the others away, and if he continues to fight, it will cause more disturbance, and it will not be good to attract the attention of other people in this world and soul society Shinigami. Hasward didn't want to expose too much, so he could only leave. As for saying it's a pity that Ichigo is a Shinigami, he naturally expressed his feelings. Ichigo has such powerful and terrifying power, but he is a Shinigami, standing on the opposite side of the Quincy. And it would be great if Ichigo became the Quincy. Orium and Sato nodded, thinking that Yulong's analysis made sense. Kurosaki-san is amazing, thanks to Kurosaki-san, otherwise we might be in danger. Orium said gratefully, and then looked at Ichigo and Urahara. He didn't see the two injured, and his heart was completely relieved. It's great that everyone is not injured. Orium's mind is actually very simple, she is very happy that her companions are not injured. Sato looked forward, with a bit of unwillingness on his face. Although he was also accelerated by Ichigo, he has captain-level combat power. However, the general captains still seem very small when they encounter enemies at the level of Aizen and Hasward. They have no chance of winning at all and can only be protected by Ichigo. Of course, Sato also understands the gap between people. Maybe even if he works hard to practice 24 hours a day, he will not be able to reach that level in his whole life. Because it was restricted at birth, no matter how hard you work the day after tomorrow, you can't change it. However, Sato did not give up on himself, he will still train hard in the future, trying to help Ichigo sometimes. That's all. Ichigo rested his hand on his chin, pretending to be thinking. It's a pity that I'm a Shinigami? Is it possible that I can become a Quincy like that guy? Ichigo shook his head hastily. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for him to be a Quincy. Even if you can, you don't want to be a Quincy master, so you can't see him and submit to the Your Majesty that Hasward said. On the other side, Hueco Mundo. After Aizen and Tosen escaped from the Soul Society, they returned to Hueco Mundo, which was controlled by them. Aizen had been to Hueco Mundo long before, and easily defeated Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo at that time, in the Void Palace, sat on the throne of Hueco Mundo, and ruled Hueco Mundo. At this point, Aizen, back in Hueco Mundo, has a rare no smile on his face. Kurosaki Ichigo has grown to such an extent. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, his face a bit dignified. Although he deceived everyone in the Soul Society, he successfully captured the Hogyoku in Rukia's body. But he was deeply shocked by Ichigo's growth. Ichigo, who has just awakened the power of Shinigami, has such terrifying combat power. Originally Aizen planned to arrange several battles for Ichigo to train Ichigo, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Ichigo split Jinglingting with one knife and severely injured Ichimaru Gin. Even when Aizen personally tested Ichigo, Ichigo was able to easily break through the had 90 black coffin released by him, and the power of the crescent cross was able to force him back, and even Minos Grand's negation was almost beaten by Ichigo broken. Ichigo, who was originally regarded as experimental material by him, gave him too many surprises and shocks. This also made Aizen understand a fact. Ichigo had grown almost to his height, beyond his control. Master Aizen. Seeing that Aizen's complexion was not very good, Tosen, his deputy, was a little worried, but he was also very surprised. Ichigo's growth rate was so amazing that even Master Aizen, whom he regarded as a god, was deflated in Ichigo's hands. This is something he never even thought about before. Aizen pondered for a moment, as if he had figured it out. Then the seriousness on his face disappeared, and instead he showed his usual smile. This way, is more worth looking forward to and more interesting, isn't it? A look of anticipation appeared in Aizen's eyes. He seemed to be looking forward to Ichigo even more. Saying that, Aizen took out the Hogyoku he took from Rukia's soul, and took out the Hogyoku he made himself. A total of 2 Hogyoku. These 2 Hogyoku, one is Urahara's, and the other is formed by Aizen using hundreds of Rukonga's souls with Shinigami qualifications and absorbing the Soul King's nails from the soul of Matsumoto Renjiku. Whether it is the Hogyoku made by Urahara or this one by Aizen, they are all in a semi-awakened state. At this time, Aizen puts 2 Hogyoku together, and they attract and merge with each other. In just a split second, 2 Hogyoku become one, forming a complete Hogyoku. This is a prismatic gemstone that shimmers with blue-black light. The light within it is full of vitality and vitality, as if it has self-awareness. Successful. Aizen's eyes were a little hot. With a confident smile, he took this 2-in-1 complete Hogyoku in his hand. Aizen has spent 100 years researching how to break the boundaries of Shinigami, and now with this complete Hogyoku, his wish is about to come true. Holding Hogyoku in his hand, Aizen smiled to himself. Urahara Kisuk thinks that Hogyoku's ability is to break the boundary between Shinigami and Void, but it's not. It's just that he hopes that Hogyoku can break the boundary between Su and Shinigami, and Hogyoku just breaks the boundary between Shinigami and Su according to Urahara's heart. Urahara Kisuk, do you know that the true power of Hogyoku is to manifest the desires of the human heart according to the development of their own minds? This is Hogyoku's true ability. Aizen speaks out what Hogyoku really does. It's not as simple as breaking the boundary between Shinigami and virtual reality, but it can realize people's inner desires. Turn wishes into reality. Of course, the premise is that this person has the potential and strength to realize this wish. For example, why can Ori and Sato awaken ability 5.1 when the virtual invasion school is in danger? Not because of Ichigo's influence, but because of the presence of Hogyoku inside Rukia. Hogyoku sensed Orium and Sato's strong desire to become stronger and protect their companions, and Orium and Sato should be regarded as full manifestors. They themselves have such a qualification, and Hogyoku's consciousness materialized Orium and Sato's wishes. Let them both awaken their strength. This is the true ability of Hogyoku. Aizen's wish is naturally to break through the shackles of Shinigami and reach a higher level. And Aizen itself has such potential qualifications. I will surpass everything. Aizen's smile became brighter and more confident. Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't know where your limit is. Can you keep up with me? I'm looking forward to it. Aizen is quite proud, thinking that with Hogyoku who can break the boundaries of Shinigami, he will surpass Shinigami, and thinks that Ichigo may not be able to keep up with him. Invincible is too lonely? Complacent here? Little did Aizen know, Bankai's Ichigo had already surpassed the category of Shinigami. Chapter 61. However, it will take some time for Hogyoku to fully wake up and recognize me as master. The power of Hogyoku is too strong. Even if two Hogyoku are fused into one complete Hogyoku, it will take some time for the consciousness of Hogyoku to fully wake up, and it will take time to recognize the master. Time required Aizen estimates approximately 3 months. 3 months is not a long time for a Shinigami who has lived for dozens or hundreds of years. Before that, yes, we have to go to Hueco Mundo to find some decent Minos Grande, help them arrancar, and bring them in. Aizen's ultimate goal is to ascend to the Soul King Palace to replace the Soul King. And Godi I-13 will definitely stop it, so in order to counter Godi I-13, he needs many powerful men. Hueco Mundo's Minos Grande is the best choice. Help Minos Grande arrancar and then recruit them, and then use these arrancars to deal with Godi I-13. He can also relax and have a better chance of winning. Aizen thinks so now. At present, there are many arrancars in the Void Palace, such as Baragan, the original king of Hueco Mundo, Sail Aporo of Ajichas, who degenerated from Vasto Lord because of the research, and Noi, the Holy Weeping Mantis. But the one-blade Starkey and three-blade Haribal in the original work have not yet been recruited. So Aizen's next plan is to find powerful Minos Grande, help them arrancar, and pull them into the team to do something for themselves. Yes, release the news, Ajichas, and above Minos Grande, Void Knight Palace welcomes all. As long as they join the Void Knight Palace, they will be able to gain stronger power. Aizen asked Dong 23 Xian to release news and recruit talents. The Soul Society still has such a messy system as nobles, but Hueco Mundo's survival rule has always been that the strongest are respected. The weak will only be devoured and killed, so almost every Minos Grande longs for great power. As long as Aizen releases news that can give Minos Grande more power, those Minos Grande who are hungry for power will definitely flock to it after hearing about it. However, there may be a few Vasto Lords who are not interested. Aizen plans to go to Hueco Mundo to look for it himself. With his excellent eloquence, Zai persuades these Minos Grande to join with emotion and reason. Let's go for a walk. Aizen and Tosen walked out of the Void Palace together, and went to various parts of Hueco Mundo to find the powerful void. In the original book, Aizen seems to have recruited Starkey and Haribel himself. Only Aizen, the boss, can recruit the already powerful Vasto Lord in person. Otherwise, Tosen's strength is not enough at all. After leaving the Night Palace, Tosen and Aizen walked on the seemingly endless Hueco Mundo desert. Vasto Lord level Minos Grande is very rare, and I haven't even seen a shadow after looking for it for a long time. This made Tosen feel a little bad. Even Master Aizen came out to recruit people himself, and good employees are so hard to find. At this time, Tosen couldn't help thinking of his original good partner Ichimaru Gin. Ichimaru that BD. It's abominable to defect in battle. Tosen was furious at the thought of Ichimaru Gin getting cold feet and betraying Aizen. If Ichimaru Gin hadn't defected and came to Hueco Mundo with them, multiple men would have worked better. Aizen also thought of Ichimaru Jin's smiling face. Although Aizen always knew that the purpose of Ichimaru Jin approaching you was to kill him, Aizen was also curious about when and how Ichimaru Jin would kill him, so he kept it with him. Ichimaru Jin's defection has little effect on Aizen's plans. But things like defection are somewhat disgusting. On the other side, Soul Society. After a few days of treatment in the 4th Squad Medical Ward, Ichimaru Jin's injuries were basically healed. At this time, Ichimaru Jin resumed his usual smiling appearance, wandering around the 3rd Division team building as if bored. If you meet members of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin will habitually observe their expressions, and then make jokes and sarcasm. The members of the 3rd team all understand the bad taste of the captain, and basically they are used to it. Hachu! Ichimaru Jin suddenly sneezed. I always feel like someone is scolding me behind my back. Could it be Captain Aizen and Captain Tosen who miss me? Ichimaru Jin scratched his head, with an innocent look on his face. Hey, Captain Aizen, you can't blame me, didn't I do it on purpose? Ichimaru Jin whispered to himself. He was really innocent. Originally, he wanted to follow Aizen. After all, he wanted to assassinate Aizen and take back Hogyoku. But who knew that he would be seriously injured by Ichigo, and the day Aizen defected, he was hugged and stopped by his loved one again, and he couldn't break free from Renjiku's hug when he was seriously injured. So forced to stay in Soul Society. So, he really didn't want to get cold feet, he was really forced to. Ichimaru Jin shrugged his shoulders, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, with Captain Aizen's broad mind, surely he won't blame me. Ichimaru Jin comforted himself in this way, thinking that Captain Aizen, who is strong and broad-minded, will definitely not be as knowledgeable as him. Then he smiled to himself, and after walking for a while, he came to the door of the team building of the 3rd team. There is a tall persimmon tree here. It was planted here after he became the captain many years ago. After so many years, the persimmon tree has grown very tall. Every day when the persimmons are fruiting, Ichimaru Jin will let the team members pick persimmons and make dried persimmons. If the 3rd team can't finish eating, they will give some to other teams. Ichimaru Jin stood in front of a tall persimmon tree with several floors. At this time, the persimmon tree had already bloomed, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, which was refreshing. Before long, it will bear a tree of abundant fruit. Ichimaru Jin looked at the persimmon tree he had planted, and listened to the busy voices of the other members of the 3rd squad. He smiled. This seems to be pretty good. The Invisible Empire in the shadow of Jinglingting. There is only one entrance to the Invisible Empire, the Gate of the Sunday. The Gate of the Sun requires a pass to enter and exit. At this point, Hearthward came back. Hasward's face not only made people look more indifferent, but also more dignified. Returning to Hasward in the Invisible Empire, he met a Quincy with a red coxcomb head. This counts as his fat little Busby with the holy letter H, searing heat. Hugo? I heard that you went on a mission, why did you come back alone? Busby was very surprised. Because he also heard that Hasward went to the world to perform a mission before, and it seemed that he was going to bring back 2 guys, but now only Hasward came back by himself, and his face was not very good. Hasward is the Emperor's assistant and the head of the Star-Crossed Knights. During the millennium when Yawok slept, Hathward ruled the Invisible Empire. Hathward is very powerful, he has the same ability to empower others like Juhabok, and Juhabok called his half-body plus the ability of the holy text be, world harmony, some extermination, but no matter how arrogant the teacher is, he basically never dared to refuse to accept it. But when Busby saw Hasward like this, he knew that the mission must have failed. There are tasks that Harsward can't complete? It's incredible. Seeing that it was Busby, the indifference on Hasward's face dissipated a bit, but his voice was still flat. Buzz, there are some things you don't need to ask. After saying this, Hasward ignored Busby and walked away. Snort. After Harsward walked away, Busby snorted softly, and complained, really, this guy Hugo will always look so cold, alas. Compared with 707 when he was a child, Busby doesn't like Harsward, who is indifferent and loyal to Juhabok now, and the friendship between the two seems to be irreversible. Soon, Hathward came to Juhabok and reported the situation. Your Majesty, this subordinate is incompetent and failed to complete the task. Please punish him. Get up. Juhabok waved his hand, then stood up from the throne. Since even you can't bring them back, you can imagine how excellent my son Ichigo's power is. Not only did Juhabok not blame Harsward, but his face was a little excited. Previously, Juhabok felt part of the power behind Ichigo Bankai through the blood of the Quincy in Ichigo's body, and asked Hasward to invite Ichigo and Yulong. Although it failed, it also proved Ichigo's strength. And Juhabok hopes that Ichigo will be as strong as possible. Because for Juhabok, he doesn't care whether it's the Quincy of the Invisible Empire or even Harsward who assists him. In the original book, after devouring the Spirit Queen, Juhabok sanctified many Quincy masters including Hathward and M. Miracle. It can be said that no one can escape Juhabok's sanctification. Being killed by the Holy Quench Master, at the least, he will lose his holy body, and at the worst, he will die directly. What Juhabok values more is not Ichigo's people, but Ichigo's powerful power. The stronger Ichigo's power is, the more satisfied he will be when he captures it in the future. Juhabok showed a cruel smile, which made people feel creepy. Ichigo, since you don't want to become a Quincy, you can't blame me from now on. I will accept your excellent strength sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Finished. Yubak continued to sleep deeply. He regained his heartbeat in 900 years, consciousness in 90 years, and power in 9 years. There are 2 more years before he can fully regain his powers. Chapter 62. Karakura Town. Because Hasward's sudden appearance and disappearance ruined the atmosphere of Ichigo's walk, Yulong was even more curious about Hasward's identity, so he hurried home and looked through the materials left by his father. Orium and Sato also returned to their respective homes soon. Ichigo in the soul state also entered his body, turned back into a high school student, and walked towards his home. During the few days when he went to the Soul Society, his body remained in this world, and on the surface it looked like Ichigo, but in fact it was just a transformed soul to help Ichigo complete his daily life and study. As for the matter of Aizen and Hasward, Jihu actually didn't care too much. Now he is very strong, and there is no need to fear them. As long as the other party doesn't hurt his family and companions, Ichigo doesn't care too much. Ichigo walked to the door of the house. His dad stopped him immediately. Hey, Ichigo, you're back? Why are you standing there? Hurry up and help Dad move things. In front of Ichigo's house, there are nearly half a truckload of medical supplies. Why do you buy so much goods? How long will it take to use them up? Ichigo complained angrily and devoted himself to opening a pediatric clinic. Every time he bought so much, it seemed like he didn't need money. Hey, it's all from an old friend, how can you not want the ones from others? Yuxin continued to move happily. These things were all brought out by him in Shishin Hospital. If he didn't need money, he would naturally take more. After a while, day nursing and Yuxin finished moving these medical supplies. When Ichigo entered, he saw his two younger sisters, Juzou and Natsurai. I'm back, Juzou, Natsurai. Ichigo greeted the two younger sisters, and Juzou responded with a sweet smile. Brother, you must be very tired after helping Dad move so many items? Dinner is ready. Juzou has cooked a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Xiaoli, who was sitting on the sofa watching the football game, didn't look back, and complained, Brother Ichigo, don't worry about that guy Dad, he won't die of hunger if he doesn't eat for 3 days, eat first if you're hungry. Ichigo hadn't eaten home food for several days, and was hungry, so he sat down and ate. Yuzou's cooking skills are really good, Ichigo praised while eating. Well, Juzou, your food is still so delicious, and your cooking skills are getting better and better. As long as my brother likes it. Hearing Ichigo's praise, Juzou was a little shy and embarrassed, but full of happiness. After dinner, Ichigo went back to his room. Then I saw Soul, and Soul jumped up and cursed at Ichigo. Ichigo UBD. Why are you so indifferent, causing Uncle Hun to sneak away for a long time, and you are afraid that Juzou will find out that you have finally sneaked into the house? It's all your fault. When Ichigo released Bankai at the Urahara store before, because the Ryotsu storm generated was too powerful, Soul did not dodge in time, and was directly blown away by tens of thousands of meters. Finally, he returned home. So miserable. Forward. Ichigo just responded perfunctorily. Hey? Ichigo, what is your attitude? Is this your attitude of apologizing to Mr. Yu? Komoto jumped onto Ichigo's desk and continued yelling. Ichigo said indifferently, you are a thick-skinned guy, and you will be fine if you get lost. At most, which family's children will take you away? If you speak louder, you will be discovered by Juzou, and then Juzou will dress you up as a doll. Hearing the word rag doll, Hun immediately showed bitterness, the expression on his face was uglier than crying. Shut up now. He doesn't want to be dressed up as a doll by Juzou, he hates the decoration of the doll the most, how can he be a doll when he is so brave and handsome? After Komoto calmed down, Ichigo lay down on the bed, crossing the back of his head with his hands. Immediately, he took out the Shinigami agency card that Jushiro gave him. I'm an agent of Shinigami now, and my duty is to protect Karakura town. With the Shinigami agency certificate, Ichigo can go out of his body anytime and anywhere, and become a Shinigami, which is much more convenient. It is his duty to protect Karakura town. But to Ichigo's surprise, he didn't feel any presence nearby tonight. Even if he closed his eyes and felt the Ryotsu of the entire Karakura town carefully, he didn't find a trace of Su. Strange. Ichigo couldn't figure it out. Karakura town, as a land of heavy spirits, used to often have zombies, but today there is none. Ichigo didn't know that the reason for this was that the ghosts in Karakura town today felt Ichigo Bankai's Ryotsu, and were scared out of their wits and fled Karakura town for their lives. All night. On the second day, Ichigo resumed his normal high school life, and Uryu, Orium, and Sato in his class also went to and from school on time. In the past few days, Ichigo only killed 2 ghosts one night to protect humans, and nothing else happened. Another 2 days passed. That night, Ichigo went out of his body and patrolled Karakura town. The puppet soul also followed out when he was idle and bored, thinking that no one would see him at night. After Ichigo patrolled for a while, suddenly, the sky above Karakura town rips apart. Hiss! Hiss! There are many Minos Grande in the crack, and they have run out of the crack while roaring. There are at least a dozen of them, depending on the situation. Originally, there were not many ghosts in Karakura town, but suddenly so many ghosts popped up, and these ghosts' Ryotsu breath is much stronger than those ordinary ghosts. This is very abnormal. Urahara store. Urahara frowned slightly, that guy Aizen did it. With so many powerful voids suddenly tearing open the rift and descending on Karakura town, Urahara knew it must be Aizen's handwriting. Those are not ordinary hollows, but Arankars who have acquired the power of Shinigami. Urahara knew that Hogyoku could break the boundary between Shinigami and hollow, and Aizen had studied God's hollow and Shinigamization a long time ago. These virtuals that pop up out of nowhere are Arankars made by Aizen. Arankar is more powerful than normal void. At this time, Kurosaki Ishin was also at the Urahara store. Now, he has regained some of his Shinigami powers. He is more familiar with one of the dozens of Arankar's Ryotsu. It's that guy. Yuxin recognized one of the Arankars. His face was a bit cold, and he exuded a rare murderous look. The next moment he wanted to transform into a Shinigami and kill that Arankar. Wait, you don't have to go there, that Arankar is heading towards where Kurosaki is. Urahara prevents Ishin from turning into a Shinigami. Because that Arankar is already looking for Ichigo. At the same time, Ichigo's face also changed, there was no panic but anger and resentment. Because in the sky above him, a huge Arankar with dark green hair appeared. Although the appearance has changed a bit, Ichigo will never forget that this Arankar is the one who killed his mother Grand Fisher. Ichigo will always remember, that rainy day when he was 6 years old, his mother Kurosaki Masaki died by the river to save him. And the murderer seems to be the ghost in front of him. When Ichigo had just acquired the power of Shinigami before, when he went to worship his mother, he met this virtual one. Ichigo cut it, but failed to kill it, and it ran away. Being cut by Ichigo, Grand Fisher felt it was a great humiliation. Now in a stronger state, it came to Ichigo for revenge. Under the hideous mask of Grand Fisher, there is actually a terrifying human face. Also carrying a huge zanpakuto on his back. He was condescending, looking down at Ichigo and Kazumi with contemptuous eyes. GGG. Kurosaki Ichigo, I have been looking for you so hard. How about it, seeing me like this now, you must be very scared, right? Tiny human beings. Soul was indeed a little frightened, and hid behind Ichigo. And Ichigo, for some reason, lowered his head slightly and his face was gloomy, and he never raised his head to look at Grand Fisher from the beginning to the end. Ichigo is immersed in grief. And all of this, Grand Fisher thought that Ichigo was afraid of it, so afraid of it that he didn't even have the courage to look at him and run away. Even more arrogant and proud. It pulled out the zanpakuto whose back was as huge as a building, and shouted. As a Shinigami, you should also know it. The size of zanpakuto is the embodiment of spiritual power. My mountain-like zanpakuto is no match for your knife. The spiritual power gap between you and me. My spiritual power far surpasses yours. You are as weak as an ant in front of me. Got it, Kurosaki Ichigo. Grand Fisher knows that the size of zanpakuto is a manifestation of spiritual power, so it thinks that he is carrying a huge zanpakuto, and spiritual power is chosen over one. Saying this, the Grand Fisher freed its zanpakuto, chanted the release language, and performed Arankar's returning blade. After returning to the Grand Fisher, Ryotsu's aura became more powerful, and his shape changed. His body swelled and became larger, most of his mask was broken, and 2 huge ivory-like sharp weapons grew out of his chest. How about it? Kurosaki Ichigo. You are as weak as an ant, do you feel hopeless after seeing the form? Grand Fisher unabashedly carried out the returning blade, just to let Ichigo see him so powerful, feel despair, and die in despair. But Ichigo still, Danyozhao, didn't look at it, still looked downcast, motionless. Ha ha ha, you little brat was frightened and stupid. Seeing this, Grand Fisher laughed even more presumptuously, thinking that Ichigo was frightened, so he remained motionless. Since you are already feeling hopeless, then go die Kurosaki Ichigo. Just like your mother back then. The huge sword in Grand Fisher's hand was heavy, and it was already slashing towards Ichigo, as if it could smash Ichigo into pieces in the next moment. Wake up, Ichigo! Cheer up, Ichigo! Hun beside him stomped his feet anxiously. Hun knew that a small character like Grand Fisher would never be able to be Ichigo's opponent, but Ichigo's current state was not right. If he didn't have any defenses, facing the giant sword that Grand Fisher chopped down with all his strength, Ichigo would be afraid. It will hurt too. But Ichigo remained motionless, still in grief. Grand Fisher's giant sword has already appeared above Ichigo's head, and the shadow of the giant sword covers the ground. Hun couldn't wait any longer. Hun shouted, Master Hun has super evolved. Master Muscle Soul. The soul transforms into a muscle form. But Hun didn't have time to make a move. Ichigo finally raised his head at this moment, revealing a pair of murderous eyes. Ichigo's eyes were so cold that Grand Fisher trembled physically and mentally, and even a feeling of death suddenly filled his heart. Chapter 63. The Grand Fisher was horrified when he returned to the sword. Just seeing Ichigo's eyes, it was like falling into the abyss of 10,000 years. His back was chilled, and his soul was trembling. And the huge zanpakuto in its hand, which was originally slashing towards Ichigo, also stayed in the air at this time, unable to move at all. It's as if there is an invisible wall ahead, firmly blocking its mighty zanpakuto. Nani? Yes, Ryutsu. Grand Fisher was shocked. Because it found that the reason why its zanpakuto couldn't cut down was because the Ryutsu emanating from Ichigo blocked its attack. And Ichigo's Ryutsu is not deliberately blocking its attack, it's just part of the Ryutsu that usually radiates. How is this possible? How is this guy's Ryutsu so strong? Grand Fisher's eyes widened. He didn't expect Ichigo's Ryutsu to be so powerful. It just boasted that the size of zanpakuto is the embodiment of the size of the spiritual power after the break. The zanpakuto that is the size of a building is thought to be his own spiritual power, and Ryutsu chose Chao Shihu. But who would have known that after returning to the blade, it hit almost with all its strength, and even a small part of Ryutsu's defense that Ichigo unintentionally radiated could not be broken. How powerful will Ichigo's Ryutsu be? It's impossible, impossible, impossible! Grand Fisher yelled in panic, his face full of horror. It neither recognizes nor believes such a fact. It is obviously Arrancar, it has become too much stronger, and it is here to seek revenge from Ichigo. But its zanpakuto can't even touch Ichigo. Grand Fisher looked shocked, terrified, and remorseful, as if he was crazy. A strong sense of death crisis arises spontaneously in its heart. Ah! Grand Fisher screamed hoarsely, and now it doesn't even have the courage to look at Ichigo. It has only one thought at this time: escape. Run away immediately, as far away as possible. Run away. Grand Fisher wanted to flee immediately. However, it was too late to move, and it didn't even know what happened. Its entire huge body was split in half from top to bottom, and even its frightened expression was blocked. I don't even know how Ichigo moved his hand, I don't even die with my eyes closed. Ichigo killed the enemy who killed his mother, and a knot in his heart was slightly loosened. The muscular soul looked at Ichigo with a sad expression, and felt a little sad, with one hand on Ichigo's shoulder, silently. This time, there are more than 10 Arrancars in the present world. These Arrancars were broken by Aizen with Hogyoku, allowing them to gain the power of Shinigami, which is the power of Arrancar. Arrancars are stronger than the unreal Arrancars. And these Arrancars were naturally sent by Aizen to the world for experiments. After gaining great power, these Arrancar are all rebellious and want to wreak havoc in Karakura town. But they didn't know that there was Shinigami agent Ichigo in Karakura town, and Grand Fisher was killed by Ichigo in a single blow. In addition to Ichigo, there are Uryu, T, and Orium. Yulong is also very strong, casually shooting an arrow is as powerful as a captain. The Quincy kills Su without mercy, Yulong kills Arrankar with one arrow. Yulong alone shot and killed nearly 10 Arrankars. Easy. Sato and Orium also have captain-level combat strength. An ordinary Arrankar cannot withstand Sato's fist. Although Orium is not very good at fighting, he also has attack methods and defensive capabilities. An ordinary Arrankar can't hurt her. It took less than a minute for the dozen or so Arrankars who came to Karakura town to make trouble, from appearing to being fully informed. They were all wiped out by Ichigo and others. Urahara store. How is it? The revenge has been avenged, and you feel more relaxed? Urahara asked Xiang Yuxin. Yuxin's face returned to calm. He looked at the sky, with an inexplicably sad expression. I hate that Su, but I hate myself who can't protect Masaki even more. Ishin lost his Shinigami power because of something at that time, and he hasn't fully recovered until now. I wish Ichigo would feel better. Yuxin hopes that after CDDC, who avenges his mother, he will feel relieved. Urahara sighed softly and comforted, Kurosaki Masaki's death can't be blamed on you. In that case, no one can do anything. That year, all the half-blood Quincy died. Yuxin was silent, his face not only did not show a trace of joy because Ichigo killed Grand Fisher, but became more dignified. Because he, Urahara, and Longxian know that whether it is the death of Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki or Urayu's mother Katagiri, there are other reasons for the death. Urayu, Orium, and Sato rushed to where Ichigo was. Seeing Ichigo's state, Urayu seemed to be a bit out of order. Kurosaki, are you alright? Student Kurosaki, what happened? Orium also became nervous, and there was no place to rest his little hands. Ichigo, he's just. Soul explained something just now, but Ichigo picked him up and covered his mouth. Nothing. Ichigo pretended nothing happened. Kai didn't care. He felt that he should not tell Yulong and them about some bad things, because he didn't want his emotions to be contagious to his companions. But Urayu, Orium, and Sato could see that Ichigo's state was not normal, as if he was preoccupied. Ichigo, what happened? Yulong was a little worried and continued to ask. It's all right. How can I be okay? Ichigo forced a smile. Yulong hurriedly retorted, why do you look like you're fine? Tell me what's going on. Yes, Kurosaki-san, we are partners. Orium also persuaded. Sato, Ichigo, don't keep some things in your heart by yourself, just say it, we will share some for you, if we can. Ichigo was startled, his companions were all thinking of him, wanting to share the sorrow in his heart. Ichigo exhaled lightly, okay. Then, Ichigo told Urayu and the others about her mother's death and revenge for killing Grand Fisher just now. After taking revenge, I haven't felt relieved at all. Ichigo revealed the real reason for his abnormal state. He killed Grand Fisher in seconds to avenge his mother, but for some reason he didn't feel relieved at all. And Ichigo has experienced so many things, now he is no longer a naive boy. With Ichigo's powerful perception now, he can feel his father Kurosaki Ishin at the Urahara store. His father and Urahara have known each other for a long time. His father must not be an ordinary person. His father must have known that he became a Shinigami. Also, why can he become a Shinigami? The first time he became a Shinigami was to absorb Rukia's Shinigami power, but that Shinigami power has been abolished by Byakuya. Why did Urahara say that he had the power of Shinigami in the first place? Then he successfully became a Shinigami for the second time? And according to the system prompt, it is known that he still has the power of Quincy and Hollow in his body. Ichigo asked a question that bothered him, Ishida, the blood of Quincy and Shinigami is inherited, isn't it? Why do you ask this? Urayu didn't know why Ichigo asked this suddenly, and then he nodded seriously, yes, blood is inherited, for example, my father and mother are both Quincy and I am also Quincy. Urayu, Orium, and Sato were startled suddenly, their eyes widened. Ichigo, are you trying to say? That's right. Ichigo nodded. If it's genetic, my unscrupulous dad is probably a Shinigami, and his talent is definitely not low, and my mother is probably a Quincy just like your mother. Since the blood of Shinigami and Quincy is hereditary, then Ichigo is not stupid, his parents must not be ordinary people. And his talent is so good, how can his parents be ordinary characters? But why did the father seem to have lost his strength, and why did the mother die in such a weak bird? Ichigo couldn't be happy after killing Grand Fisher for revenge? All kinds of things are full of doubts, and Ichigo doesn't understand. Kurosaki-san. Orium looked at Ichigo like this with distressed face. At this time, Yulong suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked Ichigo. Ichigo, when did you say your mother died? Uriu's expression was very anxious, which surprised Ichigo. Ichigo revealed when his mother died, on June 17 when I was 6 years old. Hearing this time, Yulong felt as if struck by lightning. It turns out, it's the same day. Ichigo's mother passed away on the same day as Uriu's mother Katagiri died. What? The trio of Ichigo, Orium, and Sato are incredible. Uriu's mother is a Quincy, and Ichigo's mother is also a Quincy, and both died on the same day. Ichigo thinks there must be some kind of connection. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? There must be a deeper reason. Ishida, what other information do you know? Ichigo asked. Yulong's expression was a bit complicated, and he carefully recalled the previous scene. My father didn't tell me the reason for my mother's death. Whenever I asked him, he would also be severely criticized by him. And since then, my father has always opposed me becoming a Quincy, and wanted me to live a normal life as a doctor. I think my father must know something, but he doesn't want to tell me. Yulong told everything he knew. His father Ishida Ryuxian must know something, but the other party is unwilling to tell, and he can't ask. Ichigo felt that maybe his father was the same, he must know something, but he didn't tell him. Maybe it was because the time didn't come, or for other reasons. But Ichigo wants to know now. Therefore, Ichigo and Yulong turned their brains quickly to find clues by themselves. Both mothers were also Quincy masters and died on the same day. This is the most crucial clue. The Quincy. The Quincy. Suddenly, Ichigo and Uriu simultaneously remembered the Emperor's assistant Hearthward who claimed to be from the Invisible Empire they met a few days ago. Previously, Ichigo and Yulong learned from Hearthward's words that the Invisible Empire is a organization of Quincy divisions, and all of them are Quincy divisions. However, it is strange that both Uriu's mother and Ichigo's mother live in Karakura town. Is it because of different factions? Moreover, Hearthward is assisting the His Majesty of the Invisible Empire. Who is the His Majesty of the Invisible Empire? Hearthward also claimed that as long as they went to meet the so-called His Majesty, they would be able to gain stronger power. That seems to indicate that no. That Majesty of the Sing Empire must have the ability to bestow power on the Quincy. If it can be bestowed, theoretically speaking, it should also be able to be taken back. Because it is a Quincy scattered outside, so the so-called His Majesty of the Invisible Empire withdrew his power on the same day and at the same time. Ichigo and Uriu were thinking wildly. Although their guesses were not completely accurate, they had already glimpsed a corner of the truth. That's right, it should be like this. Ichigo hits the nail on the head. I think that's pretty much the truth. His mother was a Quincy, and when he was 6 years old, on June 17, he was taken back by the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Holy, and fell to the ground, and then died in Grand Phase. Her hand, on the surface, Grand Fisher killed Kurosaki Masaki, but the real murderer is the Emperor of the Invincible Empire. The same is true for Yulong's mother, who also died after her powers were withdrawn that day. Kurosaki Ishin and Ishida Ryuzuru never expected that Ichigo and Uriu guessed most of the truth after talking. At this time, Yulong's aura was very cold, and he secretly said in his heart, I will go to that invisible empire one day. After thinking about all this, Ichigo's face is no longer puzzled and confused, and his eyes are firm again. He and Yulong will definitely set foot in the Invisible Empire in the future, and kill the emperor who destroyed the Quincy, in order to avenge the killing of his relatives. Chapter 64. After Har's ward failed to recruit Ichigo and Urahara, Yhwach completely closed the door of the Invisible Empire. No one else knows where the Invisible Empire is, and even if they know, they can't enter. So Ichigo and Yulong want to go to the Invisible Empire to find out and take revenge. However, since the other party has appeared before, Ichigo and Urahara both have a premonition. The Quincy of the Invisible Empire may appear again soon. I can only wait for the next time those guys show up. Ichigo and Urahara put this matter in their hearts first, waiting for the opportunity. Urahara store. Ichigo's life experience and her mother's affairs, how long are you going to hide from him? Urahara waved her fan and asked Kurosaki Ishin next to her. Kurosaki Ishin looked at the sky, and slowly said, Ichigo is still young, although he has great strength, but his psychological endurance is probably not enough. Wait for him to grow up, and then tell him these things. I wholeheartedly think that Ichigo's ability to bear is not enough, so I didn't tell him about Ichigo's life experience. Urahara didn't respond, but there was always a feeling. Ichigo is so strong now, as long as he uses his brain a little bit, he will know that his parents are not ordinary people, and there may be many things to guess or investigate. Can Yuxin really hide it from Ichigo? In fact, Abarai who has now tested himself and various things to a great extent. In the following time, Ichigo also did not dismantle or ask Kurosaki Ishin at all, and lived normally at home as usual. After all, Ichigo doesn't like to force others, and he may have his own reasons for not telling him these things. If he asked rashly, he might poke Yuxin's sore spot. Besides, Ichigo already understood the general idea, so there is no need to ask further. Karakura town. Because Ichigo was there, it was calm. After a few more days, Ichigo's system beep finally sounded. Ding! Shinigami, Quincy, Su, the three powers are perfectly integrated. You have acquired the strongest combat power in the original book. As soon as the system's notification tone fell, Ichigo only felt that earth-shaking changes had taken place in his body. Originally, with two swords, he only mastered the power of Shinigami and Quincy, but the power of Su has not yet been fully controlled. But now, the three forces are fully integrated. Ichigo's potential is fully stimulated. The strength has been raised to a higher level, reaching the most fishy level in the original work. Ichigo, who has fully integrated the three powers, is almost second only to Yhwach who devoured the Soul King in the original book. Even in the end, under the support of many reasons, Yhwach was finally hacked to death by Ichigo. Ichigo, who has the three strongest bloodlines of Shinigami, Quincy, and Su, is so powerful. Because at this time Ichigo was still teaching in the school classroom. After the perfect fusion of the three powers, Ichigo did not try to use this unparalleled power. He completely restrained Ryutsu and Chi to prevent unnecessary harm to others. After the three powers are perfectly integrated and able to use the virtual power, Ichigo can turn into a form with white skin and a horn on his head. Ichigo in this form is a 3-in-1 power, stronger. The released Crescent Sky Chong also has a flash of Wang Su, and its destructive power is even more amazing. And, even the movement method has been changed from Shinigami's Shunpo to Imaginary's Ringing, which is slightly better than Shunpo and faster. Of course, because the three powers have been perfectly integrated, Ichigo can also use the virtual power without changing into Wang Su's normal form when using the virtual power. In short, the current Ichigo is at the pinnacle of the original book in terms of hard power, as powerful as a heaven-defying existence. It is estimated that he is already the first person under the Spirit King. The combat power is second only to the Spirit King level. On the other hand, Hueco Mundo's Aizen is still preparing to merge with Hogyoku to break the Shinigami limit. Much slower than the open Ichigo. Ding! The coexistence ability of moving blood equipment, static blood equipment, and blood equipment is loading, and it is expected to take 10 days. Coexistence of blood equipment, the static blood equipment and dynamic blood equipment of the destroyer can be used at the same time, and become a passive skill, permanently strengthened. It turned out to be the ability of the Quincy Master. Ichigo was taken aback. This growth acceleration system even gave him the ability to load the Quincy Master. Static blood equipment and moving blood equipment are both innate abilities of pure blood Quincy Masters. Static blood equipment is to improve defense, and dynamic blood equipment is to increase attack. Both cannot be used at the same time. When I met Hathward before, the opponent used the static blood equipment to greatly improve the defense, thus blocking Ichigo's Crescent Sky Rush head-on. In the original book, when Ichigo and Yhwach fought for the first time in the 1000-year bloody battle, Yhwach's knife touched Ichigo's neck, and Ichigo passively awakened the ability of the static blood suit. Ichigo is not just a Shinigami, he also has the abilities of Quincy and Hollow in his body. These three forces do not conflict. Ichigo, who mainly uses the power of Shinigami, can still use other abilities. The system not only loads him with static blood equipment and dynamic blood equipment, but also has the ability to coexist with blood equipment. That is, the moving blood outfit and the static blood outfit can be used at the same time. And it is a permanent passive skill. Permanently passively increase defense and attack power. The corners of Ichigo's mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. If the coexistence of blood equipment is loaded, it will definitely be even more powerful for him. His defense and power are up to the next level. One step closer to invincibility. I don't know what powerful abilities will be loaded with the static blood equipment and dynamic blood equipment. Ichigo has a feeling that after the system loads the dynamic blood equipment and the static blood equipment, it may continue to load other abilities. He will continue to get stronger. The other side. Soul Society. Renji's face was full of excitement at this time. My power is too strong. Renji looked at his hands excitedly. Just today he finished loading the Millennium Bloody Battle panel, and his power has increased again. Bankai's Zabimaru and 1000-year Bloody Battle panel, Renji has reached the peak combat power in the original book. This kind of Renji Bankai can instantly kill the big star of the Star-Crossed Knights with one shot of the Baboon Bone Cannon. The combat power is very powerful, far surpassing the current Byakuya. My strength has become so strong. I am too strong, I never dreamed that I would become so strong. When Renji was excited, he couldn't help but gasped. More than 10 days ago, he was still a weak deputy captain, unable to even reach the most basic captain-level combat power. And now, more than 10 days later, not only has he learned the real Bankai, he has also gained the power to play Ultra Byakuya. Looking back, it's like a dream. Ichigo's ability is really pervert. Renji knew that he was able to do this all because of Ichigo. It was Ichigo who used his abilities to transform him and reach the sky in one step. Renji was very grateful to Ichigo, and at the same time lamented the outrageous and powerful power of Ichigo. At this time, Renji thought of Byakuya who had been practicing hard, and his face was a little weird, and he even wanted to laugh a little. I don't know if Captain Kuchiki's jaw will drop when he sees my strength. Haha. At some point, Renji started to have some bad tastes. He thought it would be very interesting to surprise Byakuya, who has always been unsmiling. 2 days later, Rukia also loaded the panel of the Millennium Blood War, and like Renji, both became the maximum level in the original book. Rukia also thought it was dreamy. But the powerful power in her body is extremely real, telling her that all of this is true. She has become a captain-level combat force and a top powerhouse in Shinigami. After Rukia and Renji loaded the Millennium Blood War panel, the system sound stopped appearing. Asking for flowers. After all, both of them are loaded with the strongest combat power in the original book. Go, Rukia. Let's go and tell Captain Kuchiki, so that he doesn't have to be so stressed and train too hard. Renji endured it for 2 days, and planned to tell Byakuya together after Rukia also became stronger. On the surface, he told Byakuya not to be so stressed, but in fact, Renji wanted to see Byakuya's surprised expression. Rukia thought about it and nodded. Well, in order to better protect us in the future, Big Brother has been working hard to practice. We really should let Big Brother relax. We have become stronger, let's protect Big Brother together in the future. Rukia's eyes are determined. It was Byakuya who protected her before, but now it is her and Renji's turn to protect Byakuya. Soon, the two came to Kuchiki's mansion, and then told Byakuya that they became stronger again. Byakuya still didn't believe it at first. Renji and Rukia only learned Bankai more than 10 days ago, how strong can they be after 10 days? He has worked hard for tens of hundreds of years, and he has made little progress every year. As a serious Shinigami, it is so easy to say that he becomes stronger when he becomes stronger. Brother, if you don't believe me, look. Rukia said, revealing the Ryotsu that she had just acquired at the end of the Millennium Blood War, twice as well. The powerful Ryotsu of the two of them soared into the sky, and the entire Kuchiki family was enveloped by the powerful Ryotsu of Rukia and Renji, and everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. Byakuya's eyes widened. He could clearly feel that Renji and Rukia had become stronger compared to before. It's only been 10 days. Byakuya's head was a little confused. He practiced hard every day and made little progress. But Renji and Rukia can easily become stronger. This is too shocking. Byakuya almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing Byakuya's expression, Renji was very proud and secretly happy. At this time, Byakuya had no choice but to find a reason to forcefully stabilize his mind, and kept admonishing himself in his heart. Anyway, it's a good thing that Rukia and Renji have become stronger, a good thing. Rukia looked at her elder brother Byakuya, and said with a serious and firm tone, "Brother, you have worked hard all this time, please don't put so much pressure on yourself. We will protect you from now on. Renji and I will protect Big Brother." Rukia's tone is sonorous and forceful, and she speaks resolutely. Renji also said solemnly, "Brother, don't worry, as long as we are here, no one can hurt you, unless you step over my dead body. It's all about me and Rukia, don't worry, Captain Kuchiki." Renji and Rukia are talking one by one, trying to persuade Byakuya not to feel pressured, everything is with them, let them protect Byakuya. The more Byakuya listened, the more he couldn't hold back. He is Rukia's big brother and Renji's captain. But the strength seems to be inferior to the current Rukia and Renji. As the big brother/captain, he still needs Rukia and Renji to protect him. The more he listens to Byakuya, the more uncomfortable and embarrassing he becomes. Is he Byakuya shameless? But he couldn't refute it for a while, because Renji was able to draw with him before, and now Renji, who has become stronger, is naturally stronger than him, and Rukia's strength seems to have surpassed Yi. This sense of gap is too great, and it is all true, Byakuya has no way to question and refute, and bear such a blow for a while. Then, Byakuya felt dizzy in his head, as if he had suffered an internal injury, and fell headlong into the courtyard. Brother fainted. Both Rukia and Renji were shocked and nervous. Rukia immediately went to help Byakuya, and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up, wake up! Come on, brother," he fainted. "Come on, come on!" Chapter 65. Karakura Town. After Renji and Rukia finished loading the Millennium Blood War panel, Ichigo received another prompt from the system. Ding! The growth acceleration of Abarai Renji and Rukia Kuchiki is complete. Except the host, all the protagonist members have been loaded. Congratulations, you have obtained the second acceleration quota, which can accelerate new companions. The protagonist group includes Ishida Uryu, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, Seoul, Abarai Renji, Rukia Kuchiki, and Ichigo himself, a total of 7 people. Now, except for Ichigo himself who continues to load and improve his strength, everyone else has finished loading and has reached the peak of the original book. Another quota. Ichigo muttered to himself. After loading Yulong and Rukia, the system gave him a total of 2 acceleration places. Can give new companions growth acceleration. It's just, where does Ichigo have any new companions now? Let's talk about it later. When to meet the right person and invite him to be a new companion, this kind of thing can only be done by chance. Ichigo doesn't think about it for now. Today, Ichigo came home. When he opened the door of his room, he was dumbfounded. Because his room is full of people. Hitsuga Ichware, Matsumoto Rangiku, Madarame Ikeku, 3 Ayasukawa Yumichika, Hisagi Shuei, Kira Izuru. Rukia is also there. What happened? Ichigo was a little confused, so many people came to his small room when he was not paying attention. Yo, Ichigo, you're back. Rukia greeted Ichigo, and then said nonchalantly, a few days ago, the Technology Development Bureau detected an Arrancar attack in Karakura town. It should be Aizen's ghost. The captain was worried, so he asked us to come to support. Ichigo understood. It turned out that the Soul Society felt that there were not enough manpower in this world, so they sent Chouir, Rukia, and others to support and guard Karakura town. Renji didn't come over and was on other missions at the Soul Society. But Ichigo still didn't understand. Then you shouldn't enter my room without saying hello, right? It would be bad if others saw it. Rukia, but I'm familiar with this place. When I first came to this world, I didn't have a good foothold, so I came here first. Don't worry, we are still in the state of soul body, and most people can't see us. Ichigo twitched the corner of his mouth. His family is not ordinary people. Juzou and Xiaoli's spiritual power may not be awakened, but his father. Ichigo was taken aback. His father was not at home today. In the original book, whenever Chouir and Rangiku come to Ichigo's house, Kurosaki Ishin can always avoid it by coincidence, the same way on purpose. Otherwise Chouir and Rangiku would recognize at a glance, Ichigo's father is their captain decades ago. This place is too small for so many of you. Ichigo still didn't want so many people staying in his small room all the time. Brother Shinigami agent, don't be so heartless, okay? Rangiku pretended to be cute and pitiful. Although Ichigo had seriously injured Ichimaru Gin before, for some reason, Rangiku didn't hate Ichigo, but was grateful instead. But Ichigo pretended to ignore it and was unmoved. It's really stingy. Yujiao curled his lips. Gongkin blinked her beautiful eyelashes, and said softly, one corner, we are the ones who occupy someone else's room. Rukia looked at the room full of people and thought for a while, it's really narrow here, it's not suitable for receiving so many people. Xiu Bing, who looked serious on the surface, complained in his heart, it's hard to be in the same room with Miss Rangiku. Chouir seemed a little lost. Ichigo said, I'll take you to a place that's definitely spacious enough. Then, Ichigo brought Chouir, Rukia, and the others to the Urahara store. Mr. Urahara, I will leave their board and lodging to you. Urahara showed some embarrassment and heartache. His Urahara store didn't make much profit, and Chouir and his group lived here, and the expenses were really not small. Rukia glanced at Urahara with a half-smile. Urahara cheated Rukia once before, so he had to smile awkwardly, and then said, welcome everyone to settle in the Urahara store, board and lodging fees are free. There is a big training ground under the Urahara store, and the space is much bigger than Ichigo's room. And Ichigo doesn't like to be disturbed, so it's best to let Chouir and his group come to Urahara. Ichigo and Rukia chatted for a while, then went back home. In the following time, Chouir, Rukia, and the others were idle and bored, and even entered Yoshiko, dressed up as bad-looking high school students, and transferred to Ichigo's school. All kinds of oolongs appeared in the study and life, which made Ichigo, who was originally excellent in character and academics, very helpless. Even Ichigo's good image in the eyes of his classmates and teachers has changed a lot, and he is more like a bad boy. These days, Karakura town is very peaceful, only a few little ghosts come out to make trouble occasionally, and they are all easily dealt with by Ichigo or Chweer. 10 days passed. Ding! The coexistence ability of static blood equipment, dynamic blood equipment and blood equipment has been successfully loaded. Automatically use static blood equipment and dynamic blood equipment, permanently effective. Ichigo's static blood equipment and dynamic blood equipment abilities have been successfully loaded, and these two abilities can coexist. It has become a permanent and effective passive skill. What a magical power! At this moment, Ichigo only feels that his defense and attack power have been greatly improved. In the face of some captain-level attacks, with the passive defense of the static blood suit, he doesn't even need to mobilize Ryutsu to block it, and he might not be able to break the defense of his static blood suit. Moreover, Ichigo's own strength is extremely strong, and the blood-moving outfit can also increase Ichigo's attack power again, making Ichigo's power even stronger. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Now Ichigo is stronger. Ding! Congratulations on your strength improvement. Please recruit 2 companions. After accelerating the companions, the system will continue to load for you. This prompts that Ichigo's strength pauses to load. After Ichigo recruits 2 companions and accelerates them, Juzou can continue to load new abilities. Ichigo didn't pay too much attention to this, because he is already very strong now. Time flies quickly, and a month is fleeting. During this month, nothing major happened in Karakura town, it was very peaceful. But today, the peace was broken. Above the Urahara store, multiple spaces began to distort, the space was torn, and a black cavity appeared. Out of the black cavity came out figures in white costumes with more or less masks on their faces. The Ryutsu breath exuding from them is very powerful, and they are all at the vice-captain level at the last time. Grimmjow, blue-haired and fierce-faced, walked out of the black cavity, and behind him were 5 or 6 subordinate officers errand car. This is Karakura town? There are indeed many powerful people here. Grimmjow used neural probes to discover the presence of multiple powerful Ryutsu in the Urahara store below. He who likes to fight only feels his blood boil. Ha ha ha, they are just ants. With a black accent, the big guy Yami laughed nonchalantly. Behind Yami, there are also several errand cars. These errand cars are at least Ajicha's level errand cars, and their strength is sky high. And a third black cavity. From the third black cavity, 3 errand cars wearing black cloaks stepped out. Because of the existence of the black cloak, the 3 errand cars did not show any trace of Ryutsu fluctuations. After they appeared, they quickly disappeared with lightning speed. Feel the power of errand cars such as Grimmjow, Yami Ryutsu. The faces of Chweer, Rukia, Renjiku, Shuraku, Tenjiao, Jikang, and others in the Urahara store below all changed. Together with Urahara, let's fly together. The 2 sides confronted each other in the air. Which one of you guys is the strongest? Grimmjow swept towards the Shinigami crowd with a smirk. It should be you, a guy in clogs and a hat. Grimmjow looked at Urahara, thinking that Urahara might be the strongest one. Urahara narrowed her eyes slightly, with a vigilant expression. Thank you for the compliment. It was the first time for everyone to see these errand cars, especially the leaders Grimmjow and Yami. Ryutsu is very strong, the absolute captain errand car, very difficult to deal with. Everyone in Shinigami looked very serious. Ha ha ha, why is Grimmjow talking so much nonsense? Just kill them. Yami laughed loudly, opened his mouth wide, and several red zeros appeared in the power accumulation area. Then it suddenly sprayed towards the Shinigami group, as if it wanted to instantly kill the Shinigami group with this move. Facing these powerful false bullets from Yami, Rukia said softly. Ling dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. Rukia frees her Zanpakut. First dance Moon White. Rukia draws a circle on the ground with the tip of Sodi no Shirayuki, using this circle as the area 0.1, a wall of ice surges instantly, freezing all of Yami's imaginary bullets. Nanny! Yami was startled, he didn't expect his powerful false bullets to be easily blocked by someone. It seems that you Shinigami are not all trash. Yami gave everyone in Shinigami a high look. Fight, everyone! Chwer took a deep breath, sit upright in the frost, Haran Meru. Chwer faced number 11 Aaron Carr, Xiao Long Fang. Grimjo and Urahara fought in close quarters. Rukia vs Yami. Cry, Hanko. Renjiku against a fat Aaron Carr. One corner versus Volcano Beast. Over the Urahara store, Shinigami and Aaron Carr are fighting fiercely. In addition to Yami, Grimjo, and their attendant Aaron Carr, there are 3 Aaron Carr who hide Ryutsu in the spiritual cloak. At this time, the 3 Aaron Carrs wearing the cloak of the invisible appeared on a street somewhere in Karakura town. Their faces could be seen faintly under the cloak. These 3 people are, Substitute 6-Blade Ruby, 5-Blade Neutra and 4-Blade Ulquiorra. The 3 of them didn't fight Grimjo Yami and they fought in the Urahara shop. It seems that they are on another mission. Chapter 66. When the Aaron Carrs came to Karakura town, Ichigo, Uryu Orium, and Sato also felt it immediately. Sato rushed directly from home to the Urahara store to support. Yulong also wanted to help, but was stopped by his father Ishida Ryuxian. I've told you many times, don't get meddled with Shinigami. Longxian blocked the door coldly. He didn't want Yulong to have too much interaction with Shinigami. He turned a blind eye to mixing with Ichigo, but let his son take risks to help the Shinigami of the Soul Society. Longxian was not very willing. But father, Ichigo, and the others. Yulong still wanted to go to the rescue. Longxian, but what? Are you worried about Kurosaki Ichigo? Ask yourself, is there any need to worry? Yulong was startled. He was too anxious. With Ichigo's current strength, Aaron Carr, who is powerful to everyone in Shinigami, is not worth mentioning in front of Ichigo. Ichigo sensed the fluctuation of the battle over the Urahara store, and immediately turned into a Shinigami with a Shinigami proxy card, and jumped out of the window to rush. He wants to protect Rukia and other companions. At the same time, Ichigo is also an agent of Shinigami. It is his duty to protect Karakura town. Orium also ran out of the house and rushed to the Urahara store to rescue. But not long after she left the house, she saw 3 people in black cloaks stopping him on the road ahead. She saw the faces of the 3 people clearly. They are not human beings, but face-to-face 23. 4th Espada Ulquiorra with a deadpan face, androgynous backup 6-Blade Ruby, and 5-Blade Neutra grinningly in a blindfold. Although Orium doesn't know the exact identity of the other party, and can't feel the Ryutsu on the other party because of the invisible cloak, these 3 Aaron Carrs give her a very dangerous feeling. Definitely 3 strong Aaron Carrs. Also at this moment, the space around Orium seemed to have an enchantment, so that all movement and movement within it could not be transmitted outside. The 3 of Ulquiorra also took off their invisible cloaks. 3 powerful Ryutsu spread out. Woman, where are you running to? No one can save you. Neutra's expression looks very evil, and his tone is full of playfulness. Is this woman the Anu Orium that Aizen-sama is looking for? I don't see anything special about it. Ruby, who is neither male nor female, spread her hands and looked at Orium with disdain. Ulquiorra looked indifferent and did not speak. It turned out that they came here at the order of Aizen. According to Aizen, they took a fancy to Anu Orium's healing ability, so they invited Orium to join them. On the surface, Grimjo and Yami attacked the Urahara store, but the real purpose was to let Ulquiorra and the others take Orium away. Aizen is playing around again. Stopped by 3 Aaron Carrs, Orium was terrified. She wanted to shout, but found that the sound couldn't get out at all. A barrier was set up here, and any movement inside could not be transmitted outside. The cloak of invisibility and this enchantment that conceal movement are provided by Aizen to Ulquiorra and the others, in order to avoid Ichigo's eyes and ears and steal Orium quietly. After all, Aizen had fought against Ichigo briefly in Soul Society, so he knew Ichigo's strength. If it is a frontal grab, I am afraid that Ulquiorra, Neutra, and Ruby will not be Ichigo's opponents together. Orium is in danger. Meanwhile, Ichigo is rushing to the Urahara store to the rescue. But his eyelids jumped a few times inexplicably, and he had a bad premonition. What happened? Ichigo frowned slightly, closed his eyes and unfolded his consciousness, which enveloped the entire Karakura town. He sensed Urahara, Rukia, and Chuir who were fighting with Arrancar above the Urahara store, sensed Uryu and his father in the Ishida hospital, sensed Sato running fast to support the Urahara store, and felt that there was temporarily no fire under an abandoned factory. The masked legion in action. Only I didn't feel the breath of Orium. Inu. Ichigo opened his eyes suddenly. With his perceptual ability, it is impossible not to perceive Orium who has a captain-level Ryutsu. Unless Orium hides Ryutsu completely by himself, or something special happens. Don't worry, Inu. Ichigo turned around immediately, made the fastest turning, and rushed in the direction of Orium's house. A certain street in Karakura town, inside the barrier. Orium looked nervous, and turned to the three people in front vigilantly, "Who are you?" Ulquiorra was expressionless, and said lightly, "Come with us, woman. Master Aizen appreciates your ability, and specially asked us to take you away and make you our companion." Ulquiorra said why. Orium was surprised that Aizen took a fancy to her healing ability and wanted her to join Arrancar's camp. At the same time, she shook her head firmly, "No, I refuse." Orium is not stupid, and he is unwilling to leave Ichigo and the others, so he firmly refuses. "Gg, woman, do you know what you are talking about?" Neutra laughed very disdainfully, "It's just flattering you to invite you, and you don't appreciate it." "Gg. Neutra, Arrancar has always had a prejudice against women, especially powerful women." The way he looked at Orium and every word he said to Orium was full of contempt and playfulness. Ruby shouted angrily, "Don't get carried away, woman. Don't you understand the situation? You don't have the right to refuse." Ruby wants Orium to know that they are not that easy to talk to. Orium has no right to refuse them. With that said, Ruby returned to the blade. "Hang him, mother." After returning to the blade, Ruby has 8 tentacles that can change shapes. No matter what, Orium Ryutsu of the maximum level also reached the captain level. Ruby wanted to take Orium away in a quick fight, so she went straight to the blade. Ruby's 2 tentacles charged at Orium with great speed. One of the tentacles turned into a sharp thorn, aiming at Orium's chest. "Master Aizen only said that he would bring you back alive, but he didn't say that he couldn't hurt you." Ruby has a bit of a bad taste. He is not happy with Orium. He not only wants to catch Orium, but also stab Orium. But to Ruby's surprise, his tentacle, which turned into a thorn at the front end, was caught by Ulquiorra with his bare hands. Only one is attacking Orium. "What do you mean? Ulquiorra?" Ruby immediately became angry. What does it mean that Joke Ulquiorra blocked one of his tentacles? The other tentacle he stretched out in front of Orium was also blocked by Orium's 4-day anti-shield to form an orange shield. Nanny! Ruby's face became even uglier. He attacked Orium's 2 tentacles, one of which was thorny and was pinched by Ulquiorra with his bare hands, and the other was blocked by Orium's power. "Ulquiorra, do you know what you are doing? Are you trying to disobey Lord Aizen's orders?" Ruby asks Ulquiorra why he is blocking. Ulquiorra looked at Ruby, his cold eyes sent a chill down Ruby's spine. "No, you are the one who disobeyed Master Aizen's order. Our purpose is to bring back a new Orium, but your attack just now has other meanings. Did Master Aizen allow you to hurt this woman?" Ulquiorra asked Ruby back. Aizen asked them to come here to bring people, and they were interested in Orium's ability. Let Orium join the Aizen camp and do things for Aizen, so naturally they can't hurt Orium. And Ruby's blow from the spiked tentacles just now obviously carried personal grievances with him. Ulquiorra stopped, just not allowing Ruby to disobey Aizen's order and mess around. 380 damn it. Ruby gritted her teeth, very upset. Displeased that Ulquiorra saw through his little thoughts and stopped him, and even more displeased that Orium had the ability to form a shield, which also blocked his other tentacle. This woman actually has this ability. Ruby's face was ugly. You must know that he is already in the return state, but his tentacle attack can't break through Orium's orange shield. Not even a trace was left. How amazing is Orium's orange shield defense? What the hell, Ruby, you're so useless. No wonder it's Grimjo and not you. Neutra taunting Ruby is useless. What did you say? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Ruby became even more furious. Neutra didn't look at Ruby, but took down the big knife that looked like a half-8 on his back, and walked slowly towards Orium step by step. A mere woman's ability can't be broken, what are you if you are not a waste? Neutra scolds Ruby for being a piece of trash who can't even break Orium's defensive shield. He who is prejudiced against the opposite S*X also hates those opposite sexes who are stronger than him. So I can't understand Orium at this time, he wants to take action himself to break Orium's orange shield. While speaking, Neutra had already walked in front of Orium's orange shield. GGG. Laughing wildly, he swung the big knife in his hand and chopped down. However, the next moment, the expression on Neutra's face froze. His broadsword literally hit the orange shield of Orium's ability. Incredibly, however, Neutra's powerful blow also failed to break Orium's shield, leaving no trace either. How is this possible? Neutra calls Ruby a piece of shit, but he can't break through Orium's orange shield himself. Isn't he the same? Chapter 67. Neutra's expression couldn't hold back anymore. He slashed almost with all his strength, but he was also unable to break through Orium's orange shield. The defensive power of this shield is so terrifying. Impossible? Impossible. One of Neutra's one eyes nearly popped out of its socket. Originally, he laughed at Ruby as a waste, who couldn't even break a woman's tricks. But now he even scolded himself. He can't break it, he is also a waste. Seeing this, Ruby retorted, Neutra, aren't you a trash too? Humph. What did you say? Neutra pointed the finger at Ruby, and Ruby did not show any weakness, as you heard, you are a waste. The two stared with big eyes and small eyes, and their swords were on the verge of breaking out. Enough. Ulquiorra snapped and stopped the two. Otherwise, the two would have to fight. Then what do you say about Ulquiorra? Ruby asked dissatisfied. Ulquiorra ignored Ruby and walked slowly towards Orium. Orium became more and more nervous seeing this approaching figure. Because she clearly felt that the indifferent man in front of her was much stronger than Neutra and Ruby, as if she was a level higher. And what Orium didn't expect was that just now Ulquiorra helped her block Ruby's malicious attack. Although Ulquiorra was only following Aizen's order, Orium was a little surprised. Walking a few meters away from Orium, Ulquiorra stopped, looked at Orium, and said with a blank expression, "Woman, give up resistance." Ulquiorra not only persuaded Orium to give up resistance, but also released the scene of the battle in Urahara's store at this time. Orium's eyes widened, looking at the battles on the video. These images show that, except for the battles of Urahara vs Grimjo and Rukia vs Yami, Chweer, Madara Mikeku, Hisagi Shuei, Kira Izuru and others all fell into a disadvantage and were all suppressed by Arrancar. There are two reasons for this. One is that Arrancar's strength is relatively strong, and the lowest is the vice-captain level. The second reason is that after Captain Shinigami and his vice-captain came to the present world, because their spiritual power was too strong, they were afraid of causing a bad impact on the present world, so their spiritual power was suppressed to only 1/3, so what kind of limitation did they have to apply for? It will return to normal after it is released. The limited contact of Chwer and others has not yet been approved, so with only 1/3 of their spiritual power, they were suppressed by Arrancar in various ways, and they were in a mess. As long as you follow us, this battle will stop immediately, and your companions will not be harmed. Ulquiorra didn't come as hard as Neutra or Ruby, but chose to persuade surrender, letting Orium give up resistance after seeing the Shinigami being suppressed. After seeing these images, Orium's heart was indeed shaken. She knew that this battle started because of her, that Arrancar attacked Karakura town, and her friends fell into battle because of her. You should understand now? Giving up resistance is your best choice. Ulquiorra said flatly. Orium was a little shaken, but Ichigo suddenly came to mind, as well as Rukia Sato and others who were fighting hard at this time. No. Orium's eyes became firm again. My comrades are fighting desperately, I can't give up. Kurosaki-san, he will definitely come to protect us. Orium trusts Ichigo unconditionally. I believe that Ichigo will be there to protect her. The companions are also fighting hard, she can't do it. Orium's answer surprised Ulquiorra. This woman looks very weak, but when she thinks of her companions, she becomes extremely strong again. I still believe that my companion will come to save her. Although he was thinking and wondering like this in his heart, Ulquiorra still said coldly on the surface, really? Your companion is too busy to take care of himself, and I'm afraid they won't come to rescue you. You should have also noticed that we have set up an enchantment here, which can isolate everything, and the Ryotsu cannot be transmitted at all, and your companions may not have noticed that you have an accident. Aizen asked them to take people captive, so he was naturally prepared for everything. Whether it is the cloak of invisibility worn by Ulquiorra and the others before, or the barrier that surrounds Orium now, it is to prevent Ichigo from discovering. So, Ulquiorra they don't believe that Ichigo they can come to rescue Orium. Orium was silent, obviously she also knew that she was in a bad situation. Ichigo and the others probably didn't realize it yet, let alone come to rescue her. But she still didn't give up. I still believe in Ichigo. No, I believe that Kurosaki will definitely come. Orium's eyes are extremely determined, and she continues to work hard to maintain her orange shield. Ulquiorra said 2 words lightly, boring. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra was thinking. This woman trusts her companions so much, is this their human heart? Because you have a heart, you trust your companions even in danger. Are you doing these pointless persistence because you have the heart? Neutra and Ruby are getting impatient as Ulquiorra contemplates life. Ulquiorra, it seems that your method will not work. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just take him away by force. Neutra mocked Ulquiorra, made so many twists and turns, wouldn't it be good to just take Orium away by force? In the original book, Ulquiorra doesn't like to force others very much. He used his own method to make Orium voluntarily go with her to Hueco Mundo. Apparently it doesn't work right now. Neutra was disgusted to see the determined look on Orium's face. He is prejudiced against the opposite S*X, especially when his attack just now was blocked by Orium's orange protective shield, it is even more disgusting. Ruby scoffed at Orium's words. Your companion? Those guys are still too busy to take care of themselves. And what is that so-called Kurosaki Ichigo? Stop laughing. So what if Kurosaki Ichigo comes? If he comes I'll screw his head off. Ruby's face was full of ferocity and arrogance. After the Espada gained stronger power in Arrancar, most of them were rebellious and defiant. Although Aizen told them before that they had better not conflict with Ichigo. But the arrogant Ruby didn't pay much attention to Ichigo. Think that even if Ichigo comes, he can use his 8 tentacles to twist Ichigo's head off. How can a mere woman have such a defense? Neutra showed a ferocious smile, I don't believe that this orange protective cover can't be broken. Neutra sticks out his tongue with A5 engraved on it, representing his status as the 5th espada. The tip of the tongue gradually condensed into a golden light cluster full of explosive atmosphere. This is Wang Su's flash that belongs exclusively to him and their espada. It's the more powerful Zero. Neutra is going to blast Orium's shield with Wang Su's flash. GG, woman, don't die. Neutra's golden Zero launches towards Orium's orange shield. Instantly touched, the golden Zero exploded. Boom! The loud noise was so loud that the barrier trembled a little. However, the movement inside did not spread to the outside. Wang Su's flash is a stronger Zero power that belongs exclusively to espada. That woman, shouldn't she die? If she dies, Master Aizen will blame me, GGG. Neutra was also a little worried that his golden-haired Zero was too powerful, fearing that Orium would be killed because of it. Wait until the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipate. Neutra's expression froze again. Soon his face turned into astonishment, and he was extremely astonished. How is this possible? Neutra is doubting life. Because Orium's shield was, unscathed, completely blocks his golden Zero. Just now he was worried that Orium would die in his golden Zero, making it difficult for them to do business. Unexpectedly, he thought too much, completely thought too much. His golden Zero blasts Orium's shield without leaving a trace. Not just Neutra, even Ruby and Ulquiorra look incredible. No matter how Neutra is, it is the number 5 espada. Although it has not yet returned to the blade, even the King Zero Guang under normal conditions is very powerful. But still can't break Orium's 4-day resistance shield. Even part of the power was rebounded. The defense of Orium's shield is so powerful. It seems that it is not easy for the three of them to kidnap Orium. At least break Orium's 4-day resistance shield first. No. I do not believe. Neutra couldn't hold on to his mentality and collapsed. Pray, holy weeping mantis. He performed a homing. He's going to break Orium's shield with the mighty force behind his blade. Neutra, who has returned to the blade, has 6 arms, and each arm holds a sickle. Every scythe swung forward. At the same time, he swung 6 powerful slashes, directly slashing Orium's orange shield. Although I don't like to cooperate with you, Mantis, I also hate that woman. Touched the threshold. Ruby's 8 tentacles, together with Neutra's 6 slashes, vowed to break Orium's shield with one blow and take Orium away. Orium in the protective cover also felt strong pressure at this time. At the full level, she has amazing defensive power, but she is facing the powerful attack of number 5 and number 6 Arrancar after returning to the blade, and his 4-day anti-shield may not be able to stop it. Once the protective cover is broken, she doesn't have much defense ability and will be taken away by the three of them. Just at this critical moment, a figure broke into the barrier here and stood in front of Orium. This figure is so stalwart and reliable in Orium's heart. Orium's tense heart also relaxed, and he was overjoyed. Kurosaki-san. Come this person, it is Ichigo Fu. Ichigo finally arrived. Ichigo, who was standing in front of Orium, didn't care about the powerful attack from Neutra and Ruby at all, as if he didn't see it. Ichigo turned to look at Orium, and said something softly. Sorry Inu, I'm late. But, it's all right now. As long as Ichigo is around, there are no accidents. Chapter 68. Tears welled up in Orium's eyes. Kurosaki-san. Ichigo finally arrives and stands in front of Orium with his back to her. Seeing Ichigo's figure, Orium's heart immediately relaxed. With Ichigo here, there is no danger, and the enemy cannot take her away. The special enchantment that can hide Ryutsu and movement, no wonder it can't be perceived. Ichigo ignored the 6 paths and 8 tentacles that were close at hand, and said to himself. Fortunately, he had a keen intuition, and because he couldn't feel Orium's Ryutsu, he noticed the abnormality and rushed over, and finally found Orium and 3 Aaron cars, and broke into the space. Yellow-haired Shinigami? Is that guy Aizen-sama Kurosaki Ichigo? Neutra and Ruby were taken aback, and they also recognized Ichigo's identity immediately. In Hueco Mundo, Aizen briefly told them about Ichigo, and also told them not to let Ichigo appear in this operation, otherwise it may fail. Now facing them is Ichigo. Humph. It's just in time, I just want to see if this guy is as powerful as Master Aizen said. If you beheaded here, it should be regarded as over-fulfilling the task, Master Aizen will definitely reward us. Neutra licked his lips, he didn't quite believe that Ichigo was just a Shinigami, really their opponent. Isn't that guy dodging? Is he planning to use his body to block the attack of R657 for that woman? It's really touching. Then he's dead. Go to hell Kurosaki Ichigo. The credit for killing Kurosaki Ichigo is mine, Neutra, don't take it. Ruby's eyes lit up, because Ichigo didn't dodge Neutra's slash and his 8 powerful tentacles, and it seemed too late to block it. Ichigo did nothing. When Ulquiorra saw Ichigo appear, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. The space here didn't emit any Ryotsu fluctuations, but Ichigo sensed it and broke in. How powerful is Ichigo's perception? Right now, Ichigo didn't dodge or block Neutra's and Ruby's attacks, it's not that Ichigo couldn't dodge or block them, but just ignored them. This level of attack, Ichigo can directly ignore. Boom! In an instant, Neutra's slash and Ruby's 8 tentacles hit Ichigo firmly. But the scene in front of them made everyone unbelievable. Ichigo is unharmed. Withstood the powerful attack of the 5th Espada and the substitute 6th Espada, Ichigo was fine. Neutra's 6 slashes completely dissipated, and Ruby's 8 tentacles seemed to hit steel. Ruby originally thought that his attack could instantly kill Ichigo, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to hurt Ichigo at all, but his 8 tentacles were also shaken so painfully. How is this possible? I obviously hit him, but why? Ruby's 8 tentacles instinctively retracted because of the pain. He was terrified and looked like he was doubting his life. It's those blue veins. Neutra gritted his teeth and said with a serious face. He just vaguely saw that when their attack hit Ichigo, some blue veins automatically appeared on Ichigo's body. Neutra's intuition told him that it was probably because of the appearance of these blue veins that made Ichigo feel helpless. Injured withstood their attack. Neutra saw the reason, but he didn't know what the blue veins that just emerged on Ichigo's body were, let alone how to decipher them. He had a hunch that if they couldn't break through the blue vein, then their attacks would be basically ineffective against Ichigo, and even Ichigo's defense would not be broken. But whether it is Neutra or Ruby, they are already in the state of returning to the edge, and the blow they just made is not too far away even if they didn't use all their strength. They thought they could kill Ichigo, but the fact is that they couldn't even break through Ichigo's defense. Neutra and Ruby couldn't help but become terrified. Ulquiorra, who was watching from the sidelines, also showed a surprised expression for the first time. Neither Ruby nor Neutra are weak, but their attacks are ineffective against Kurosaki Ichigo. Espada is the 10 Aaron cars with the strongest killing ability selected by Aizen, and their strength is almost in order. Neutra is 5th, and Ruby is 6th as a substitute, but their strength in Espada is considered to be at a medium level, but the combined attack Ichigo can do without avoiding or evading without getting hurt. How amazing is Ichigo's defensive power! After Ichigo comprehended the abilities of the static blood suit and the dynamic blood suit, his defense and force area were greatly improved. And both of them, Deck, are passive skills that coexist. The static blood suit will be automatically used when Ichigo is attacked. Just like before, Ichigo can face Neutra and Ruby's attack without dodging, and this level of attack can't hurt Ichigo. Orium was also taken aback. If it was her orange shield, it might not be able to withstand the attacks of the 2 swordsmen. But Ichigo can completely block it with his body, and it's effortless. Kurosaki-san is too strong. Orium only thinks that Ichigo is not only powerful, but also his defense is amazing. What's wrong with you? Are you surprised by the expressions? Ichigo's voice woke up Neutra and the others. Ruby gritted her teeth, and said angrily, "UBD, is really annoying. I really want to kill you." Ruby was very angry, he felt that Ichigo was mocking them for being weak, and he wanted to kill Ichigo very much. Neutra's 6 arms clenched the sickle in his hand, and licked his lips. "I don't know if my sickle can break through your defenses and cut off your head." At this time, Neutra felt that Ichigo's defensive power was amazing, but if he failed to defend when Ichigo was unprepared, then the sickle in his hand might be able to kill Ichigo. Ichigo's expression was normal, and he didn't care about Ruby and Neutra's threatening words. "Are you guys Arankar?" The 3 Arankars were taken aback, not knowing why Ichigo would ask such an obvious question. "Then I'll use Su's power too." The corners of Ichigo's mouth turned upward. Since the perfect fusion of Ichigo's 3 bloodlines, Ichigo has not used his virtual power to fight. Now that I have met 3 same kind, Ichigo wants to have a try and communicate with the same kind. "What? Void power? Aren't you a Shinigami? What the hell are you talking about?" Both Neutra and Ruby were dumbfounded. Ichigo is obviously a Shinigami, but he also said that he also used the power of Su. Hollow in the mask. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing that it might be the Shinigami hollow mentioned by Aizen before, just like Masked Legion's trick of wearing a mask and gaining the power of the void for a short time. However, Ulquiorra was wrong. Ichigo's hollow is not a half-baked skill like Masked Core. Suddenly, Ichigo emanated a powerful and very weird Ryutsu. The space created by Ulquiorra, Neutra, and Ruby was shattered alive with a bang in front of Ichigo's powerful Ryutsu at this moment. Everyone's heart tightened, and they all held their breath and looked at Ichigo at this moment. The next moment, the powerful Ryutsu storm on Ichigo dissipated. Ichigo has transformed into a new form. At this moment, Ichigo is completely pale, with the black pattern of hollow on the left side of his face, a white horn growing on the left side of his forehead, and even the left eye has become a pale yellow pupil. Ichigo has turned into a strange appearance of half-human, half-empty. A powerful blend of Ryutsu spread throughout Karakura town, leaving everyone terrified. Ichigo in this state, no matter his appearance or the Ryutsu radiating from his body, makes people feel scary. This is the real horror. In comparison, Espad's returning edge seems so insignificant. Chapter 69. Ichigo, who used the power of the virtual, turned into a half-human, half-virtual appearance. Weird and full of oppression. "Nani? Are you Shinigami or Su?" Ruby was stunned. Ichigo, who is clearly Shinigami, turned into this strange appearance. Neutra trembled in fright. With 6 arms behind him, he almost couldn't hold the sickle stably. How could there be such a powerful Ryutsu? Not only did Ichigo change his appearance, but even Ryutsu became a virtual Ryutsu. Ichigo's Ryutsu at this time was so powerful that even the space barrier here was shattered, and the Ryutsu spread throughout Karakura town, making everyone feel a great pressure. Ryutsu is the embodiment of basic combat power in Shinigami. Ryutsu is approximately equal to strength. The stronger the Ryutsu, the stronger the combat power. Even in Aizen's words, Shinigami's battles are Ryutsu's battles. Ichigo's dual swords are the power of Shinigami and Quincy, and now with Hollow's appearance, it is the form of 3 powers fused together. The power is too amazing. Seeing this, Ichigo, Neutra and Ruby were not only shocked and terrified, but also finally realized that they were a frog in a well. Aizen reminded them to pay attention to Ichigo before, and it is best not to face Ichigo, but Neutra and Ruby still feel excited when Ichigo appears, thinking that they can kill the 10 guards in an instant. Now it turns out that this is a joke. They couldn't even bear the Ryutsu emanating from Ichigo at this moment, and they almost couldn't stand still. The returning blade they are proud of is nothing in front of Ichigo in this state. The gap is too big as a chasm, it cannot be made up. Ulquiorra's eyes were also full of shock. He originally thought that the hollow mentioned by Ichigo was a skill like Masked Legion that wears a void mask to gain void power for a short time, but he guessed wrong. Ichigo's hollow is the perfect fusion and use of the virtual power in the body. It is not comparable to hollow who wears a mask and gains the power of the void for a short time like Masked Legion. Ulquiorra closed his eyes lightly, and said to himself, he is no longer on the same level as us. It is also hollow, or Ichigo has the power of hollow in his body, but the power that Ichigo shows now far exceeds that of Neutra and Ruby, and also surpasses Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra has a calm personality, and he doesn't think he can reach Ichigo's current level after returning to the sword. Even if he is the second stage returning sword, he is completely inferior to the current Ichigo. It's even more amazing than Aizen-sama's Ryutsu. Aizen's Ryutsu are strong enough to crush them espada at will. But Ulquiorra understands that the Ryutsu exuded by Ichigo is stronger than Aizen's Ryutsu. Ichigo's strength has far surpassed them. Because Ichigo's back is facing Orium, Orium sees Ichigo's back. But the back view of Ichigo at this time made her feel a little scary. Because she thought of her older brother who became Su, she was so afraid that Ichigo would also become his brother. Sample. Has Ichigo, who is completely white and half human, lost his mind? Is he still Ichigo? Orium showed a look of fear, and was very worried at the same time. Black, Kurosaki-san, are you all right? Orium plucked up his courage and asked Ichigo who was ahead. With his back to her, Ichigo turned around suddenly. To Orium's surprise, instead of a scary face, what she saw was Ichigo's warm and bright smile. Ichigo had a warm smile on his strange face. Yo, Inu, don't be nervous. I'm still me. It's Ichigo's voice. Kurosaki-san, it's really Kurosaki-san. Looking at the smiling Ichigo, Orium was finally completely relieved. Ichigo in this state has not lost his mind, but his appearance has changed. Ichigo is still Ichigo. On the other side, Urahara store. Arrancar and Shinigami who were fighting felt Ichigo's Ryutsu. Everyone's face was stunned, and their backs felt chills. How could there be such a terrifying Ryutsu? Grimjo, who was sparring with Urahara, widened his blue leopard eyes in disbelief. Not only him, but Yami who was fighting against Rukia was also very surprised. The Ryutsu of the false? No, it doesn't seem to be. Who the hell is this? Yami and the others felt that Ichigo's Ryutsu was like a ghost, but not quite like a ghost. They didn't know who would have such a terrifying Ryutsu. And Rukia and Urahara looked startled, equally unbelievable. Yes. Ichigo. Rukia and the others felt that this kind of Ryutsu has a sense of familiarity, but it is also a little strange. Although it is a bit strange, Ichigo is the only one who has this kind of Ryutsu in Karakura town. Definitely Ichigo's Ryutsu. Did Kurosaki become void? Urahara frowned. He is different from others, he knows Ichigo's life experience. Ichigo has a very powerful ghost in his body. This virtual is very powerful, and because it is in Ichigo's body, perhaps its strength has also been integrated and improved over time. If Kurosaki completely loses his mind in hollow, then the whole Karakura town is in danger. Completely hollow will make people lose their minds. This is what worries Urahara the most. This is not alarmist talk. If Ichigo completely loses his sanity in hollow, with Ichigo's current power, the entire Karakura town may be destroyed. I originally thought that with Kurosaki's current strength, he could completely suppress the void in his body. Urahara originally thought that Ichigo had completely suppressed the hollow in his body, but now that Ichigo hollow, Urahara thinks that Ichigo may be occupied by hollow's body and consciousness, and the situation is dangerous. Asking for flowers. In fact, all of this is Urahara's own overthinking. Ichigo is still Ichigo. It was just the first time that the power of the void was used, and everyone was horrified. If Ichigo had known that his attempts to use power would worry so many people and have such a big impact, he wouldn't have used it. Chuir was obviously taken aback by the powerful Ryutsu that Ichigo passed on. So strong. Before Chuir lifted the Ryutsu restriction, he couldn't even beat Arankar, a subordinate officer of Grimmjow, and was suppressed all the time, which was quite miserable. The dignified captain was suppressed by a subordinate officer. The bald head in one corner broke out in cold sweat. What kind of monster's Ryutsu is this? One corner's captain, Zaraki Kenpachi, has always been regarded as a monster by many people, but one corner knows that Ichigo is the real monster. 0. As far as the current Ryutsu is concerned, Ichigo far surpasses Kenpachi. Just feeling it from afar is terrifying. Shinigami agent, this Ryutsu is simply heaven-defying. Kira and Shuhei glanced at each other, and they couldn't help but gasped. All Arankar was terrified and trembling. They only feel that Ichigo in the distance is like a virtual king. Both blood and Ryutsu are far above them, and they are about to make them stand still and bow their heads to worship. The pressure is too strong. At this time, Ichigo, who used the power of the void, made Neutra and Ruby feel a strong life and death crisis. The two want to take advantage of Ichigo's unpreparedness and attack and kill Ichigo. This is their only chance. Go to hell. Neutra condenses a stronger golden zero at the front of his tongue, his most fishy attack. Ruby also used all her strength to condense a flash of Wang Su's flash. For a moment, 2-0, the strongest of Espada, launched towards Ichigo, and wanted to put Ichigo to death. All along, Ichigo has not been a bloodthirsty person. But now that the other party is trying to kill him fiercely, then he can't be blamed. Ichigo waved his right hand with the longer Zanpakuto, and said lightly, "Crescent moon." A crescent sky rush fused with Wang Zero's light instantly slashed towards Neutra and Ruby. The power of the crescent sky Chong after fusing with Wang Zero's light is even more astonishing. The space it passes through is trembling, as if it is about to be torn apart. Just for an instant. Ichigo's crescent moon shot combined with King Zero's light smashed the zero that Neutra and Ruby tried their best to use, and killed both of them at the same time. The fifth Espada Neutra and the substitute six-blade Ruby disappeared before they could react. Killing two, Ichigo has no trouble. Just to try to use the power of the void, death. Chapter 70. After using the void power, Ichigo's power is even stronger. Instantly kills Neutra and Ruby with one hit. Ichigo turned around and said to Orium apologetically, "Inu, are you okay?" "No. It's okay." Orium released her ability, and the orange shield disappeared. With Ichigo around, everything is already safe. Orium's expression was a little shy at this time, and he didn't dare to look at Ichigo with his head down. If Ichigo hadn't come to rescue her this time, she would probably have been captured by Hueco Mundo. Although Ichigo's half-human and half-empty appearance still made her not fully adapt to it, Ichigo's warm smile made Orium feel extremely at ease. The fifth generation only loves you. Orium admired Ichigo even more, and made a promise in his heart. But Ichigo doesn't know for now. The barrier space was destroyed, Neutra and Ruby died, and only Urziola remained here. Ulquiorra's face has never been calm since Ichigo appeared. At this time, it was still full of surprise. All this is because Ichigo is too strong. In Espada, Nwat's 500 and Ruby, who can be ranked at the middle level in strength, were killed by Ichigo. Although Ulquiorra is definitely much stronger than Neutra and Ruby, but it may be difficult to kill these two so easily. The flashes of the two Espada Wang Su are insignificant in front of Ichigo's crescent sky. It can only be said that Ichigo's power is too terrifying, no wonder even Aizen is afraid of it. Over the Urahara store. Everyone was shocked again by Ichigo's aura of crescent moon fused with Wang Zero's light that Ichigo released just now. What makes the Arankars even more unbelievable is that they can't feel the Ryutsu of Neutra and Ruby on the other side now. Nani? Noitra-sama and Ruby-sama's Ryotsu disappeared. My god! They were killed. Ah, it must be a monster, a terrible monster. Jump! We are here to die. Run away! Some of the subordinate officers, Arankar, were terrified at this time and wanted to flee in a hurry. Both Noitra and Ruby who were Espada were instantly killed, and they were scared out of their wits. Staying here is waiting to die, they are fleeing back to Hueco Mundo. Then Kurosaki Ichigo is really scary. Grimjo's brows were furrowed and his face was ugly. When he first came to this world, he still had the naive idea of fighting Ichigo. After all, even Aizen said Ichigo was good, and Grimjo wanted to give it a try. But now that he has dared to do so, he realizes how ridiculous his thoughts were just now. Even the five-blade Noitra, which is stronger than him, was given a second by Ichigo, let alone a number 6 Espada. And, just feeling Ichigo's amazing Ryotsu, he couldn't help but feel intimidated. This kind of monster can't win at all. Grimjo felt that Ichigo was too strong, something he could never win. Yami's face was also ugly. He didn't expect Rukia in front of him to be so difficult. He was suppressed by Rukia. Although Yami didn't perform Returning Edge, Rukia didn't perform Bankai either. Yami can't imagine that he, the majestic number 0 Espada, can't even deal with Rukia, who is a Shinigami chief. What a shame! He glanced in the direction of Urziola with some worry, and then ordered, quick retreat. Yami tells everyone in Arankar to evacuate. Aizen also told them in advance that if Ichigo appears and the mission fails, there is only one thing they can do, and that is to escape. Escape as soon as possible. The surviving Arankars hurriedly wanted to open the black cavity and escape. But right now, the restrictions on the vice-captains such as Chuir and Shuhei have been lifted. No longer only 1/3 of the power, but 100%. Finally lifted. Bankai's Chuir can't even defeat a subordinate officer if the Ryotsu restriction is not lifted. Haranmaru. The dragon roars. Chuir summoned a dragon and instantly killed number 11 Arankar who was trying to escape. Kira, Shuhei, Renjiku and other deputy captains also eliminated their opponents. Rukia used Shikai's ability to kill 3 Arankar subordinates in one fell swoop. In an instant, only 2 Arankars, Yami and Grimjo, were left in the sky above the Urahara store. They also had no intention of fighting, and escaped from Karakura town with black holes. Although the Shinigami people were in a bit of a panic, there were no casualties, and it was considered a victory. Now only the battlefield on Ichigo's side remains. Ulquiorra calmed down, and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Instead of running away, he chooses to fight Ichigo. Although he also knew that his chances of winning were slim. But to Ulquiorra's surprise, Ichigo put away the 2 swords in his hands and put them back on his back. Ichigo said this to Ulquiorra, "You go." "What do you mean?" Ulquiorra frowned slightly, not understanding why Ichigo was doing this. Ichigo removed the void form from his body and returned to his normal form. "There is no reason to fight between me and you." Ichigo's heart is very kind, and most of the time in the original work, he only defeats his opponents, not kills them. This instant kill of Noitra and Ruby is because those 2 guys shot at Orium, and at the same time showed a strong killing intent towards Ichigo, and attacked Ichigo. It was only then that Ichigo instantly killed them. After killing those 2 people in seconds, Ichigo didn't want to kill innocent people anymore. Although Ulquiorra is also Aizen's subordinate, sent to carry out the mission, to hunt down Oriums. But Ichigo's strength is too strong, far surpassing Ulquiorra. Even if he kills Ulquiorra, what's the point? So Ichigo was not willing to fight Ulquiorra and chose to let him go. Hearing Ichigo's words, Ulquiorra was surprised again on his indifferent face. "What's the matter with this guy? Ichigo actually wants to let him go? The reason is that you don't want to fight him. There is no reason to fight without the need to kill Wutum indiscriminately." Ulquiorra feels that Ichigo's way of thinking is different from his. Is it because Ichigo is human and he is hollow? That. At this time, Orium also stood up, hesitated and said, just now. Thank you. At first, Ruby's tentacles turned into spikes, trying to pierce Orium's chest. But was stopped by Ulquiorra. Reason Aizen didn't let them hurt Orium, and didn't allow Ruby to mess around. Although the starting point is different, Orium is still very grateful to Ulquiorra. Her intuition also told her that the indifferent and cold Arrancar in front of her was different from the cruel and evil Neutra and Ruby just now. At least she had her own principles in doing things, and her heart didn't seem bad. He's just doing what Aizen gave him. Orium thinks so at the moment. So, she doesn't want Ichigo to fight Ulquiorra either. Ulquiorra was surprised again, with a puzzled look on his face. He looked at Orium and asked, "Woman, you believe that your companions will come to save you, and you are grateful for my random move, why? Is it because you humans have hearts? Because you have the heart, you trust your companions, because you have the heart, you appreciate the enemy's kindness, and because you have the heart, you sympathize with the enemy." Orium felt that Ulquiorra at this time was like a child who wanted to find out the location. Orium nodded, and said softly, "Well, maybe as you understand, it's because of the heart." Ichigo was a little dumbfounded. This Ulquiorra said so much nonsense all of a sudden. Ichigo replied him directly, "What carelessness, these are all natural things. Isn't it a matter of course to trust your companions and other things? What is there to doubt? What to ask?" Ulquiorra's eyes contracted. What he was puzzled by was actually something that Ichigo and the others took for granted. Because you have a heart, so it's a matter of course that you trust your companion. Suddenly, Ulquiorra seemed to realize something. Ichigo continued to evade, "You don't seem to be too bad, why do you want to work for a guy like Aizen? That guy Aizen is not a good guy, he deceived everyone, I don't think he will treat you as a companion." The kind-hearted Ichigo has seen the sinisterness of Aizen, but Aizen played the whole Soul Society around, deceived everyone, and was extremely ruthless. Ichigo doesn't believe that Aizen will treat Ulquiorra and other subordinates as companions. They are all pawns used by Aizen. Ulquiorra is just a tool for Aizen to perform tasks. Aizen doesn't care about their life or death. Ulquiorra's heart trembled again. He represents nothingness in Espada. He has always wondered what is the heart? Always looking for the meaning of his existence. After Orium's answer and Ichigo's words, he had a deep understanding and suddenly became enlightened. Also at this moment, a system notification sounded in Ichigo's mind. Ding! A suitable partner has been detected, you can try to invite Ulquiorra Sefer to join the protagonist group. Chapter 71. Ichigo was startled by the voice in his head. The system tells him that he can try to invite Ulquiorra to join the protagonist team and make Ulquiorra a companion. At present, Ichigo's growth acceleration system has accelerated the members of the protagonist group in the original book, and has given Ichigo 2 acceleration places. After Ichigo finds new companions, he can accelerate them. The system prompts that Ulquiorra is a suitable person, and Ichigo can try it. Both Ichigo and Orium feel that Ulquiorra is not like Neutra or Ruby's despicable or bloodthirsty Arrancar, but a calm, thoughtful and principled Minos Grande. In addition, the system said that it is suitable to be a partner, so there must be no problem. So, Ichigo offered an olive branch to Ulquiorra. "Hello, your name is Ulquiorra, isn't it? I invite you to be our companion, will you?" Ulquiorra's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was a little stunned. "Invite me to be your companion." He originally planned to fight Ichigo with Giron, and it was a fight to the death. 23 Ichigo said that there was no necessary reason to fight him, and he did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Not only that, Ichigo is now inviting him to be a companion? The term companion is no stranger to Ulquiorra. In other words, he actually hopes to have a group of companions in his heart. Ulquiorra was born in a dark lair somewhere in Hueco Mundo, but when he was born, his appearance and appearance were out of tune with those around him. Others regarded him as a heterogeneous and excluded him. He had to leave his kind and live alone in the boundless Hueco Mundo adrift. Then Arrancar by himself, and now maybe looking for companions, chasing the meaning of the heart, followed Aizen. But now he heard the word companion here again, and it was said by the extremely powerful Ichigo in front of him, and Ichigo didn't seem to be joking at all. Ichigo actually wanted to invite him as a companion. Orium was also a little surprised, but cheered up the next moment. After all, she was not afraid of Ulquiorra from the beginning to the end, and she also felt that Ulquiorra was not a bad person, but more like a child who had gone astray. If Ulquiorra is brought over as a companion, it might put Ulquiorra on the right path. Having an extra partner is also a good thing. That you, Ulquiorra, you join us and become our companion. You don't look like a bad guy, why would you work for Aizen? Orium also stood up to persuade Ulquiorra to surrender. She also doesn't want Ulquiorra to continue to return to Hueco Mundo, and then continue to work for Aizen as a tool man for Aizen. Ulquiorra's heart is shaken. Live for yourself, don't work for others. Especially guys like Aizen, it's not worth it. He can't take you as companions, but we can. Ichigo increased the power of his mouth to escape. Ulquiorra's heart is touched again by Ichigo. Ulquiorra as a companion, but the stronger Ichigo sincerely invites Ulquiorra to be their companion. Dwarfs. Ulquiorra closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and put the blade back into its sheath. He opened his eyes to look at Ichigo, and what he saw was Ichigo with serious eyes. Ulquiorra could tell from Ichigo's earnest eyes that Ichigo was really asking him to be his companion. Ulquiorra finds it incredible that with Ichigo's strength, there shouldn't be any other plans for him. Unlike Aizen, Aizen recruited him only because of his strength and asked him to perform tasks. And Ichigo is not. Ichigo is sincerely inviting him to be a companion. Aizen doesn't see Ulquiorra as a companion, and doesn't even treat his subordinates as human beings, he's just using them. Ichigo has no other plans for Ulquiorra, and sincerely invites Ulquiorra to be his companion. There is simply no harm without comparison. Still, Ulquiorra hesitated. If he becomes Ichigo's companion, does it mean that he betrayed Aizen and violated his own principles? It is not. Ulquiorra did not borrow the power of Aizen Hogyoku, but Arrancar's espada by itself. I have never received any favor from Aizen. Even if he became Ichigo's companion, how could he betray Aizen? Aizen has been using espada from beginning to end. Now Ulquiorra is moved by Ichigo's sincerity, and he doesn't want to be used as a tool by Aizen anymore, and lives for himself according to his heart. Is it wrong? Not at all. Seeing that Ulquiorra was still hesitating, Ichigo continued to say seriously, Ulquiorra, as long as you agree to be our companion, I may be able to help you improve your strength. Increased strength. Ulquiorra didn't know why Ichigo said that. He's Arrancar now, and even Aizen with Hogyoku hasn't boosted his power a bit. But Ichigo said yes. Ulquiorra was a little surprised, looked into Ichigo's eyes, and asked seriously, improve my power? Are you not afraid that I will attack you in turn? Ulquiorra asked tentatively. Ichigo shook his head. My gut tells me that's not the kind of person you are. Also, I don't need to worry, do I? Ichigo made it very clear that he thought Ulquiorra could be trusted, otherwise he would not have invited him to be a companion, and he also said that it would help him improve his strength. Another most important reason is that Ichigo himself is strong enough. No need to worry about anything. Ulquiorra's body trembled slightly, and his mind trembled. Ichigo trusted him. This guy really regards 037 as a reliable companion. Ulquiorra was felt again. This feeling of being regarded as a companion and being trusted is not found in Sui Palace. Maybe it's the human heart. After meeting Orium and Ichigo, Ulquiorra's empty heart was shocked again and again, and his understanding of the heart became clearer and clearer. Ichigo has said all he has to say. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Ulquiorra with a speed so fast that Ulquiorra didn't even realize it. "Come on, Ulquiorra." Ichigo smiled and held out his palm. Ulquiorra's heart was beating very fast. He suppressed the inexplicable excitement forcefully, and complained slightly, "UBD, did I ever say my own name?" Ulquiorra doesn't seem to have reported his name to Ichigo and Orium, but Ichigo can call out his name. As he spoke, Ulquiorra slowly raised his slender hand. Seeing this, Ichigo grasped it. "Welcome, Ulquiorra." In the original book, the two who were originally rivals miraculously became partners. Just then, Rukia, Sato and others arrived. They almost dropped their jaws when they saw Ichigo shaking hands with an errand car. "Ichigo, what's wrong with this?" Chapter 72. Ding! Congratulations on successfully inviting Ulquiorra Cipher into the protagonist group. You can use the acceleration ability for your new companion. The voice of the system rang in Ichigo's mind. But at this moment, Rukia, Chwir, Sato, and others rushed over. I saw the scene where Ichigo and Ulquiorra seemed to shake hands and make peace. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their faces full of embarrassment. Ichigo? What are you doing?" He is Arrancar." Rukia's eyes widened and she asked suspiciously. Rukia and others can naturally see that Ulquiorra is an espada. And the sense of oppression is even stronger than the Yami and Grimjo above the Urahara store just now. A higher ranked, more powerful espada. But Ichigo is actually shaking hands with each other. "Okay? What's going on?" Chwir folded his arms across his chest, the muscles in his cheeks trembling. He just had a long battle with one of Grimjo's subordinate officers, and finally killed him with Bankai after the restriction was lifted, but he also suffered some injuries. Because the battle on Ichigo's side was not over, they rushed over to help. But the scene in front of them was very different from what they expected. Ichigo isn't fighting Ulquiorra, but shaking hands? This made everyone in Shinigami confused about the situation for a while. Orium stood up, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly, explaining incoherently. "This is, because, Kurosaki classmate he. We invite Ulquiorra to be, our companions." Orium's words surprised everyone again. Ichigo invites Ulquiorra as a companion? Enemies become allies? Companion? Is this really good? Rukia's eyes widened, her mind a little dazed. Inviting enemies to become companions is something that only a guy like Ichigo can do. Sato didn't speak, but his face was a bit worried. After all, Ichigo and Orium may not have figured out the details of Ulquiorra, so it may be rash to invite each other to be a companion. Shuhei and Kira didn't know what to say for a while. Having just experienced a fierce battle, they understand the strength of these Arrancars better, especially Arrancars at the espada level. The Ulquiorra in front of them gave the Shinigami a very dangerous feeling. Definitely a top-rated espada, extremely dangerous. This espada became Shinigami's agent's companion. Zyubing, Kira, Yujiao, Yumi, and Renjiko looked at each other in disbelief, but also worried. Seeing everyone worried and nervous, Rukia took a deep breath and said to everyone, "Although I don't know exactly what's going on, I would like to ask everyone to help Ichigo." Sato also nodded, "Trust Ichigo." Rukia and Sato, "Trust Ichigo unconditionally. No matter what Ichigo does, there must be Ichigo's own reasons." And now in this situation, is it a good thing for everyone in Shinigami if they cannot fight against a powerful espada at the top of the ranking? Otherwise, based on the current state of Chwir and others, I am afraid that Chwir and all the vice-captains will not be Ulquiorra's opponent. Ichigo ignored the crowd, but took advantage of the opportunity of shaking hands, and silently said two words in his heart. "Accelerate." In an instant, the voice of the system sounded in the minds of both Ichigo and Ulquiorra at the same time. Ding! Speed up success! Ulquiorra's forgot returning blade Hogyoku form. Ichigo and Ulquiorra were stunned at the same time. Ichigo let go of his hand and stepped back a distance. Hogyoku form? Is it a new form after Ironclar returned to the sword? Ichigo was a little puzzled. His acceleration ability, this time without loading time, directly loaded Ulquiorra with a new form of returning to the blade. Ichigo is also curious about what this new form will look like, and how strong will it be. Ulquiorra's emerald green eyes narrowed suddenly, his face moved. He felt an extremely powerful force filling his mind and whole body, his Ryutsu and aura kept rising. And also comprehend a stronger form of returning to the blade, Hogyoku turned into returning to the blade. Ulquiorra felt the incomparable shock. Kurosaki Ichigo, he is not lying. When Ichigo invited him to be a companion just now, he said that it would increase Ulquiorra's power. Ulquiorra didn't quite believe it at the time. After all, he had already Ironclar himself, even Aizen with Hogyoku couldn't strengthen him again, but Ichigo did it. In some way, Ichigo made his Ryutsu stronger and realized a higher level of returning blade form. Ulquiorra exhaled lightly, then said coldly. Block it, Black Wing Demon! Ulquiorra's body suddenly exploded with an astonishing emerald green Ryutsu. The emerald green Ryutsu rises into the sky like a huge tornado. Even the sky turned black and green. Ulquiorra turned into a return to blade form. The most obvious change of Ulquiorra in this form is a pair of huge bat wings growing on the back, and Ryutsu has become even more amazing. This is the return blade of Ironclar. Chouir and the others were taken aback. When they confronted those subordinate officers before, as long as the subordinate officer Ironclar returned to the sword, his strength would become much stronger and it would be difficult to deal with. They haven't seen an Espada level Ironclar yet. See you now. A piece of Ulquiorra, whether it is Ryutsu or form, makes two Xiang wait for Yuandu. It turned out to be the number 4 Espada. With sharp eyes, Xiu Bing noticed A4 engraved on Ulquiorra's chest behind the blade. It represents the number 4 Espada. Number 4 Espada is not comparable to those miscellaneous fish subordinates Ironclar. Chouir and others immediately pulled out the Zanpakut, always ready for battle. The liberation of Ulquiorra is not over yet. Block it again, Black Wing Demon! The Ryutsu on him went up again. The shape continues to change. Boom! Ulquiorra has turned into the black-winged demon form of the second stage return blade. This is another substantial increase in strength on the basis of the increase in the ability to return to the blade in the first stage. At this time, the Ryutsu released by Ulquiorra in the form of the black-winged demon made Chouir and other Shinigami feel as heavy as an ocean above the sky. Extremely powerful Ryutsu. Moreover, it is worth noting that the 4 representing Espada's ranking on Ulquiorra's body after the second dan has also disappeared. Does this mean that Ulquiorra's strength or killing ability is not just 4th? Everyone in Chouir was terrified, and Ulquiorra, who had returned to the sword in the second stage, was very strong just from the perspective of Ryutsu, and it was very difficult to deal with. Ichigo was not surprised or surprised. He has long sensed that Ulquiorra's strength is quite strong, and he was prompted by the system that he is suitable to be invited as a companion. How could his strength be worse? Of course, even the second stage returning sword, which makes many Shinigami fearful, is not the slightest threat to Ichigo. What Ichigo is really curious about is the form of the Hogyoku that the system loaded into Ulquiorra. Try a new form, Ulquiorra. Ichigo watching the excitement from the sidelines is no big deal. Nani? New form. Rukia's eyes widened because she thought of Ichigo shaking Ulquiorra's hand just now. Ichigo probably loaded Ulquiorra with stronger powers too. Like for her and Renji. Ichigo, you. Rukia suddenly panicked. He has complete trust in Ichigo, but not in Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra was Aizen's subordinate before, and he was the number 4 Ironclar. Ulquiorra, who returned to the blade in the second stage, made everyone except Ichigo feel heavy, Mojao, heavy pressure. If Ulquiorra is going to get stronger, then, will things get out of hand? So Rukia is very worried. Other Shinigami are even more nervous. I saw Ulquiorra close his eyes. Can you see? All the nothingness in this world. After Ulquiorra said this, the Ryotsu on his body surged again. The mighty Ryotsu made emerald green rain in the sky. This Ryotsu is too powerful and amazing. Everyone present is invincible except Ichigo. The mighty Ryotsu storm dissipated from Ulquiorra, and he became the form of Hogyoku. I saw Ulquiorra, whose hair and tail turned white and doubled in length. There are horn-shaped black flames on both sides of his head, and the original void is occupied by a black Hogyoku-like bead. The bat-like wings have become 2 pairs, a total of 4. 2 pairs of black wings cover the sky and the sun, and its posture is like a fallen angel. This is Ulquiorra's Hogyoku transformation blade. A form that surpasses the second stage return blade. This form of Ulquiorra has the Ryotsu and strength to crush any espada. Extremely powerful. Chapter 73. Except for Ichigo, everyone was shocked by the powerful coercion displayed by Ulquiorra Hogyoku. Even Zhyubing, Kira, and other weaker vice-captains are already full of panic on their faces and hearts at this moment. It's so amazing. Zhyubing felt like he could hardly bear the coercion just by looking at Ulquiorra, who was turned into a blade by Hogyoku at this time. Yujiao, Gongkin, Renjiku, and others were also terrified. It's really scary. Arrancar can return the blade 3 times, each time getting stronger. Urahara narrowed her eyes, her complexion was extremely serious. Based on his previous research and their previous fight over the Urahara store, it seems that Arrancar can only be returned once. But Ulquiorra returned the blade 3 times in a row. Returned to the blade 3 times. Finally, the return blade in the Hogyoku form fully shows the powerful sense of oppression of the black-winged demon. At this time, Zhyubing remembered the word 4 he saw when Ulquiorra returned to the blade just now, and he was even more frightened. Such a terrifying guy is only ranked 4th. Everyone in Shinigami looked startled again, horrified. Such a strong Ulquiorra is only the 4th espada? This is a joke. This is only number 4, it really makes everyone in Shinigami despair. Chouir had already pulled out Zanpakuto Maru, the strongest of his ice and snow element, and his hands holding the handle of the knife were dripping with cold sweat. He said in a panic. This guy must be Arrancar of Vasto Lord. It is rumored that as long as there are more than 5 Vasto Lords, the Soul Society will be destroyed. Chouir heard gossip from nowhere, saying that only a few Vasto Lords can destroy the Soul Society. Can't blame him. He is younger and less experienced than 897, and the Ryotsu that Ulquiorra is showing now is so powerful that the sky is raining green. Chouir has never seen such a terrifying Ryotsu in any sky. Of all the people here, Ryotsu is stronger than Hogyoku Ulquiorra only Ichigo. At this moment, everyone in Shinigami faces Ulquiorra as if they are facing an enemy. Ichigo's expression was normal, and he was a little happy. Crack, crack. Ichigo clapped his hands together, actually applauding. What? Everyone in Shinigami was surprised again. I don't know what Ichigo means by this. Facing Ulquiorra in Hogyoku form, didn't you feel nervous at all? Although Ichigo seemed to say that Ulquiorra was already his companion, the Shinigami didn't quite believe it. Such a powerful Vasto Lord Arrancar, with human companions? Just think about it. Nice power. Congratulations, Ulquiorra. Ichigo applauds Ulquiorra. It was he who strengthened Ulquiorra, and Ichigo also felt that the stronger the companion, the better. Ichigo glanced at the Hogyoku-like thing on Ulquiorra's chest in Hogyoku form. Ichigo thinks that this is not real Hogyoku, but something that has an aura close to Hogyoku, not real Hogyoku. It can't help it break the limit, but it can reach the limit. Ulquiorra in Hogyoku's returning blade form, Ichigo thinks that Ulquiorra's power should have reached the virtual limit. Like the limit of Shinigami, the imaginary, CDFF, vertex is reached. The original Ulquiorra was the number 4 espada. The strength of the second stage return to the blade may be controversial, but now Ulquiorra, which has been transformed into a Hogyoku, is definitely ranked first in strength. Absolutely Hueco Mundo strongest Vasto Lord, no. This is what Ichigo said too, to help him increase his strength. Ulquiorra himself was horrified by this. What an amazing power! Kurosaki Ichigo has granted me such a great power. Ulquiorra's breathing became slightly rapid. At first he didn't quite believe what Ichigo said would increase his power. After all, he has already Arrancar himself, and he is the only espada among the espadas who can return to the sword in 2 stages, how else can he improve his strength? But Ichigo actually did it, allowing him to comprehend a stronger Hogyoku form easily. It's dreamy and outrageous, but it's real. Aizen can't give him anything, and treats him as a tool man. And Ichigo has greatly enhanced his strength and has him as a companion. The contrast is stark. Seeing that Ulquiorra has gained more power, Orium is not only not afraid, but also happy for him. It's amazing. Ulquiorra watched all this, Ichigo applauded, Orium was happy. It's all true and from the bottom of my heart. This half. On Ulquiorra's originally indifferent face, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It was the first time he ever felt other strange sensations. The first time he experienced human emotions. Not only because he got stronger, but also because Ichigo and Orium have him as a companion. Thanks. He said thank you lightly. Ichigo could hear it naturally, and said with a half-joking smile, why do you feel the same as Byakuya, so you don't like to laugh? Ichigo teases that Ulquiorra's character is a bit like Byakuya. They are all so unsmiling, but sometimes they will be arrogant. The next moment, Ulquiorra released himself from returning blade form. The black clouds in the sky disappeared, the green raindrops dissipated, and the heavy pressure like the ocean dissipated immediately, making the breathing of Shinigami people finally smooth. Everyone in Chuir was at a loss for a while, but Ulquiorra unexpectedly released the returning blade form. Is this not going to fight them? In other words, Ulquiorra had no intention of fighting them at all, and returning to the blade was just the first time to use the powerful power he had obtained. It's totally Chuir themselves who are worrying and scared. However, Chuir and the others still dare not relax their vigilance completely. After all, Ulquiorra is an Arrancar, and his strength is too strong. At this time, Ichigo looked at the Shinigami people, smiled and said, everyone, don't be so nervous. Regardless of whether the identities of Shinigami and Holy are opposite, but now Ulquiorra is my companion. As a companion, there is no reason to face each other, so there is no need for everyone to be so nervous. Hearing what Ichigo said, and with Ichigo present, everyone in Shinigami relaxed. Now that Ichigo has said that Ulquiorra is his companion, he can only trust Ichigo. What if they don't believe it? And Ulquiorra had no intention of attacking them. Everyone in the Shinigami didn't want to fight the terrifying Ulquiorra, otherwise it would be the best not to fight. Ulquiorra being Ichigo's companion is also a good thing for the Shinigami crowd. At least Aizen is missing a powerful espada. Phew! It really scared me to death. Xiaobing let out a heavy breath, and put away Zanpakuto at the same time. The other Shinigami also reclaimed their Zanpakuto. The tense atmosphere disappeared. Ulquiorra's temperament is relatively cold. Although he regards Ichigo and Orium as companions, he doesn't have this attitude towards the Shinigami people, and he doesn't care about others. The scene was a bit embarrassing. Ichigo coughed dryly, ahem, since it's all right, let's leave. Now that this matter is over, then everyone should do what they want to do. Everyone in Shinigami left. Chuir, Yujiao and others were all injured in the battle with Arrancar's subordinate officers just now, and went back for treatment and recuperation. After Rukia and Ichigo greeted each other, they also returned to Seoul Society to report the Arrancar attack to Godi 13. Although Ulquiorra has become Ichigo's companion, his temper is still cold and he is still not used to getting along with others. After thanking Ichigo and Orium again, the figure disappeared. But Ichigo could sense that Ulquiorra was still in Karakura town. I want to come to Ulquiorra to observe and experience the human world, and continue to understand the meaning of the heart. Ichigo returns home. Today he saw through Aizen's conspiracy and protected Orium. At the same time, I also gained a companion. Ichigo is still in a good mood today. He also thought about his system. He has 2 companion places, and now he has used up one. He can also find another companion to speed up the companion. At the same time, after Ichigo finds 2 companions, his system will continue to load him with new abilities. The other side. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Grimmjow and Yami fled back in great distress. For this mission, Aizen dispatched Ulquiorra, Neutra, Ruby, Grimmjow, Yami, and other subordinate officers Arrancar. But not only did the mission fail, but only Yami and Chirimjo came back. Some espada or a mighty Arrancar he'd worked so hard to find with emotion and reason. Now lost 3 espada, a dozen subordinate officers. What a loss! At this moment, Aizen no longer had the calm smile of the past on his face. Instead, it became ashen, and the face was green. Chapter 74. Yami and Grimmjow knelt on one knee in the hall of the Void Night Palace, their faces still terrified. Yami reported with lingering fear, then. Black, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ryutsuo is very powerful, Ulquiorra must have been killed by that guy. That guy's Ryutsuo is horrible. We managed to escape. This made Aizen's face a little ugly. It failed. In this operation, he thought it was a perfect strategy, and he would definitely be able to abduct a new Orium to Hueco Mundo. For this reason, he not only sent 5 espadas and many subordinate officers Arrancar to Karakura town, but also specially prepared cloaks for Ulquiorra, Neutra, and Ruby that can hide Ryutsu, and also made a knot that can isolate all movement Kai, in order to hide from Ichigo and take Orium away quietly. But even so, it still failed. Such a seamless plan was still detected, perceived, and destroyed by Ichigo. And with a heavy loss, none but Yami and Grimmjow come back. Seeing this, the other espadas were also surprised. Blade 1 Stark narrowed his eyes, his face was serious. I really didn't expect to lose so many companions in one fell swoop. Stark joined the Void Palace because he was too lonely, and he treated the other Arrancars as companions. But now, many of them are missing at once, and even he has to feel emotional. Even the 4-bladed Ulquiorra didn't come back. The 3-blade Haribel also took a deep breath. Although her ranking is ahead of Ulquiorra, Haribel doesn't think Ulquiorra is weaker than her. It is also Vasto Lord Arrancar, and Ulquiorra is still self-destructive, it must be very strong. But even Ulquiorra didn't make it back from this mission, so imagine how dangerous that Kurosaki Ichigo guy Yami was talking about. The 7-blade Zamari is like an old monk in meditation, with a calm face. He put one hand on his chest, and said devoutly, I wish to follow the example of Master Aizen. In Espada, many people have their own thoughts, and Zamari is the one who admires and is most loyal to Aizen, and is willing to follow Aizen forever. Number 9 Espada Aranillo, and the only Jillian Arrancar in Espada. There is something like a test tube under his rectangular mask, and there are 2 small skulls in it, which looks rather weird. Kurosaki, Ichigo. He deeply remembered the Ichigo that Yami said. If I can devour him, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Yaronilo represents greed, as long as he devours the other party's body, he can obtain all the other party's memories and abilities. Ichigo is so powerful, he sees Ichigo as a target to devour. He even felt that if he could devour Ichigo, then his strength would skyrocket, even surpassing Aizen. He would become the king of Hueco Mundo. Although the expression of Seireitei was a bit surprised, he didn't show any fear, and sarcastically said, "Yet, maybe we can look at and think about this issue from another angle. It's not that the opponent is too strong, but that you are too weak." Seireitei was merciless, saying that Yami and the others were too weak, which led to the failure of the mission and casualties. "What did you say?" Yami immediately became furious. "Believe it or not, I killed you BD. Seireitei only has 8 blades. Although Yami is number 10 in normal state, he can become a blade after returning to the blade. Straight-tempered and cruel Yami wants to kill the yin and yang Seireitei. Seireitei was not angry, and continued to look at Yami with an idiot-like expression and said coldly, "Oh? Is the current DD so useless? It's like a waste." "No, you are a waste." Although Seireitei is only ranked 8th now, he was originally the strongest blade in Espada. Seireitei with 0 blade is almost the strongest Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo. But later, in order to complete the notification of conception, he separated the soul of his brother in his body, and the separated person became Arankar, a subordinate officer of Grimjo, and Seireitei himself degenerated into Ajicha's Arankar. His strength plummeted, and he retreated from the beginning. It's early. But even so, he is not afraid of any Arankar, and dares to secretly do things without telling Aizen. At this time, Baragan snorted coldly. "Enough! Why are you doing this so loudly? What's a few dead espadas? Those scumbags are dead. What's there to argue about? A bunch of scumbags." Baragan, brutal and arrogant by nature, cared nothing for the deaths of the other espadas. He thinks it's just that those espadas' strength is not good enough. "What did you say, old man? Do you want to die?" The irascible Grimjo couldn't help it either, and stood up and glared at Gang. Baragan scolded the dead Arankar as trash, so Grimjo and Yami, who managed to escape, must also scold him. Naturally, Grimjo can't stand it. What about the number 2 Espada? What about the previous king of virtual circles? Grimjo still hates it. How dare you laugh at others? Aren't you a paper tiger yourself, a lackey who depends on others? Grimjo is humiliating Baragan. The majestic king of the virtual circle before is now only Aizen's subordinate, and he is only ranked 2nd Espada. Still dare not say anything. Sure enough, provoked by Grimjo's words, Baragan slapped the table angrily and was about to make a move. "Ask for flowers." But Aizen's cold eyes on the throne made Baragan and Grimjo shudder. "You two, can you have a good talk?" A terrifying Ryutsu suddenly erupted from Aizen. The horror of Ryutsu made Grimjo feel the heavy pressure, and he couldn't even stand up in a cold sweat. Baragan is better. Although Baragan is holding on, sweat is dripping from his face, and he is struggling to resist Aizen's powerful Ryutsu. A moment later, Aizen took Ryutsu back. Grimjo and Baragan felt a strong sense of oppression disappear, and both were relieved. They, and all of Arankar, saw once more the terrifying power of the Aizen. As proud as Grimjo, he had to bow his head. Baragan was even more jealous and hated towards Aizen, and his mind was full of thoughts on how to kill Aizen and regain his throne. At this time, an Arankar from below asked, "Master Aizen, is Inu Orium's ability really that important?" Orium's healing ability is indeed buggy, and it can even be said to be the strongest healing ability in Shinigami. But for Aizen, is it really that important? Many Arankars have the ability of high-speed regeneration, and in most cases no treatment is needed. After Aizen merged with Hogyoku, they also have high-speed regeneration or even full regeneration ability. Orium's healing ability is really not that important. Aizen didn't answer. Tosen next to him stood up and said in a serious tone, "Idiot, everything Master Aizen has done is absolutely correct, it's not your turn to question it." For a while, Arankar below was silent. Aizen is their king, no matter what Aizen does, they have no right to question it. Moreover, Aizen's intelligence is a few blocks away from these Arankars. How can Arankar have the right to question Aizen's actions? In fact, in the original book, Aizen took Orium away because of Orium's healing ability. It's just to drag and trap Ichigo and Soul Society. This is the real purpose of Aizen, to capture Orium. But now, that plan has failed. Aizen can only appease people's hearts first, and make a big deal for all Arankar below. Gentlemen, don't panic. As long as you wait and follow me wholeheartedly, we will go, there will be no rivals. Aizen is very eloquent, and he quickly mobilized the emotions of these Arankars and cheered them up. The other side. Chweer, Rukia, and others returned to the Soul Society to report the attack on Karakura town Arankar this time. After hearing this, all the captains of Godi I-13 were shocked and gasped. Chapter 75. At this time, Captain Yamamoto held a captain's meeting. Chweer and Rukia told Captain Shinigami what happened in Karakura town, and everyone had expressions of surprise and even horror on their faces. Sui Feng's eyes widened. Unbelievable, Arankar at the Espada level attacked Karakura town, but Shinigami took care of 3 of them. Espada, those are the 10 Arankars with the strongest killing ability selected from the Arankars. There used to be some kind of gossip in the Soul Society. The appearance of several Minos Grande from Vasto Lord can affect the safety of Soul Society. And Sui Feng thinks, since Espada is the 10 strongest Arankars, there must be Vasto Lord among them. Very difficult to deal with. This time, Chweer is the only captain-level figure sent to guard Karakura town, and the others are vice-captains and even chief officers. It was a very dangerous thing at first, but Ichigo got rid of 3 Espadas by himself. With the help of Rukia and Urahara, the others also killed many subordinate officers Arankar, leaving only 2 Espadas to escape in 2000. This kind of record really makes Sui Feng feel unbelievable. Back to Captain Sui Feng, Ichigo he did solve, killed 3 Arankars and ruined Aizen's plan to take a new Orium. Rukia admitted again that it was Ichigo who was the agent of Shinigami who took out the most difficult Espadas, which gave them a big victory. Bringing Ulquiorra into a companion is considered a solution. Ichimaru Gin is still the captain of the 3rd team. He didn't tell the bad things he did with Aizen before, and not many people know about it. What a frightening child, so frightening. Ichimaru Jin's words are not false. Ichigo is indeed too strong, he can kill him in one move, and he can also force Aizen back. His strength is far beyond Ichimaru Jin's expectations, and he is lamenting that Ichigo is really scary. After a moment of astonishment, Anoka showed a kind smile on her face. Karakura town has a Shinigami agency, so it's reassuring. Ichigo is a Shinigami agent whose duty is to protect Karakura town. Anohana and others feel that it is a great blessing for Soul Society that Ichigo acts as the Shinigami representative of Karakura town. With Ichigo here, even if Espada comes, he won't be able to eat and walk around. Komamura Seijin nodded, agreeing with Anohana. Thank you Agent Shinigami for maintaining order and justice in Karakura town. Byakuya didn't speak. But at this time, the figure of Ichigo appeared in his mind, and the appearance of Ichigo holding a pair of swords. Like a god of war, unrivaled. Byakuya thought to himself, if it were me, I couldn't make it, right? Byakuya doubted himself a little, if it were him, could he block and defeat 3 Espadas by himself? There is no need to doubt, it is almost impossible, at least not now. Jingle and Jushiro looked at each other and smiled, and Jingle sighed, young people nowadays, they are so amazing, it is far from what we old guys can compare. Jushiro also laughed awkwardly, yet, we old guys really can't compare to young people, even when we were young. Jingle and Jushiro are geniuses, even geniuses among geniuses, otherwise they would not be the best disciples of Captain Yamamoto. But the so-called genius is nothing compared to Ichigo. How long has Ichigo been a Shinigami? His strength surpasses those old guys who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The word genius is not enough to describe Ichigo. Both Jingle and Jushiro couldn't help feeling that Ichigo is too fierce a young man. Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes lit up. Arrancar. I really want to grab some and study it. Kurotsuka Mayuri is full of scientific research, and has a strong research interest in Arrancar. Kenpachi's face was full of resentment, and he couldn't help roaring. Old man, why didn't you send me to Karakura town? Why? I haven't fought for a long time. I'm so bored. Damn it. Kenpachi was yelling, complaining that the captain didn't let him go to Karakura town to support, otherwise he would definitely have a fight with those powerful Arrancars. Without a fight, he would be depressed to death. Captain Yamamoto didn't send him to Karakura town before, because he was afraid that Kenpachi's temperament would cause too much damage to the present world. Arrancar. Everyone ignored Kenpachi and let Kenpachi complain. After a while, Captain Yamamoto knocked on the crutch in his hand, and all kinds of voices stopped immediately. Okay, this old man understands. Captain Yamamoto made Chuir return to the captain position, and Rukia stood behind Jushiro. He and all the captains knew the situation, and the next step was to discuss countermeasures. Captains, what do you think? The captains began to think. In fact, as early as a month ago, the Shinigami guessed that it would take 2 to 3 months for Aizen and Hogyoku to merge, because the purpose of Aizen is to ascend the Soul King Palace to replace the Soul King, and generally speaking, a prop called King Key is needed to ascend the Soul King Palace. Aizen needs 100,000 lives and 1.5 Karakura towns to make the King Key. Aizen will definitely attack Karakura town creation King Key in the future. Jingle thought for a while, took a deep breath, and proposed a bold idea. I said, Old Man Shan, I think we can take the initiative. All captains were shocked. Nowadays Aizen's Hogyoku has not been completely integrated, and it has not yet reached the point where it cannot be dealt with. This time Aizen's plan was blocked by the Shinigami agent. Arrancar suffered heavy losses, and even Espada lost 3. I think we can take this opportunity to counterattack Hueco Mundo. Jingle's words surprised all the captains. Jingle actually proposed to counterattack Hueco Mundo now. While Arrancar has suffered heavy losses, and while Aizen has not fully merged with Hogyoku, Ichigo has cleared some resistance for them. Take the opportunity. Now is the best chance, isn't it? Jingle's face was also very solemn. When he made this suggestion, he also weighed various pros and cons, but he couldn't guarantee that his proposal would be correct. Sui Feng is a little worried, but we don't know much about Hueco Mundo, and we only have a rough estimate of the strength of Aizen and Arrancar, and we don't know about those Espada's abilities. Would we enter Hueco Mundo rashly? Would it be too dangerous? After all, Hueco Mundo is the stronghold of Aizen. Besides Aizen, there are many powerful Arrancars, such as Espada. But the Shinigami people didn't have any information about Arrancar, so it would be very dangerous to rush into Hueco Mundo. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you find tiger cubs? Komamura Seijin yelled, just take advantage of this opportunity to crush them. I'm going to bring Tosen back and get him out of the darkness. Kurotsuka Mayuri, I really want to study a few Arrancars. Ichimaru Gin, captains, think again, Aizen, it's not that easy to deal with. Finally, after a heated discussion, Captain Yamamoto slammed the crutch in his hand, and said sharply, set up a conquest team and conquer Hueco Mundo. This Shinigami captain meeting finally decided to conquer Hueco Mundo. However, not all Shinigami go to Hueco Mundo, some need to stay in Soul Society to guard their home. Prevent being stolen by Aizen or other enemies. 2.1 The team that conquered Hueco Mundo was led by Byakuya. The members are, Sui Feng, Ichimaru Jin, Anoha Naretsu, Komamura Seijin, Hitsuga Ichiwir, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kurotsuka Mayuri, a total of 8 captains. Except for Kojiro Sparrow and Nanao Ise, the vice-captains are all gone. The seats are basically all listed. The only ones left to guard Seireitei are Yamamoto Genryuze, Kurako Shunsui, and Jaishur Yukatake. Soon, the Technology Development Bureau opened the black cavity leading to the Hueco Mundo. The Hueco Mundo expedition team consisting of 8 captains, many vice-captains, and seats is going to Hueco Mundo. Conquer Aizen. In fact, Shinigami also proposed before, whether to invite Ichigo to join the Hueco Mundo expedition team, but was rejected by Captain Yamamoto. The reason is that he doesn't want this matter to involve the human being Ichigo. Urahara was originally still in the Soul Society, but after hearing the news, he immediately went to Karakura town and told Urahara about it. Urahara's face became very serious. Because Aizen is not that easy to deal with.